The awakening of myriad races has ensued, and with it, the chaos wrought by exotic beasts. Su Liang, reborn with a mere B-grade divine seal, returns anew. He acquires the ability to transform beast energy, cradling the yet-to-mature Empress in his palm, nurturing her as a cherished little wife. Bai Qianqian awakens an SSS-grade, blazing divine seal, capturing the attention of the masses as those who once tormented her flock to grovel at her feet. A sycophant exclaims, "You possess an unparalleled SSS-grade divine seal. Su Liang is merely a worthless B-grade. He is unworthy of you." Another sycophant implores, "Be with me instead. That inept fool does not deserve you, and together we can produce stronger offspring." Yet another asserts, "What right does that waste have to claim your affection? He is nothing but refuse." Bai Qianqian retorts fiercely, "All of you be gone. Su Liang is my man. Anyone who dares to touch him shall face my wrath. Not even Jesus can save him. This I declare." Su Liang responds, "Thank you, my beloved wife. I adore you." Bai Qianqian replies, "I love you." Chapter 1. Rebirth and the decision to cling tightly to the Empress's leg. Su Liang, who has clung to life in fear for decades, now perceives death as a release, a form of honor. In the battle of the fallen emperor, the enchanting and extraordinary Bai Qianqian, like a fleeting bloom, flourishes amidst destruction. She shatters 10 divine seals, perishing alongside the world-destroying beast. Su Liang, caught in the aftermath, meets his end, yet he harbors no regrets. This is the last image he beholds, welcoming death with serenity. At Rongqing Second High School, dusk approaches as school lets out, and the incessant chirping of cicadas fills the air. On the playground, the school belle, Lung Liangsang, stands tall and graceful, adorned in a floral sundress, resembling a delicate white flower. Her ample bosom and long, snowy legs draw the gaze of many, eliciting salivation. She regards Su Liang, who is holding flowers, with an expression of indifference, maintaining her aloof persona as the high and mighty school beauty. Students gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. The school belle is stunning. Fisk, only those who are foolishly persistent would dare pursue her. I truly envy his courage. He ought to take a good look in the mirror. Does he truly believe the school belle would ever notice him? How many times has he confessed already? Yet he remains undeterred. I think Su Liang from Class 7 is rather handsome. He and the school belle are in the same class and often seen together. What if he succeeds? I find it unlikely. Until she awakens her divine seal, the school belle will never accept any confession. Indeed, a beauty like Lung Liangsang will surely choose someone with at least an A-grade divine seal. The surrounding voices are a cacophony. Su Liang suddenly opens his eyes, gasping for breath. He gazes around in confusion. School? Hadn't he perished in the explosion of Bai Qianqian's divine seal? He is not dead. This scene feels strangely familiar. It is the moment he confessed to Lung Liangsang at 18. He's been reborn. Time has reversed. Su Liang is astounded, observing the flowers in his grasp, feeling their texture, and sensing the oppressive heat of summer. All these signs affirm his rebirth. He has returned to his youthful days. Su Liang shifts his gaze to Lung Liangsang, the woman whose memory has faded over time, now appearing before him once more. She remains breathtakingly beautiful. At 18, she exudes an even greater purity, the dream goddess of most boys at Rongqing Second High School. Su Liang, have you had enough of this commotion? Lung Liangsang speaks coldly and calmly. Su Liang internally rolls his eyes. Surely, she would utter this phrase. Must she be so predictable? Still the haughty Lung Liangsang, the high and mighty school beauty. In his past life, Lung Liangsang awakened her S-grade divine seal, garnering immense attention, and ascended to become a formidable 5-sealed divine general at level 45, while he struggled to reach merely over 20 levels, a humble 3-seal divine master. Before her awakening, their relationship had been relatively amicable, albeit characterized by his frequent attempts to win her favor. After she awakened her S-grade divine seal, she intentionally distanced herself from him, disregarding his existence as if they were strangers. Even during a mission when he faced peril, Lung Liangsang not only ignored his plight, but also used his body to attract the attention of beasts, nearly leading to his demise. This revelation starkly clarified her true nature to Su Liang. He finds the moment of his rebirth somewhat awkward. This lifetime, it would be prudent to maintain distance from her. However, he muses, "Not yet." Su Liang replies calmly. Lung Liangsang gazes at him coldly, her eyes flashing with annoyance. In his previous life, he had failed to notice that she had always regarded him as nothing more than an insufferable sycophant. The surrounding classmates were expressions of mockery, confirming his failure. The school belle will never accept you. Take a good look at yourself. The air fills with derisive laughter. Lung Liangsang states coldly, "I will reiterate, until the awakening of divine perception, I shall not accept any confessions. If you persist, we shall not even remain friends." Su Liang observes this juvenile scenario before him, wishing he could deliver a few punches to his past self. What a foolish demeanor. Yet, since he has been reborn, he must not act as he once did. It is time for something fresh. Su Liang chuckles self-deprecatingly, appearing suddenly detached and indifferent, gazing at the flowers in his hand as he declares, "These flowers are a gift to myself, a celebration of my liberation." Lung Liangsang freezes, stunned, as the implication of his words sinks in. A gift to himself? Liberation? Su Liang seems transformed, asserting, "Lung Liangsang, from this day forth, I shall no longer harbor feelings for you. Let us forego friendship, as you have never regarded me as one." Internally, he nearly retches. Indeed, being the pure love warrior is no easy feat nevertheless. Distancing himself from her may induce a twinge of guilt within her for a time, which is not without merit. He might as well treat it like a game with children. At that moment, Lung Liangsang gazes into Su Liang's liberated eyes, her heart seemingly tugged by an unseen force. No longer interested in her, it feels as though she has lost something immensely significant, leaving her heart hollow. The onlookers are momentarily taken aback. What? This is not a confession, but a farewell. Good heavens, what a clever maneuver, my friend, to strike the school bell even in the face of death. Over the years, he confessed countless times. Although the school bell feigned disdain, it was evident that at least the camaraderie of classmates remained. To play it this way, many female classmates suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for Su Liang, the resolute pure love warrior, who has fallen in this moment. It is as if they wish to embrace him with love, leaving him breathless. Lung Liangsang feels as if she has been struck by a thunderbolt. No longer interested? Her heart feels inexplicably vacant. Indeed, she has numerous admirers, yet among them, Su Liang possesses the most remarkable appearance and demonstrates the utmost attentiveness. She has been deliberately suppressing her feelings, wishing to ascertain whether Su Liang is worthy of becoming her boyfriend after her awakening. However, as the moment of awakening approaches, he seems to have lost interest. Must he not wait a little longer? Is this a deliberate display of indifference? Lung Lianchuang clenched her delicate fist, feigning composure, and declared, "Very well, if you possess the capability, never show your face before me again." Upon hearing this, Su Liang donned a theatrical demeanor, nodding with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. He gestured in relief, uttering, "OJBK." Su Liang's smile, this time, truly pierced the heart of Lung Lianchuang, leaving her with an inexplicable twinge of pain. It felt reminiscent of a youthful, cinematic moment, as he turned and walked away without a backward glance. At this juncture, perhaps it is wiser to maintain distance from her. Even with reincarnation, why bother with her now? The priority, undoubtedly, is to seek out the future Empress. The future Zhuke Empress Bai Qianqian is, like him, still a student. She is even his classmate. In his memories, there has never been anyone close to the Empress. If he were to seize this opportunity, in this apocalyptic world, clinging to the Empress's coattails, even if his divine mark remains unchanged, the protection of the Empress would allow for a carefree and joyous life, which seems quite appealing. Contemplating this, Su Liang felt a shiver of determination. He understands the true reason for the Empress's downfall, and thus, he has the chance to avert that tragedy. Could it be that the Empress would not perish? This is the opportunity bestowed upon him. He must cling to the Empress's coattails and never let go. A smile graced Su Liang's face as he hurriedly recalled where Bai Qianqian might be at present. Lung Lianchuang remained frozen in place for quite some time. The saying she dislikes him mean she truly does? Has she become just another faceless entity in the crowd? Over the years, she has granted him considerable kindness. Yet now he walks away as if he were a heartless man. She refuses to believe that Su Liang's words are sincere. It must be a ploy to feign indifference and salvage his pride. Su Liang, you better not regret this. Lung Lianchuang said coldly. Su Liang replied with a carefree smile. Regret? About what? You're not a celestial being. The matter has been made clear. Goodbye. He turned to leave, but suddenly hesitated. No, there is a pivotal moment to consider. That self-proclaimed protector of flowers is likely about to intervene and confront him. The students spectating were electrified. Today's drama was far more entertaining than usual, and this fellow was impressive. Lung Lianchuang was also somewhat exasperated. Su Liang must have taken the wrong medicine today. She tightened her delicate fist, vowing to ignore him. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Su Liang, have your despicable bones grown restless again? Su Liang sighed inwardly. The quintessential moment had arrived. How had he squandered his previous life in such ineffable matters? A man of ambition should aspire to distant horizons, not waste time entangled in such trivialities. Upon hearing that voice, the crowd gasped. It's Zhang Tianhao, the class leader of Class 7. Su Liang is doomed. Zhang Tianhao is also a fervent admirer of Lung Lianchuang. These two have always been at odds. Zhang Tianhao must think Su Liang is pestering the school beauty again and will certainly take action. Zhang Tianhao's combat skills are rated A. Su Liang is in for a rough time. Su Liang's combat skills are merely B. He certainly cannot compete. In that instant, behind Lung Lianshuang, a figure darted forth with the swiftness of the wind. A fist was raised, aimed squarely at Su Liang's face. The surrounding students watched eagerly, as the school does not prohibit sparring among students. After all, combat is a mandatory course. They observed the fierce approach of the punch. Su Liang, however, appeared remarkably composed. In his previous life, Zhang Tianhao had also attacked, and he had suffered some setbacks. Yet he had foolishly continued to pursue Lung Lianshuang. But this time was different. Reborn, though he had not yet awakened his divine mark, he retained decades of practical combat experience in his mind. Faced with that punch, Su Liang felt no alarm whatsoever. At that moment, it seemed Lung Lianshuang also wished for Zhang Tianhao to teach Su Liang a lesson, adopting an expression of indifference. Was it a game of feigned capture and release? Zhang Tianhao's punch was exceptionally fierce. If it landed, Su Liang would undoubtedly suffer greatly. In that instant, it felt as if the students had already envisioned Su Liang being sent flying, bloodied. Yet within him, there was a voice whispering, "Shift left 9 inches, extend your leg." It felt as though he had undergone a soul exchange, his body's coordination greatly enhanced. He sidestepped and extended his leg. This seemingly simple evasion was imbued with the essence of decades of combat wisdom from his past life. Zhang Tianhao's fist was launched, confidence radiating from him. However, in the next moment, he was stunned to discover that his fist had struck nothing but air. In the inertia of his motion, he brushed past Su Liang, and in that fleeting moment, he distinctly saw Su Liang's lips form 2 words, "Fool." Moreover, Su Liang's leg had somehow extended, landing heavily on Zhang Tianhao's ankle. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt an urge to curse. What on earth was happening? He lost all sense of balance and was sent flying, landing unceremoniously. The scene fell into stunned silence, with every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. What had just transpired? Even Lung Lianshuang's icy gaze betrayed a flicker of astonishment. Such a reaction. B-level? A smirk played at the corners of Su Liang's mouth as he stretched his youthful form. How delightful. Rebirth is truly a blessing. It feels wonderful to be young again. This body is a long-lost treasure. Chapter 2. The Empress Cultivation Plan. Zhang Tianhao found himself bewildered by how he had been sent flying. A searing pain radiated across his face. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger surged within him. How could he have been so easily evaded? In the past, he could effortlessly overpower this individual. No, it was utterly inconceivable. It must have been a mere fluke on Su Liang's part, a blunder of his own. Zhang Tianhao, sprawled on the ground, forcefully slammed his palms against the earth, flipped his body, and with the agility of a carp, sprang back to his feet. Su Liang, he bellowed in fury. The surrounding classmates, initially dazed, began to comprehend the unfolding situation. What had just transpired? The one who was supposed to be sent flying, Su Liang, had somehow become Zhang Tianhao himself? The combat skills ranged from D to A, with 4 ordinary levels, each containing subtle subdivisions, such as A. Su Liang was merely a B, while Zhang Tianhao was an A. The disparity between them was significant. Logically, it should have been Su Liang who had been sent reeling by Zhang Tianhao. Yet, here was Zhang Tianhao himself, propelled backward, his clothing torn by the friction. Fuming with rage, Zhang Tianhao's eyes turned crimson. "You are courting death." Su Liang sighed. "Why shout for your father? Are you in need of nourishment?" The classmates gasped in shock. This was bound to spell disaster for Su Liang. Having just endured a punch, Zhang Tianhao would likely not let this go. Many students shook their heads in disbelief, fearing Su Liang might not escape this encounter unscathed. Zhang Tianhao's eyes blazed with fury. "You are asking for it." Su Liang calmly retorted. "Do refrain from approaching. You may find it too much to bear. Besides, I shall cease my pursuit of Lung Liangsang. She is yours now. Hurry and take her home." This remark incited a furious reaction from Lung Liangsang, who protested. "What do you mean, take her home?" Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to grasp the implication. Not pursuing her? Wasn't this a fortuitous turn of events? Yet, having suffered such a significant loss, he felt compelled to seek revenge. His temper flaring, he declared, "If you bother Liangsang, you are asking for death. If I do not instill fear in you today, I shall not bear the name Zhang Tianhao." Su Liang, feeling a headache coming on, resolved to end this swiftly so he could seek Bai Qianqian. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Did you have a hearty lunch?" Such arrogance. Hearing this, the classmates were astonished. How could he provoke Zhang Tianhao further? Zhang Tianhao thundered, stomping the ground with renewed ferocity. "I will feast upon your demise." His fist soared towards Su Liang with brutal intent. Yet, Su Liang maintained an expression of utter calm. Many students sighed inwardly, recognizing that Su Liang seemed to be courting disaster. He was about to face severe repercussions. Zhang Tianhao, hailing from a well-off family with influential relatives, was not someone to be trifled with. Only one person in the crowd sensed something amiss, Lung Liang sang. She understood Su Liang well, at this moment. Facing the A-ranked Zhang Tianhao, he exhibited no hint of trepidation. This was highly unusual. The Su Liang of old would never have acted this way. The ensuing scene confirmed Lung Liangsang's suspicions. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of savage strikes, each aimed at Su Liang's vitals. The school permitted combat sparring but forbade any incidents, as unawakened students were regarded as precious. However, Zhang Tianhao clearly disregarded such considerations. With wealth and power at his disposal, he feared nothing. He could not let Su Liang tarnish his reputation. Yet, despite the ferocity of his assault, he failed to land even a glancing blow on Su Liang. Instead, it felt as though he was being toyed with, akin to an elder amusing themselves with a child. Look, although Su Liang continuously retreated, his steps remained unfaltering. When did he become so formidable? Was he not merely a bee? Many students felt a tremor of disbelief. Zhang Tianhao, realizing he could not hit Su Liang, roared in frustration, "Are you a coward? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Cold laughter escaped Su Liang's lips as he thought. How simple it was to toy with Zhang Tianhao. Time to show him a little color. With his current combat experience, mocking him was effortless. But it was best to conclude this swiftly. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with determination as he sidestepped Zhang Tianhao's punch, pivoted, and delivered a vicious elbow strike to his opponent's back. The earlier scene repeated itself, and Zhang Tianhao once again found himself in a humiliating position. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What had transpired? How could Zhang Tianhao fail to harm Su Liang? It was utterly bizarre. Was Su Liang's combat skill truly only a B? Zhang Tianhao, now on the ground, was consumed by humiliation and rage. "I will end you." Su Liang, with an indifferent tone, replied, "Fool." At that moment, their teacher, who had been observing without intervening, furrowed her brow. What was happening with Zhang Tianhao? If this continued, he might find himself in serious trouble. She quickly interjected, "Everyone, cease this at once." Feigning urgency, she approached, dressed in a white shirt that hinted at what lay beneath, and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her expression a mix of fury and concern. Upon seeing her, Su Liang paused momentarily. It was none other than the infamous Liao Yuqian, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, a level 10 novice, chosen one. Having reached her peak, she had opted to teach at this school. Liao Yuqian, a strict and temperamental figure, often displayed her disdain for less fortunate students, wielding her authority to belittle them while fawning over those from affluent backgrounds. Su Liang found her presence distasteful. Her attitude toward impoverished students was intolerable, and her penchant for lecturing them on moral principles was infuriating. With her arrival, Su Liang recognized he could no longer take action against Zhang Tianhao. Liao Yuqian turned her ire towards Su Liang, scolding him. "What is the meaning of this commotion? School is out. Hurry home. If you wish to spar, do so during combat class, not here." Su Liang regarded her coldly, fully expecting this reaction from the self-righteous teacher. "Well, it was he who struck first," he began. But before he could finish, Liao Yuqian's fury erupted. "You dare to insult a teacher? Silence. You will face consequences for this." Su Liang rolled his eyes. "You do know you are an old maid, right? Not even allowing me to speak." Liao Yuqian turned sharply to Zhang Tianhao. "Are you all right?" Zhang Tianhao, filled with indignation, could barely respond. Upon seeing his injuries, Liao Yuqian's anger flared. "Look at what you have done. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? You have drawn blood. Return and write a 10,000-word reflection. How dare this old maid disregard any semblance of fairness? Open your eyes and see who instigated this." Liao Yuqian, now livid, confronted Su Liang, her chest heaving with fury. "You will accompany me to the disciplinary office." The surrounding students were astounded. What was happening? Su Liang dared to stand up to their homeroom teacher? This was unprecedented. Silence fell over the crowd as they watched in awe. Su Liang glanced around, then declared, "I'm not thirsty, so I won't be joining you for tea. Farewell." Su Liang now harbored a desire to unleash a verbal onslaught upon that old spinster. Truly, she was not worth his time, especially after his awakening. She was but a mere shadow of a person. He hastily decided to leave. The students from Class 7, hailing from ordinary families, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had long yearned for someone to rebuke that old spinster. Were other people's children any less deserving? They were perpetually biased in favor of the offspring of the wealthy, unwilling even to uphold any semblance of fairness. Moreover, it was evident that this was not Su Liang's fault. Zhang Tianhao felt a burning flush across his face. Liao Yuqian seemed to sense something amiss. "Everyone disperse. Don't you all have homes to return to?" Liao Yuqian chastised those around her. They promptly began to scatter. She cast a glance at Su Liang and commanded, "Come with me to the disciplinary office. I expect to see your self-reflection tomorrow." Su Liang rolled his eyes. "I've already said I'm not going. As for the self-reflection, let whoever wishes to write it do so. I certainly won tea." He muttered a curse under his breath. "I'll reflect on your mother." He turned and hurried away, not wanting to stoop to the level of that old spinster. Liao Yuqian's face shifted between shades of anger and humiliation. Su Liang. But he had already vanished. Long Liang remained silent for a moment, gazing at Su Liang's retreating figure, convinced that he must have lost his mind today. She too departed. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of urgency. Teacher, thank you, but I'm fine. I'll be leaving now. He hurriedly pursued Long Liang. Liao Yuqian wished to offer her condolences to Zhang Tianhao, but the opportunity slipped away. Liang, may I accompany you home? Unfortunately. No matter how fervently Zhang Tianhao expressed his intentions, Long Liang maintained her icy demeanor. No need, she replied coldly. Zhang Tianhao forced a smile. All right, rest assured. If Su Liang bothers you again, I will certainly drive him away. However, Long Liang paid no heed to his words. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Liang's recent provocations, and the mere recollection filled her with a sense of unease. Su Liang, you will come to regret this. You no longer harbor feelings for him? I certainly do not believe so. Liang, are you going to the combat training facility at my house today? The awakening is imminent. Not today, Long Liang replied, still indifferent. Zhang Tianhao continued with a smile. Then we shall discuss it tomorrow. He observed the direction in which Su Liang had vanished, his expression darkening. You dare to embarrass me in front of Liang? This matter is far from over. Tomorrow's combat class will reveal just how many you can defeat. Just wait. After leaving the playground, Su Liang briefly recalled some experiences from his previous life. That old spinster, Liao Yuqian, had desperately sought to cling to power. Yet she ultimately only ascended to the rank of a level 13 two-seal divine envoy. Her vile countenance was enough to induce disgust. It seemed she later became the mistress of the head of the disciplinary office, only to be dismissed in disgrace. Su Liang quickly cast such thoughts aside. Individuals like her were unworthy of his time. Reflecting on his current life, he realized that relying solely on his mediocre talent would make survival a daunting challenge. He needed to firmly grasp the coattails of the Phoenix Empress. She was a top-tier divine chosen one who had awakened an SSS-grade divine seal. With a relentless drive, she ascended to the realm of a 10-sealed divine emperor, becoming the 4th divine emperor of Huaxia and the only female among them. In his past life, she had bloomed like a rare flower, having barely tasted the glory of being a divine emperor before being betrayed and falling from grace, an utter tragedy. Nevertheless, her achievements were formidable. Her life was brief and solitary. Even after forming her own Phoenix heavenly army, she kept everyone at arm's length, never allowing anyone close. It was said that throughout her journey, she had always been alone. And it was only after becoming an emperor that she was persuaded by the other 3 divine emperors to establish the heavenly army. Even upon attaining divinity, she sought not indulgence, dedicating most of her time to the warfare against otherworldly beasts. She slayed innumerable 8-star and 9-star beasts, becoming the new totem of Huaxia. The other 3 divine emperors sought to wed her, but she rebuffed all advances. She was destined to continue shining brightly. Yet, she was ultimately betrayed by a traitor, an 80-level divine sect marshal, who severely injured her at a critical moment in battle. She was left with no choice but to self-destruct her divine seal to vanquish a 10-star beast in that final confrontation. Now, having been reborn, Su Liang contemplated that, with his own talent, he would likely only reach the status of a 3-seal divine master in this life. It would be far more advantageous to cling to the Empress's coattails. Those who awakened divine seals were referred to as divine chosen ones. A rarity among mortals, perhaps only 3 out of 10 could achieve such a feat, and among those, 2.5 would possess the most rudimentary seals, incapable of becoming powerful divine chosen ones, akin to that old spinster. Divine chosen ones were categorized as follows: 1 seal level 10, 1 seal divine chosen, 2 seal divine envoy, 3 seal divine master, 4 seal divine knight, 5 seal divine general, 6 seal divine king, 7 seal divine lord, 8 seal divine sovereign, 9 seal divine sect, 10 seal divine emperor. The awakened divine seals also have grades, classified into 6 tiers: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Su Liang had merely awakened a B-grade divine seal, and it was quite subpar. He could hardly aspire to be anything more than a 3-seal divine master. He had been mocked for his combat skill being rated B, combined with his divine seal also being B, which earned him the moniker Double B. It seemed far more prudent to secure the favor of the future Empress and alter both their destinies. Presently, the Empress was still an ordinary person without any awakening. Therein lay an opportunity. The decisive and ruthless Phoenix Empress, known for her frosty demeanor, was largely shaped by her family background and experiences during her student years. In simpler terms, Bai Qianqian, as she was known, was not living well. One could even say her situation was quite dire. The legendary life of the Phoenix Empress had been extensively scrutinized, bringing many benefits to this school of divine awakening. The city of Rongqing had also risen in status due to the Empress's birth. Su Liang pondered this. He recalled that in his previous life, because he had attended high school alongside the Phoenix Empress, he had always looked up to Bai Qianqian. Yet, the disparity between them, one being a high and mighty empress and the other a talentless, lowly divine chosen, rendered any interaction impossible. However, he had meticulously investigated and reflected on his high school life, documenting everything related to Bai Qianqian in detail. He remembered that it was after his confession to her that Bai Qianqian had seemingly not attended school for over a week. Could something significant have occurred today? After a moment's contemplation, Su Liang resolved to check on her. Perhaps there was a way he could assist her, and wouldn't that enhance his favor in her eyes? A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he set off in the direction of Bai Qianqian's home. An audacious idea began to take shape in his mind, leveraging the foresight granted by his rebirth to provide a series of timely aid to the Empress, nurturing her into a formidable figure. Chapter 3. Bringing the Empress home. In the eastern part of Rongqing, a modest neighborhood devoid of high-rise buildings, stood simple residential houses. Just as a young girl arrived at her doorstep, she hadn't even set down her backpack when she heard a drunken voice emanating from inside the house. "Wretched woman, where's the alcohol? Hurry up and bring me some. Where would I find the money to buy you more alcohol? Don't you dare talk back. You think I don't know you've hidden the money? Go buy me some alcohol now, or I'll kill you." Inside the room, there was the sound of choking. "Bai Huajing, if you have the guts, kill me. I don't even want to live anymore. If it weren't for Qianqian, do you think I would be serving you? In all these years, have you earned a single cent? All you do is drink and gamble. Are you even a man? Damn it. You bitch, you dare to curse at me? Without me, could you have lived until now? I'll kill you." Slap. The sound of the slap was so loud it could be heard outside the room. There was also the sound of metal clattering. At that instant, the young girl's eyes turned red. She rushed into the room like a madwoman. Then she saw her mother lying on the floor, blood coming from her forehead. Bai Qianqian trembled all over as if she had lost control of herself. "Mom." She quickly ran over and helped her mother up, her face filled with heartache. She glared fiercely at the drunk man, filled with hatred. Bai Huajing didn't even care about the injured Lu Xian. "Girl, go buy me some alcohol." Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's face. She screamed, "Why don't you just drink yourself to death? Get the hell out." Upon hearing this, Bai Huajing seemed to be instantly enraged. "Damn it, little girl. How dare you talk back to me? I'll beat you to death." The man quickly stormed up to Bai Qianqian and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The semi-conscious Lu Xian saw this, her heart bleeding. "Beast. Bai Huajing, Qianqian is your daughter." Bai Qianqian was knocked to the ground by the slap, her mouth bleeding. But she didn't cry out in pain. It seemed like it had become a normal occurrence for her. Her heart felt dead, and she swore she would get her mother out of this beast's hands as soon as possible. "Qianqian, are you all right?" Lu Xian hugged her fragile daughter tightly. Bai Qianqian looked calm, shaking her head. "Mom, I'm fine. Let us go to the hospital." She tried to help Lu Xian up, but Bai Huajing would never allow it. "You have money to go to the hospital, but not to buy me alcohol? Quick, go buy me some alcohol." Bai Huajing shouted angrily, his drunken state making him appear ready to fall over, yet he still clung to his obsession with alcohol. Bai Qianqian glared at this drunk father with pure hatred. "Why don't you just kill us both?" Bai Huajing sneered. "Fine. I'll kill you both today, once and for all." He was like a wild beast, his eyes red. In his gaze, there was no trace of affection. He picked up a nearby stick and swung it viciously at the mother and daughter. "I'll make you buy me alcohol." At that moment, Bai Qianqian truly felt despair. She hugged her mother tightly, thinking that if they were to die, then let them die. After all, there was no meaning in living anymore. Lu Xian screamed. "Ah!" In that critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the room. He grabbed the two of them and used his own back to block Bai Huajing's stick. Bang! The muffled sound echoed through the room. At that moment, the expected pain did not come. Bai Qianqian froze. Someone had appeared behind her and her mother, shielding them. She quickly turned her head and saw a strange yet familiar face beside hers. It was Su Liang, her classmate, the one who liked Lung Lianshuang. How did he end up here? And why was he protecting them? In that moment, Su Liang seemed like a ray of light in Bai Qianqian's dark life, illuminating her. Su Liang's face was twisted in pain. He didn't care about being a light right now. He only cared about his own fist. "Damn it, with my physique. Taking such a hit really hurts." Without the divine mark protecting him, he felt like a weakling. But he couldn't care about that anymore. He quickly turned and glared at the drunk Bai Huajing. Bai Huajing shouted angrily, "Damn it, bitch, is this the little white face you've been hiding? Fine, I'll kill you two dogs and bitches today." Bai Huajing raised his stick again, preparing to strike. Su Liang's eyes flashed with fury. "Damn it, how can there be such scum in this world?" As Bai Huajing's stick came down, Su Liang reacted quickly, using his combat experience to dodge the blow. He sidestepped and moved beside him, delivering a powerful knife hand strike to the back of Bai Huajing's head. Bai Huajing fell to the ground with a thud, knocked unconscious. Su Liang felt a fiery pain in his hand, as if his bones had cracked. He had used all his strength, and feared it might not have been enough to knock him out. Seeing the drunk man unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Bai Qianqian and her mother. "Bai Qianqian, are you okay?" Bai Qianqian was still in a daze. She couldn't comprehend how this usually quiet classmate of hers had suddenly appeared here and saved them. Su Liang was also stunned for a moment. He couldn't imagine the future Empress, the majestic Zhuge Empress, looking so pitiful, her delicate face streaked with tears, a bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Looking so vulnerable. He had seen the promotional posters of the Zhuge Empress, a noble, cold, goddess-like figure, full of aloofness and elegance. He could never have imagined that. At this moment, She was such a fragile and pitiful little girl. No wonder in the future, she would remain alone. A family like this would freeze her heart like ice. Su Liang felt as if he were in a different world, never expecting that in this life. He would be so close to this legendary future empress. Qian called out, Qianqian. Bai Qianqian snapped back to reality. Mom, I'm fine. Come. Let me help you up. I'll help you. Su Liang hurriedly came over and helped Qian up. They glanced at Bai Huajing, lying unconscious on the floor. Qian couldn't stop her tears from flowing, filled with regret. But she still asked, what about him? Su Liang calmly replied, Aunt, don't worry. He's just unconscious. He'll be fine. You both need to treat your injuries. Qian nodded, trying to calm herself, wiping away her tears. You're Bai Qianqian's classmate, right? Aunt. I'm Bai Qianqian's classmate. My name is Su Liang. At this moment, Bai Qianqian also looked at Su Liang. Thank you. You seem to be injured too. Is it serious? Su Liang shook his head. It's fine. You too. I'll take you to the hospital. Qian shook her head repeatedly. No, thank you. Xiao Su. I'm sorry you had to see such an embarrassing scene. Su Liang shook his head and said, Aunt, it's no problem. Don't worry. I want to spread the word. But you really need to treat your injuries, and I need to take care of mine as well. Plus, you don't want to wait until he wakes up and starts abusing you again, right? It's better to leave now. Qian hesitated. She just didn't have the money to go to the hospital. Bai Qianqian also spoke. Mom, let us go to the small clinic for a checkup. It's fine. I still have a bit of money. Su Liang remained silent, yet he could discern that their family was currently struggling financially. At last, Su Liang comprehended why Bai Qianqian had not attended school for an entire week in her previous life. It was undoubtedly due to the brutal beating she and her mother had endured today, resulting in severe injuries that necessitated a hospital visit. It was truly unexpected that such a remarkable future empress had experienced such a dire existence during her student years. With Su Liang's assistance, they made their way to the clinic, where their wounds and injuries were examined and treated. A long bruise appeared on Su Liang's back, evoking a pang of guilt within Bai Qianqian. Once they had finished, the two stood at the clinic's entrance. I'm sorry for getting you hurt as well, Bai Qianqian murmured. Her gaze cast downward, her small, calloused hands fidgeting nervously. At this moment, Su Liang truly regarded the girl before him. She possessed a fine foundation. Though perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition, she appeared somewhat emaciated. Yet her eyes were clear and bright. Judging by the circumstances of his past life, that cold and aloof Ling Yuanshuang could hardly be considered the campus belle. The girl before him was the true flower of the school. With a little grooming and proper nourishment, she could outshine Ling Yuanshuang by a wide margin. Su Liang offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. As a boy, I often get into fights and sustain injuries. I will recover quickly. Bai Qianqian lifted her head to glance at Su Liang, only to realize he was observing her, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze once more. I will repay you for these medical expenses, she insisted. Su Liang shook his head. No need. It's not a substantial amount. Absolutely not. I must repay you, Bai Qianqian countered, shaking her head resolutely. Su Liang chuckled. If you insist on repaying me, then I simply want to accept it. Will you be heading home now? He inquired. Once he regains consciousness, he will surely not let this matter rest. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Bai Qianqian's clear eyes. If they didn't go home, where else could they possibly go? Su Liang hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he could invite the Empress to stay at his home? Why don't you and your mother move in with me? It would keep you further away from that drunken man. Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned, gazing at Su Liang in disbelief. Huh, did I hear you correctly? You want us to stay at your house? Chapter 4, The Bloodthirsty Rat. Observing Bai Qianqian's astonished expression, Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The current Bai Qianqian did indeed appear frail, yet her lively eyes were quite beautiful. In other words, she was both versatile and charming, capable of embodying the regal presence of a queen, yet also displaying an endearing, innocent demeanor. Su Liang clarified, my home consists of a small courtyard with 2 vacant rooms. I live with my grandfather, and there are no others in the house. If you feel comfortable, you and your mother could move in. After all, if your father were to resort to violence again, that would pose a significant problem. Bai Qianqian felt a wave of panic. She had never anticipated that Su Liang would make such an offer. She shook her head decisively. No, thank you for your kindness, but I wouldn't want to impose. My mother wouldn't agree to it either. Su Liang sighed lightly. Very well, I want to insist. At that moment, Qian emerged. Qianqian, let us head home. Bai Qianqian nodded. Yes, Mom, let me assist you. She took hold of Qian's arm. Casting a glance at Su Liang, she added, Su Liang, you should hurry back as well. It's getting dark outside and isn't safe. Su Liang paused before responding. I'll escort you both home first, then I'll return. Bai Qianqian hesitated. Qian smiled. Xiao Liang, you have a kind heart. Thank you. Su Liang grinned. Auntie, it's nothing. Qianqian and I are classmates. We help each other. Qian nodded with a smile. Yet Bai Qianqian felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Qianqian? She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Su Liang's gaze. What did he mean by that? Was his appearance here merely a coincidence? Bai Qianqian dismissed the absurd thought from her mind. Everyone knew Su Liang had feelings for the campus belle Ling Yuanshuang. How could he possibly be interested in her, the ugly duckling? It must have been mere happenstance. However, she was taken aback by the realization that Su Liang was genuinely a good person at heart. Due to the peculiarities of the current world, which had undergone a transformation 3 centuries ago, countless exotic beasts had surged into human society, resulting in a drastic decline in the global population, now falling below 1 billion. To mitigate the attention of these creatures towards the city lights at night, high-intensity illumination was prohibited during specific hours. Skyscrapers had become scarce, especially in civilian areas like this one. As darkness enveloped the sky, the number of pedestrians dwindled. We should hurry back, otherwise, we'll delay your return home, Su Liang. Su Liang smiled. Annie, don't worry. Generally, there aren't any significant issues. The city guards patrol at night. In the civilian district, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Suddenly, a man clad in a black robe materialized at the end of an alley. Captain, we have reached the designated location. Soon, voices from 2 others echoed through his earpiece, 1 male and 1 female. Captain, we have reached the designated location. Captain, we have reached the designated location. Then, a cold, authoritative voice resonated through the earpiece. Activate the Forbidden God Realm. Yes, yes, yes. Simultaneously, identical figures in black robes in 2 other locations within the civilian district executed the same actions. The black-robed man peeled a metal slab the size of a human head from his back and hurled it forcefully to the ground. At the same time, he slammed his palm onto the metal slab, causing a glowing mark on his arm to illuminate. He shouted, "Open!" In unison, voices echoed from his earpiece, matching his command. In an instant, a towering beam of light shot upwards from the metal slab, reaching nearly 100 meters into the sky. The beam projected 2 walls of light. The other 2 locations simultaneously unleashed their beams and walls of light. Within moments, they connected, forming a colossal triangular cage from a bird's-eye view. Having completed these tasks, the black-robed man finally relaxed slightly. A cold voice came through the earpiece. All remaining personnel, immediately hunt down the bloodthirsty rats. Minimize casualties. Yes. The man listened to the voice in his ear, maintaining a relatively calm expression. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke ring drifted slowly in the darkness before gradually distorting and dissipating. In a moment of distraction, a crisp, urgent voice of a girl broke through his thoughts over the earpiece. Captain, 2 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the Forbidden God Realm. Captain, in what direction? The girl's voice quickly responded, in the direction of Old Gong. Upon hearing this, the man's spirit surged, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. The captain's voice followed. Gong Lai is your responsibility. Gong Lai smirked, understood. Xiaolon, give me your location. The girl's clear voice resonated through the earpiece. They have now crossed into the Forbidden God Realm, heading west, approximately 1.5 kilometers away. Understood. Gong Lai transformed into a shadow, dashing through the night. On the other side, having just escorted Bai Qianqian and her daughter to their doorstep, they all beheld the radiant glow of the Forbidden Divine Realm. Lu Xian's expression darkened. I truly wonder what kind of beast has emerged this time. Su Liang, it may be perilous to leave now. Perhaps you should stay here tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat flustered. Stay here? Where would he sleep? Surely, they could not share the same room, and her home had no other spare rooms. Su Liang glanced at the Forbidden Divine Realm and replied, Auntie, perhaps this cleanup will be swift. The disappearance of the Forbidden Divine Realm signifies that the beasts have been eradicated. I could wait a little longer. In truth, Su Liang was acutely aware that the existence or absence of the Forbidden Divine Realm made little difference. Danger was ever present. Lu Xian insisted, it's quite all right. You can stay here. Bai Qianqian was utterly speechless. Su Liang chuckled, Auntie, let's just wait and see. As they reached the threshold, a furious voice erupted from within the house. Wretched woman, where have you run off to? Where's my drink? Where's my dinner? A drunken figure stumbled out from the doorway, a mask of fury upon his face. Su Liang frowned, taken aback by the sight of someone still inebriated. How much had he consumed? Lu Xian and Bai Qianqian exchanged expressions of unutterable bitterness upon seeing Bai Huajing in such a state. Lu Xian suppressed her sorrow and said, I'll prepare your meal at once. Bai Huajing's gaze seemed to sharpen, as if a fleeting recollection crossed his mind. Wretched woman, you dare bring this pretty boy home. Was it not this pretty boy who struck me just now? Wretched woman, sneaking around behind my back. I'll kill you. Bai Huajing, in a fit of madness, seized a wooden stick from the doorway and lunged towards Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian was engulfed in despair. What sin had she committed to deserve this? Bai Qianqian, however, had already lost all hope, her eyes betraying no hint of emotion as she regarded the man before her. Su Liang stepped forward. Under such circumstances, it was clear that the mother and daughter could no longer remain here. Sooner or later, they would meet a tragic end at the hands of this drunken brute. Wretched woman, you've brought a pretty boy? Bai Huajing brandished the wooden stick, swinging it toward them. Su Liang braced himself for action. Yet, Bai Qianqian and her mother did not budge, seemingly unwilling to resist. Just at that critical moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness behind Bai Huajing. As Bai Huajing prepared to strike, the shadow suddenly surged forward, unveiling its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into Bai Qianqian's shoulder. In that instant, a piercing scream echoed through the night. Su Liang's eyes widened in horror. Bloodthirsty rat. The mother and daughter, who had previously shut their eyes, now opened them to witness a scene of utter terror. Blood cascaded from Bai Qianqian's shoulder, painting a gruesome tableau. Ah! The two women screamed, their faces draining of color. The bloodthirsty rat rose, towering over Bai Qianqian, its crimson eyes glinting with malevolence as it savagely shook him. Bai Qianqian's cries reverberated for hundreds of meters. The two women stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Lu Xian, witnessing Bai Qianqian's plight, felt her heart shatter. Huajing. Although Bai Qianqian was a drunken abuser, seeing him in such a state stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Bai Qianqian was equally dazed. Su Liang could no longer afford to ponder. This was a first-tier beast. Without the chosen ones to intervene, there was little hope for survival. He grasped the hands of the two women. Run. In this moment, saving anyone was futile. They had to flee. If it were in his past life, Su Liang would have found it simple to crush a first-tier bloodthirsty rat. However, he had yet to awaken his divine mark. The two women remained in shock. Lu Xian, pulled along by Su Liang, glanced back at the fading screams of Bai Qianqian, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once the bloodthirsty rat found its prey, it would seldom attack others. Thus, this was their only opportunity to escape. However, just as Su Liang had pulled them a mere 10 meters away, their momentum abruptly halted. A similar bloodthirsty rat emerged before them. Su Liang's heart sank. It was over. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty rat charged at them like it had spotted a sumptuous feast. Chapter 5. I Want Your Life. As the bloodthirsty rat opened its gaping maw and lunged toward them, instinct kicked in. Su Liang instinctively pushed the two women aside. This was the reflex honed over decades as a chosen one. At the moment the bloodthirsty rat lunged, Su Liang unleashed all his latent potential, erupting with strength, executing a slide tackle that narrowly evaded the creature's deadly assault. The bloodthirsty rat twisted around and zeroed in on them. Su Liang understood that in such a critical moment, he had to take the offensive, otherwise, one of the women would surely be harmed. He also grasped why Bai Qianqian had vanished for an entire week in his previous life. It must have been on this very night that her parents perished in the jaws of the bloodthirsty rat. This was why she had always been alone, devoid of family to accompany her, relentlessly slaying beasts. With no time for further contemplation, Su Liang surged forward toward the bloodthirsty rat. Aware that he was but an ant attempting to shake a tree, yet he had to act. He drew a short dagger from his waist, its blade glistening ominously. This was the weapon his grandfather had gifted him for self-defense. Gripping the dagger, he prepared for a thrust. Years of combat experience surged through him. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the bloodthirsty rat. The creature extended its claws, aiming to rend him apart with its razor-sharp talons. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang pushed off the ground, executing a roll to evade the attack. Landing behind the bloodthirsty rat, he plunged the dagger downwards, slicing through its fur and leaving a long, bloody gash on its right flank. The pain drove the bloodthirsty rat into a frenzied rage. It screeched, now fully focused on Su Liang. Calm amidst the chaos, Su Liang knew he had to remain composed and precisely gauge the bloodthirsty rat's attack trajectory. With his current physical condition, if the creature found an opening, it would spell his doom. He exerted every ounce of effort to evade and seize the right moment to strike. Fortunately, the short dagger gifted by his grandfather was no ordinary weapon. It effortlessly tore through the skin of a first-tier bloodthirsty rat, granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. In the midst of their ferocious battle, the night enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who had fallen to the ground, quickly scrambled to Bai Qianqian's side. Bai Qianqian, still in a daze, was utterly flustered, her mind replaying the horrifying image of Bai Qianqian being bitten by the bloodthirsty rat. Qianqian, Qianqian. Lu Xian shook Bai Qianqian, who gradually emerged from her shock. Mom. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. Lu Xian wept bitterly, her tears cascading like rain on pear blossoms. She was acutely aware that her drunken husband was likely facing dire consequences. Qianqian, we must leave at once to find help, Xiaoliang. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian suddenly came to her senses. She turned her gaze towards Su Liang, who was locked in a fierce battle with the bloodthirsty rat, her heart racing with anxiety. If it weren't for the troubles at home, Su Liang would never have been ensnared in such peril. Su Liang, be careful. Bai Qianqian watched the fierce clash between man and beast, astonished. How could Su Liang endure for so long? Was he truly at B-grade combat level? It seemed impossible. Even those at A-grade within the school could not have achieved what he had. In the depths of the night, Su Liang appeared transformed, inflicting wounds upon the bloodthirsty rat. This creature, with its low intelligence, acted purely on instinct. Had it been a different foe, Su Liang might have met his doom, especially since he had yet to awaken his divine imprint. Blood streamed from the bloodthirsty rat as Su Liang began to gasp for air, his fatigue overwhelming his physical capacity. In the next moment, the frenzied bloodthirsty rat lashed its tail towards Su Liang like a vicious whip, striking him squarely in the chest. Thud. Su Liang was sent flying several meters. Ah, Su Liang. Bai Qianqian cried out, rushing towards him without a second thought. Su Liang coughed up blood, his body trembling. The intense pain in his chest clouding his consciousness. Damn it. Am I really going to perish at the hands of this beast so soon after being reborn? He glared darkly at the bloodthirsty rat, noticing Bai Qianqian rushing toward him. Panic surged through him. Don't come over. Run. The bloodthirsty rat let out a shriek. Its gaze fixating on Bai Qianqian, as if it recognized that Su Liang posed a challenge and sought a new target. Realizing this, Su Liang scrambled to his feet. Racing towards Bai Qianqian, the bloodthirsty rat also charged forward. In that instant, Lu Xian was paralyzed with fear. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian finally saw the bloodthirsty rat hurtling towards her, her face turning pale as she gazed at the monstrous creature towering over her. She froze. Engulfed by despair, was she truly destined to die here today? Run. Su Liang's urgent shout snapped her back to reality. She then witnessed him collide forcefully with the bloodthirsty rat. Diverting its trajectory, the two, man and beast, brushed past her and fell to the side. Bai Qianqian's face drained of color, rooted to the spot. Helpless as the bloodthirsty rat's tail swept her away, sending her flying. Bai Qianqian spat out blood. In that moment, Su Liang's eyes blazed with fury. Beast, I will take your life. He brandished his dagger, lunging at the bloodthirsty rat's heart. At that very moment, the creature opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into his shoulder. Thud. The dagger pierced the heart of the bloodthirsty rat, which Su Liang twisted violently. The excruciating pain sent the creature into a frenzy. It lifted Su Liang high, intending to crush him, but its heart had already been destroyed, rendering it powerless. After a few convulsions, the bloodthirsty rat collapsed alongside Su Liang, its crimson eyes slowly dimming. Lu Xian surveyed the chaotic scene and rushed towards Bai Qianqian in a frenzy. Qianqian. She swiftly helped her to her feet. Bai Qianqian. Blood trickling from her lips and her spirit waning, looked towards Su Liang. Su Liang. Lu Xian choked back tears. Bai Qianqian struggled to rise. Yearning to reach Su Liang. Lying on the ground, Su Liang felt the searing pain of the bloodthirsty rat's fangs embedded in his shoulder, threatening to render him unconscious. Yet he could not afford to lose consciousness. He was aware that the scent of blood might attract other bloodthirsty rats. With great effort, he pried the creature's fangs from his flesh. The sound of teeth tearing through skin was painfully distinct. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he staggered to his feet, blood soaking his upper garments. He drew his dagger and, step by faltering step, made his way toward Bai Qianqian. Su Liang. Bai Qianqian cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing her unharmed, Su Liang felt a flicker of relief. He reached out to caress her cheek, hoping to comfort her, but his hand froze. As if understanding that he should not overstep, Bai Qianqian noticed this, her body tingling as she grasped Su Liang's hand tightly. Are you all right? He asked with a pained smile. Bai Qianqian shook her head vigorously, tears spilling over. I'm fine. Su Liang, pale-faced, urged, we must leave. Lu Xian supported both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian, ready to depart when suddenly, the black-robed Gong Lai appeared. His eyes widening at the sight of the dead bloodthirsty rat. He glanced at the trio, astonished. Dead? They are unharmed. Xiaolan. Inform LVN to come to my location. Civilians are injured, and 2 bloodthirsty rats have been slain. Upon hearing this, Su Liang turned his head with great difficulty to look at the cloaked Gong Lai, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Then, darkness overtook him, and he fainted. Su Liang. Xiao Liang. Chapter 6. A Pair of Golden Eyes. In Bai Qianqian's home, Su Liang lay on the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him sat a young woman clad in black robes, her hands radiating a shimmering green light. On each arm, there was a green leaf imprint, and one on her forehead as well. This indicated that she was a divine imprint master of the 3 gods. Bai Qianqian sat beside her, feeling weak but unable to tear her gaze away from Su Liang. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tenderness and worry. Had it not been for Su Liang's selfless bravery that night, she could hardly fathom the despair that awaited her and her mother. She felt an overwhelming debt to Su Liang. Without him, she would have perished that very night. At last, the black-robed woman withdrew her divine imprint, the green light fading. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she took a deep breath. All is well for now. The injuries are not life-threatening. With some rest, he should regain his strength. Observing the scabbed wound on Su Liang's shoulder, Bai Qianqian felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. Thank you. Thank you. The woman shook her head. There is no need for thanks. It was our oversight that allowed the 2 bloodthirsty rats to escape. LV Yin's eyes held a hint of regret as she glanced towards the covered body at the door. Lu Xian sat slumped beside it. The corpse was that of Bai Huajing. Bai Huajing had died just like that. Bai Qianqian stole a glance, her heart heavy with bitterness. This man, who had only known how to torment her and her mother, was now gone. Everything had unfolded far too suddenly. Bai Qianqian, however, seemed to harbor little sorrow, for she had never received affection from this man. Since she became aware of the world, he had only indulged in drinking, gambling, and abusing her mother. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on Su Liang, whose visage was gradually etched into the depths of her memory, impossible to forget. Before long, Gong Lai returned. Green, how is the lad faring? He inquired. Green replied, his injuries have stabilized. He simply requires time to recover. Curiously, he asked, did this bloodthirsty rat truly fall at his hands? Gong Lai glanced at Bai Qianqian and affirmed, it is likely. Bai Qianqian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, declared, he did kill it. Green could scarcely believe it. Aren't you both still students at Shinjua High School? Bai Qianqian nodded. We are from Shinjua No. 2. Green gasped inwardly. A high school student, yet to awaken his abilities, had slain a one-star bloodthirsty rat. Who would dare believe such a tale if it were to spread? Gong Lai remarked, he is a promising candidate. Should he awaken his divine seal, we might consider recruiting him into our squad in the future. Green nodded in agreement. Young lady, today's events were our oversight regarding your father. Bai Qianqian shook her head. It is his own fate. A man who only drinks cannot even muster a defense. You are not to blame. At her words, both Gong Lai and Green were momentarily taken aback, sensing the peculiarities of her family situation. With a sigh, Gong Lai produced a blood-red crystal, roughly the size of an egg. This is the beast crystal from the bloodthirsty rat he felled, a trophy of his victory. Please ensure it is conveyed to him when he awakens. Bai Qianqian accepted it without uttering a word. Gong Lai and Green exited the room, encountering Su Liang, who remained seated on the floor, tears streaming and lost in confusion. Gong Lai said, we have informed the crematorium. They will come to collect your husband tomorrow morning. Please accept our condolences. Su Liang offered no response, her eyes hollow. The man who had tormented her for over a decade had ultimately succumbed. Regardless of his past treatment of her, she felt a pang of sorrow in this moment. Yet, there was no remedy. In this society, such occurrences were not uncommon. Everything was simplified, as if everyone had grown accustomed to it. Gong Lai and Green exchanged no further words and departed swiftly to rejoin their team. The room fell into a profound silence, and Bai Qianqian sat in a daze, clutching the beast crystal tightly. On the bed, Su Liang appeared to be trapped in a dream. Struggling to open his eyes, a wave of weakness engulfed him. In his haze, he beheld a pair of enormous eyes, radiating a golden glow, staring intently at him. These were not human eyes, they were the eyes of a beast. He even felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall why. As he regained a modicum of consciousness, he scrutinized the source of the gaze. They were indeed beastly eyes. How terrifying they were. Where was he? Why was he seeing such a thing? They resembled the eyes of an 8 or 9-star beast, vast as an abyss, and merely gazing upon them threatened to overwhelm him. The golden light bore down upon his ephemeral form, inflicting excruciating pain. It felt as though his body were being torn asunder, prompting a scream of agony to escape his lips. What was happening? This torment felt as if it might evaporate him entirely. With a cry of anguish, he abruptly sat up in bed, startling Bai Qianqian. Su Liang, are you all right? He looked around in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Bai Qianqian, in a panic, grasped his hand. Su Liang, I'm here. Was it a nightmare? He glanced at her, his breaths coming in rapid succession. What had those eyes been? A sense of familiarity lingered, yet he could not place them. Gradually, the pain in his body brought him back to reality. It must have been a dream. I'm fine, just a nightmare, he reassured her. Bai Qianqian sighed in relief. Do not fear. The matter of the bloodthirsty rat has been resolved. Su Liang met her gaze, noticing the concern reflected in her eyes. He then observed her holding his hand. Wow, the future Empress is holding my hand. Bai Qianqian, sensing the awkwardness, hastily released his hand. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Do not misunderstand. A subtle smile crept onto Su Liang's lips, leaving a mark in Bai Qianqian's heart, a blessing in disguise. Clearing his throat, he asked, who treated my injuries? Bai Qianqian promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Only then did Su Liang grasp that a military unit had arrived at that moment, and their healing master had stabilized his injuries, requiring no further treatment, just rest and recuperation. His gaze drifted to Su Liang, still seated beside Bai Huajing's corpse, and he sighed softly. This mirrored the upheaval Bai Qianqian had faced in her previous life. Lying there had likely been her parents. This time, his presence had saved her mother. I should return, otherwise, my grandfather will worry. Bai Qianqian expressed concern. Your injuries? Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing serious. She assisted him in rising. Su Liang surveyed their home, noting the considerable damage wrought by the bloodthirsty rat. It was indeed a scene of devastation. It will cost a fortune to repair this place. You might as well consider moving in with us. Bai Qianqian paused, but did not elaborate further. He bid farewell to Su Liang, only to find she remained unresponsive. Thus, he departed first. This is the beast crystal from the bloodthirsty rat you slain. Take care of it on your way. Bai Qianqian's concern for Su Liang could only extend this far. Keep it. You can exchange it for money. No, Bai Qianqian firmly refused. Today has already caused you enough trouble. This is your trophy, and I absolutely cannot accept it. She pressed it into his hand. Su Liang could only manage a wry smile and nod as he left. His grandfather would surely be worried. Watching Su Liang's retreating figure, Bai Qianqian was overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Why did he go to such lengths to assist her? She was often disliked by many in class. Why would he act so kindly? A flicker of tenderness passed through her eyes, yet she buried that fleeting thought deep within her heart. Chapter 7. Transformation of Beast Powers. Upon returning home, Su Liang's grandfather awaited him, his stooped figure betraying an air of anxiety. Upon seeing Su Liang's return, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Liang, encountering his grandfather, who had passed away in his previous life, felt an indescribable sensation. He never expected to have the chance to see him again. His grandfather, always hunched and stern-faced, was, in truth, a warm-hearted old man who meticulously maintained their home. Noticing the bloodstains on Su Liang's body, he immediately inquired, "What happened?" "You didn't answer your phone." Su Liang sought to alleviate his grandfather's concerns. "It's nothing. I encountered a strange beast and sustained minor injuries. The military's healer has treated me. I'll hurry home after school. Are you worried sick?" His grandfather admonished him with a stern tone. Su Liang managed a wry smile. "I won't let it happen again, Grandpa. You should rest early. It's getting late." His grandfather remained silent, merely serving dinner. After eating, he urged Su Liang to sleep promptly. A warm feeling enveloped Su Liang's heart. Despite his grandfather's stern demeanor, his affection was palpable. With hair turned gray and murky old eyes that flickered with a hint of concern, his grandfather cautioned, "Be more careful in the future and return home early. Even if there is something amiss, ensure you report your safety." Su Liang smiled. "Understood, Grandpa. I will be cautious." His grandfather retreated to his own room. After a quick wash, Su Liang lay on his bed, examining his wound. Fortunately, the treatment had been thorough, leaving only a minimal healing process. He reflected on the events of the day, realizing that he had grown closer to Bai Qianqian. He hoped to firmly grasp the future Empress's coattails. He could only wish she wouldn't distance herself from him after awakening her SSS-level divine imprint. A soft sigh escaped him. Time would tell. As her status rose, would she still remember him? Regrettably, he could only awaken a B-grade divine imprint, limiting his future prospects. He took out a beast crystal. This crystal could be exchanged for currency, with higher-grade crystals commanding greater value, making them a vital resource. They could also be traded for divine crystals, which served as the source of power for divine imprints, a strategically crucial resource only obtainable through mining the earth. However, beast crystals could not directly enhance divine imprints. They required special processing to convert them into usable energy. This one-star beast crystal held limited worth. Su Liang pondered the impending battle of the empire. The primary concern was to inform Bai Qianqian of the issues surrounding that divine sect, ensuring she remained vigilant against potential ambushes. If she could avoid injury, there would be no need to face the 10-star beast in a fight to the death. A flicker of wrath crossed Su Liang's eyes. How dare that creature claim to be a hero of Huaxia? During a mission, this individual led his team into battle against beasts, resulting in the deaths of all his comrades, yet he returned alone, bringing back the mission objective. Celebrated as a combat hero, he was promoted to marshal. Yet, this scoundrel had the audacity to ambush the Vermilion Bird Empress at such a critical moment. He vowed to prevent this from happening in his lifetime. What baffled Su Liang was why a prominent figure like him, a 9-imprint divine sect marshal, would betray his own. What could have led to this? He struggled to comprehend. For the past 3 centuries since the celestial upheaval, traitors had been a rarity. Humanity had united against the beasts, yet this individual had turned rogue. Regrettably, his previous life had limited insights into the world's secrets. Exhaustion soon claimed Su Liang, leading him into slumber. In the darkness, the beast crystal clutched in his hand began to emit a faint glow. The pure energy contained within surged through his arm and into his body until the crystal disintegrated into dust. In his dream, Su Liang abruptly opened his eyes. "Damn it! Not again!" he exclaimed, as once more, those golden, beastly eyes materialized before him. He could see nothing but those eyes, shrouded in mystery, leaving him unaware of the beast's true form. Golden light emanated from those eyes, bathing Su Liang in a searing agony that threatened to shatter his sanity. He struggled against the torment, desperate to escape this state, but found himself powerless to do so, forced to endure the excruciating ordeal. "What is happening?" Su Liang roared. In his previous life, such an experience had never occurred. Now, each moment felt as if ants were gnawing at his flesh. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared before him, accompanied by a cold voice. "Beast power conversion. Converting beast power. Conversion progress, 11 million. Beast power talent. Eye of Insight 01. Divine imprint, unawakened. Mentality, 101. Strength, 101. Agility, 101. Speed, 101. Su Liang gazed in shock at the panel before him. What was this? Beast power conversion? What beast power was being converted? Despite the pain, he focused on those eyes. Was the power of this beastly gaze being transformed? Was his current experience the process of assimilating the capabilities of those eyes? Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to grasp the unfolding events. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. A beam shot forth from those eyes, striking him squarely in the chest, bringing with it a wave of searing pain that quickly dissipated. Before he could assess the situation, the golden glow flickered. and he was abruptly expelled from that state. He awoke with a start, sitting up in bed, gasping for air. Another dream? Daylight streamed through the window. But suddenly he sensed something was amiss. He could see minute specks of dust suspended in the air, and even the intricate patterns on a mosquito's body. Observing the flapping of its wings in vivid detail, it was as if everything around him had slowed down. Turning his gaze toward the window, he was astounded to find his sight had extended, allowing him to perceive objects over a kilometer away with remarkable clarity. His vision had notably improved. The events of the previous night were not merely a dream. His physical capabilities had been enhanced. He instinctively reached for his collar, only to find his hands enveloped in a cloud of dust that nearly obscured his vision. Frowning, he questioned how he had come to hold a handful of dust. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This was the beast crystal. A thought flashed through his mind. Had he absorbed the beast crystal? Su Liang was taken aback, piecing together the implications. Perhaps it was the eyes from his dream that had absorbed the crystal, or that the so-called beast power conversion had transformed the crystal's power. He found himself bewildered. Quickly shedding his clothes, he discovered a tattoo-like mark on his chest, resembling a beast form. Upon seeing the beast form, his eyes widened in astonishment. The crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. The very 10-star beast that had fought Bai Qianqian to a standstill. Those golden eyes belonged to the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. Chapter 8, Bai Qianqian. I've got your back. For a long time, Su Liang remained engulfed in shock, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. In other words, he had perished in his previous life, and through a peculiar twist of fate, a fragment of the power of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn manifested within his being, accompanying him as he traversed back through time. Subsequently, this inexplicable ability to transform beast energy emerged within him, which could be interpreted as a sort of device. He found himself gradually able to convert the beast energy of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn into measurable attributes within his own body. Additionally, he had acquired a unique talent known as the Eye of Insight. To transform this beast energy, would it not necessitate the use of other beast crystals to activate this ability? After much contemplation, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Upon reflection, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Did this not indirectly enhance his innate talent? If his various attributes could experience significant elevation, the possibilities were beyond imagination. Perhaps in this lifetime, he would not merely remain a three-sealed divine master. Overjoyed, Su Liang bounced around the room with exuberance. This life might truly be different. After a brief moment of calm, he assessed his injuries. Raising an eyebrow, he noticed that the wounds appeared to have healed considerably. It's time to eat. Are we still going to school? Came his grandfather's voice from outside the room. With a beaming smile, Su Liang dressed and washed up, joining his grandfather for breakfast. In this era, food had become remarkably simplistic, with many resorting to compressed rations. Most meals consisted of dry provisions. A piece of compressed biscuit contained a variety of energies. It was his grandfather who, unbeknownst to him, had procured some seeds and cultivated fruits and vegetables that were typically only affordable to the affluent in this time. Come home early after school, don't linger outside. Things have been unstable lately, his grandfather, Su Liang, admonished. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Grandfather, I understand. I will return early today. Only after you awaken your divine seal will you possess some degree of self-defense. Until then, you must behave yourself, Su Liang cautioned. Su Liang grinned. Grandfather, how do you know I will awaken my divine seal? What if I don't? Su Liang shot him a sidelong glance. If you fail to awaken, then you shall continue to behave. Grandfather, enjoy your meal. I must head to school now. With that, Su Liang swiftly departed. Su Liang watched his grandson leave, setting down his own bowl with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He murmured, I would rather you not awaken your divine seal. This world is not as simple as you think. On his way, Su Liang hesitated but ultimately chose not to visit Bai Qianqian's home. They were likely occupied with the cremation of her father. She probably wouldn't be attending school today. In this chaotic era of dwindling population, every child yet to experience divine awakening was considered a national treasure, subject to strict regulations. All were required to attend school, and should anyone go missing, extensive investigations and notifications were mandated. However, post-awakening, the situation differed. Those who had not awakened their divine seals either pursued university through rigorous examinations or returned home to learn a trade. Thus, divine awakening represented the utmost crossroads in this era, its realization entirely contingent upon fate, devoid of any rationale. As he stepped into the classroom, Su Liang spotted Bai Qianqian seated in the corner, engrossed in a book, her worn and faded uniform rendering her unremarkable. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him. Why was she here? His arrival drew the attention of his classmates, though he remained oblivious to their gazes, dismissing even Zhang Tianhao's hostile stare. Ignoring those around him, he made a beeline for Bai Qianqian in her corner. Suddenly, the classroom erupted with jubilant cheers. Ha! We won. Come on, pay up. Some classmates wore expressions of dismay. Having lost the bet, Su Liang, it seemed, had indeed chosen to disregard Leng Lianshuang. Confused, he realized they had bet on him. Leng Lianshuang, seated in the third row, clenched her fist slightly. He was truly ignoring her. Zhang Tianhao smirked, interpreting it as validation of his warning from the previous day. With one less rival. This was quite favorable. He decided to let Su Liang enjoy himself for now, planning to confront him during the afternoon combat class. Su Liang paid no heed to the commotion, settling next to Bai Qianqian. She was momentarily startled. Why had he approached her? Why are you at school? Shouldn't you be handling matters at home? Su Liang's gentle voice resonated. Bai Qianqian, flustered, glanced up at him. It's all been taken care of. Furrowing his brow, Su Liang replied, you could have taken a day off. It's perfectly acceptable. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting under the desk. I thought you wouldn't come, so I wanted to help you take a leave. Su Liang's heart softened instantly. This aging heart of mine is being melted away. The future Empress is unexpectedly endearing. He smiled, thank you. Bai Qianqian shook her head. It's nothing compared to your injuries. Su Liang chuckled, shaking his head. I'm fine now. I've nearly healed. She nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the classroom had grown so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the corner where they sat. Su Liang raised his head, frowning, and noticed the majority of his classmates staring at him. What is the matter? What is so interesting? He raised an eyebrow. As his classmates came to their senses, they wore expressions that hovered between amusement and curiosity, especially the boys. Oh, Su Liang. Do confess, what is going on with you and Bai Qianqian? Is it because the campus belle rejected you that you've turned your affections elsewhere? Haha. So, you've set your sights on Bai Qianqian. Your taste is rather questionable, isn't it? If this continues, our campus belle may well ignore you altogether. Hearing these remarks, Bai Qianqian lowered her head in self-doubt, having long since grown accustomed to being ridiculed by everyone. After all, how could a frail, pallid ugly duckling like her deserve someone like Su Liang? Throughout her time in class, nearly no one had befriended Bai Qianqian. Her reticent nature combined with her family's modest circumstances rendered her particularly invisible. Her academic and combat skills were unremarkable, placing her in a position of exclusion and neglect. Now, with Su Liang displaying such intimacy and mutual concern for her, it was undoubtedly a cause for speculation. In the third row, Long Lianshuang appeared indifferent. Yet her delicate fist had unconsciously tightened. Oh, you fancy someone else, do you? Am I to be the one left out? Bai Qianqian kept her head down, feeling guilty for having spoken even a few words to Su Liang, fearing she might adversely affect him. She thought to distance herself from him, wishing not to hinder his progress. Just then, Su Liang's cool voice pierced through the chatter. Everyone, be quiet. What has happened to Bai Qianqian? Why has she been labeled as the ugly duckling? What do my feelings for her have to do with you? Do you think that belittling me will compel Long Lianshuang to cast a glance in your direction? We are all classmates. Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you utter such words? What else can you do besides bullying her? Su Liang's sudden coldness astonished everyone in the class, leaving them in disbelief as they turned to look at him. Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback and raised her head to gaze at the icy expression on Su Liang's face. Su Liang, what do you mean? A boy stood up, his face betraying a hint of anger. Su Liang instantly fixed his gaze upon the boy's face. What do I mean? Do you think that mocking and bullying Bai Qianqian will elevate your own stature? Lu Hao, haven't you often made Bai Qianqian run errands for you? Lu Hao, who had stood up, was rendered speechless by Su Liang's words. His face turned a tumultuous shade of red and green. Su Liang then turned his attention to another direction. Ma Jiran, why don't you enlighten us about how much homework you've made Bai Qianqian do for you? Another boy lowered his head, visibly embarrassed. Li Yan, Gulanqi, Han Xiao, how many errands have you made Bai Qianqian run? How many times have you made her fetch meals for you? The group of girls was equally humiliated. Su Liang was relentless. Have you all sold your consciences to the dogs? The ugly duckling? Are you even aware of what you look like? Those classmates who had been called out were fuming with anger. Zhang Tianhao, witnessing Su Liang inciting the ire of so many for the sake of Bai Qianqian, sneered and stood up. Su Liang, what do you mean? Isn't that just mutual assistance among classmates? How has it morphed into something sinister in your words? Are you merely seeking trouble? Zhang Tianhao's remark instantly fueled the anger of those who had been singled out. Yes, Su Liang, stop slandering. They were all voluntary acts of mutual assistance. Upon hearing this, Su Liang scoffed derisively. Mutual assistance? Do you even deserve to speak of that? What have you done to help her? When have you ever aided her instead of bullying and mocking her? Can you not show a semblance of dignity? Zhang Tianhao, I choose not to criticize you out of respect, but as the class monitor, you lead the bullying of your fellow classmates. How many tasks have you made Bai Qianqian handle for you? When it's your turn to clean, how many times has she done it for you? Do you even qualify to be a class monitor? Su Liang was undeterred in his verbal combat. The classmates who had not been mentioned were wide-eyed, utterly astonished. What has gotten into Su Liang today? Has he taken leave of his senses? Is he really willing to confront so many for the sake of Bai Qianqian? Su Liang. Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily. What are you yelling about? Just because your voice is loud? Did your throat get a beating from a flying stick? Zhang Tianhao, a mix of anger and astonishment, retorted, You. Let me tell you, from today onwards, if anyone dares to bully Bai Qianqian again, I will not let it slide. Bai Qianqian, I will protect you. Bai Qianqian stared at Su Liang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Chapter 9. I am not worthy of her. The classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. His best friend from his previous seat gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, those who had been called out by Su Liang were momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Tianhao's face darkened considerably. Cold Lian Shuang, sitting in the third row, couldn't help but glance at Su Liang, her perception shifting. Today, Su Liang seemed different. As if he had gained a new perspective. Standing up for a classmate is certainly righteous, but is it wise to provoke so many? Cold Lian Shuang merely stole a glance before turning back. Bai Qianqian watched Su Liang's profile, her heart racing with an unfamiliar rhythm. No one had ever treated her this way. She longed to etch Su Liang's face into her memory, for he had been exceptionally kind to her. Once Zhang Tianhao regained his composure, he scoffed. Your words are bold. Do you truly think yourself something special? You, a mere B-grade fighter, what can you protect with that? Your turtle shell? During the afternoon combat class, I shall see if your abilities match your bravado. Upon hearing this, the classmates who had been singled out regained some of their confidence, revealing mocking smiles. Want to play the hero? You'd better have the strength to back it up. Bai Qianqian discreetly tugged at Su Liang's pant leg, signaling him to stop. Yet, she understood that Su Liang possessed formidable fighting skills, and she didn't want him to sever ties with all their classmates over her. However, Su Liang remained unfazed. He looked at them with a cold smile. To defeat you, I would consider it a loss even if I used both hands. Those present felt as if Su Liang had lost his mind. The students who had been called out broke into scornful laughter. He must be out of his mind. Zhang Tianhao sneered. This afternoon in combat class. I look forward to seeing how you intend to fight us. The class bell rang, signaling the arrival of the teacher. Su Liang withdrew his thoughts and exchanged a glance with Bai Qianqian. Don't be afraid. No one will bully you again. After uttering those words, Su Liang returned to his seat. Bai Qianqian's lively eyes remained restless for a long time. She lowered her head, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Yet, she felt an overwhelming joy. Her heart, which had been battered and bruised, was beginning to mend. Back at his desk, the math teacher commenced the lesson. In this era, they still needed to study mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. Without awakening a divine mark, one must take exams to enter university and become a cornerstone of the nation's academic field. Even as the world underwent transformations, technological development remained essential. Although nuclear weapons had been abandoned, nuclear energy still existed. 300 years ago, humanity attempted to use nuclear weapons to eradicate these beasts, only to discover that nuclear energy could only destroy some of the lower-tier creatures, while the higher-tier beasts absorbed the energy from nuclear explosions to evolve. As a result, nuclear weapons lost their original potency, not only destroying their homes, but also aiding the evolution of the beasts. Thus, nuclear weapons were halted, relegating research to nuclear energy alone. Su Liang had no interest in these matters. He would not tread this path. He rested his head on the desk, and his friend Yang Biao leaned over. You're impressive, Su Liang. Yesterday evening you confessed and faced Zhang Tianhao, and now you've scolded so many people. What are you planning? Have you given up on Cold Lian Shuang? Su Liang glanced at Yang Biao, recalling how he had witnessed Yang Biao fall to protect him in their previous life. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. This time, he would rewrite their history. Gathering his thoughts, he smiled. I'm not planning anything. I simply cannot tolerate such things. Yang Biao hesitated before speaking. What about this afternoon? Zhang Tianhao will definitely come for you. With just the two of us, we might not be his match. How did you manage to put Zhang Tianhao in his place yesterday? Can you replicate that today? Yang Biao looked worried. Su Liang chuckled. What is there to fear? Just confront him directly and make him regret it. Ugh, disgusting. I'm afraid my little weapon might get dirty, Yang Biao remarked, his face contorted in revulsion. Su Liang chuckled as he playfully punched him in the waist. Damn it, when the time comes, we'll tackle it together. Why be afraid? Yang Biao retorted. Though his combat level was merely B, hardly impressive. But would Su Liang really be intimidated? Yang Biao cautiously leaned in and inquired, what are your thoughts on Lung Lian Shuang? You're not actually starting to fancy Bai Qianqian, are you? Su Liang smirked, thinking to himself that even if he were to like Bai Qianqian, once she awakened, she would likely not regard him, a mere B grade, with any interest. Perhaps she would only remember his kindness from before and remain a friend. Let's forget about Lung Lian Shuang. I have no interest anymore. I'm tired, Su Liang replied resolutely. He certainly had no intention of developing feelings for that woman, as once she awakened, she would undoubtedly distance herself from him. She was far from being a good woman. Yang Biao nodded. I've been telling you to give up on her for ages. Just look at her, so arrogant, relying on her looks to disregard everyone. And what about Bai Qianqian? Yang Biao pressed. Su Liang fell silent for a moment. I'm not worthy of her. Yang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he consider himself unworthy of Bai Qianqian, the so-called ugly duckling? Come on. We've agreed not to call her that, Yang Biao exclaimed. He continued to question, but Su Liang was not in the mood to explain further. As the lesson progressed, Su Liang found himself distracted, frequently glancing toward Bai Qianqian's direction. She was intently focused on her studies, though her gaze often wandered, as if she struggled to concentrate. The class swiftly concluded, and the bell rang. Biaozi, I'm sorry, but for the last few days, you'll have to sit alone. I'm going to sit with Bai Qianqian, Su Liang announced. Yang Biao's eyes widened. Are you serious? Su Liang smiled. Why not? He quickly gathered his belongings and made his way over to Bai Qianqian, effortlessly settling beside her. Bai Qianqian, would you mind sitting inside? I'd like to sit here with you, he asked cheerfully. Bai Qianqian paused, momentarily taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Was he really moving over to sit with her? What was going on? Did he truly seek her out because he was rejected by Long Lianshuang? Trying to regain his confidence? Other students began to take notice, some frowning at the scene. Could it be that Su Liang had genuinely developed feelings for Bai Qianqian? Those who had recently clashed with him wore mocking smiles. One sneered. Some people, unable to win the favor of the school beauty, resort to practicing on someone invisible to boost their confidence. How ridiculous. This remark elicited a wave of derisive laughter from the classmates. Zhang Tianhao's face bore a cold smirk. Long Lianshuang frowned slightly, experiencing an indescribable sensation. How could someone who had admired her, a beautiful school beauty, for years suddenly lower his standards to pursue someone so plain, with hardly any curves? It felt like a personal affront to her. Simultaneously, an irritation brewed within her. This guy would rather seek out an ugly duckling than continue to pander to her. What was this all about? He must be trying to provoke her, employing the strategy of feigned indifference. Did he think Long Lianshuang would fall for such tricks? Su Liang paid no mind to their scorn, for he was merely wasting a week of time. Next week, he would have to bid farewell to many. He offered a gentle smile. What's wrong? Do you mind if I sit here? Bai Qianqian finally snapped back to reality. Huh? No. Her ears flushed crimson, and she found it difficult to meet Su Liang's gaze. She couldn't comprehend his intentions. Nevertheless, she stood up and shifted her textbooks to the window side. Bai Qianqian had always sat alone, without a desk partner. Su Liang's sudden appearance stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. He simply smiled and naturally settled beside her. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head, while some astute classmates noticed her embarrassment. Were these two truly on the verge of becoming a couple? As the second class began, Bai Qianqian could hardly focus on the lesson. Although she didn't glance at Su Liang, her thoughts continually drifted to him. They were so close, igniting a sense of unease within her. She was unsure why Su Liang chose to approach her. Even if it was merely, as they said, a practice partner, she would gladly accept. Perhaps this was a gift from fate at such a moment. Without Su Liang yesterday, there would be no Bai Qianqian today. If he wanted to deceive her, she would let him. She was more than willing. Before long, Su Liang slid a note toward her. Bai Qianqian's heart raced. What could it be? A love letter, perhaps? Was it too soon for that? Better to die sooner than later, she mused as she accepted the note. Upon unfolding it, she read, Pay attention in class. And don't let your mind wander. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Liang had already laid his head down on the desk, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 10. Because I want you to protect me in the future. In the principal's office, the principal was a slender middle-aged man, exuding an air of affluence in his formal attire, greeting two men before him with a broad smile. He could hardly believe that the renowned selection team from Rongqing had come to their school. What brings two esteemed experts like you here? He inquired cheerfully. The two men, appearing relatively young, perhaps in their 30s, stood opposite him. One of them was Gong Lai, who had met Su Liang and his friends the previous night. The other man bore a stern expression, exuding seriousness. He spoke. Principal Liu, we're here to request the file of a student. Principal Liu's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Oh, Captain Qi, are you interested in one of our school's little geniuses? Gong Lai maintained a neutral expression as Qi Hung replied calmly. We don't know his name. We only have his appearance. Principal Liu chuckled. Any student you find worthy of your attention must be one of our few with an S-grade combat level. As he pulled up the data on his computer, he inquired. Captain Qi, has something occurred? Qi Hung exchanged a glance with Gong Lai. Gong Lai explained with a smile. Principal Liu, last night, there was an invasion of exotic beasts in the civilian district. Two one-star bloodthirsty rats escaped from the Forbidden Realm, causing a disturbance that resulted in a fatality, one of your students' parents. Principal Liu furrowed his brow. None of our S-grade combat students reside in the civilian district. Gong Lai quickly clarified. It's not her, it's another one. One of the one-star bloodthirsty rats was slain by another student. Upon hearing this, the principal's face turned pale with shock. What? A student killed a one-star bloodthirsty rat? He stammered in disbelief. Even an S-grade would be capable of that. Would they? Gong Lai smiled and said, This is the reason for our visit. We wish to adjust the student's records and delve into his background. If feasible, we would like to temporarily mark him. Should he fail to awaken his divine seal, we intend to send him for training, utilizing source crystal technology. He could become an exceptional warrior and may even have the opportunity to join our ranks in the future. Conversely, if he successfully awakens, we aspire to recruit him into our team following his graduation from the Chosen One Academy. This is merely a preparatory measure. Principal Liu was utterly astonished. That is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that our school would produce such a combat prodigy. Come, let us see who it is. Gong Lai leaned in for a glance. There were only a few S-rank students. He shook his head. None of them. Principal Lu's expression stiffened. None? Gong Li nodded. Captain Chi Hongchu furrowed his brow. Did you not inquire about his name yesterday? Gong Li appeared somewhat embarrassed. Principal Lu, with a frown, remarked, that is implausible. If he is indeed our student, it must be one of these few S-rank individuals capable of such feats. How could it be anyone else? Gong Li pondered for a moment. Oh, I recall now. I believe his name is Su Liang. Gong Li remembered that Bai Qianqian had called out to him when he fainted. The principal searched the records for that name, and indeed, Su Liang's file appeared. Gong Li felt a surge of excitement. Yes, that's him. The principal looked incredulous. Him? But he is merely a B rank. The principal could hardly believe it, awkwardly laughing. Surely there must be some mistake? His combat level hasn't even reached A. Gong Li shook his head with a smile. No mistake, it is indeed him. Later, upon their return, they reviewed the surveillance footage from that location. Su Liang's display of combat awareness intrigued Captain Chi Hongchu, prompting a desire to recruit him into their team. This was the very reason for their visit. The principal appeared as though he had seen a ghost. A B rank, slaying a 1-star bloodthirsty rat? The two paid him no heed and meticulously examined Su Liang's records. A slight smile creased Captain Chi Hongchu's lips as he drew a conclusion, concealing one sharpness. Gong Li remarked, Captain, I seldom hear you compliment anyone. It seems we have yet to receive such praise from you. Chi Hongchu shot him a cold glance. You all are like firecrackers, eager for others to know of your prowess. Why would I flatter you? Seeking to ascend? Gong Li forced a smile in embarrassment. Principal Lu, puzzled, asked, Captain Chi, do you mean to say he has concealed his true abilities? Chi Hongchu nodded, his satisfaction with Su Liang growing. At such a young age, he is unencumbered by false accolades and possesses a commendable mindset. Principal Lu, I kindly ask you to keep a closer watch on this young lad. When the day of awakening arrives, we shall return. Principal Lu, astonished yet nodding in agreement, responded, I understand, Captain Chi. To garner your team's recognition. He already has a promising future ahead. Chi Hongchu nodded, preparing to take his leave. Principal Lu suggested with a smile, Captain Chi, why not stay for the afternoon? Their class has combat training, and your words have piqued my interest. Shall we observe together? After a moment's contemplation, Chi Hongchu nodded. Very well, we shall return this afternoon. Oh, let us share a meal, Principal Lu added. Chi Hongchu shook his head. We have matters to attend to. I appreciate the kind offer. Principal Lu nodded in resignation. Very well, I shall not insist. I await your esteemed presence this afternoon. The two men exchanged polite nods before departing the school. Once outside, Chi Hongchu instructed Gong Li. Observe the situation this afternoon. Find an opportunity to engage with him, assess his temperament, and probe his thoughts. Gong Li nodded, understood. During the morning classes, Su Liang spent most of his time asleep. As the bell rang, most students prepared to head for lunch in anticipation of the afternoon's combat class. Yang Biao called out to Su Liang, but he merely turned to Bai Qianqian. Yang Biao rolled his eyes, a dog who prioritizes romance over friendship. Su Liang asked Bai Qianqian, aren't you going to eat? Bai Qianqian shyly replied, I brought a compressed lunch. Su Liang frowned. Eating this consistently isn't good. Look how thin you've become. Let us go. Bai Qianqian hesitated, uncertain how to respond to Su Liang's decisive demeanor. However, she truly had no money for other food. I can manage with this. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. If you aren't going, then I won't eat either. I'll starve instead. He plopped down on a bench. Bai Qianqian stared at him in shock. Is that even an option? Anxiously, Bai Qianqian insisted. No, you just recovered from your injuries, and there is combat class this afternoon. They will trouble you if you don't eat. A slight smile appeared on Su Liang's lips. Worried about me? Then accompany me for lunch. If you don't go, neither will I. Bai Qianqian was flustered, perplexed by Su Liang's behavior. Fine, I'll join you, but I'll only eat this, she said, raising the compressed biscuit in her hand. Su Liang found himself unable to argue with her. Let us go? Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Su Liang took the lead, and Bai Qianqian timidly followed behind him, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance as she gazed at his back. Meanwhile, the aloof Lung Lianshuang, still seated, raised her head to watch them leave. The pen in her hand crumbled under her grip, a tumult of emotions surging within her. Among her numerous admirers, Su Liang's appearance was among the finest, radiating warmth. Yet now, that warmth was bestowed upon someone else, this unattractive duckling. Such feelings were deeply unsettling. Her countenance, usually cool and captivating, was now marred by this unexpected turmoil, leaving even Lung Lianshuang bewildered. In the cafeteria, Su Liang chose a spot and instructed Bai Qianqian to wait patiently. Bai Qianqian, unfamiliar with the setting, quietly munched on her compressed biscuits while watching Su Liang's silhouette. Lost in thought, she couldn't fathom why Su Liang had suddenly shown her such kindness. They had hardly been close before. Like her? Impossible. Bai Qianqian swiftly dismissed that notion. Perhaps he was merely moved by the unfortunate circumstances at her home yesterday and wished to lend a helping hand. That must be it. In a daze, Su Liang returned with 2 plates of food, featuring meat, vegetables, and fruit. The portions were modest but balanced nutritionally. He placed one of the servings before Bai Qianqian, who was taken aback. Why did you buy this for me? I said I would eat this. Su Liang glanced at her. If you don't want it, it can go to waste. He began to eat from his own plate. In this school, they enjoyed such privileges. At home, how many could afford to eat meat daily? Now, all humanity was huddled within steel cities, with farmland dwindling and resources scarce. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qianqian immediately grew anxious. No, this is unacceptable. Wastefulness will incur punishment. You must return it. Su Liang, however, paid her no heed. Understanding his intent, Bai Qianqian tucked away her cookies and picked up her chopsticks to taste a bite. Her eyes gradually welled with tears. It had been such a long time since she had savored a meal like this. If you cry any further, the food will turn salty. Su Liang remarked without a hint of mockery. Bai Qianqian lifted her gaze, her reddened eyes fixed on Su Liang, filled with a sense of grievance and guilt. Why are you so kind to me? I truly have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he reached out, affectionately wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Because I wish for you to protect me in the future. Chapter 11. I write your mother. After finishing the meal, Bai Qianqian followed closely behind Su Liang, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. They arrived at a shaded area beneath a tree on the playground. Su Liang took a seat. Come sit. Bai Qianqian fidgeted with her small hands, timidly standing there. Su Liang smiled. Did you not wish to know the reason? Sit down, and I will tell you. Bai Qianqian glanced at him before taking a seat, albeit at a distance. My kindness towards you is not without purpose. Bai Qianqian turned her gaze towards Su Liang. What purpose could there be? I am poor, unattractive, and my academic performance is dismal. What could your motive possibly be? Su Liang chuckled softly. Bai Qianqian, you are not unattractive, and academic performance does not define everything. Do you believe me? Bai Qianqian tilted her head slightly, nodding. I believe you. A smile graced Su Liang's face. Bai Qianqian, you will awaken an SSS-level Divine Mark, and soon. You will be regarded as a paragon of excellence by all. My kindness towards you stems from recognizing your talent. Once you become powerful, you must protect me. Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned. An SSS-level Divine Mark talent? She found it hard to believe that she could awaken such a legendary mark. In Rome City. How many years had it been since such a genius had emerged? It was not that she disbelieved Su Liang's words. Rather, she could not fathom her own fate being so grand. You doubt it, don't you? Su Liang inquired. Bai Qianqian gently nodded. Such a thing. I have never even dared to dream of. Su Liang grinned widely. Bai Qianqian, you will come to know. This was the purpose behind his kindness. He was certain she would become a figure of great renown. Thus he viewed it as an investment, albeit a bit late. Su Liang contemplated this as his most straightforward thought, yet he also wished for her to endure less hardship as the future Zhuge Empress. Now that I have revealed my intentions, if you truly awaken the SSS-level Divine Mark, will you be willing to protect me? Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, whose expression was filled with sincerity, and without the slightest hesitation, she nodded. Su Liang smiled. Sincerity was indeed his ultimate weapon. Yet Bai Qianqian thought to herself. Regardless of whether Su Liang was deceiving her, if this were true, she would be willing to protect him for a lifetime, for eternity. If this were merely a lie, she would still choose to safeguard him, even at the cost of her life. All right, let us return to the classroom. Take a moment to rest. Soon we will have combat class. Su Liang walked ahead, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Speaking openly had lightened his spirit somewhat. After all, the ulterior motives behind his approach had burdened him with guilt. But now, having spoken his mind, he felt relieved. Bai Qianqian followed closely, sunlight filtering through the dense leaves, casting dappled light upon his back. In her heart, she whispered, if what you say is true, I am willing to be your light in the future. For you are my light now. Upon returning to the classroom, they took a brief respite. Some classmates had already changed into their combat training uniforms. Su Liang glanced at Bai Qianqian. Where's your combat training uniform? Bai Qianqian shook her head. It was torn long ago. I haven't bought a new one. Su Liang fell silent for a moment. Recalling her father's dismal situation, there was hardly any extra money at home. The school distributed new combat uniforms annually, all customized. However, if they were damaged during subsequent training sessions, a fee would be required to replace them. Without the means, Bai Qianqian had never changed hers. Thus, her combat training had been a mere formality, and this was also why she hesitated to train vigorously. Currently, her combat level was only B. It's all right. You will awaken your divine sense next week, and when you attend the chosen academy, you will receive a new one. If you don't change today, neither will I. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang. You should change. The class leader will surely cause you trouble today. Su Liang chuckled. No worries. Do you think he stands a chance against me? Bai Qianqian recalled Su Liang's strength from the previous night and realized he was indeed too powerful for the class leader to contend with. Her concerns were entirely unfounded. Yet, she was puzzled. If he was so strong, why did he pretend to be a B level? As time passed, some classmates had already made their way to the combat arena. Those who had been scolded by Su Liang earlier cast provocative glances at him as they walked by, intent on teaching him a lesson today. Zhang Tianhao, in particular, radiated hostility. Su Liang, don't be a coward. I'm waiting for you. He gave Su Liang a dismissive thumbs down. Su Liang scoffed at this. Zhang Tianhao and his group strode boldly toward the combat arena. Yang Biao approached Su Liang. Why haven't you changed into your training uniform? I won't change. Fighting those punks. Even using one hand would mean I lost. Yang Biao raised an eyebrow. Are you feeling all right? Or do you have a secret weapon? Su Liang replied casually. Just wait and see. Be careful. Those guys seem to be plotting to give you a hard time today. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You go ahead. I'll join Bai Qianqian shortly. Yang Biao muttered silently. Are they that close already? Bai Qianqian bashfully lowered her head. After Su Liang's confession, she seemed to have grown more accepting of their bond. Su Liang prepared briefly. Let us go. I'll deal with them. And then I'll come back to practice with you. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. Okay. Deep inside, she felt an inexplicable joy. Rome City was merely a level 4 city, with a population of over 1 million, placing it among the smallest of the level 4 cities. Cities with populations exceeding 5 million were classified as level 3. Of course, below level 4, there were level 5 cities, which housed populations under 1 million. Since the cataclysm in 2030, humanity had been ravaged by beasts, leading to a drastic decline in population. After 3 centuries of development, a new ecological system had emerged. Nearly 99% of humanity was concentrated in cities, while the once familiar rural landscapes had become inhospitable for establishing effective countermeasures. The populace was now confined to urban areas, where unique defensive systems had been constructed. The rural regions, along with their mountains and rivers, had fallen under the dominion of the beasts. Consequently, resources and food became exceedingly precious. Many resources necessitate the formidable chosen ones to venture beyond the city in search of them, often at the cost of their very lives. In this era, squandering food and resources is considered a grievous sin. Within the 4th-tier city of Rongqing, there exist 10 academies for the divine awakening, among which is the second high school. Each academy boasts approximately 20,000 students, with around 6,000 to 7,000 in the senior year. Though this number may seem substantial, it is a result of clustering. Beyond Rongqing, there exists no other city within a 100-mile radius. The surrounding area is predominantly desolate and uninhabited. The 6,000 to 7,000 senior students are divided into 4 time slots for combat training, with Class 7 assigned to the first session of the afternoon. Upon arriving at their designated combat arena, some classmates have already begun their training. Meanwhile, in Class 7, those led by Zhang Tianhao are fixated on Su Liang with predatory gazes and cold smirks. The homeroom teacher, the spinster, makes her entrance. All right, everyone is here. Choose your opponents and commence combat training. The divine awakening is next week. Seize this final opportunity to unleash your potential. Upon hearing this, Su Liang inwardly shook his head. Those who truly awaken their divine marks do not achieve it through combat. It is fundamentally a matter of fate. Among the 60-odd students in their class, only about a dozen will ultimately awaken their divine marks, and most of them will be of C or B rank. A mere 3 or 4 might reach a rank. As for S and SS ranks, they are hardly worth mentioning. Out of the entire school of over 6,000, only a handful have emerged. However, unexpectedly, this time an SS rank has appeared in Bai Qianqian. Some classmates have already begun selecting their opponents for practice. At that moment, Liao Yuqian turned her gaze towards Su Liang. Where's the reflection I asked you to write? I haven't seen it submitted. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Tianhao and his group erupted in laughter, relishing the spectacle before them. Su Liang felt a surge of anger towards Liao Yuqian's loathsome demeanor. Damn it, you spinster. Do you even consider yourself a person? Zhang Tianhao and his group eagerly awaited the chance to witness Su Liang being berated mercilessly. Su Liang, however, maintained an indifferent expression. I haven't written it. Liao Yuqian's face flushed with rage. Haven't written it? You think you can justify injuring a classmate? Write it now. 30,000 words. If you miss a single word, don't bother training. What if I refuse to write? Su Liang scoffed. If you don't write, then get out of here. You clearly have no sense of discipline. Haven't your parents taught you to respect your teachers? Liao Yuqian truly showcased her vile countenance to the fullest extent. All of this was merely her attempt to curry favor with the wealthy Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao and his group found this scene thoroughly entertaining, a splendid performance indeed. But Su Liang's heart grew cold. How could someone like her be fit to be a teacher? With a sardonic smile, he retorted, I'll write about your mother. Class 7 fell into stunned silence, jaws dropping to the floor. Chapter 12 has been read in chaos. All classmates in Class 7 were dumbfounded, as though they had misheard. Bai Qianqian's mouth hung agape. Did Su Liang just insult a teacher? Yet, the homeroom teacher had indeed overstepped her bounds. Even Zhang Tianhao found himself bewildered. What was wrong with Su Liang today? Had he lost his mind? Liao Yuqian stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe her ears. Her complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, gradually darkening. Say that again. Su Liang smirked. I said, I'll write about your mother. Liao Yuqian's face turned crimson, her chest heaving, her body trembling with fury. She roared in anger. Su Liang. You. Su Liang coldly interjected. What about me? You think you're worthy of being a teacher? Why should I write a reflection? Everyone saw what happened yesterday. It was Zhang Tianhao who instigated the fight, and I merely defended myself. How did I injure a classmate? Are your eyes merely for show? As a teacher, you should discern right from wrong. Do you only see that rich second-generation kid? Is pandering to him going to earn you a promotion? Or will it help you evolve? Respecting teachers and valuing learning? What kind of teacher are you to deserve respect? What have you taught? Flattery and sycophancy. As these words left his lips, the classmates were rendered speechless. Only Zhang Tianhao's expression soured, as he too was implicated. Meanwhile, Liao Yuqian's face had turned the color of liver. Indeed, yesterday's incident was instigated by Zhang Tianhao, but she never anticipated Su Liang would dare to confront her so brazenly, tearing her facade to shreds. Zhang Tianhao shouted in outrage, "Su Liang, you are being outrageous. Do you have any sense of decorum left? How dare you insult a teacher?" Liao Yuqian regained her composure, shouting back, "I will report this to the disciplinary office. You are openly defying and insulting a teacher. Expulsion. You can forget about the divine awakening." Liao Yuqian was on the verge of hysteria. Su Liang scoffed, "You think you can expel me just like that?" Zhang Tianhao chimed in angrily, "Su Liang, don't push your luck. You're digging your own grave. Be quiet." Su Liang barked, "You two are birds of a feather, inseparable. You can't be happy unless you're licking his boots, can you? Admit it. You were the one who instigated the trouble yesterday. And now you're claiming I bullied you? Is she worthy of being a teacher? Is she?" Su Liang posed a soul-searching question. Zhang Tianhao was utterly humiliated and enraged. You're talking nonsense. I can't possibly lose to you. You must have used some underhanded tactics. Surely you employed source crystal equipment secretly. Otherwise, how could you ever be my match?" Upon hearing this, Su Liang merely chuckled, tossing out 2 words, "Fool." Engaging in conversation with them was a complete waste of time. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian was already dumbfounded. Is this really Su Liang? From a distance, Lung Lianxiang watched the scene unfold with confusion, pondering what had come over Su Liang. Liao Yuqian, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Class monitor, subdue him. I want to send him to the disciplinary office. Subdue him. Subdue him." Liao Yuqian was so furious she was nearly beside herself. Zhang Tianhao commanded, "Classmates, let us take down this rebellious scoundrel. This is utterly intolerable. Our class 7 does not need someone so shameless." Those who had been named by Su Liang earlier displayed expressions of righteous indignation. "All right, let us take action together." In an instant, 7 or 8 students stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence. Su Liang let out a derisive snort. With a devilish grin, he remarked, "Come on." Su Liang pulled out the vine he had just broken, fully aware that Zhang Tianhao would not relent, thus he came prepared. He turned to Bai Qianqian. "Qianqian, step back a bit." Bai Qianqian looked on with concern. "Are you really going to be fine?" "Teacher." Su Liang shook his head at her. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." He understood well that the school could not expel him over such a trivial matter. Once the situation was clarified and the surveillance footage revealed, the truth would emerge. Moreover, he would awaken his divine mark. Even a lowly B rank would be a valuable asset to the school. Yang Biao, standing nearby, also showed signs of worry. "Liang, be careful." Su Liang simply offered him a smile, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Tianhao and his group. "Come on. I am eager to see how you intend to subdue me." Zhang Tianhao scoffed. "Classmates, seize him." As the class leader, he naturally felt compelled to lead by example. Moreover, he harbored a lingering unease regarding Su Liang, the events of the previous day still vivid in his mind. Thus, he resolved to act boldly, intending to take him down collectively and exact humiliation and revenge later. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them surged forward, their aggression palpable. A frenzied glint flickered in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. The moment for vengeance had finally arrived. "Su Liang, kneel and lick the soles of my shoes." In the next instant, Su Liang flicked his whip, targeting Zhang Tianhao primarily. He deftly dodged the attacks from Zhang Tianhao and his companions. With a crack of the whip, smack. The formerly smug and sinister expression on Zhang Tianhao's face froze in an instant. He bit down on his lip, but could not suppress his reaction. His face turned crimson. A scream erupted from him, reminiscent of a small dog being beaten, as he clutched his backside and performed a bizarre dance, his feet crossing awkwardly. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "You bastard." There was no time to react as Su Liang struck again. Smack. Zhang Tianhao was on the verge of tears, his hands frantically clawing at his back, the fiery pain leaving him stunned and contorted. A subtle smirk graced Su Liang's lips, under the influence of his perceptive insight. Their movements seemed to slow. "Showing off? I shall strike you down." Most of these individuals possessed combat ratings at grade A. Su Liang's sudden 2 strikes left the others momentarily stunned. Zhang Tianhao, in a fit of desperation, bellowed, "Charge." The others lunged towards Su Liang. However, Su Liang navigated effortlessly through the crowd, evading their grasp. Not a single one could lay a finger on him. He then unleashed his frenzied whip technique. Smack. Smack. Hiss. The cries of agony echoed, akin to the yelps of a wounded dog. Su Liang maneuvered with ease amidst the assault of the 8. Wielding his whip against them, each of them began to contort as if they were gorillas scratching at an unreachable itch on their backs. The onlooking classmates were left in a state of shock, some even closing their eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, at a certain point in the combat arena, the principal was personally observing, accompanied by Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai. Principal Lu wore a smile. Indeed, impressive prowess. A single individual taking on 8 with such finesse. I never anticipated that our institution harbored such hidden talents. Qi Hengqiu glanced at the scene before nodding slightly. His composure remained steady. Up until now, they had not managed to land a single blow on him, completely overwhelmed. This level of combat awareness was something even some members of our team could not achieve. Gong Lai looked at Qi Hengqiu in astonishment. Captain, do you hold such a high opinion of him? Qi Hengqiu remained silent, yet had already lost interest in continuing to watch. Principal Lu, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on him, but please refrain from disclosing our matters to him. Principal Lu smiled. No problem, Captain Qi, since you have asked. I shall ensure his safety. Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly. Thank you. Captain Qi was being overly courteous. As Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai departed, Gong Lai was left at the school gate. The principal observed the battle between Su Liang and the others, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So young and already targeted by our Rongqing's premier hunting squad, this serves as the ultimate recruitment advertisement. He remained fixated on the scene, unwilling to depart. Meanwhile, chaos reigned with Su Liang at the center. The 8 individuals bore expressions of terror as they were struck by Su Liang's whip, feeling as if they were engulfed in flames. Stop. Please stop. Woo-woo. They had been thoroughly whipped, their eyes reddening. The pain surpassed that of being beaten with knives, guns, or clubs. One by one, they lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Su Liang cracked the whip against Zhang Tianhao once more. Smack. Zhang Tianhao's face contorted in agony. Come on, weren't you so boastful? Smack. Didn't you claim you would take me down? Smack. Weren't you telling me not to pursue Leng Lianshuang? Smack. Su Liang deliberately focused on Zhang Tianhao, who now writhed on the ground like a snake. Zhang Tianhao's eyes were bloodshot, overwhelmed by humiliation. He could hardly believe it. An A-grade fighter utterly defeated by this guy, who was now singling him out for special treatment. His eyes brimmed with tears. You bastard, why do you keep hitting me? Woo-woo. Zhang Tianhao was on the brink of collapse. Su Liang chuckled. You're wearing a combat suit made of nanomaterials, and as class leader, you should be able to endure a bit more. Zhang Tianhao. Smack. Zhang Tianhao was nearing his breaking point. If you have the guts, just kill me. Su Liang looked at him in disbelief. This is the first time I've encountered such an extreme request. Alas, I am a good person. Very well. I shall fulfill your wish. Smack. Zhang Tianhao bit his lip, tears streaming down his cheeks. Su Liang, you are intolerably cruel. What? Not deep enough. Smack. Su Liang. I will not rest until you are dead. What? You want me to beat you all day? Smack. As events unfolded, many students were left in shock. The situation had escalated to the point where a teacher intervened. Now, Su Liang was in grave trouble. This incident even attracted the attention of students from other classes, who quickly gathered around. It was over. Su Liang had angered the homeroom teacher. Misfortune was surely awaiting him. Alas, why act so impulsively? Bai Qianqian was also flustered. No matter how strong Su Liang was, he could not possibly match a chosen one. Could he? That was a person endowed with true divine power. Yang Biao looked equally alarmed. Zhang Tianhao observed the scene. Teacher, he must not escape. Yet, Su Liang remained unperturbed. Biaozi, the gun. Su Liang called out sharply. Yang Biao, quick to respond, tossed his training spear to Su Liang. Catch. Su Liang sprang into action, planting his foot firmly, executing a roll in midair, and expertly catching the spear Yang Biao had thrown. These weapons were dull, yet upon grasping the spear, Su Liang's aura transformed entirely. It was as if he had reverted to the battle-hardened Su Liang of yore. The classmates were taken aback. Su Liang was actually going to confront the homeroom teacher? Was this not courting death? This was escalating beyond control. Someone needed to summon the director. Liao Yuqian watched as Su Liang assumed a stance of readiness. Her heart filled with a mix of shock and anger. You insolent wretch. Kneel before me. Liao Yuqian swiftly approached Su Liang, reaching out to subdue him. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with determination. Although the old maiden was a chosen one, her movements appeared sluggish in his eyes, entirely within his grasp. With a furious thrust, he unleashed the angry dragon, breaking the army. The spear lunged forth like a dragon, directly aimed at Liao Yuqian's palm. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Liao Yuqian recoiled in pain. Even a dull spear could inflict harm. She glared at Su Liang in indignation. Impudent. Channeling the power of her divine mark, she advanced again. Su Liang remained composed, spinning the spear to disrupt Liao Yuqian's trajectory. He swept the spear across her arm. Crack! The pain was unbearable for Liao Yuqian. After all, she was merely a teacher. How could she compete with Su Liang, who had battled ferociously for decades in his past life? The combat techniques Su Liang wielded were lethal. Despite Liao Yuqian's divine protection and extraordinary strength, she could not close the distance. Liao Yuqian felt a burning sting on her cheek. Was she truly unable to subdue a mere student? Her face blanched with alternating hues of anger and embarrassment. Stop this. But Su Liang was unfazed, swinging the spear relentlessly, leaving red marks on her body. Liao Yuqian was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the classmates were utterly astonished. Su Liang stood his ground against the chosen one, refusing to falter. His spear technique was remarkable, fluid and seamless, executed in one breath. Was this truly the extent of Su Liang's prowess? As he wielded the spear, Su Liang had transformed into an entirely different being, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength that captivated some of the girls. So handsome, truly so handsome. Yang Biao was so thrilled he could scarcely find words, wondering when Su Liang had become so formidable. Bai Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief, though anxieties soon returned. There was still another matter. Long Lianshuang had already ceased her training, gazing intently at the unfolding drama. The fighting prowess Su Liang displayed had far exceeded her expectations. Could it be that he had concealed his true abilities all along to avoid unsettling her? Yet she admired strength. Had Su Liang revealed such power earlier, she would not have treated him with such indifference. Long Lianshuang fell silent. Su Liang, what are you trying to achieve? Is this your way of drawing my attention? Wow. Is this student from your class? He seems even more impressive than those S-class individuals. Such exquisite spear skills. Where did he learn them? The air was filled with exuberant praise. Meanwhile, Liao Yuqian's eyes were red with humiliation, feeling as though she had lost all dignity. She yearned to cry, wondering why the director had not yet arrived. Su Liang's gaze was cold and sharp. He would not show any leniency in the face of his adversary. Observing from a hidden vantage point, Principal Liu could hardly contain his astonishment. Just then, a booming voice shattered the tension. Stop this. A rough male voice resonated, causing all the students to tremble. It was over. The director had arrived. A man clad in a coach's uniform rushed toward them. The conflict ceased instantly, and Su Liang withdrew, standing tall with his spear, exuding an air of grandeur. What is happening here? The director, a man with a slight paunch and a pair of small mustaches, wore a grim expression. Su Liang maintained his calm demeanor. Liao Yuqian, seeing her reinforcements finally arrive, approached the director, her eyes red. Director, I can no longer manage this homeroom. This student has not only insulted me, but has also assaulted his classmates. Just look at what he has done to me. Director, he must be expelled. Liao Yuqian approached the director with a pitiful expression, resembling a delicate young girl. The director's gaze subtly swept over Liao Yuqian's ample figure. What exactly transpired? He asked with a darkened expression. Liao Yuqian recounted the events, downplaying her own role and embellishing the details. The director's countenance grew even more somber, but internally he thought, this is my chance to seize this woman. Outrageous. How can our school harbor such a disgrace? To dare assault a teacher and fellow students. Expulsion. He must be expelled. Come, follow me to the disciplinary office now. This is intolerable. As the director's words fell, the students' faces turned pale. Su Liang was truly finished. Bai Qianqian felt a surge of urgency. Teacher, it's not like that. The director shot her a piercing glance. Silence. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Su Liang is it? Come with me. If you were to step into society like this, what a disgrace it would bring to our school. Bai Qianqian was nearly in tears. Su Liang regarded the director, recognizing the collusion between these two. A chill crept into his heart. Zhang Tianhao chuckled derisively. Ha. Su Liang. Weren't you so impressive? Expelled. Ha. Su Liang cast them a cold glance before fixing his gaze on the director. Liao Yuqian, feigning innocence, insisted, he must be expelled. We do not want such a student at our school. Su Liang sneered. You don't even bother to ask for my side of the story. Simply taking her word for it. Is this how you conduct yourself as the director of education? Upon hearing these words, the director was consumed by fury. Outrageous. This is utterly insubordinate. Witnesses have seen you assaulting fellow students and teachers. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you dare to deny it? Come. The director glared with such intensity that he showed no inclination to grant Su Liang an opportunity to explain. Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed with distress, rushed to Su Liang's side, attempting to shield him. Teacher, it truly isn't like that. The director coldly replied, I will investigate thoroughly. But it is already indisputable that Su Liang has assaulted both students and teachers. There is nothing more to discuss. Accompany me to the disciplinary office. Anyone who dares to intervene will face severe consequences. The expressions of the students were a tapestry of complexity. The situation had escalated beyond control. Zhang Tianhao wore a mocking smile, relishing in the spectacle of Su Liang's impending downfall. Su Liang pulled Bai Qianqian behind him. Do not cry. Everything will be all right. He turned to face the director, suddenly slamming his spear onto the ground, as if to stir a tempest. Today, I shall see whether this school truly distinguishes between right and wrong. Since it has come to this, let us escalate further. I wish to witness if anyone will champion justice. Su Liang assumed a defiant stance, his spear aimed, causing all adversaries to retreat. The atmosphere trembled with astonishment. Was he truly willing to confront the director? Chapter 14. Expulsion of Su Liang. In that fleeting moment, some students found themselves invigorated by Su Liang's audacity. A surge of fervor coursed through them. How dare he? Many students were aware that certain teachers within the school favored the privileged, often showing bias towards the wealthy. Yet, no one had the courage to vocalize this truth. But today, Su Liang had torn away that veil of hypocrisy, igniting a spark of hope within them. However, The director was no mere figure. He was a formidable force. Su Liang could not possibly stand against him. Yet, at that moment, Su Liang's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Regardless of who arrived today, if justice was not served, the uproar would continue unabated. He was utterly unafraid. Bai Qianqian gazed at him in disbelief, while Leng Liang stood frozen, astonished that Su Liang would dare to act in such a manner. At that moment, Leng Liang truly felt shaken by Su Liang's presence. This aura he exuded was undeniably captivating. She couldn't help but reassess him. Was this the true essence of Su Liang? For the first time, she perceived that he was distinct from the others. A flutter of emotion stirred within her heart. Was it infatuation? Liao Yuqian's face twisted with resentment. Director, look at this. It has reached an insufferable level. Such a student does not deserve to be in our second high school. Remove him. If we do not discipline this troublemaker, it will reflect poorly on our institution. The director's expression darkened ominously. This was sheer audacity. This was nothing short of a disgrace to our school. I wonder how long you believe you can continue this charade. The director was on the verge of taking action when, at that very moment, his arm began to vibrate slightly. He glanced down. Goodness, it was a call from the principal. He answered, and a voice reached his ears, audible only to him. Have you lost your mind? Such an outstanding student, and you wish to bully him publicly? Is this not humiliating enough? If he loses even a hair, you can consider your career over. The director felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face paling instantly. The principal was backing this student. Who was he? The director felt as if he had just been doused in cold sweat, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic error. Thankfully, no irreparable consequences had occurred. He looked at Su Liang, a sense of dread washing over him. This student was undoubtedly extraordinary to have garnered the principal's personal attention. This was beyond his control. The situation had become quite precarious. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian looked on, excitement evident, believing the director's intervention would spell disaster for Su Liang. The surrounding students shook their heads discreetly, lamenting Su Liang's impulsiveness. He was likely to face expulsion. Bai Qianqian's tear-streaked face reflected her deep concern, and Yang Biao was in a state of agitation. Yet, Su Liang remained composed. Even if he were to face punishment, he would not yield. He refused to be intimidated. However, the director remained silent, hesitating for an extended period. Director? Liao Yuqian called out. The director was nearing the brink of fury. Coughing lightly, his expression transformed in an instant, forcing a smile. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It is truly a privilege to have such a remarkable student at our second high school. Su Liang, this incident is a failure on the part of the faculty, and I apologize on their behalf. Please do not take it to heart. I will investigate the entire matter promptly and ensure you are not wronged in any way. As these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly fell into a state of bewilderment. Many looked at the director in disbelief. What was happening? Why the sudden change in demeanor? The sudden shift in attitude was enough to short-circuit the minds of many present. The director was apologizing to Su Liang? Director? Liao Yuqian regarded him incredulously. Director, should he not be severely punished for assaulting teachers and fellow students? The director was nearly driven to madness by her insistence. This matter is not as straightforward as you believe. I will investigate thoroughly. Enough. Everyone disperse. Return to your training. Do not linger here. The director offered Su Liang an awkward smile and attempted to escort Liao Yuqian away. Wait. The director halted mid-stride. Student Su, is there something else? Su Liang was uncertain as to why the director's attitude had shifted so dramatically, but there had to be a reason. He smiled and said, Teacher, you will provide an explanation for this matter, will you not? After all, I was not the one who instigated this. The director, forcing a smile, replied, Of course. I will begin the investigation immediately. Su Liang nodded, a smile gracing his face. Thank you for your assistance, teacher. It is my duty, the director responded, leading a bewildered Liao Yuqian away. Liao Yuqian was on the verge of exasperation. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were in a state of shock. The director had lowered himself to such a degree before Su Liang. Was Su Liang's background even more formidable than that of Zhang Tianhao? The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhang Tianhao looked as though he had just ingested something repugnant, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Su Liang. Was this truly the end? What about the beating he had received today? No, this was an affront he could not allow to stand. As the tumult subsided, Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian appeared at Su Liang's side, welcoming him with accolades. Yet, one person stood apart, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Liang. Leng Liang understood that the director's change of heart had been prompted by a phone call, indicating someone had warned the director at that moment. Who possesses such immense power? Who could cause the principal to alter his attitude in an instant? In other words, Su Liang's background is undoubtedly far from simple. Brother Liang, you are incredible. When did you become so formidable? Even the homeroom teacher can't compete. Have you been secretly training at night? A smile adorned Bai Qianqian's face as she spoke. Su Liang chuckled and replied, Training? Nonsense. It's just that she is too inexperienced, not even adept at the basic application of divine power. She should hurry and train. I still need to accompany Qianqian in her practice. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. You, who prioritize beauty over friendship. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Su Liang jestingly scolded. Get lost. Yang Biao retorted, but added a cautionary note. Be careful. That scoundrel Zhang Tianhao won't relent. Watch your back after school. He might resort to underhanded tactics. Su Liang nodded. Yes, I understand. With that, Yang Biao departed to train with his rival. Su Liang smiled and said, Qianqian, let us begin. I will assist you in your practice. Bai Qianqian's face was still rosy. How should I train? Observing Bai Qianqian's bashful demeanor, Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. After some contemplation, he recalled that Bai Qianqian had awakened an SSS-level divine imprint, the highest grade and the purest form of the fire divine imprint, renowned as the pinnacle of flame. Upon achieving divinity, she could effortlessly incinerate a first-tier city with her singular might, a true display of formidable power. Later, she ascended to the Zhuge throne, becoming the exalted Zhuge Empress. She actually need not practice weaponry. With this thought, Su Liang suggested, utilize the close combat techniques you have learned and attack me. I will guide you. Bai Qianqian, though somewhat shy, nodded. Then you must be careful. Su Liang smiled and affirmed, very well, bring it on. Bai Qianqian assumed her stance and launched an attack towards Su Liang. To him, her punches resembled little more than playful taps. It was truly hard to fathom that she would one day become the Zhuge Empress. Strike decisively, aim for vital points. As you throw that punch, your right foot must coordinate. With a slight shift, your balance will be remarkably stable. Against an opponent, you must not hold back. Unleash your most potent strength without hesitation. With Su Liang's combat experience, instructing Bai Qianqian was utterly manageable. Moreover, Bai Qianqian was quite astute, grasping many techniques with ease, showing marked improvement. She was exceedingly pleased. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Liushuang, sparring with a female classmate, was distracted throughout the lesson, frequently glancing towards Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. She suddenly felt as though her toy had been snatched away. Liushuang, perhaps it's best to call it a day. You're not in the right mindset. The girl halted her assault and approached the distracted Lung Liushuang. Lung Liushuang nodded in agreement. All right, let's end it here. The girl glanced over at Su Liang and the others. Liushuang, could it be that you have feelings for Su Liang? A flicker of panic crossed Lung Liushuang's eyes. No. Her voice remained cold. The girl chuckled. Liushuang, if you believe Su Liang is worthy of your affection, why not approach him a bit more? With your beauty, he would surely abandon Bai Qianqian and turn his attention to you. Lung Liushuang replied, no, I absolutely do not. The girl laughed. Am I not familiar with you? It's perfectly fine. I see Su Liang's performance today is indeed commendable. Moreover, among those pursuing you, he is quite handsome. Should he awaken a remarkable divine imprint, you might regret it immensely. Don't be foolish at this juncture. You should engage him in conversation. Even if you can't become romantic partners, can't you at least be friends? Upon hearing this, Lung Liushuang fell into silence. Perhaps it was worth having a word? Ever since yesterday, Su Liang had completely ignored her. Yet, to contend with such a clown for Su Liang? Wasn't that absurd? Still, some things needed to be clarified, didn't they? Chapter 15. Even if you deceive me, I am willing. In the principal's office, upon the principal's return, Liao Yuqian stood up anxiously. Principal, have you clarified the situation? The principal's expression was rather grim. He had just met with the headmaster. The headmaster had berated him mercilessly, leaving him utterly disoriented. Now he clearly understood that the student named Su Liang was untouchable. The principal turned to Liao Yuqian, a voluptuous woman, a flicker of thought igniting in his mind. With a troubled expression, he said, Teacher Liao, this Su Liang cannot be moved. Liao Yuqian was stunned. Why not? Principal, he struck me. You must stand up for me. Liao Yuqian protested. Her demeanor one of feigned innocence, attempting to evoke sympathy. This only stirred a sense of desire in the principal. Stand up for you? Wasn't it you who favored that Zhang Tianhao in the first place? What business do you have making him write a reflection? Ultimately, you were the one who overstepped. Liao Yuqian's eyes reddened as she bowed her head. Is this how it ends? The principal, in distress, responded, what else can be done? Do you realize that they are considering removing your position as homeroom teacher and demoting you to an ordinary instructor? What? Liao Yuqian exclaimed in shock. Springing to her feet, she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Principal, you must help me. I have worked so hard to reach this point. She seized the principal's arm and pressed it against her bosom, igniting a flurry of thoughts within him. Liao Yuqian was fully aware of the principal's long-standing desire for her. Unexpectedly, she had encountered an immovable obstacle, and she was determined to preserve her position. The principal shook her hand away. Teacher Liao, it's not that I don't want to help you. This is the higher-up's decision. What can I do? Liao Yuqian's voice softened gradually. Principal, you oversee all the teachers. Isn't it within your power to adjust my position? If you assist me, the principal finally heard the answer he sought, his heart racing. Teacher Liao, this time it's genuinely a bit difficult. Liao Yuqian's eyes grew misty. She leaned in closer to the principal, tightly grasping his arm. Principal, you must help me. As she spoke, Liao Yuqian began to make subtle advances. The principal pretended to be oblivious until the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly suggestive. Please help me. The principal cleared his throat twice. Fine, but for now, you will still need to be reassigned. after the divine examination and college entrance examination. I will arrange for your return. Is that acceptable? Thank you, Principal, Liao Yuqian exclaimed, elated, and planted a kiss on the principal's cheek. The principal cleared his throat again. Well, this. Liao Yuqian shot him a flirtatious glance. Principal, it's my first time. The principal instantly felt a surge of excitement. Hee, I will be gentle. My little darling. The office was soon filled with sounds of an inappropriate nature. After 2.5 hours of combat class, everyone returned to the classroom, changing back into their regular attire. The moment Su Liang returned to the classroom, all the students' gazes inevitably fell upon him, filled with awe. This was not merely due to his unclear background. Rather, it was a testament to Su Liang's formidable prowess. Zhang Tianhao wore a sullen expression, not daring to look at him. His head bowed as anger simmered within him. Those who had previously bullied Bai Qianqian also lowered their heads. Su Liang paid them no mind, choosing instead to sit beside Bai Qianqian. In the afternoon, they had another class together, and as Su Liang settled next to her, he could even catch a faint fragrance wafting from her. The contrast was stark. Even the perspiration of girls seemed to carry a sweet scent. Thank you for training with me today. I feel I've improved significantly, Bai Qianqian said softly. Su Liang smiled and replied, have you forgotten what I said? I have my own motives. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, a secret smile playing at her lips. Even if you're deceiving me, I'm willing. Before long, a teacher entered the classroom, surprising the students as it was not their homeroom teacher. Typically, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Liao Yuqian, would conduct the lesson on the knowledge of divine awareness. This teacher was a man. Who is Su Liang? Su Liang raised his hand. Teacher, it's me. The teacher nodded. I need to inform you all that your homeroom teacher, Ms. Liao Yuqian, has been penalized by the Academic Affairs Office for mishandling the events of yesterday and today. She has been relieved of her duties as your homeroom teacher. At this announcement, the classroom erupted in shock. Their homeroom teacher had been dismissed. And all of this was because of Su Liang. In that moment, the astonishment in the hearts of the students surpassed anything they had felt before. They increasingly questioned Su Liang's identity, many casting incredulous glances in his direction. Su Liang remained unfazed, though a flicker of surprise stirred within him. He had not anticipated this outcome. Silence, please, the male teacher continued. From now until the college entrance examination, I will temporarily take over as your homeroom teacher. My surname is Hu, and I am Hu Anshan. Su Liang, are you satisfied with this result? Hu Anshan inquired, directing his gaze at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and nodded. That is fine. I have no objections. Hu Anshan nodded in return. Very well, let us commence with the lesson. The students were still unable to conceal their astonishment. What exactly was Su Liang's background that allowed him to achieve this? Zhang Tianhao's countenance darkened. This matter was far from over. Upon hearing the news, Lung Lianshuang felt a sense of resolve solidify within her. The teacher's voice resonated. I am unaware of how Ms. Liao taught you in the past, but as I am now your instructor, I shall teach you in my own style. The year 2030 marked the dawn of divine awareness. The year humanity witnessed the emergence of the first chosen one, coinciding with the rise of otherworldly beasts. The chosen ones are regarded by us humans as those selected by the divine, granted with divine seals, and bestowed with immense power. As the lesson proceeded in a conventional manner, the students' enthusiasm waned. Much of the knowledge was already familiar to them. Their curiosity remained fixated on Su Liang's identity. Yet they were left in the dark as the teacher offered little further explanation. It was evident that they would not see their original homeroom teacher for the foreseeable future. When the school day concluded, Su Liang called out to Bai Qianqian, let me walk you home, with no one daring to bully her anymore. She had no pressing matters to attend to. Bai Qianqian shyly replied, you don't need to. You should get home early too. How about we leave school together? She suggested, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. After gathering her belongings, she hurried to catch up with Su Liang. Yang Biao sidled up to Su Liang, proposing, shall we play a couple of rounds together? The game he referred to was a virtual reality experience where they could immerse themselves in hunting otherworldly beasts, a means to enhance their combat skills, though it remained primarily a game. Su Liang shook his head, not going. I'm broke. Besides, I want to spend time with Qianqian, so hurry along. Don't be a third wheel. Yang Biao huffed, you're ruthless. He quickly departed, determined not to be a nuisance. Bai Qianqian lowered her head in embarrassment. A third wheel? The two exited the classroom one after the other, and at that moment, Lung Lianshuang trailed behind them, feeling the need to clarify certain matters. She was unaccustomed to his aloofness throughout the day. As they walked, Su Liang said, if anything happens, just call me. Don't try to be brave on your own. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, okay. Yet she had always disliked troubling others. Now, with a debt to Su Liang and a sense of obligation, she pondered how she could repay him. She genuinely did not wish to inconvenience him over trivial matters. Su Liang glanced at Bai Qianqian's profile, the gentle breeze caressing his face, her hair dancing lightly in the wind, exuding a unique beauty beneath the setting sun. However, he could only cling to the support of his friends, unable to claim the Empress for himself. I still suggest you and your mother consider moving closer to my place for convenience and support. Bai Qianqian shook her head. There's no problem at home. Su Liang tucked away his thoughts. All right, we shall see. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air behind them. Su Liang. He turned, surprised to see the figure resembling a snow lotus approaching him. Was she actually seeking him out? Chapter 16, Qianqian Walt. Su Liang regarded the school beauty. Renowned among all the boys for her striking beauty and academic prowess, coupled with her high combat level. She was truly adored by many. A flower that bloomed wherever she went. Yet, at this moment, Su Liang felt no attraction toward her. She was a rational woman, perhaps even cold. Anything devoid of utility or personal interest to her could be cast aside without hesitation. In his past life, after having devoted so much time to her, he was discarded the moment he awakened his divine seal. Su Liang cast her a sidelong glance. Is there something you need? Long Lianshuang's gaze faltered as she met his eyes. I wish to speak with you privately. Upon uttering this, her attention shifted to Bai Qianqian, who, in comparison, felt like an ugly duckling, too self-conscious to meet Long Lianshuang's gaze. You two can chat. I'll be on my way, she stammered. However, Su Liang abruptly grasped Bai Qianqian's wrist. Not necessary. Caught off guard by Su Liang's sudden grip, Bai Qianqian froze. Her face instantly flushed. Long Lianshuang observed him holding her hand, a sharp pang of jealousy coursing through her. Did he intend this display to provoke her? Feeling a surge of discomfort, she finally spoke. If you have something to say, we still need to head home. Long Lianshuang's expression wavered slightly as she took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Su Liang without flinching. Su Liang, I've told you, I don't wish to date before awakening my divine awareness. I rejected you yesterday, and I hope you understand. Surely, you wouldn't summon her merely to vex me, would you? Is your demeanor truly so frivolous? Upon hearing these words, Su Liang chuckled, finding amusement akin to a grandmother snuggling into bed. However, Bai Qianqian was suddenly gripped by an ache in her heart. Su Liang sought her out solely to irritate Long Lianshuang. A wave of sadness washed over Bai Qianqian, deepening her sense of inferiority. I have mentioned that we can still be friends, but if you continue this way, Su Liang interjected, raising a hand to halt her. Enough. Long Lianshuang was momentarily taken aback. Su Liang continued, Long Lianshuang, you are rather full of yourself, aren't you? What do you mean by saying I brought her here to annoy you? Could you possibly refrain from such narcissism? Upon hearing this, Long Lianshuang's expression shifted dramatically. I must make it abundantly clear, Long Lianshuang, that I no longer harbor feelings for you. Please do not trouble me further. Continue to bask in your status as the campus belle. My absence in your entourage will hardly matter, for others, like Zhang Tianhao, will still surround you. Do not flatter yourself too much. Qianshan is not merely a pawn for my amusement. She is Bai Qianqian, a person beyond mere comparison. I urge you to show some respect. At this proclamation, both Bai Qianqian and Long Lianshuang's faces froze in astonishment. Bai Qianqian felt a surge of shock and gratitude. Her eyes misting with emotion, she was genuinely touched. The earlier feelings of inferiority were swept away by Su Liang's words. In his eyes, she Bai Qianqian was never the ugly duckling, nor a target for anyone's scorn. She glanced down at her wrist, firmly grasped by Su Liang, feeling an inexplicable warmth. Meanwhile, Long Lianshuang was engulfed in emptiness. How could he speak to her in such a manner? A mix of anger and a hint of grievance welled up within her. You. Su Liang scoffed lightly. You need to clarify your position. Though you are currently deemed beautiful and admired by all, it does not mean everyone must revolve around you. For the first time, Long Lianshuang felt her chest rise and fall with anger at a boy's words. Her fair skin flushed slightly, revealing her irritation. Su Liang. He turned to her. Is there something more? You will regret this, she declared. Su Liang laughed heartily. Regret? Not a chance. I already have my Empress. What more could I desire from a campus belle? With a grin, he posed a question. Long Lianshuang, allow me to ask you this. As an S level, would you befriend a B level or C level individual? Of course, she began to respond instinctively, but hesitated. She wanted to assert her position but recalled the teachings of her family. Talent dictated much of one's fate. The future achievements of a B level and an A level candidate were worlds apart, and S levels were even more distinguished. A B level, even at their utmost effort, might only attain the rank of a 3rd seal sorcerer, whereas an A level could potentially reach the 4th seal sorcerer rank. As for an S level, they were destined to become 5th seal generals. The disparity was vast. Therefore, one should be cautious in their relationships before awakening. Once awakened, it would become clear whom to associate with. Those of lesser talent were hardly worth her concern. They were simply on divergent paths. However, this was contingent upon her awakening a high-level divine seal. Should she awaken a low-level seal, or fail to awaken at all, the narrative would shift entirely. She would mingle with many, enter university, and contribute to the advancement of high-tech source crystal weaponry in Huaxia. Yet, she still could not afford to grow too close to everyone. She must not overlook the potential for a high-level divine seal awakening. Su Liang observed her hesitation. See? Your indecision proves that you think along those lines too. I, Long Lianshuang, still wish to explain, she protested. No need for explanations, he replied with a smile. I understand. This is the proud you. Thus, I no longer wish to flatter you. We are simply incompatible. However, Qianshan will not be like that. Regardless of whether she awakens an S-level divine seal She will not neglect others because of their lower seal levels. Isn't that right, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian met Su Liang's gaze, her eyes forming crescent moons as she smiled and nodded. Let us return home. This sentiment truly reflected Su Liang's thoughts. As he recognized that once Lung Lianxiang awakened her S-level seal, she would look down upon her peers, dismissing them entirely. What significance would their presence hold then? Would she await the day to cast them into the jaws of alien beasts? Lung Lianxiang stood frozen, watching their retreating figures. It took her a long while to process her feelings, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Had she truly lost to that ugly duckling? Why should that be? And why did Su Liang pose such a perplexing question? How did he discern her innermost thoughts? She maintained her aloof facade while awaiting her divine awakening. Eventually, she huffed indignantly, Su Liang, I do not believe I am in the wrong. Once I awaken a high-level divine seal, those of lower ranks will simply be burdens to me. Since you are so certain, let us see whose divine seal awakens to a higher level. If yours is higher, I, Lung Lianxiang, could very well flatter you. It is the law of the jungle. Upon reaching the school gate, Bai Qianqian felt a surge of joy throughout her being. This was the feeling of being respected, a sensation she hadn't experienced in quite some time. But today, Su Liang had granted her numerous surprises. As they prepared to part ways at the campus entrance, boarding buses heading in opposite directions, Su Liang waved, rest well, and see you tomorrow. Bai Qianqian returned a sweet smile. You too. Watching her bus vanish from view, Su Liang's lips curved into a slight smirk. My relationship with the Empress has grown closer once more. The future is promising. Su Liang did not board the bus immediately. He contemplated acquiring some beast crystals for further experimentation with beast energy transformation. Where might he procure beast crystals? The resource exchange point? But who would buy beast crystals? Typically, they were exchanged for divine crystals or source crystals. It was worth a try. A single one-star beast crystal was not inexpensive, and he felt his funds were insufficient. Yet, he had to inquire about their price. Having taken only a few steps, he was approached by Gong Lai, who had been loitering at the school entrance. Having smoked an entire pack of cigarettes while waiting, he quickly caught up with Su Liang. Instantly, Su Liang sensed someone trailing him. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if it was Zhang Tianhao or Liao Yuqian seeking revenge. Su Liang swiftly darted into an alley, accelerating his pace. Gong Lai, upon entering the alley, was astounded to see Su Liang sprinting away, causing the cigarette in his mouth to drop. What a clever lad. He actually sensed my pursuit. Gong Lai exerted his strength, calling out, kid, don't run. Su Liang frowned, exasperated by the boldness of his pursuer. He quickened his steps, but how could he compete with Gong Lai's speed? Kid, don't run. Su Liang dared not linger. Yet, before long, he found himself cornered in a dead-end alley. Damn it, what bad luck. Su Liang cursed under his breath, picking up a brick from the ground that could serve as a weapon. Gong Lai felt a twinge of helplessness. Why are you running? I want to harm you. Why are you stealthily following me? Let me make it clear, I am not interested in men, so don't get any ideas. Gong Lai was on the verge of exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Who is interested in that? I'm a straight man. What are you talking about? What do you want then? Su Liang remained wary. Gong Lai felt a vain throb on his forehead. Why are you so suspicious? I'm the one who saved you last night, and I just want to discuss something with you. Su Liang's jaw dropped. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me run for so long. Gong Lai was now irritated. You were the one who ran for no reason and made me chase you for ages. As they exited the dead end, Gong Lai looked at Su Liang, who was truly crafty. However, it also revealed Su Liang's heightened sense of vigilance, a trait that would make him a suitable member of the God Hunter team. Many members of the team lacked such awareness. My name is Gong Lai, but you can call me Old Gong. Wait, you want a guy to call you hubby and still insist you're not into men? What the hell? Gong Lai was infuriated. Su Liang ignored him. Boss, 2 energy drinks, please. The shopkeeper responded promptly. All right, just a moment, gentlemen. Gong Lai looked at him, surprised. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Do you have money? Su Liang glanced at him skeptically. No way. You're not expecting me, a high school student, to pay, are you? You're part of the God Hunter team. Do you really need to worry about this little amount? Gong Lai raised an eyebrow, a bit astonished. How did you know I'm from the God Hunter team? Su Liang shot him a sidelong glance. With your swagger, if you weren't part of the God Hunters, would you even fit in the military? Gong Lai felt a surge of frustration. Fine. You're impressive. I've realized that you're even more audacious than I am. I'm starting to suspect you've worked with the God Hunters before. Su Liang smirked. Who says I haven't? I've been at it for decades. While my strength may not be remarkable, I've gained some notoriety. Having survived countless battles against exotic beasts for years, thanks to my 3-seal master status. The energy drinks were ready. Gong Lai begrudgingly paid. Su Liang sat down, crossing his legs. All right, old Gong, what do you want from me? Gong Lai felt his vision dim from frustration. He had half a mind to slap the cheeky brat. You can call me Old Gong or Old Lai, but don't call me Old Gong Lai. Okay, Old Gong Lai. Gong Lai. Let us get to the point. If there is nothing urgent, I'll be heading home. Gong Lai felt despondent. He found it utterly impossible to deal with this kid. They had already tested each other sufficiently. If this guy were to join their team, he seemed to have the right temperament. We watched the surveillance footage from last night when you battled the bloodthirsty rat. Yes, and was I impressive? Yes, quite impressive. Gong Li shot him a glare. I'm the one who's impressive. Can you speak properly? Do you want me to hit you? Su Liang chuckled. Oh, come on. Don't be so worked up. Gong Li, despite being a 3-seal master, was accustomed to being treated with respect wherever he went, yet this kid was completely unrestrained. Speak, I'm listening. As the words lingered on his lips, Gong Li found himself at a loss for how to respond. This kid clearly didn't play by the rules. Perhaps it was best to be forthright. Do you have any interest in joining our team? Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Me? I'm only 18. You want me to go risk my life? What kind of conscience do you have? Gong Li felt his teeth grind in irritation. He was tempted to slam the table and leave. He glared fiercely at Su Liang. Su Liang awkwardly chuckled. Just kidding, just kidding. Which team are you from in Rongqing? At this, Gong Li felt a swell of pride. I humbly represent the top-ranked God Hunter team of Rongqing, the Blazing Killers. You're in luck. Countless divine masters have sought to join our team, but even our captain has turned them down. How does the God Hunter ranking work? The question left Gong Li momentarily speechless. You really can't help but irritate people, can you? Why can't I ask? Isn't it important to know each other's background? Gong Li's temples throbbed. There were only so many teams in the God Hunter rankings. It was not something one could simply join. Oh, so you're saying those not on the list are irrelevant? Gong Li felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to strangle the kid before him. Calm down, stay composed, don't get angry. If you get sick, no one will take care of you. How did you come to know so much? Do they teach you about the God Hunter rankings at your school? Su Liang shook his head. Just a bit. How could he not know? The so-called God Hunter teams are independent entities outside the military, comprised of various chosen individuals, typically numbering around 10. They include commanders, blood drinkers, rear guards, long-range assassins, healers, and others, all recognized by the military. These teams can undertake tasks issued by the military, whether to venture beyond the city or to protect residents within it. The God Hunter ranking is a highly prestigious list in Huaxia, where only the elite among thousands of teams can make an appearance. There are no restrictions on the number of teams, but the criteria for being listed are extremely stringent, requiring a high overall level and rigorous vetting. In his past life, despite being merely a 3-seal master, Su Liang had relied on his experience, insight, and superb combat skills to become part of a well-known team on that list. It was quite a remarkable achievement, and thankfully, he did not hold them back. Don't underestimate us Blazing Killers. It's not easy to make the list. Our strength is formidable. After all, we are the best in Rongqing. I serve as a rear guard in the Blazing Killers team. Su Liang nodded. So you're a goalie? Gong Li felt like he might explode. It's rear guard. Not a goalie. He clutched his chest, nearly bursting with frustration. Su Liang chuckled. All right, I'll stop joking. Why do you want me to join your team? I'm only 18, and I haven't even awakened my divine seal yet. What if I don't awaken at all? Gong Li paused for a moment. To put it simply, our captain has taken a liking to you. The way you fought the bloodthirsty rat impressed him. He believes you have great potential. As for the divine seal, even without it, one can become an excellent warrior through source crystal technology. You could still join the team. Of course, this is an exception, as our captain sees extraordinary fighting talent in you. Su Liang nodded. Indeed, being able to slay a 1-star bloodthirsty rat at the age of 18, without having awakened one's divine sense, was a remarkable feat. It is likely that any ordinary person in this situation would meet with a similar fate. My fortunes are merely a reflection of my past life. You should contemplate this carefully, regardless of whether you awaken the divine seal or not. You must continue to reside in Rong City. Let me be clear, do not underestimate our reputation. We, the Jinsha, are quite renowned in Rong City. Su Liang fell silent for a moment. He couldn't deny the truth in those words. Upon awakening the divine seal, one typically enters the local academy for divine selectors to learn and grow. Even without awakening, one must still take the college entrance examination and enroll in a local university. Only when you excel in a particular area and achieve a certain level of success might you be sent to a more advanced city for further training. Su Liang pondered. What if I awaken the divine seal and attend the academy? Would you take me along on missions as your teammate? Gong Li considered this. I hadn't thought about that. Initially, I envisioned you graduating from the academy and then joining our team. If you wish for that, it will depend on the captain's approval. You may need to demonstrate your practical skills. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Would the academy agree? Gong Li reassured him. That is not a concern. The captain has his ways, provided you possess sufficient combat prowess. Su Liang nodded. Understood. Allow me some time to think. Gong Li replied. Take your time, you rascal. If you truly become my teammate, you'll see how I handle you. Is this your way of inviting me? Threatening me even before I've joined? Su Liang teased. Do you really believe I might join another team? Gong Li retorted with a curse. Join if you want. Su Liang chuckled. This fellow was quite amusing. Generally speaking, after graduating from the Academy for Divine Selectors, one has 3 paths to choose from. The first option is for those of mediocre talent to continue living as an ordinary person, perhaps teaching at some divine awareness high school or engaging in other simple jobs. Those with decent or considerable talent might opt to join these divine hunting teams, where they tread on the edge of danger yet reap significant rewards. The final option is to enlist in the military, passing the assessments to enter the military establishment. After a few years of training, if one's talent is commendable and strength formidable, there is a chance to become part of the 3 great divine armies. If not, one could still serve in the city defense forces or become a member of various official departments, such as the supervisory office, the punishment office, or the heavenly monitoring office, which is also quite respectable. However, Su Liang was acutely aware of his own limitations. Pursuing a military career was out of the question, given his current capabilities. His best bet would be to join a divine hunting team, where he could discreetly receive the support of the Empress Bai Qianqian and gradually rise to prominence. Watching Su Liang lost in thought, Gong Lai offered, "Here is my contact information. Reach out when you've come to a decision. Though it's best to wait until you awaken your divine awareness." "Wait, old Gong Lai," Su Liang interrupted. Gong Lai, visibly annoyed, urged him, "Spit it out quickly." Su Liang extended his hand. "Do you have any beast crystals? I need a few." "What do you need beast crystals for? To trade for money?" Gong Lai scoffed. "Am I that shameless?" "I think you are," Su Liang retorted. "I have my reasons. I need to conduct some research." "Do you have any?" "Stop stalling and give me a few, just 1-star crystals." Gong Lai nearly choked in disbelief. Was this how he approached requests? Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Retrieving several 1-star beast crystals from his spatial converter and placing them on the table without looking back as he walked away. He felt a sense of misfortune whenever he encountered this young man. Yet, as he distanced himself, a smirk crept onto his lips. Su Liang gazed at the beast crystals on the table. Perfect. This would save him some effort. He returned home and, after dinner with his grandfather, washed up and retreated to his room. He removed his shirt and examined the beast-shaped imprint of the crimson-eyed Tianlin on his chest. What exactly was this? It couldn't be a divine seal, could it? He had never seen anyone possess a beast-shaped divine seal before. Su Liang murmured to himself, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. He arranged the 5 1-star beast crystals before him, each emitting a faint crimson glow. How should he activate them? He was at a loss regarding how to initiate the beast energy transformation. Gripping one crystal in his palm, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn into that otherworldly space. His eyes flew open, and once again, he beheld those golden, dual pupils, the eyes of the crimson-eyed Tianlin. It was at that moment that the beast crystal in his hand began to release energy. The crimson power began to dissipate, absorbing into Su Liang's body. Within that ethereal realm, the golden pupils once again emitted a radiant glow that enveloped Su Liang. A searing pain coursed through him, prompting him to curse. Simultaneously, a familiar cold voice reverberated in his ears. Beast energy transformation in progress. In this state, Su Liang endured the agony inflicted by the golden gaze. A torment that drove him nearly to the brink of madness, even contemplating suicide. Time lost meaning as he suffered. Eventually, the golden light began to fade, and the pain diminished. As he pondered, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress, 61 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight 10. Divine seal, unawakened. Mentality 110. Strength 115. Agility 110. Speed 110. Su Liang was taken aback. What was happening? Why had this transformation only enhanced his strength? His other attributes remained unchanged, and the Eye of Insight had not improved at all, while his first transformation had bolstered everything. Puzzled, he wondered if the initial transformation had merely activated his abilities, granting minor increments across the board, while subsequent enhancements would require corresponding beast crystals. After a moment, Su Liang accepted this outcome. It was still a boon, considering that 5 1-star beast crystals had increased his strength by 5 points. By that logic, he would need 1,000,000 1-star beast crystals to completely fill the progress bar. Clearly, beast crystals had become pivotal for him. It seemed inevitable that he would have to join the divine hunting team. With the Eye of Insight temporarily stagnant and the divine seal yet to awaken, he would have to wait and see what the future held. He clenched his fist, acutely aware of a pronounced surge in his strength. Merely an increase of 5 points felt akin to amplifying his original power by nearly 5-fold. As he unleashed a punch, it seemed to generate a sonic boom. Glancing at the time, he was astonished to find it was already midnight. In such a brief span, almost 4 hours had elapsed. If he were to undergo beast energy transformation in the future, he would certainly need to find a secure location. A smirk played on Su Liang's lips. From the current perspective, his future circumstances might indeed undergo transformation. However, at present, he required a substantial quantity of beast crystals to fuel the energy conversion. This posed a dilemma. Without divine awareness, venturing out of the city alone was out of the question. Furthermore, even upon becoming a chosen one, he would need to reach at least the second imprint of divine envoy before he could step beyond the city limits. Su Liang covered his face, recognizing this as a considerable challenge. After some contemplation, it appeared he truly had no viable means to amass a significant amount of beast crystals. Purchase? He lacked the funds. Hunt? He lacked the strength. Even if he were to exploit Gong Lai, it would be futile. The latter would not consent to such a scheme, and he could hardly expect to gain much. Those crystals were worth 1,000,000 for a single star. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Su Liang's mind. After entering the Academy of the Chosen, there were dedicated hunting grounds. A smile crept across his face. This was his first step. Finally, he was able to rest peacefully. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze swept through, invigorating the spirit. His grandfather, stooped with age, prepared breakfast. To Su Liang's surprise, it was the rare delicacy of millet porridge. "Grandfather, how did you manage to procure millet porridge?" Su Liang inquired. His grandfather chuckled. "Just eat. Why ask so many questions?" Su Liang grinned, savoring a taste. Such sustenance was indeed a rarity. As he ate, he muttered, "Grandfather, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor a secret. You always manage to acquire good food despite your age, and I've never seen you lacking in funds. How do you manage it?" He probed. Grandfather shot him a fleeting glance and tapped his head with his chopsticks. "Some questions are best left unasked." Su Liang cradled his head, casting a plaintive look at his grandfather. In his previous life, his grandfather had passed away when he was in his 40s, and he had been away on a mission, unable to bid farewell. Thus, when his grandfather departed, he remained oblivious. The government had taken care of everything, leaving behind only a single key for him, specifically, the one worn around his grandfather's neck. He had assumed it merely a keepsake. "Grandfather, what is the purpose of the key you wore? Is there a hidden treasure?" The old man once again tapped him lightly with his chopsticks. "Some questions are better left unasked." Su Liang was genuinely exasperated. With a sigh, he realized it was futile to pry further. "I'm off to school." The elder did not spare him a second glance. Only when Su Liang vanished from sight did he place his hand upon the key resting against his chest. His cloudy eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. "I hope you never have to use that key." The old man mused. "You little rascal, at my age, I still have to help you raise a son." Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, Su Liang noticed some hostile glances, which he promptly disregarded. Zhang Tianhao regarded Su Liang with a glimmer of malevolence in his eyes. As Su Liang passed by Leng Liangong, he noticed her gaze lingering on him for a fleeting moment. Their eyes met briefly before she quickly averted her gaze, adopting an air of indifference. They seemed to transform into strangers. Su Liang found himself quite fond of this state. Maintaining distance and avoiding disturbance suited him just fine. Upon taking a seat at the back, Leng Liangong's desk mate, her close friend, gently nudged her elbow. "Liangong, what happened yesterday?" Leng Liangong replied with calm indifference. "Nothing at all. Don't overthink it. He doesn't like me anymore, and that's that." The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "That's impossible. Only you would believe that." "I certainly don't." Hearing this, Leng Liangong paused momentarily. Was it truly the case? He had liked her for so long and had been so attentive. It was hard to believe he could simply let go. Su Liang settled comfortably next to Bai Qianqian, flashing her a cheerful smile. "Qianqian, you arrived quite early." Bai Qianqian shyly acknowledged with a nod. After a brief conversation, Su Liang grew bored and rested his head on his arms, his thoughts drifting back to how he could procure beast crystals. Currently, beast crystals were pivotal, as they could directly enhance his physique. He wondered if there were any limits to his bodily capabilities. If there weren't, he would truly be a force to be reckoned with. Thus, he found himself in desperate need of beast crystals. Throughout the morning, Su Liang remained largely idle, occasionally listening in. Bai Qianqian, however, was wholly engrossed in the lectures. Su Liang made no effort to disturb her. By noon, Su Liang noticed Bai Qianqian still seated, not having risen. He leaned in, bringing his face close to hers. "Ah!" Bai Qianqian gasped, startled by his sudden proximity, nearly colliding with him. Her cheeks flushed bright red. "Su Liang, what are you doing?" Su Liang stroked his chin. "What? Do I need to ask you to stand up?" "Huh?" Bai Qianqian stammered. "What do you mean? It's time to eat." "I am eating this." Su Liang frowned. It seemed she hadn't heeded his words from the previous day. Bai Qianqian panicked. "I've been meaning to treat you, but I feel guilty." Su Liang grinned mischievously. "Feeling guilty? Then you must protect me more in the future." However, Bai Qianqian kept her head lowered, feeling that she lacked the destiny to awaken an SSS-level divine imprint. She feared that in the future, the only thing she could offer Su Liang would be her life. "No buts. For this time, I'll cover your lunch. Let us go. If you don't get up, I'll carry you to the cafeteria." Bai Qianqian was horrified. If anyone saw her being carried, she would be utterly mortified. In an instant, she sprang to her feet. Su Liang smiled. "Now that's more like it. Let us go." Bai Qianqian obediently followed behind him, genuinely fearful of being carried. Yet, deep down, she felt a hint of anticipation. How embarrassing. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Bai Qianqian hesitated, wanting to treat Su Liang, but after another playful threat from him, she complied and sat down obediently. They began to eat slowly. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Qianqian finally spoke up. While Su Liang, noticing her bashful demeanor, encouraged her. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Qianqian found it difficult to voice her thoughts. "My mother wanted to invite you over for dinner, since you've helped us so much." This seemed to be the only gesture left for Bai Qianqian and her mother. She feared Su Liang might decline and was equally apprehensive about his acceptance. If he refused, she would feel a twinge of disappointment. However, it seemed that there was nothing particularly delectable to be found. Su Liang broke into a radiant smile. "All right, since it's an invitation from Auntie, We must go. Bai Qianqian, captivated by Su Liang's sincere and dazzling grin, quickly lowered her head, flustered. Chapter 19. Astonishing Combat Power. Observing Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departing the cafeteria together. A pair of icy eyes in a distant corner fixated on their retreating figures. I shall observe how far you can leap. Class monitor, have you really arranged for someone? Zhang Tianhao glanced at the person beside him. Why waste words? Just tell me if you're coming after school or not. Are you not eager to vent your frustrations? Fine. You handle it. What do I have to fear? Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. He humiliated me in front of so many people. I will repay him tenfold. The afternoon swiftly transitioned into combat class. As usual, Su Liang guided Bai Qianqian. It must be said, as the future Empress, her perceptiveness was truly remarkable. He sensed that with just a few days of guidance, Bai Qianqian's combat level could undoubtedly ascend to A grade. What she lacked were merely external conditions. Once her nutrition improved and her physical capabilities gradually strengthened, everything would fall into place. Moreover, once she awakened her SSS level Divine Mark and entered the Chosen Academy, the treatment she would receive would be nothing short of elite. The afternoon proceeded in a routine manner, and soon it was time to leave school. Although Bai Qianqian kept her head down, she was still filled with joy. She had come to terms with it. His willingness to go was a good thing. As for whether there was anything delicious, it mattered not. It was the thought that counted. Just as they were about to exit the school gates, Su Liang keenly sensed that someone seemed to be stealthily following them. His heightened mental acuity made him increasingly sensitive to external changes. Through his insightful eye, he feigned nonchalance and glanced back. Amidst the crowd, he spotted several figures. A cold smirk crept across Su Liang's lips. So they wish to play dirty? Standing at the school entrance, Su Liang said with a smile, Qianqian, wait for me here for a moment, don't wander off. I have a few matters to attend to. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang. Should I accompany you? Su Liang shook his head with a smile. No need. Just wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. She stood at the entrance, amidst a crowd. Feeling reassured that nothing untoward would happen, Su Liang understood that their target was solely him. He deliberately walked towards a nearby alley, knowing there were numerous side streets around. He would not let these two thugs get off scot-free. A mechanical ladybug flew from his body, seeking out a less populated alley before entering. Not far behind, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao exchanged glances. Let us go. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianhao turned to a young man who appeared to be around 20, saying, teach him a harsh lesson. The young man grinned. Easy enough. I'm not like your foolish homeroom teacher. A sinister glint flashed across Zhang Tianhao's face. You go in first, take him down. And then we'll follow. Understood. The young man nodded and charged into the alley. Su Liang intentionally slowed his pace. Sure enough, he soon heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Kid, stop. Su Liang turned to face the young man, realizing that these two had sought assistance. However, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. At most, he was dealing with a first-tier chosen one. He feigned a look of confusion. Are you calling me? With a dragon tattoo adorning his arm, the young man wore a wicked smile as he brandished a dagger. What do you think? Su Liang feigned alarm. What do you intend to do? The young man sneered. What do you think? Hand over your valuables. The young man edged closer to Su Liang, who took a few steps back. Since they were putting on a show, he decided to play his part fully. I have no money, Su Liang exclaimed, turning to flee. The young man scoffed, run? Suddenly, a faint white glow flickered on the young man's leg, and he accelerated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Su Liang, yanking his shirt and pinning him against the wall, the dagger pressed menacingly against his throat. Hand it over, the young man barked. His heart brimming with contempt, he realized Su Liang was merely a coward, bold only in the confines of the school. Su Liang recognized that it was time. He had gathered enough evidence. As the young man saw Su Liang's silence, he took the opportunity to swing a slap at him. Following Zhang Tianhao's orders, he was instructed to give Su Liang a thorough beating, ideally leaving him defenseless. His eyes gleamed with menace. Not willing to comply, huh? The young man unleashed a flurry of strikes against Su Liang. In that fleeting instant, Su Liang's gaze sharpened. One hand shot up, blocking the oncoming slap, while his other leg rose to intercept the young man's knee strike. Before the young man could react, Su Liang unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at his chin. The young man's pupils widened in shock as pain surged through him. You're seeking death. Su Liang's punch carried tremendous force, causing the young man to reel back, blood spilling from his gums. He was enraged, the light of the divine mark on his foot shimmering, though it was merely the lowest tier of white light. Its strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Instinctively, Su Liang used his arm to block the young man's sweeping kick. The other hand was already reaching for the short dagger at his waist. Yet in the next moment, the seemingly ferocious kick struck Su Liang's arm, only managing to push him back a few steps. Su Liang was taken aback. Why was his strength so feeble? It shouldn't be like this. Even with the added power of the divine mark, was the force truly this weak? Su Liang faintly sensed that his own strength of 16 points might exceed his expectations. He discarded the thought of drawing his dagger. The young man, observing that his kick had failed to send Su Liang flying, was equally astonished. But there was no time to ponder. Rage consumed him. He was determined to pummel Su Liang into submission. The light of the divine mark surged on his right leg, quickening his pace as he closed in on Su Liang, his dagger poised to strike. Yet to Su Liang, every motion of the young man appeared to unfold in slow motion. He was simply too weak. A glint of brilliance sparked in Su Liang's eyes. He bent slightly, evading the dagger's lethal edge. With all his might, he unleashed a straight punch, channeling the full force of his 16 points. The punch slammed into the young man's chest with a thunderous crack. In that moment, it felt as though the young man's eyes were about to burst. He even heard the sound of his ribcage shattering. Fear surged within him as he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. At this moment, Su Liang had gained a considerable understanding of his own capabilities. After enhancing his attributes by 5 points, his strength was now on par with that of these inferior first-class, chosen ones. This signified that had he been engaged in combat with the old virgin today, he would have emerged victorious with even greater ease. The young man before him, merely a lowly ruffian from the underbelly of society, had awakened the most basic C-class speed-type divine seal, rendering his combat prowess pitifully inadequate. The youth's face contorted in agony, the pain in his chest rendering him momentarily incapacitated. However, Su Liang was not inclined to grant him the luxury of recovery. With a swift motion, he disarmed the youth, snatching away the dagger he clutched, and hoisted him up with one hand, before forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. Thud! Another dull thud resonated, followed by the youth's anguished scream. Su Liang had already commenced his relentless barrage of punches. Bang! 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 One blow after another. The youth found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. His visage reduced to a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. The sounds of his cries gradually faded into a whisper. Su Liang let out a cold snort. Robbing me? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror, you pathetic weakling. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao and his companion, who had been lurking nearby without daring to approach, trembled as they observed the video footage projected from Zhang Tianhao's high-tech watch. Lu Hao stammered, "Class monitor, is this guy really that monstrous? Even the chosen one is being beaten to a pulp. Where did he acquire such immense strength?" Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened considerably. "Damn it, useless, just like Liao Yuqian. An utter waste. Class monitor, he's coming out," Lu Hao exclaimed in alarm. The two quickly ducked into the adjacent alleyway. As Su Liang exited the alley, he wiped the blood from his knuckles, casting a fleeting glance towards their hiding place, before sneering and turning to enter a nearby store. In the dimly lit alley, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao confronted the barely conscious youth. Zhang Tianhao's face was a mask of fury. "Useless. Class monitor, we should leave," Lu Hao suggested, fear creeping into his voice. Yet, a bold thought began to take root in Zhang Tianhao's mind. What if this guy dies? A sinister smile crept across his lips. Chapter 20. The Return of the Bloodthirsty Rat. The two boarded the school bus heading toward Bai Qianqian's home. Bai Qianqian observed the items Su Liang was carrying. "Why did you buy so much?" "I only intended to treat you to a meal," she remarked, surprised that Su Liang had gone shopping. Su Liang smiled gently. "Silly. Would I dare visit your home empty-handed? I lack such audacity. Besides, fret not. I merely picked up a few trivial items, nothing of great worth." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling a tad awkward, and fell silent. The school bus sped along, reaching her neighborhood in about 10 minutes. Soon, they arrived at her home, which remained in a similarly dilapidated state, with many areas in disrepair. In this world, stark disparities persisted, with the affluent flourishing while families like theirs struggled. Thankfully, the government provided some support to prevent starvation. However, the burden of having a man who drank and gambled, contributing nothing, had made their lives even more arduous. Rongqing boasted several impoverished districts, starkly contrasting with the opulent high-rises of the wealthy. "Mom, we're back," Lu Xian called out as she emerged from the kitchen. "Auntie." Su Liang greeted her. Lu Xian's face lit up with a smile. "Xiao Liang, oh my, why did you buy things too?" "I only wanted to thank you." Su Liang replied with a smile. "Just a small token of appreciation, please don't mention it." He took note of Lu Xian's slightly haggard appearance. Though it seemed she no longer bore the weight of despair. Perhaps the death of that man had brought her a sense of liberation, though it was clear she had not yet fully come to terms with it. Lu Xian set up a spirit tablet for him, placing 3 incense sticks before it, a simple yet solemn gesture. In this era, simplicity prevailed, devoid of excessive formality. Before long, Lu Xian had prepared a modest meal. Placing it on the table, the simplicity of the dishes revealed that these ingredients had likely consumed several days' worth of their meager rations. Life for the two of them was exceedingly frugal. Yet, this situation was destined to change soon. "Xiao Liang, I truly thank you for that day. If it weren't for you, Qianqian and I might have been lost," Lu Xian expressed gratefully. Su Liang maintained a gentle smile. "Auntie, under such circumstances, I could never stand idly by. Qianqian is my classmate. We must help one another." Lu Xian nodded, regarding Su Liang with newfound respect. Most would have fled in terror when faced with such a situation, yet he had bravely vanquished that beast to protect them. "Mom, let's not dwell on those matters." Bai Qianqian interjected. Lu Xian chuckled. "Right, let's not talk about that. Xiao Liang, Qianqian tells me you've been looking out for her at school. Thank you." She's always been rather solitary. Bai Qianqian pouted, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. Su Liang simply smiled. Engaging in light conversation with Lu Xian for a while, time passed swiftly, and the sky gradually darkened. Su Liang, I won't keep you any longer. Our home is still in this state, and the night brings its own dangers, Lu Xian stated. Su Liang replied with a smile. Auntie, it's fine. I'll head back now. Be careful on your way, she cautioned. All right, you both go inside. Qianqian, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Bai Qianqian murmured softly, her heart fluttering in anticipation of their next meeting. She cherished his presence beside her, relished the sound of his breath, and adored the faint scent of soap that lingered on him. As night fell, shadows darted through the impoverished district, splitting apart in various directions. Xiaolon, have they emerged from the underground? Qi Hengqiu was also racing toward a specific destination. A melodic voice echoed through his earpiece. They are estimated to breach the surface in 2 minutes. Captain, be extremely cautious. This time, their numbers far exceed those of the day before yesterday. Came Gong Lai's voice over the earpiece. Damn it, what's going on? Why here again? Xiaolon replied. We've discovered that an ancient drainage pipe deep underground connects from the eastern high walls to within the city. These bloodthirsty rats must have fortuitously stumbled upon it. Gong Lai cursed. Damn it, I'll blow it up later. The voice of Captain Qi Hengqiu resonated through the earpiece. Quit the chatter, swiftly activate the forbidden divine realm. Confine them within a designated area and ensure civilian safety. Understood. Yes. Gong Lai dashed through the darkness, soon arriving at a familiar location. Ready to deploy the forbidden divine realm stake. Suddenly, I found myself face to face with a familiar figure. Goodness, what on earth are you doing here? Are you up to some mischief? The two of us spoke almost in unison. Gong Lai felt his heart clench in irritation. Damn it. I have no time to indulge your chatter. With a swift motion, Gong Lai detached the divine restriction stake from the back of his battle armor and hurled it onto the ground. He called out, I have arrived at the designated location. I am here too. I am in position. Came the voice of Qi Hengqiu. Activate the divine restriction. Yes, yes, yes. Gong Lai wasted no time. Slamming his palm onto the divine restriction stake, purple light surging from his arm. In an instant, the familiar beam of divine restriction shot skyward, swiftly encircling with 2 other stakes. Only then did Gong Lai exhale in relief. The divine restriction is established. Qi Hengqiu's voice crackled through the earpiece. Blood drinkers, prepare for action. Strike with all your might. Understood. Su Liang gazed at the scene before him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Their team, the Ember Kill Squad, boasted commendable overall capabilities. Had another exotic beast made its appearance? The sudden sound nearly made Gong Lai drop his cigarette in shock. Damn it. How could I have forgotten about this rascal? Gong Lai glared. What are you doing here? Get out. It's dangerous. Su Liang, unfazed, inquired. Is it another bloodthirsty rat? Gong Lai nodded gravely. Yes, and there are more than last time. Su Liang frowned and asked, how could they appear consecutively? In the same location? After a moment of contemplation, Gong Lai explained, there's an old drainage pipe that leads in from outside the city walls. We missed it last time. Su Liang nodded. Understanding. Gong Lai snapped. Hurry and scram. It's perilous here. Su Liang chuckled. What's the rush? The divine restriction is up. Do you have any beast crystals? Give me some more. Gong Lai shot him an incredulous look. Are you consuming beast crystals? Speak. Did you sell my beast crystals for cash? Su Liang rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who's desperate for money? I'm conducting research. No. Scram now. Gong Lai exhaled a smoke ring. Su Liang muttered. What a miser. Gong Lai glared. You're pushing your luck. 5 first-tier beast crystals can fetch over 2,000 bucks. Am I stingy? Then why did you come back? Su Liang sheepishly smiled, waving his hand. Stop it. I've exhausted my research. Gong Lai, exasperated, insisted. I said to leave quickly. This isn't a joke. If danger arises, do you think you can escape like last time? All right, I'm going. Just then, a panicked voice crackled through Gong Lai's earpiece. Old Gong. 8 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the last direction into the divine restriction. Hurry. Gong Lai's expression shifted instantly. What? Where? The sudden turn of events halted Su Liang in his tracks. It's also from the last location. The exit is likely the same. What? The same location? Gong Lai blurted out. Su Liang's face finally changed. The last location? Could it be that bloodthirsty rats had escaped the divine restriction? The last location was precisely where Bai Qianqian lived. Su Liang's expression turned frantic. Without waiting for Gong Lai to react, he dashed back towards Bai Qianqian's residence. Gong Lai, too, sprang into action. You fool. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't go. Gong Lai chased after Su Liang, but Su Liang was quick on his feet. Gong Lai was nearly beside himself with rage. A voice from the earpiece called out, Old Gong, be cautious. There seems to be a bloodthirsty rat king. Gong Lai's complexion darkened. The voice of Captain Qi Hengqiu echoed in his ear. Gong Lai, we cannot provide support. It's all up to you. Be extremely careful. Gong Lai responded, understood. Xiaolan, send me the thermal imaging of the bloodthirsty rats in motion. Got it. Right away. A holographic projection materialized before Gong Lai, displaying the swarm of bloodthirsty rats. You reckless fool. Are you out of your mind? Get back here. Su Liang, however, paid no heed, his heart heavy with dread. Please, don't let anything happen. Bai Qianqian. Chapter 21. The 3-Star Rat King. Su Liang pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Gong Lai was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Are you insane? Su Liang shouted back. There are people I must protect. Gong Lai was infuriated but had no choice but to quicken his pace. Not long after, both of them reached the vicinity of Bai Qianqian's home, witnessing the two women, pale and terrified, pressed against the wall. Before them, two bloodthirsty rats were menacingly eyeing them. One was particularly large, exuding a nauseating stench, its fur standing on end like steel needles, and its massive tail crashing against the ground, causing the earth to crack. The expressions of Su Liang and Gong Lai darkened instantly. Damn it, it was a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai's live feed was sent to the all-seeing Xiaolan. Captain, Old Gong is facing a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. The moment the words were heard, all team members' expressions shifted dramatically. Chi Hingchu's voice rang out, Gong Lai. Handle it with caution. We'll come to assist as soon as we can. Gong Lai's face was ashen, although he was a 3-sealed divine master. Facing a 3-star bloodthirsty rat diminished his chances of victory. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian's faces turned pale as they spotted Su Liang and Gong Lai. Tears welling in their eyes. Su Liang, you must leave. Bai Qianqian choked out. At that moment, the bloodthirsty Rat King turned its gaze towards Su Liang and Gong Lai. The next instant, it let out a piercing screech and lunged directly at Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian. Su Liang and Gong Lai reacted almost simultaneously. Embodying the instinctive response of their divine hunting squad, Gong Lai's body surged with purple light as 3 divine seals materialized upon him, moving at incredible speed. He drew a source crystal weapon, source crystal cannon. He fired, and a dazzling blue-white orb struck the bloodthirsty Rat King directly. Boom. The energy erupted. The bloodthirsty Rat King let out a pained shriek, crashing into a nearby building, shattering many objects in its wake. Simultaneously, Su Liang delivered a powerful kick to the head of another 1-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai was nearly beside himself with anxiety. This kid truly had no regard for his life. A single swipe from a bloodthirsty rat could easily shatter his leg. But in the next moment, Gong Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as Su Liang's kick sent the bloodthirsty rat, larger than him, flying. Gong Lai was left dumbfounded. How could a bloodthirsty rat be so easily kicked away? The creature's weight undoubtedly exceeded Su Liang's. How was this possible? Was he truly this strong? Time was too precious for excessive reaction. Gong Lai still cursed loudly. Damn it. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He hurriedly rushed to Su Liang and the others. Su Liang paid him no heed. Approaching Bai Qianqian, he gently cradled her face with one hand. Do not fear. It's all right now. You will be safe. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. Suddenly, with a chilling screech, the bloodthirsty Mouse King emerged from the ruins, letting out a furious roar that echoed through the air. Its crimson eyes glinted with a sinister light, revealing its wrath. Almost instantly, rustling sounds filled the vicinity. Shadows flitted across the ground, and from every direction, bloodthirsty mice, glowing with a menacing red hue, materialized, their gazes fixated upon the group. A total of 8 had arrived. Gong Lai's expression darkened. Damn it. I won't let you escape. He commanded, kid. Protect those 2. I'll handle the rest. He tossed a source crystal pistol to Su Liang. Without hesitation, Su Liang picked up the weapon, shielding Bai Qianqian and her mother behind him. Bai Qianqian clutched the hem of his shirt tightly, desperate to cling to him. Gong Lai erupted with energy, his body radiating a vibrant purple light. Divine seals manifested on his calves and arms, pulsating with power. The 3 seals resembled lightning bolts as Gong Lai activated his source crystal cannon. Damn you beasts. Die. He unleashed a barrage of shots, targeting the bloodthirsty Mouse King. Each blast struck its target, shattering the Mouse King's spiky fur. The creature howled in agony, while the other 7 bloodthirsty mice charged at him with ferocity. Gong Lai showed no hesitation, firing relentlessly. His movements were fluid, ensuring that none of the mice escaped his wrath. Each flash of the source crystal resulted in another mouse's anguished cry. Faced with the cannon's might, the 7 mice were little more than fodder. Obliterated in bursts of crimson mist. Enraged, the Mouse King wailed, witnessing its kin falling one by one. Yet, the only response it received was the relentless barrage of cannon fire, its spiky fur falling in tatters. But soon, the energy of the source crystal cannon waned. Its brilliance extinguished. Damn it, Gong Lai roared, drawing forth his weapon from the spatial converter, a silver spear. As it struck the ground, the purple seals ignited with power, enveloping him in a crackling aura. His eyes blazed with electric energy. Come on, beast. Gong Lai lifted the spear, aiming at the Mouse King. With a shriek, the Mouse King lunged at him. Gong Lai sprang forward, radiating formidable energy. The 2 clashed in a fierce battle. The spear danced like a dragon, lightning crackling as it struck the Mouse King's impenetrable hide, sparking showers of fire. The Mouse King's claws, sharp as daggers, clashed against the spear, producing a metallic clang. Gong Lai's attacks were unyielding, focused entirely on offense, with no thought of defense. Though protected by armor, his strength was overwhelming. A single swing sent the Mouse King flying. The battle raged on. Su Liang kept Bai Qianqian and her mother at a distance from the fray, their faces pale with fear. Su Liang's heart sank. This Mouse King was indeed terrifying, and Gong Lai faced a daunting challenge. The skin of a 3-star beast was notoriously resilient. The bloodthirsty Mouse King's fur had evolved into a metallic spiked armor, impervious to ordinary attacks. The Source Crystal Cannon could only shatter its spines. Could Su Liang emerge victorious? Bai Qianqian, regaining a semblance of calm, hid behind him. Su Liang's expression was grave. It was uncertain. Lu Xian urged, Xiao Liang, we must leave at once. Su Liang replied, Auntie, I don't know where to go, nor if there are more bloodthirsty mice nearby. It's best we don't run aimlessly. Lu Xian trembled with fear, being merely an ordinary person, as she watched the fierce clash between man and beast. Su Liang's outlook was grim. Gong Lai, a 3-seal thunder attribute sorcerer, wielded the power of lightning. Based on his current prowess, he appeared not to exceed level 25. Such strength against a 3-star bloodthirsty Mouse King was formidable. Yet, he felt utterly helpless to assist. After several minutes of fierce combat, the Mouse King began to sustain injuries, blood seeping from its wounds. Gong Lai, too, was panting heavily. The Mouse King screeched and lunged at him. You beast! Die! Gong Lai roared, thrusting his spear forward. Lightning crackled as the Mouse King cried out in despair. But in that fleeting moment, the Mouse King's hard tail lashed out towards Gong Lai. Watch out! Su Liang shouted. But it was too late. The tail struck Gong Lai with tremendous force, damaging his armor. He spat out blood and was sent crashing to the ground at Su Liang's feet. What happened? Su Liang asked anxiously. Gong Lai, pale-faced, propped himself up with the spear. Why aren't you running? Are you waiting to die? He scolded. I'm afraid to leave. How would I know if it's safe? Gong Lai sighed in exasperation. There are no more, just 8. Hurry and go. Don't hold me back. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gong Lai coughed up more blood. The Mouse King, poised for another attack, let out a deafening roar that seemed to resonate underground. Just then, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Captain, a large group of bloodthirsty mice is emerging from below, and there are 2-star bloodthirsty mice. Captain, you have a 3-star bloodthirsty Mouse King on your side. Be extremely cautious. It's over. More bloodthirsty mice are heading towards Old Gong. Messages flooded in, casting a shadow over the faces of every member of the Jinsha squad. Gong Lai's expression grew more serious than ever. Great, now we can't escape. More bloodthirsty mice are coming. Bai Qianqian and her mother's faces froze in panic. Su Liang's expression darkened. How many? Chapter 22. Some things must be done. The captain's voice resonated through the earpiece. Xiaolon, quickly inform the other teams and the military for assistance. Understood. Gong Lai, hold on. Upon hearing the voice, Gong Lai felt an unprecedented weight of difficulty. When faced with Su Liang's inquiry, he was at a loss for words. Kid, the Mouse King will surely lead the other bloodthirsty mice here. Then, wait for your chance to escape. I don't know if I can hold on. Su Liang's heart was heavy. Hadn't they notified the other teams and the military? The notification was given, yet their arrival would not be swift. You must leave soon, or I cannot guarantee your safety, he urged. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement. The bloodthirsty rat emitted another shrill cry as it lunged towards Gong Lai. Blood froth erupted from Gong Lai's mouth. Damn it, fight! He charged forward once more, electricity crackling around him, bravely engaging the enemy. Su Liang sighed within, reflecting on the nature of the Divine Hunt Squad, the chosen ones. In the face of monstrous beasts, they unhesitatingly took the lead, making the ultimate sacrifice. In his previous life, he had witnessed familiar faces fall before him time and again, with each wave of comrades succumbing to the harshness of this era. As a rear combatant in the Divine Hunt Squad, Gong Lai could not retreat. The term rear combat referred to both mopping up remnants and providing cover. In minor skirmishes, they merely needed to be vigilant of any lingering targets. Yet, in the face of grave danger, they stood as the bulwark for all their teammates, fighting to the last breath. This was the essence of a rear combatant, solely to protect their comrades. Once, he too had served in such a role, surviving time and again seemingly by sheer luck. As time passed, the battle between Gong Lai and the bloodthirsty Rat King grew increasingly fierce. His injuries mounted, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength. Blood sprayed repeatedly, his armor shattered, revealing wounds deep enough to expose bone. Yet, his eyes remained blood-red with determination. He understood that he must severely wound the bloodthirsty Rat King before the others arrived, or he would stand no chance. It was time to strike. After a fierce collision, he staggered back, lightning flashing in his eyes. 3 divine seals began to radiate brilliant light. Electricity surged from his body. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, Thunder Dragon breaks the army. In an instant, his spear glimmered with blinding lightning as he thrust it forward. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth, and the bloodthirsty Rat King instinctively sensed the danger, bristling its spines. It curled into a half-sphere, using its fur to shield itself from Gong Lai's assault. Boom! The thunderous strike collided with the bloodthirsty Rat King's fur, exploding with a deafening roar that reverberated through the surroundings. Civilians within nearby houses trembled in fear. Too frightened to peek outside, Su Liang observed the scene with a sense of calm. Qianqian, behold, that is the power of the divine seals. The very talent the school speaks of. After each seal, every divine seal awakens a unique ability. For offensive divine seals, this talent is the trump card. The means of survival. This is the power of the seal patterns. Each divine seal gives rise to corresponding seal patterns, and one day, you shall possess them too. Bai Qianqian. Still shaken, absorbed only fragments of this revelation. Is the Rat King dead? Su Liang shook his head. That was impossible. This was merely Gong Lai's second seal's power. Insufficient to slay a 3-star Rat King. Only the third seal might have that potential, but unleashing its power would leave him drained. Recalling Bai Qianqian's 10-seal power in his previous life, which could be described as devastatingly formidable, capable of slaughtering every living being in a first-tier city, was truly terrifying. Throughout Huaxia, only they four had ascended to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Such power was forbidden. As the lightning dissipated, the Rat King was hurled back into the ruins. Gong Lai's spear clattered to the ground as he gasped for breath, the purple glow of his divine seal beginning to fade. His gaze remained fixed on the bloodthirsty Rat King. The Rat King screeched in fury, visibly bleeding from a massive charred wound on its back, where no fur remained. And blood flowed unabated. This strike had indeed gravely injured the Rat King, yet it also incited its wrath. Its crimson eyes glinted with rage, as if it desired nothing less than to rend this human into pieces to unleash its fury. Another piercing cry echoed, followed by the rustling of movement. More bloodthirsty rats emerged, closing in on their king. Su Liang's expression turned grave. Damn. 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats, 5 1-star bloodthirsty rats. Gong Lai is in danger. The only silver lining was that the 3-star Rat King was already severely wounded. Kid, go. Gong Lai bellowed, his lightning erupting once more. The bloodthirsty Rat King screeched, issuing commands. 8 newly appeared bloodthirsty rats pounced towards Gong Lai. Su Liang realized he had to leave immediately. He cast a heavy glance at Gong Lai, who returned a resolute smile before plunging into the horde of bloodthirsty rats, fighting for his life. That determined gaze transported Su Liang back to his previous life, recalling the man who had carved a bloody path for him. Su Liang, you bastard, in the next life, you protect me. Ha ha ha. Don't forget to pour out some wine from that jar for me. Don't drink it all yourself. Until we meet again. Su Liang's eyes reddened as he grasped the trembling hands of the two women, fleeing without a backward glance. What about you? Bai Qianqian asked. Su Liang offered no reply. Bai Qianqian seemed to anticipate Gong Lai's fate and fell silent. Su Liang urged them onward, hastening their escape in search of safety, yet unease gnawed at his heart. In his previous life, he had been timid, fearful for his life, relying on the protection of so many around him. Had he truly survived solely due to his own strength? No, it was his comrades who had carved a bloody path for him with their lives. He felt that if he simply walked away now, his conscience would forever be burdened, haunted by guilt in this lifetime. Finally, Su Liang spotted a glimmer of light, a civilian safe house. Qianqian, take your aunt and hide in the safe house. Bai Qianqian froze. What about you? Su Liang gazed at her intently, forcing a bitter smile. I owe that guy a few beast crystals. I cannot just watch him die. Tears welled in Bai Qianqian's eyes. But she hesitated, unsure of what to say. Little Liang, don't be reckless. Lu Xian exclaimed, agitated. Su Liang shook his head with a wry smile. Some things must be done. You both go. He released their hands and turned back. Bai Qianqian's tears flowed freely. You must return alive. Su Liang turned back, grinning. All right. He melted into the night, disappearing from sight. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, filled with anxiety. His departure felt perilous. Would she truly lose him? Her vision blurred as Lu Xian pulled her toward the safe house. Chapter 23, Slaying the Rat King. Bai Qianqian's home. Gong Lai gazed intently at the last 3 2-star bloodthirsty mice and the Mouse King. Leaning heavily on his long spear, blood streamed down his body, and he panted heavily. Already on the brink of exhaustion, the 3 2-star bloodthirsty mice were gravely wounded as well. The 3-star Mouse King observed with a predatory glare, biding its time rather than charging forward. Instead, it began to devour the corpses of its fallen kin, feasting on their blood to mend its own injuries. With his long spear propped up, Gong Lai noticed a gruesome wound on his right side, nearly penetrating through. Blood gushed forth, and he gasped for air. Xiaolon. Have the reinforcements arrived? Silence echoed through his earpiece. Gong Lai chuckled softly. No reinforcements? That's fine. Brothers, your old Gong may have to bid you farewell. I am grateful for the years spent together. I will take my leave. Voices of concern erupted in his earpiece. Old Gong. Old Gong. Gong Lai. Retreat. Don't fight to the death. The voice of Captain Qi Hengchu rang out. Gong Lai smiled faintly. Captain, if I retreat, more lives will be lost. A worthless life like mine isn't worth much. Remember to burn a few big incense sticks for me, so I won't feel too lonely. A mournful voice echoed through the earpiece. Bastard. You can't die? Gong Lai managed a bitter smile, the image of a face surfacing in his mind. Levian, find a good man to marry. He added, No more needless words, Captain. That young lad is decent. Remember to recruit him. I'm off. Ignoring the frantic voices in his earpiece, Gong Lai's eyes gleamed with determination. Beasts, come, let me cleave you to pieces. With a manic grin, he unleashed a tumultuous laughter. His eyes crackled with lightning as electric energy surged throughout his being. The third divine imprint on him began to tremble, its power pulsating. The Mouse King sensed the imminent threat. Squeak! It screeched. The remaining 3 2-star bloodthirsty mice lunged at Gong Lai with frenzied abandon. He threw his head back in wild laughter. Thousand thunderbreak. The earpiece crackled with the voices of his teammates in despair. Old Gong Lai. Amidst the radiant flashes of lightning and violet light, Gong Lai summoned his final strength. The spear shot forth like a roaring thunder dragon, piercing through the 3 bloodthirsty mice, impaling them together before thrusting toward the 3-star Mouse King. In that fleeting moment, Su Liang arrived just in time to witness Gong Lai's final act of brilliance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Gong Lai's spear aim for the Mouse King. Sensing the overwhelming danger, the Mouse King braced itself with its razor-sharp claws against the spear's tip. Ah, die for me, Gong Lai roared, the thunderous energy surging around him. With a deafening crack, the Mouse King's claws shattered. The spear plunged into its chest, and at that instant, time seemed to freeze. Su Liang felt as if his very breath had become suspended. This fool, did he not know to escape? The confrontation between man and beast appeared to be in a state of stasis. The Mouse King's crimson eyes reflected a savage expression of agony. Squeak! It let out a piercing cry. Blood poured from Gong Lai's mouth as he gazed upon the thrashing Mouse King. Is this it? Am I to die? It seems I could not bring this beast down after all. If only there weren't so many bloodthirsty mice, perhaps victory would have been ours. His eyes gradually dimmed. The Mouse King writhed in madness, violently thrashing its thick tail towards Gong Lai. Exhausted, Gong Lai lacked the strength to retaliate, allowing the sharp tail to pierce through his right chest, lifting him effortlessly. With an enraged screech, the Mouse King hurled Gong Lai into the debris. It yanked the spear from its body, coiling its long tail to hurl it fiercely towards Gong Lai amidst the ruins. Su Liang's heart jolted. Gong Lai. He propelled himself forward, kicking the spear just enough to redirect its trajectory. The spear grazed Gong Lai's right ear as it embedded itself into the rubble, narrowly missing his head. Su Liang appeared beside Gong Lai. Gong Lai, Gong Lai. His cries echoed through the earpiece, met with a mournful silence from their comrades. Hearts heavy with sorrow, a large gaping wound marred Gong Lai's chest. He coughed up blood, barely able to see Su Liang. What the hell are you doing back? Get out of here. Su Liang looked at Gong Lai. You're the fool. Why can't you just run away? Gong Lai was devoid of strength. As if he were on the verge of death, Su Liang stared at him, at a loss for words. Yes, he was indeed a fool for coming back. Yet his heart insisted that he should have returned. Damn it, you better not die. I still owe you 5 beast crystals. Gong Lai lacked the strength to respond. Su Liang grasped the silver spear firmly, his resolve unwavering. In his previous life, he had cowered, hiding beneath the wings of his comrades. The loss of his teammates weighing heavily upon him. Perhaps having faced death once made him unafraid now. He could not bear to watch someone who fought for his survival perish before his eyes. In his past life, he had seen too many like Gong Lai. And back then, he had not understood. But now, he began to grasp the truth. We exist in this world to hold steadfast for something or someone. And perhaps that is the very essence of our survival. The moment he seized the long spear, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Liang's eyes. Who said I owe you 5 beast crystals? I am a man of my word. If you die, who will I repay? His gaze locked onto the nearly exhausted Mouse King. Then let us kill. As he gripped the spear, remnants of Gong Lai's thunderous power coursed through him, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. At that moment, a searing heat began to radiate from his chest, intensifying rapidly. He furrowed his brow as a faint golden light emanated from his chest. This overwhelming heat made his entire body feel restless, yet simultaneously, he felt an infinite surge of power. What was happening? The power of the crimson-eyed celestial Kirin? Su Liang was bewildered, incredulously examining his own body. In that instant, he perceived through his inside eye that every pore of his being glowed with a faint golden light. Su Liang's heart trembled. What was this force? Golden light? He could scarcely believe it. He never imagined he could attain such a level of power. But this was not the time for contemplation. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the Mouse King, a faint golden glimmer reflecting in his eyes. Upon encountering Su Liang's pair of pale golden eyes, the Rat King detected the aura emanating from him. Fear manifested in the depths of its crimson gaze, and its body began to tremble, a reaction born of primal instinct. Su Liang let out a disdainful snort, striking the ground with his spear, sending ripples through the air. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Was this the power of the divine seal? He had not yet awakened. With a fierce command, he shouted, "Kill." His foot propelled the spear's butt, piercing forth with unwavering resolve. Angry dragon breaks the army. The spear surged forth like a dragon. The bloodthirsty Rat King let out a shriek. Compelled to retaliate despite its terror, the spear erupted with force, sending the Rat King reeling. This pressure, seemingly emanating from the very soul, diminished the Rat King's strength significantly. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Liang. In his past life, had he acted with greater resolve, would the outcome have been different? Were there some souls that might have been spared? Time rewound. In this life, he vowed not to repeat the past. He sought to alter the future, to change the fates of those he would encounter. In this moment, he fought for Gong Lai as well. A cascade of brilliant spear blossoms danced, leaving behind gory wounds upon the Rat King's form. The creature wailed in despair. Even its innate abilities were suppressed to the point of immobility, rendering it a mere target for Su Liang's wrath. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He struck down with his spear. Bang! One of the Rat King's forepaws shattered instantly. Another thrust severed the tail that lashed out at him. The air filled with its pitiful cries. With each successive strike, the Rat King's injuries compounded. Its once impenetrable fur, now rendered fragile under the influence of Su Liang's golden power, brought it to the brink of collapse. Seizing the moment, Su Liang's demeanor turned icy. Die! He lunged forward with a powerful thrust, the potent pale golden energy enveloping the spearhead. In an instant, it pierced the Rat King's skull. He hoisted it high, shaking the spear with force, causing the Rat King's head to explode. A beast crystal, encased in flesh and blood, fell to the ground. Everything came to an end. Su Liang's eyes reflected an endless coldness, akin to a deity of death. He finally exhaled, believing the threat to be temporarily quelled. The spear fell to the ground, the golden radiance beginning to fade, and the searing sensation in his chest dissipated. In that very moment, Su Liang felt his legs weaken, his body succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue that nearly brought him to his knees. Leaning on the spear, he gasped for breath, his complexion pale. Such severe side effects? Chapter 24. Is he dead? Su Liang felt on the verge of collapse, his spirit languid. Utilizing this power had not only drained his physical strength, but also his mental fortitude. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Su Liang. A choked voice called out to him. He looked up to see Bai Qianqian, her face streaked with tears, rushing towards him. A faint smile tugged at his lips. She still cared for him. One could only imagine the magnitude of fear she had to overcome to come to his aid. Fortunately, the danger had passed. Bai Qianqian swiftly supported Su Liang. Are you all right? She asked, gripping him tightly as she examined his body, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. Su Liang managed a pale smile. Don't worry, I'm unscathed. Quickly, help me to that fellow. In the rear, Lucian hurried over in a panic. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian had already assisted Su Liang to Gong Lai's side. Upon seeing Gong Lai's weakened state, with a gaping wound in his chest still oozing blood, they could not tell if he was alive or dead. The two women dared not gaze for long. The sight was too gruesome. Su Liang plopped down beside him and removed the earpiece from Gong Lai's ear. Hello? Can you hear me? Old Gong. The team members were taken aback. I am not Gong Lai. Please dispatch a healer quickly. I don't know if he is still salvageable. Hurry. Greenleaf. Now. Chi Hengchu's voice rang out. In truth, Greenleaf had already set out. Su Liang let out a sigh of relief, half reclining beside Gong Lai. Silence enveloped them. The Divine Hunt Squad required unconditional trust among its members, a bond strong enough to entrust their lives to one another. Thus, their camaraderie had transcended mere friendship, embodying a fierce brotherhood forged in battle. Su Liang had always understood this. Yet, in his past life, he had missed too many opportunities. In this life, he did not wish to let them slip away. He recalled the comrades who had perished before his eyes in his previous life and managed a bitter smile. In this life, I will protect you. Before long, a woman clad in a tight-fitting green combat suit rushed over, kneeling before Gong Lai. She possessed a delicate figure and a strikingly beautiful face, appearing to be around 30, exuding an aura of sophistication. Her cheeks were already streaked with tears. Bai Qianqian and Lucian recognized her as the healer who had assisted Su Liang previously. Trembling, she sobbed, No, you cannot die, you bastard. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. The green leaf insignia on her arms radiated a verdant light, and the symbol on her forehead blossomed with the power of the divine seal. She wept, You cannot leave us. Bai Qianqian and Lucian fell silent. Su Liang watched this scene unfold, his heart heavy. The energy flowed into Gong Lai's body, yet there was no sign of response. No, you must wake up. Soon after, their other teammates arrived. This was Su Liang's first encounter with them. They gathered around Gong Lai, each silent and somber, their expressions laden with grief. Greenleaf broke down in tears. Wake up, you bastard. You haven't married me yet. Wake up. The teammates averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Greenleaf activated the insignia's power, manifesting a green leaf that sank into his wound. But Gong Lai remained unresponsive, even his breath fading. Greenleaf felt as though the sky had fallen. She was lost, crying out, Why won't you leave? Why not continue living? Tell me. Her lovely face was now smeared with tears and blood. She trembled as she reached out, caressing his still warm face, wiping her tears as she poured her strength into him. Desperate to revive him, the teammates looked on, unable to endure the sight. Greenleaf, don't. No. He won't die? He promised me so many things that remain unfulfilled. With great effort, Su Liang rose to his feet, his expression solemn. Under the astonished gazes of Chi Hengqiu and the others, he performed a gesture of respect that only the Divine Hunt Squad understood, a salute of the highest honor. They were utterly bewildered. This lad knew the gesture. The teammates followed suit, saluting in unison, a tribute of the Divine Hunt. Old Gong, rest assured. I'll burn a few big wave girls for you. One teammate said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Greening lay atop Gong Lai's body, desperately striking him. Come back to life. At that moment, a faint sound echoed, as if she could hear Gong Lai's heartbeat. Like a jolt of electricity, she suddenly sprang to her feet. Gong Lai, Gong Lai. She grasped his clothing and shook him vigorously. Wake up. Suddenly, although Gong Lai's eyes remained closed, a voice emerged, stop shaking me, or I'll truly die. At the sound, everyone turned their gaze towards Gong Lai, faces alight with joy. Old Gong, Old Gong. Greening looked at Gong Lai and burst into tears. You bastard. Couldn't you have woken up sooner? You've made me cry for so long. Gong Lai coughed lightly. I haven't married you yet. How could I bear to die? Greening, through her tears, broke into a smile. You scoundrel. All the teammates sighed in relief, their expressions shifting to smiles. Gong Lai, grinning, said, Xiao Longzi, give me some big wave girls. The young man known as Xiao Longzi flashed a grin. As long as Sister Greening doesn't mind, I'll get you 100, so you can be happy every day. Laughter erupted among the group. Greening playfully struck him, causing Gong Lai to groan in pain. I need to sleep a bit. It hurts so much, and I'm so tired. He closed his eyes again. No sleeping. Green Een admonished him. Oh, I won't die. I'm not ready to go. Green Een continued to channel her energy, aiding in his recovery, while the other teammates joined in to help. Su Liang observed the scene, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, it was not in vain. He was glad Gong Lai survived. In that instant, a layer of guilt lifted from his heart. Captain Chi Hengqiu called Su Liang to the bloodthirsty Rat King. I am the captain of the Burning Kill Squad, Chi Hengqiu. Nice to meet you, Su Liang. Chi Hengqiu nodded. Yes, I know you. Thank you. Su Liang shook his head. It was he who saved us. Without him, we might have perished. Chi Hengqiu nodded, glancing at the Rat King. Did you kill it? Su Liang paused briefly, then quickly shook his head. He would never admit to it. Even if Gong Lai later clarified some matters, he chose to remain silent. He hadn't even sorted out the secrets within himself. So he didn't want to stir up too much trouble. It was Gong Lai who killed it. I merely fired a shot while he was unconscious. Smashing the Rat King's head, Chi Hengqiu regarded Su Liang with a scrutinizing glance. Would he believe that? But he chose not to expose him. This would suffice. Chi Hengqiu stated, once you awaken your powers, if you succeed, I would like to invite you to join us at Burning Kill. Su Liang smiled. Then let us wait for my awakening. The future is uncertain. Chi Hengqiu nodded. Su Liang continued, we must block off the underground passage, otherwise it will be unbearable with regular visits. Chi Hengqiu nodded. The military has already been notified. They've dispatched someone to destroy that passage. After a while, Gong Lai's condition stabilized. Captain, we can head back now, a teammate called out. Chi Hengqiu nodded, goodbye. Su Liang smiled and nodded in return, goodbye. Gong Lai was lifted onto a stretcher, now awake. Wait. Everyone paused. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang. You little brat. Then, 3 2-star beast crystals and 1 3-star beast crystal were tossed his way. Su Liang caught them, frowning. What is the meaning of this? Gong Lai grumbled. You were short on beast crystals, right? Here you go. Su Liang shook his head. This is ridiculous. This is a 3-star beast crystal. Do you think it grows on trees? Gong Lai insisted. If I give it to you, just take it. Why are you being so fussy? Su Liang stubbornly shook his head and tossed them back. He had paid a hefty price to acquire these rewards. The value of a single 3-star beast crystal was substantial. While he truly needed beast crystals, he couldn't accept them this way, especially since Gong Lai had saved him and Bai Qianqian and her daughter. Hey, you little brat. Why are you being so picky? Su Liang replied, exasperated. Get lost, get lost. You're the one being picky. The teammates curiously watched the exchange, wondering how familiar these two were. Perhaps only Su Liang understood that as fellow members of the Divine Hunters, Gong Lai's personality was easy to get along with. Similar to his past life, allowing them to bond effortlessly. Gong Lai huffed, but then took out the 3 2-star beast crystals and tossed them carelessly. Take them if you want. I can't be bothered. Brothers, let us go home. Laughter erupted as they carried him away. Su Liang glanced at the 3 2-star beast crystals on the ground and smiled knowingly, picking them up. Then he surveyed the wreckage around him. Qianqian, auntie, the house is completely destroyed. Why don't you stay at my place? I have some empty rooms. He chuckled to himself. Hey, today I might finally get the Empress back home. Chapter 25, Noticeable Improvement. The three of them stumbled back home. Grandpa had been waiting at the door. Initially, Bai Qianqian felt embarrassed, and Lu Xian didn't want to intrude. However, upon seeing their home in ruins, they realized there was truly no other option. With plans to come back and repair it later, they decided to follow Su Liang to his home. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, finally managing to bring the Empress home. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling shy. Grandpa, This is my classmate Bai Qianqian, and this is her mother, Aunt Lucienne. The old man, unusually enthusiastic, said, "Come in. Come in. Quickly." He warmly helped Lucienne with their belongings, items salvaged from the rubble. Tomorrow, Lucienne would return to search for more. "Hello, Grandpa," Bai Qianqian timidly greeted, her gaze on the hunched old man betraying her nervousness. "Hello, hello, don't be anxious. Come in," Su Liang said with a smile. Lucienne, equally shy, added, "Old man, sorry for the trouble." "Not at all, not at all. It's more lively with more people around." Su Liang observed his grandfather's warm demeanor, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Was this the same old, rigid man? As Grandpa led the way, he said, "We have 2 empty rooms. Just right for you 2 mother and daughter to have one each." Lucienne quickly waved her hands. "No need, we can share a room." The old man chuckled. "It's all right, it's empty anyway. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to retrieve some of your belongings, and you can arrange it as you like." After everyone placed their things down, Grandpa cheerfully inquired, "Have you all had dinner?" "We've already eaten," Su Liang replied. "Good, then hurry and help tidy up. Get to bed early tonight. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow." "Okay, I'll get right on it." Su Liang set down his belongings and rushed to tidy up the room in the west. His home resembled a traditional courtyard, not large but cozy, and better than Bai Qianqian's. "I'll help you." Bai Qianqian quickly followed him, still a bit shy, glancing around with curiosity. Su Liang smiled as the 2 of them busied themselves in the room. "During this period, you shall reside here with steadfastness, without overthinking." Bai Qianqian softly acquiesced, "All right." Her cheeks flushed slightly. The sensation was truly wondrous, for they would now dwell under the same roof. "Su Liang," Bai Qianqian called out to him. What is it?" Su Liang inquired, observing her earnest gaze. "Thank you for rescuing us once again." Su Liang replied with a smile. "No need for gratitude. Have you forgotten? I have ulterior motives. From now on, it will be your turn to protect me." Bai Qianqian's earlobes turned a deeper shade of crimson. "But can I truly protect you? I feel as though I have nothing left to repay you." Su Liang jested. "You aren't thinking of offering yourself, are you?" Bai Qianqian abruptly looked up at Su Liang, then bashfully lowered her gaze. I might." She found it difficult to voice her thoughts, wanting to suggest that it was not entirely out of the question, yet the words eluded her. At that moment, Lucienne entered with a basin of water. "It's quite clean, there's nothing to tidy up." Bai Qianqian immediately lowered her head in panic. Su Liang stifled a smile. "Auntie, you both should freshen up. I want tea intrude. Just call out if you need anything, don't hesitate." Lucienne nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Xiao Liang." Su Liang exited, and Lucienne noticed her daughter's flushed cheeks. "Qianqian, what's wrong?" Nothing, Mom, I'm fine." Lucienne observed her daughter's flustered demeanor, pondering deeply. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Actually, this Xiao Liang fellow is quite admirable. Your mother supports you." Bai Qianqian's face instantly turned scarlet. "Mom, what are you saying? There's nothing going on." Lucienne smiled knowingly. "Am I not familiar with my own daughter?" Bai Qianqian felt utterly embarrassed. Outside, the perceptive Su Liang heard their conversation and smirked. How delightful. Yet, he dared not entertain the thought of winning the affection of the Empress. Perhaps, after her awakening, she would encounter even greater talents. Hurriedly, Su Liang washed up, feeling immensely fatigued and weak. He lay down on his bed and retrieved 3 2-star beast crystals, his gaze igniting with fervor. 1 2-star beast crystal held a value equivalent to 10 1-star beast crystals in human society. Thus, he effectively possessed the worth of 30 1-star beast crystals. How many value points could he convert tonight? And what of the Eye of Insight? Rubbing his palms together, he felt an eagerness building. He arranged the 3 2-star beast crystals before him and entered a state of pretense. With a single thought, his consciousness was drawn into that enigmatic space. The pair of golden beast eyes fixated upon him. With another thought, he activated his value panel. Beast power conversion. Conversion progress, 61 million. Beast power talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine seal, unawakened. Mental strength, 11,100. Strength, 16,100. Agility, 11,100. Speed, 11,100. The familiar panel greeted him. However, Su Liang soon noticed something amiss. An additional percentage had appeared next to his physical attributes. What could this mean? Was it capped at 100? Confusion enveloped him. Yet, it seemed he could only proceed step by step. There would surely come a day when it would be full. He pondered once more. How much power would the 3 2-star beast crystals yield? How should he distribute it? He was uncertain how to control the allocation of those values. Su Liang felt exasperated, wishing for a hint. "Forget it, I'll convert first." With a thought, the cold mechanical voice resonated again. Beast power conversion in progress. The golden beast eyes emitted a radiant light that enveloped Su Liang's body. The familiar agony surged once more. In his room, the energies of the 3 2-star beast crystals slowly transformed into wisps of smoke that flowed into Su Liang. Throughout this ordeal, he endured the searing pain racking his body, gritting his teeth to withstand it. This was a necessary trial. Yet, without knowing how to allocate the power, he could only think of distributing it evenly. The conversion process appeared to stretch longer this time. the pain acutely palpable. Without the mental fortitude cultivated in his past life, he might have crumbled. Fortunately, he persevered. At last, the golden light gradually faded, and the sensation of pain dissipated. He exhaled in relief and once again summoned the virtual panel. Beast Power Conversion. Conversion Progress, 361 million. Beast Power Talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, Unawakened. Mental Strength, 117,100. Strength, 169,100. Agility, 117,100. Speed, 117,100. Su Liang gazed in astonishment at the panel. Wow, it really works like that. A wry smile crossed his face. It had been so simple all along. He just needed to envision how to allocate it. His thoughts were centered on even distribution, with the excess added to strength. To his surprise, it truly unfolded that way. A smile crept across his lips. He had grasped something significant. Moreover, 1 2-star beast crystal indeed equated to 10 1-star beast crystals. That was tolerable, as long as he remained unready. However, the Eye of Insight section remained unchanged. Clearly, enhancing the Eye of Insight would prove more arduous. Nevertheless, Su Liang felt content for the moment. The current capabilities of the Eye of Insight were already formidable. Soon, he exited that state and opened his eyes, finding it was already dawn. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. He casually swung his fist. Crack! A resounding sound echoed. Su Liang was taken aback. This power was incredible. He could hardly fathom how strong he had become. His mental strength felt considerably replenished, and he could sense changes in his speed and agility, remarkably enhanced. Elated, he realized that his fate in this life would indeed be altered by this beast power conversion. Shortly after, a voice called from outside. Su Liang, come out for breakfast. You need to get to school. It was Lu Xian's voice. Su Liang chuckled. All right, Auntie, I'm coming. How delightful to share his first breakfast with the future Empress. Chapter 26, Su Liang, the Murderer. The four of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Lu Xian smiled warmly. Su Liang, do try this. See if it suits your palate. Su Liang took a bite, astonishment illuminating his expression. Wow, Auntie, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is delicious. Lu Xian replied with a grin. Don't flatter me too much. Su Liang chuckled and said, Auntie, truly, I find it delightful. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Then do indulge yourself. Bai Qianqian, feeling shy, kept her head lowered, daring not to look up. Last night, her mother's words had kept her tossing and turning all night. Su Liang's mother was supportive, and the mere thought of those words made her cheeks flush with warmth. Grandpa Su, I shall be a bother for this period. Su Luochen wore a smile on his face as well. No trouble at all. It has been ages since our home has been this lively. Please, settle in comfortably. Don't concern yourselves with repairs over there. It's still quite perilous. Lu Xian felt somewhat awkward. It truly feels inappropriate to eat your food and stay here. The old man hastily interjected. I've already stated there's no need for such formalities. Food is not something you should fret over. Just look at Qianqian. She's so thin. I will ensure she gets nourished and regains her strength. As for everything else, you two need not worry. This old man still possesses some strength. Later, I will accompany you to gather your belongings from your home. Just settle in. That's settled. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had not anticipated encountering such a kind elder. She nodded appreciatively. Bai Qianqian softly added, Grandpa, thank you. The old man beamed warmly. No need for thanks. From now on, we are family. You rascal. At school, be sure to look after Qianqian. Su Liang grinned. Grandpa, I understand, he replied. Bai Qianqian discreetly glanced at Su Liang, only to find him gazing back at her, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head. As they nearly finished their meal, the two set off for school together, with Bai Qianqian timidly following behind Su Liang. Su Liang, your grandfather is truly wonderful, she remarked. He smiled. I told you. My grandfather is easy to get along with. In fact, he is even more welcoming towards you than he is with me. He typically has a cold exterior but a warm heart. You will come to see that. Bai Qianqian trailed behind him, observing his back, and for the first time, felt an unparalleled sense of security. Along the way, she remained silent, content to walk beside him. On the school bus, Su Liang ensured her comfort, shielding her from the crowd. It felt splendid. Yet, Bai Qianqian's thoughts were occupied with how she might repay Su Liang for his kindness. She truly possessed nothing of value to offer, save for herself. Perhaps, she mused, she could simply remain by his side for a lifetime. The thought made her blush. You really are shameless. He hasn't even asked for you yet. If what Su Liang said were true, and she were to awaken an SSS-level divine mark, then once she became powerful, she would protect him in return. Upon arriving at school, as they stepped into the classroom, Su Liang sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Every classmate's expression shifted upon his arrival. His mental acuity was exceptionally sharp, and the change was palpable. Upon catching sight of Zhang Tianhao's sinister grin, he instantly understood. A peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Trying to set a trap for me? Zhang Tianhao had already risen. Su Liang, you murderer. Lu Hao chimed in, you murderer. How dare you come to school? A triumphant smirk spread across Zhang Tianhao's face. Quickly, inform the teacher. Have the police brought here to arrest this murderer. With that, some classmates dashed out to notify the teacher. Zhang Tianhao sneered. You truly are something else. In broad daylight, you dare to commit murder. The students now regarded Su Liang with palpable aversion. Bai Qianqian was bewildered by the sudden accusations. A murderer? When had Su Liang ever killed anyone? He had been by her side the entire day yesterday. Su Liang observed Zhang Tianhao's smug demeanor, eager to see how long that grin would last. At that moment, Lung Lingguang also stood up, directing her gaze at Su Liang. Why did you resort to murder? Do you realize this could ruin your life? Her eyes brimmed with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Su Liang chuckled coldly, now suddenly concerned for him. Bai Qianqian clutched Su Liang's sleeve, her heart racing with anxiety. Accusations of murder were grave and could lead to capital punishment. Yet, Su Liang merely held her hand gently. To Lung Lingguang, this scene pierced her heart like a needle. Why did she find this moment so intolerable? Su Liang was not hers. Who claims I have committed murder? When did I ever kill anyone? You are slandering me. Su Liang retorted. Upon hearing his denial, Lung Lingguang sighed and returned to her seat. Why bother? Su Liang scoffed. Zhang Tianhao chuckled derisively. Still pretending? I witnessed the entire act of your murder. Su Liang paused momentarily. Where did you see this? Zhang Tianhao sneered. Are you afraid now? Come. Kneel and beg for my mercy, and perhaps I'll consider saving you. His smug expression was insufferable. I did not kill anyone, Su Liang stated coldly. Still arguing. I see you are obstinately refusing to face reality. Zhang Tianhao grinned wickedly. Today, you will end up in the police station. Prepare to meet your end. Ha ha. Zhang Tianhao laughed maniacally. Those whom Su Liang had previously admonished now wore mocking smiles, relishing the thought of him being taken to the police station and executed. This was the consequence of crossing them. You, Su Liang, had no business giving them leverage over you. Yang Biao hurriedly approached as Su Liang listened to these words. A cold smile crept across his heart. At that moment, he was eager to see who would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian finally grasped the situation. Yesterday, after school, Su Liang had left her for a brief moment. Had he gone to commit murder during that time? Bai Qianqian clutched the hem of Su Liang's clothing. Su Liang. He turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. Zhang Tianhao bellowed. Bai Qianqian, as class monitor, I kindly remind you not to associate with this murderer. Be wary lest you become implicated. Bai Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears. Su Liang could never be a murderer. You must be mistaken. Zhang Tianhao sneered. Mistaken? We have both witnesses and evidence. Do you still wish to argue? Lung Lianshuang cast a complex gaze at Su Liang. Very well, let us pretend he doesn't exist. She had hoped to view him in a better light, but she could not. Bai Qianqian felt tears welling up. Su Liang looked at her and said, Don't cry. It's all right. I haven't killed anyone. Ignore them. Zhang Tianhao snorted derisively. What are you pretending for? Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor as a group approached. The newly appointed substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, accompanied by several police officers, appeared at the classroom door. Behind them, Liao Yuqian lingered, wearing a cold smirk. The three officers swiftly approached. Su Liang, you are suspected of murder. Please accompany us for a while. One officer displayed his badge, while the other two prepared to handcuff Su Liang. Hu Anshan sighed, bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian revealed triumphant, sinister smiles. It was about time. Bai Qianqian's tears could no longer be contained. No, she attempted to obstruct the officers. Hu Anshan quickly interjected, By student, do not cause a scene. Obstructing law enforcement is a crime. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's face as she shook her head fervently. Officers, Su Liang did not kill anyone. You must be mistaken. The officer coldly responded, Step aside. We are enforcing the law. As the handcuffs neared Su Liang's wrists, he suddenly spoke up. Wait. The officer turned to him. What do you wish to say? Speak at the station. Su Liang wore a calm smile. Officers, you may arrest me, but I deserve to know the reason behind my arrest. You claim I murdered someone, yet I assure you I did not. My classmates mentioned you possess video evidence of my crime. Surely you must show it to me? If I am to perish, I would prefer to do so with clarity. If you take me away without explanation and something were to happen to me en route, who would be held accountable? Would I not die unjustly? Upon hearing this, the officer's expression darkened. What? Do you think we would act recklessly? Su Liang shook his head with a smile. No, I merely wish to view that video. He understood that these officers were likely summoned by Zhang Tianhao, perhaps even influenced by him. To escalate the situation, it must unfold here. The officer scoffed. Fine. You may see it. He swiftly activated the smart watch on his wrist, projecting an image before Su Liang's eyes. The footage displayed a youth attacking Su Liang, followed by a scuffle that culminated in Su Liang beating the assailant mercilessly, frame by frame. What do you have to say now? The officer said coldly. Zhang Tianhao shouted. Officer, hurry and take this murderer away. This is an utter disgrace to our school. Several classmates joined in the uproar. Yang Baiao was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Bai Qianqian felt as if her world was collapsing. Had Su Liang truly committed murder? Su Liang, astonished, asked, Officer, did that person die? The officer coldly replied. We will discuss this at the station. Su Liang was now adorned with a pair of silver handcuffs, and it seemed he was to be taken away. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were elated. Wait, officer, if that person is dead, you cannot take only me. The entire room fell silent. The officer frowned. What do you mean? Do you have accomplices? At that moment, Su Liang revealed a devilish smile. Accomplices? Not quite. I have another video. Once everyone has seen it, you will know who should be taken away. Su Liang's gaze locked onto Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. In that instant, both Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao felt a chill run down their spines. What was happening? Why did they feel an overwhelming sense of dread? Before the officer could respond, Su Liang had already activated his star link. An image flickered to life. The moment the first frame appeared, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were stricken with terror. It was over. He had been waiting for them all along. Damn it, this bastard had a backup plan. The footage revealed Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao walking alongside the youth. Zhang Tianhao commanded, "Teach him a lesson." The youth replied, "Simple. I'm not some foolish woman like your homeroom teacher." Zhang Tianhao instructed, "You go in first, take him down, and then we'll follow." Upon witnessing these exchanges, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao turned ashen. The surrounding classmates were equally stunned. Zhang Tianhao was in cahoots with that guy. Liao Yuqian's expression soured. Was she truly a foolish woman? Lung Lianshuang was taken aback, realizing Su Liang had anticipated this. Su Liang's meticulous planning prompted Lung Lianshuang to regard him with newfound respect. Yet, had he not still killed someone? What could this signify? Yang Biao and Su Liang had a devilish smile on his face. Don't rush. The crucial part is just about to come. The scene continued as Su Liang entered the shop. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao came out from the alley. They ran straight into the alley where the young man was. The two of them paused beside him and chatted for a while. Then, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao completely lost it. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao couldn't wait any longer. He charged towards Su Liang like a madman. He was going to destroy the video. Zhang Tianhao threw a punch directly at Su Liang's wrist. In that instant, the classmates gasped. But Su Liang had already anticipated it. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although his wrist was bound by a silver bracelet, Su Liang's strength was far beyond someone like Zhang Tianhao, who was a mere average guy. If it weren't for the fear of killing him, Su Liang would have knocked him out with one punch. Su Liang shook his hands, and a terrifying force instantly appeared. He shouted, "Get lost." As Zhang Tianhao's punch collided with Su Liang's hands, a loud crack sound echoed. A scream followed. Zhang Tianhao was sent flying backward. His face twisted in agony and despair. Su Liang sneered. "You wanted to destroy the evidence? What are you panicking about? I uploaded it a long time ago." Zhang Tianhao clutched his other hand, which had been shattered by the impact. This scene shocked everyone present. Zhang Tianhao looked at Su Liang with hatred, his heart slowly sinking into despair. It was over. It was really over. Lu Hao, in the same state, was now completely lost. Su Liang turned to the police. "Officer, this is self-defense." The officer couldn't say anything in response. The scene continued. Under everyone's watch, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao took action, viciously beating the young man to death right there on the spot. Everyone saw clearly that when Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao arrived, the young man was still alive, but the two of them had conspired to kill him and frame Su Liang for it. The truth was now clear, and everything had been exposed. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao immediately collapsed to the ground. It was over. The classmates finally realized the truth. They stared at Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao in shock, struggling to believe that this had been an elaborate plot to frame Su Liang. Bai Qianqian's tears finally stopped. Su Liang was fine. He wasn't the one who killed the man. Her best friend Yang Biao also sighed in relief. That was terrifying. Lung Lianshuang, sitting at her desk, had a flicker in her eyes. Her gaze towards Su Liang had completely changed. This Su Liang wasn't simple. What was supposed to be a certain death trap had been a premeditated counterattack by Su Liang. The way the students now looked at Su Liang was full of awe. Su Liang smiled and turned to the three officers. "Officers, as you can see, the truth is clear. I only acted in self-defense. I was just counterattacking." And he couldn't even fight back. But these two guys had malicious intentions. They killed the man just to frame me. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Officers, you must take severe action. You must deal with them severely. The three officers exchanged deep looks, clearly impressed by Su Liang's cunning. "Officer, could you untie me? If anyone should be handcuffed, it's these two." "Right. Officer, arrest those two." Yang Biao chimed in, egging them on. The situation had reversed. The roles of attacker and defender had completely switched. Reluctantly, the officers unshackled Su Liang. They looked at him. "You knew about their murder yesterday. Why didn't you report it?" Su Liang smiled innocently. "Officer, I didn't know the man was dead. I thought they were just venting their anger. Plus, I was attacked by a beast last night. I didn't have time for this." Everyone gasped. "A beast attack?" The officer looked at him skeptically. Su Liang continued, "It's true. I was saved by the Jinsha team from Rongqing. You can check it out. The Jinsha team." Everyone was stunned. This was something they couldn't make up. "Officer, can you arrest them now?" Su Liang smiled slyly. The officers had no choice but to arrest Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. Zhang Tianhao was now completely despairing. He glared at Su Liang, his voice full of venom. "Su Liang, I won't let you get away with this. My family will kill you. Just wait. You bastard. You set me up. Su Liang looked completely innocent. Officer, you see? He is threatening me. I'm going to sue him. I'll take him to the divine temple. Su Liang. I'll kill you. You bastard. You bastard. Chapter 28. From now on, I'll protect you. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were taken away. The classmates who had been friends with Zhang Tianhao fell into silence. Yang Biao slapped Su Liang on the shoulder. Lianggu, you're amazing. Haha. Those two are finished. Yang Biao's laughter echoed in the ears of the classmates, making them feel complicated. Zhang Tianhao had brought this on himself. Bai Qianqian's smile returned as her tears dried up. She was relieved that everything was fine. The substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, said, "All right, everyone go back to your seats. Class is starting." He gave Su Liang a deep glance without saying a word and turned to leave. Su Liang glanced at Liao Yuqian at the door, his heart coldly sneering. She wanted to watch him fall, did she? Su Liang took Bai Qianqian back to their seats, with a victorious smile on his face. Bai Qianqian's cheeks were flushed. A burst of teasing laughter broke out in the classroom. Oh wow. Bai Qianqian lowered her head and quickly sat at her desk, trying to hide her face. Lung Lianshuang's heart twitched. Am I really that concerned about Su Liang? Did I really let a little ugly duckling steal my pursuer? Soon, class began. Bai Qianqian whispered, "You knew about all of this already. Why didn't you tell me? You made me so worried." Su Liang whispered back, "It's just Zhang Tianhao. I could crush him easily. No need to worry. If I got tricked by him, that would be embarrassing." He paused and added, "By the way, you're really worried about me, aren't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Qianqian suddenly pinched him on the waist. Her face was already as red as a tomato. "You're not allowed to talk nonsense." Su Liang grinned. All right, I won't say anything. Let us focus on class." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, muttering, "Really, you made me so worried." Actually, the students couldn't calm down for a long time. What Su Liang did was nothing short of a lethal trap for Zhang Tianhao. Now Zhang Tianhao was done for. He had killed someone, and with his mind awakening, his life was probably ruined. But some speculated that Zhang Tianhao's family was powerful and influential, so they might try to rescue him. After this event, those classmates who had started to dislike Su Liang now clearly understood. This guy should not be messed with. He could kill someone without a second thought. As for Zhang Tianhao being trapped by Su Liang, his family wouldn't just let it slide, would they? There was even Zhang Tianhao's cousin in their school. He was the top student in the school. The martial prowess achieved by these individuals has reached the elusive S level, indicating a formidable existence that is unlikely to be trifled with. However, at this moment, Su Liang is utterly unconcerned with such matters. Should they seek their demise, he is more than willing to escort them on that journey. His sole focus lies in acquiring beast crystals. The sensation of enhancing his power provides him with immense reassurance. Yet, such coveted crystals are exceedingly difficult to procure within the city, unless one possesses considerable wealth. Alas, he is not affluent. A single level 1 beast crystal, when exchanged for the currency used by commoners, is worth several hundred. This amount could sustain an ordinary family for 10 to 15 days. He cannot afford such expenses. He is not a wealthy magnate. Hence, it remains imperative to obtain beast crystals. The only feasible option is to wait until he enters the Chosen One's Academy to hunt and slay creatures in the hunting grounds. Once admitted to the Academy, he will receive divine crystals monthly for the purpose of evolution. Only 3 days remain until the awakening. The girl beside him is on the brink of transformation. At noon, Yang Biao, unusually, joined them for lunch. Lianggu, how exactly do you orchestrate your miraculous feats? Can it be that you possess the gift of foresight? Su Liang chuckled. Care to learn? Call me daddy first, and I shall teach you. Yang Biao shot him a glare. Forget it. Su Liang smirked. Biaozi, truth be told, I genuinely possess the ability to foresee. Yang Biao scoffed. Keep dreaming. What am I dreaming about? I assure you, you will awaken a B-level divine seal. Su Liang replied. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. B-level? Are you cursing me? Su Liang smiled, acknowledging that it was unavoidable. B-level it was. Compared to the vast majority who cannot awaken at all, it is indeed a significant improvement. Bai Qianqian glanced at Su Liang, pondering why he was so confident. Could it truly be? Would she genuinely awaken an SSS-level divine seal? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. I'm not jesting. Yesterday, as school ended, I noticed those two fellows stealthily following me, and I knew they were up to no good. Hence, I decided to keep a hand hidden. I released my ladybug. And to my surprise, it yielded such unexpected results. Yang Biao gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. I envy you. Your grandfather can provide you with such remarkable gifts. Look at me, stuck with an old-fashioned phone. Su Liang glanced at the star link on his wrist, where the little ladybug rested. In this era, nearly all electronic devices are capable of communication. However, Su Liang's star link not only allows for communication, but also encompasses reconnaissance, holographic projection, and other functionalities. While it may not be particularly extraordinary, it remains a valuable asset compared to the gadgets of many classmates residing in the commoner's district. This is also why Su Liang has long suspected that his grandfather possesses a hidden identity. Although his family lives in the commoner's area, their lifestyle has never been one of scarcity. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian discreetly glanced at her vintage wristwatch, which, while capable of making calls, could only do so. Su Liang chuckled, what is there to envy? Once you become a chosen one, you can earn divine crystals or beast crystals and exchange them for better equipment. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. It's not that simple. Su Liang merely smiled. Fortunately, this incident didn't occur while you were in a state of divine awareness. Otherwise, both the inspection department and the heavenly punishment department would have come for you, and you wouldn't have had the chance to explain, Yang Biao remarked. Su Liang nodded. I'm mindful of that. If I were a chosen one, I would have registered the incident beforehand, denying them any opportunity. Yang Biao nodded in agreement. After lunch, Yang Biao excused himself, not wishing to be a third wheel. It was evident to any fool that the relationship between the two of them was far from ordinary. They were likely truly together. On the way back to the classroom, Bai Qianqian suddenly halted beneath the shade of a tree. Su Liang, she called out. He turned to glance at her. Although still slender, she exuded an inexplicable beauty, delicate and ethereal. With her hands clasped behind her, the breeze lifted her skirt, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. A girl like a painting. Su Liang knew she was on the verge of transformation, destined to shine in this world. What is it? Bai Qianqian inquired. Will I truly awaken an SSS-level divine seal? Su Liang nodded affirmatively. Yes, you certainly will. Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy, as though she were smiling. Then I shall protect you. Su Liang smiled knowingly and nodded emphatically. All right, you must keep your word. The girl smiled softly, as if she had resolved to make a certain promise. Chapter 29. The Awakening of Divine Awareness. Time slips away unbidden. 3 days pass swiftly. During these 3 days, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian spent every moment together, their bond noticeably deepening. Were it not for the fact that she shared a room with her mother, he would have surely sought her out in the night for conversations about life and aspirations. Throughout these 3 days, Su Liang also received updates regarding Zhang Tianhao. He had cooperated with the police in some investigations. Initially, he intended to assert some degree of accountability, as he had indeed struck someone. Yet, Su Liang was no fool. The footage clearly showed that he had been held at knife point by that individual. This posed a direct threat to his life. Was he wrong to retaliate? He had incapacitated the assailant to ensure he could no longer pose a threat. How could that be considered excessive self-defense? Had he taken a life? No, he had not. Thus, the police found themselves in a predicament, stating that if any further issues arose, he would need to cooperate. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao had been detained, and even his divine awareness was now in jeopardy. He might miss out because of this. Lu Hao was merely a victim of unfortunate circumstance. When Zhang Tianhao attempted to strike, he was compelled to act in defense, rendering him an unwitting pawn in the conflict. Now, both were incarcerated, which, in a way, was gratifying. Today marks a pivotal moment in the fate of all high school seniors in the city. It is the day of divine awareness. This day is unified, occurring simultaneously for all. The so-called divine awareness involves awakening the divine seals within one's body, also referred to as awakening. This awakening requires a special device developed by the temple, which integrates contemporary technology with the powers of divine crystals and source crystals, actively awakening the divine seals within the chosen ones. Of course, one could opt not to undergo divine awareness and allow their divine seals to awaken gradually over time. However, this process would be exceedingly slow, potentially requiring them to wait until their 20s or even 30s, thus missing the prime age for growth. In today's world, there is simply no time to wait. The entirety of Huaxiao requires a continuous influx of chosen ones to invigorate the temple. Yet, one critical point remains. No one under the age of 18 has ever awakened a divine seal. Hence, all seniors in high school are now 18 years old. They have awaited this day. Today represents a turning point in their destinies. Awakening a divine seal will directly grant them entry into the Chosen One's Academy, while those who do not awaken will participate in the normal college entrance examination, potentially entering ordinary universities, living as commoners, or pursuing academic careers to become talents in Huaxia's technological landscape. Today will be a momentous occasion, a testament to history. Over 6,000 high school seniors gathered at the Divine Awareness grounds. The students stood in an orderly formation, each class forming a square. Excitement illuminated the faces of all present. The day they had long awaited had finally arrived. They yearned for the awakening of high-level divine seals. Yet, statistically speaking, among the over 6,000 individuals, only around 2,000 were expected to awaken such seals. Of those, it was anticipated that approximately 16 to 1,700 would attain C or B-level seals. The true rarity lay in the mere 300 who might awaken A-level seals or higher. The odds were exceedingly slim, and the prospect of achieving S-level seals was even more elusive, reserved for those destined to be paragons of excellence. However, this did not imply that C and B-level seals were without merit. They were still significantly superior to the average person. Those with C-level seals could aspire to become second-tier divine envoys, while B-level holders had the potential to become third-tier divine masters, with some even reaching the status of fourth-tier divine warriors. They would not be deemed weak. Standing beside Su Liang, Bai Qianqian felt a surge of nervousness within her. She cast a glance at Su Liang, SSS level. Over the past few days, he had shared much with her. When her divine perception awakened, she would become the center of attention, and everyone would extend their olive branches toward her, drawing near with fervor. Yet, she found herself wishing for the company of only Su Liang. Sensing Bai Qianqian's anxiety, Su Liang gently touched her wrist and smiled. Do not be anxious. Let everything unfold naturally. The sight of his smile quickly calmed her, as if his presence alone dispelled all fears. Yang Biao stood nearby, already detecting the scent of budding romance. As the sun rose, Principal Lu Kaiyuan made his entrance, taking his place upon the elevated podium. Through the microphone, he began his address. Dear students, today marks the most pivotal day of your lives, and I extend my heartfelt blessings to you. He delivered a lengthy oration, showcasing his oratory talent, which ignited the fervor of many students. In the future, you will contribute to Huaxia, and regardless of your awakening, you all are an integral part of our nation. For those who succeed in awakening, remain humble and diligent, study earnestly at the Divine Seeker Academy, train rigorously, and elevate your levels to aid Huaxia in combating the beasts. For those who do not awaken, do not despair, strive for academic excellence, pursue higher education, and contribute to research, for each of you is a priceless asset to Huaxia. Born for Huaxia, a glory unmatched. The students erupted with enthusiasm, their spirits ignited. Lu Kaiyuan smiled. Well, I shall not indulge in further rhetoric. Divine perception, activate. His resounding voice echoed across the field, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. In the very center of the playground, 10 30-meter-tall black metal columns, each with a 1-meter radius, emerged from the ground, positioned strategically. These were the Divine Perception Guidance Pillars, embodying the pinnacle of contemporary energy technology. The students gazed at the 10 pillars with palpable excitement. The moment was finally at hand. Even Su Liang, who had lived a lifetime before, felt a stir of emotions at this moment. Would he still be at B level? What of the crimson-eyed beast form seal on his chest? Su Liang was uncertain and could only take it one step at a time. Should he remain at B level, he would not be disheartened. If he achieved a higher level, it would indeed bring him joy. Soon, several teachers appeared around the Divine Perception Guidance Pillars, including instructors from the academy and a stern-faced military official. This was a momentous occasion that required utmost gravity. On the podium, prominent figures observed closely. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the awakening commenced. Students lined up in an orderly fashion at the 10 positions. In groups of 10, they approached the Divine Perception Guidance Pillars, placing their hands in the indented palm-shaped recesses. Almost simultaneously, the pillars emitted a faint glow, and in that instant, the 10 students appeared as if jolted by electricity, a fleeting moment. All waited in hushed anticipation for the results. Approximately 30 seconds passed, during which 3 of the Divine Perception Guidance Pillars shone with distinct colors, 1 white, 1 cyan, and 1 purple. A C level, a B level, and an A level. The crowd erupted in cheers. Among the first 10, an A level had emerged. The students beneath the 3 glowing pillars beamed with joy, their bodies radiating the light of their divine seals. The A-level student was beyond ecstatic. His fate had been irrevocably altered. Only the remaining 7 showed no signs of change. Their spirits dimmed, they had not awakened. A teacher called out, "Divine Seekers, proceed to registration, next group." Principal Lu Kaiyuan smiled, pleased that 3 from the first group had successfully awakened, a promising omen. Those nearby nodded in agreement, yet Lu Kaiyuan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Liang. A slight smile graced his lips. Would this young man awaken his divine seal? If successful, he would likely secure his place in the Jinshi team. One could only hope for his good fortune. Su Liang remained observant, sensing someone's gaze upon him. Looking up, he realized it was the principal watching him. He dismissed the notion as a mere illusion. The process continued, with groups of students stepping forward. This lengthy and agonizing procedure evoked a blend of anticipation and trepidation among those waiting. Many yearned for their turn yet feared failure. Various emotions swirled, with some unable to bear the weight of disappointment, breaking down in tears. Among them were those who had trained rigorously yet found themselves relegated to the status of ordinary individuals. Groups of 10 continued, and it was not uncommon for an entire group to fail to produce a single successful awakening. Currently, the highest level of awakened divine seals remained at A level, with very few achieving such status. Among 100 individuals, only a handful would succeed. Overall, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Fate dictated all. Su Liang, can you discern what attributes or types of divine seals those individuals possess? Bai Qianqian's gentle voice reached his ears. I cannot discern any specifics. The categories and attributes of their divine seals remain cloaked in secrecy until revealed. No one is willing to disclose them lightly. Bai Qianqian nodded. And what about me? Su Liang smiled. You will not be able to conceal it. When she awakened, the overwhelming and fiery aura she radiated would reveal her attributes to all. Su Liang fell silent for a moment, pondering whether, in the future, surrounded by geniuses, she would still care for him. Chapter 30. The school bell achieves S level. The divine perception process continued. with the 10 divine perception guidance pillars sporadically emitting a spectrum of colors. The levels of divine seals encompassed 6 tiers. The ranks are classified as C, B, AS, SS, and SSS, corresponding to the divine imprint levels of color: white, cyan, purple, black, red, and gold. This radiance manifests when the divine imprint is activated. However, it is imperative to note that each type of divine imprint possesses inherent attribute powers that reveal distinct colors of strength. Take Gong Lai, for instance. His divine imprint level is purple, denoting an A grade. Yet, his attribute power is lightning, resulting in a luminous display of intertwined purple and azure blue hues during combat. Similarly, Levian also possesses an A-grade divine imprint, but her attribute power is primarily healing, thus exuding a green glow when invoking her divine imprint's power. In summary, the colors of divine imprint levels are limited to those 6, firmly established. The colors of attribute powers, however, hold lesser significance. Returning to the complexity of divine imprint attributes, they encompass a vast array: wood, metal, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, lightning, and even categories such as strength, speed, defense, healing, and weaponry. The variety is overwhelming. Yet, one crucial point remains: there are no beast-type attributes. This has perpetually baffled Su Liang, remaining a secret he cannot disclose. The diverse divine imprint attributes correspond to various roles and divisions within the military or the divine hunter squads. Naturally, a divine imprint may embody not just one attribute, but 2, 3, or even more. However, this multiplicity is not necessarily advantageous. An abundance of attributes signifies a lack of specialization, rendering one's powers impure. It resembles a 500 milliliter bottle. A single attribute can hold 500 milliliters of water, but if combined with oil, the total volume remains 500 milliliters, diminishing both the water and oil. The principle is thus: the more attributes one possesses, the less effective and more burdensome they become. In Su Liang's previous life, his divine imprint attributes were wind and fire, an acceptable combination. The wind granted him speed, enabling his repeated escapes from peril, while fire provided him with combat prowess. Conversely, Bai Qianqian, the future Vermilion Bird Empress, possesses an SSS-level blazing divine imprint, characterized by a singular, unparalleled attribute, culminating in extraordinary combat power. Yang Biao, with a B-grade strength divine imprint, is primarily defined by his immense physical strength. In his past life, Su Liang referred to him as a macho man, and in this life, he remains just that. As time progressed, 2 hours had elapsed since the awakening of divine senses. Su Liang raised his brow slightly. Glancing at the time, it seemed to be the moment. Indeed, in the next instant, a divine sense guiding pillar emanated an extraordinarily terrifying black light. S-grade. The entire venue erupted in fervor. The principal on the stage, along with the prominent figures of the divine chosen academy, rose in excitement. An S-grade had emerged. Principal Liu was beside himself with joy. At that moment, all eyes fixated on the student responsible for this phenomenon, who appeared utterly bewildered. He gazed incredulously at the black light radiating from his divine imprint, momentarily stunned, before tears streamed down his cheeks. S-grade. An S-grade. His destiny had forever changed. The exhilaration on his face became increasingly difficult to conceal. As long as he proceeds steadily, his future as a confirmed 5-imprint divine general is assured. He may even ascend to become a 6-imprint divine king, potentially rising to the rank of major general in the military, or even achieving the status of a 1-star general. The future is bright. This joy was nearly impossible to suppress, akin to finally breaking through to the light after a prolonged struggle. Who is that? Which class does he belong to? The crowd brimmed with envy. That's an S-grade. It's Wang Yan from class 28. He lives in the commoner district. My brother. Someone eagerly divulged the information. The mention of the commoner district only intensified the envy. A significant figure was about to emerge from the commoner district. They all understood that such an S-grade would undoubtedly attract everyone's admiration and flattery. Establishing good relations was imperative. A life-changing opportunity lay ahead. Su Liang observed this scene with a relatively calm demeanor. Beside him, Yang Biao was nearly beside himself with excitement. Brother Liang, it's an S-grade. My goodness. If I could awaken an S-grade, I reckon I could be ecstatic for a month without sleeping. Yang Biao tugged at Su Liang's clothes, shaking him fervently. Su Liang impatiently pulled away. There aren't that many S-grades. Just enjoy the view. He recalled that fewer than 10 individuals had awakened to grades above S. Possibly 7 or 8. This was already an extreme rarity. Among them was the SSS grade Bai Qianqian and another S-grade boy, likely a descendant of a prominent family from Rongqing. The rest were merely S-grade. However, the presence of both an S-grade and an SSS grade in their class had startled many. After a brief commotion, the divine senses continued. Yet, many remained unable to shake off the astonishment caused by the S-grade. They were all dreaming of awakening an S-grade. Wang Yan, in particular, trembled with excitement. Unable to calm himself for a long time. Time marched on. Su Liang and his classmates would likely not be called until the afternoon. Nevertheless, no one complained of fatigue. They were all in a state of heightened anticipation. Another hour passed, and once again, a surge of black light ignited the venue. Another S-grade. Many teachers could hardly contain their joy, especially those from the Divine Chosen Academy, for every S-grade meant a potential new student for them. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Who wouldn't want to foster relationships with individuals of exceptional talent? Throughout it all, Su Liang maintained his composure. The awakening of an S-grade does not guarantee a future as a divine general or king. There remains the possibility of setbacks along the way. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The future is inherently uncertain. The higher the rank, the greater the dangers one might encounter. Moreover, the process of evolution is arduous, requiring countless divine crystals. Of course, by advancing steadily and gradually enhancing one's survival rate, success remains achievable. The higher the evolution level, the longer one's lifespan tends to extend, along with elevated status, wealth, and power. Who wouldn't desire to awaken an S-grade? Yet, such aspirations are not easily realized. As the events unfolded, Bai Qianqian grew increasingly composed. Su Liang, what should I do if everyone gathers around me in the future? She quietly inquired, subconsciously believing she would awaken to an SSS grade, trusting Su Liang's words. Su Liang smirked. Fear not, the teachers from the Divine Chosen Academy will protect you. You can choose to remain silent. An SSS grade is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, deciding to heed Su Liang's advice and refrain from speaking. In front of the group, Long Lianshuang radiated an icy demeanor, akin to a Tianshan snow lotus. She observed the scenes unfolding before her, her heart remaining relatively tranquil. S-grade and above is a rare opportunity. She recalled Su Liang's words from that day. If you awaken an S-grade divine imprint, while I awaken only a C-grade or B-grade, would you still allow me to approach you? She, Long Lianshuang, remained resolute in her conviction. If she were to ascend to greater heights, then she and Su Liang were destined to inhabit entirely different realms. You may soar high. I shall still be your devoted admirer. You forsook me for Bai Qianqian. That is your loss. I shall prove you wrong, Su Liang. Could Bai Qianqian truly awaken to an S level? She cast a glance back at the two individuals huddled together, whispering. Her gaze was laden with complexity. They seemed so ill-matched. Bai Qianqian appeared gaunt, resembling an ugly duckling, while Su Liang, a handsome youth, raised the question of his choice in her. Humph. As time continued to elapse, it was now 2 in the afternoon. So far, 5 S levels had manifested, inciting envy in countless onlookers. Of course, many had also faced disheartening conclusions, including students who had once grappled at the S level yet failed to awaken even a divine mark. For them, the S level had become a mere empty promise, devoid of significance. Soon, it was the turn of their class, Class 7. The first student stepped forward. Failure. The second. Failure. The third. Failure. The morale of some classmates in Class 7 began to wane. Finally, it was the fourth, B level. At last, a glimmer of good news appeared. Yang Biao trembled with anticipation. Liang Gu, it's about to begin. We're next. Su Liang chuckled helplessly. Calm down. Don't be so excited. What if you don't awaken? Nonsense. I will definitely awaken. Su Liang merely smiled. Before long, it was Lung Lianshuang's turn. The school flower was about to awaken. What level of divine mark would she manifest? Surely, a school flower deserved an S level, did it not? Who knew? Perhaps she would awaken nothing. Or perhaps any level at all. Lung Lianshuang was the ethereal ideal in the hearts of many students. Her beauty was undeniable, with long, slender legs and a flawless complexion. Her exquisite face could captivate any heart, earning her the reverence of a goddess. Her divine perception was destined to captivate many gazes. Just as she was about to stride forward, she suddenly turned to look back at Su Liang, drawing the attention of the crowd. What could this mean? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as though she communicated something profound to Su Liang. Yet, he remained indifferent. They were not kindred spirits. Having seemingly discerned his response, Lung Lianshuang resolutely approached the divine perception guiding pillar. Her delicate hands pressed into the designated groove. A surge of electricity enveloped her. She waited in silence. After approximately 30 seconds, a black light flashed. S level. The school flower had awakened to S level. Truly an S level. As expected of the school flower. It was a relief that she had not faltered. Such news was exhilarating. Lung Lianshuang, the school flower, would soar to new heights. Some boys were elated. How could such a beautiful girl not succeed in her awakening? Gazing at the black light of her divine mark, Lung Lianshuang felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. She was overjoyed to have awakened to an S level. It was an unexpected delight. The smile on her face was unmistakable. With a gentle smile, she radiated unparalleled beauty. The school flower smiled. How enchanting. Let me bask in the fragrance of the school flower. I would gladly perish for it. Chapter 31. The Su Liang you look down upon. I will cherish with my life. Lung Lianshuang's joy was uncontainable. Anyone who awakened to an S level would feel such elation. It represented a pathway to greatness. She would become a prodigy in the annals of Huaxia history. In that moment, Lung Lianshuang felt a transformation within her. She glanced towards Su Liang's position. Whether it was due to Su Liang's earlier words, she felt compelled to show him. In that instant, their eyes locked. Lung Lianshuang's perspective had shifted. The teacher guided her to register. Teacher, wait a moment. I need to speak with my classmate about a few things. I'll come over to register after I'm done. The teacher nodded with a smile. All right, be quick. They exhibited remarkable leniency towards those chosen at the S level. The school flower, Lung Lianshuang, strode gracefully toward Class 7. She bore an air of pride. In that moment, the school flower appeared transcendent. Like the most exquisite Tianshan snow lotus in the entire venue. Her steps were light, her beauty unparalleled, yet she exuded an aura that kept others at bay. At this moment, the school flower of number 2 high school, Lung Lianshuang, was utterly transformed. Her future would shine brilliantly. As she approached her classmates in Class 7, excitement rippled through them. The school flower was coming. Who was she seeking? Lung Lianshuang walked directly to Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian felt a flicker of anxiety. What was her intention? Su Liang wore an expression of indifference. Lung Lianshuang offered a faint smile, causing several boys to waver in their footing. Her fragrance was like a potent poison, intoxicating and irresistible. She smiled gently. Su Liang, thank you for your hypothesis. Su Liang shrugged. No need for thanks. What is yours will ultimately be yours. Lung Lianshuang's demeanor softened. Her persona could indeed evolve. With a tender smile, she spoke, but you were right. I truly cannot accomplish what you suggested. My mindset has changed. Su Liang maintained his calm. I understand. Just remain true to yourself. We are destined to walk different paths. Lung Lianshuang chuckled lightly. Don't lose heart. What if you awaken to S level? Su Liang remained unmoved. If you came to say such things, you may leave. Unfazed. Lung Lianshuang continued. I merely felt that certain words needed clarification. I still believe my conviction is not misplaced. I admit. Your intent to provoke me by bringing her here succeeded. It did unsettle me. However, I have moved past that. Now, I await your outcome. Su Liang gazed into Lung Lianshuang's expressive eyes, his heart as tranquil as still water. Her message was clear. If he were to awaken to a divine mark below S level, there would be no further possibilities between them, merely a chasm separating their futures. Her words carried weight, as the past few days had indeed stirred something within her. Now that she had awakened to S level, she felt emboldened to speak out. Su Liang replied calmly, very well, await my results. I'm likely just to be level, so do not dwell on it. Lung Lianshuang ceased her speech, casting a lingering glance at Su Liang before turning away. It was as if any connection between them had vanished. The classmates nearby were left bewildered. Was this a farewell? Only Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, her gaze growing resolute. Lung Lianshuang, the Su Liang you look down upon, I shall cherish with my life. S level, is it truly remarkable? Observing the school flower, Lung Lianshuang depart with pride, Su Liang regarded her retreating figure with indifference. This scene bore striking resemblance to the past. Upon her awakening, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, with every movement exuding pride and self-assurance. Just look at her smug demeanor. Su Liang remained indifferent. Yet, in the next moment, a delicate jade-like hand grasped his. Turning to face Bai Qianqian, he was met with her gentle yet resolute smile. Su Liang, I will always stand by your side. Su Liang felt a fleeting daze. Perhaps the greatest treasure of his rebirth was this very girl before him. He hoped she would remain steadfast, and he too would strive to grow stronger. The divine awakening continued, with classmates stepping up one after another. However, this also meant that an increasing number of students were left feeling disheartened. At last, it was time for Su Liang and his group. Shall I go first? Bai Qianqian inquired. Su Liang responded with a smile. Allow me to go first. The most dazzling should be saved for last. I shall await you at the registration desk. Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. Yang Biao, still a bit excited, chose to follow closely behind Su Liang. Brother Liang, give it your all. This is the moment to transform from a bicycle to a motorcycle. With firm steps, Su Liang approached the divine awakening guidance pillar. This scene had already unfolded in his previous life. Surely, there would be no unexpected twist this time. He arrived at the pillar and gently placed his palm on the designated imprint. Taking a deep breath, he thought, let it begin. Meanwhile, Lung Lianshuang's gaze was fixed on Su Liang. What kind of divine imprint would he awaken? Could it truly be a B grade? As the energy from the divine guidance pillar surged into Su Liang's body like an electric current, he closed his eyes, feeling the current coursing through him. Gathering at his arm, Su Liang knew without a doubt that, barring any surprises, he would receive a B-grade dual elemental divine imprint of wind and fire. Just as he was about to resign himself to this fate, the current shifted, converging towards his chest. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this beast imprint was, in fact, a divine imprint? The current seemed to encounter an unprecedented situation, lingering briefly at his beast imprint before parting some of its power and returning to his arm. In that very instant, the divine awakening guidance pillar before Su Liang began to tremble slightly, emitting a burst of azure light. B-grade. The teachers guarding nearby were not overly surprised. However, they soon detected something amiss, for amidst the azure glow of the B-grade, they perceived a hint of golden light. This subtle change did not go unnoticed by many. What is happening? Why does his B-grade glow seem off? Soon, the radiance faded. Su Liang gazed at the flickering azure light on his arm, confirming it was indeed B-grade. But what was the golden light at his chest that only he could sense? Shock coursed through Su Liang's mind. Had he truly become an unprecedented dual divine imprint chosen one? Moreover, was this beast imprint of a terrifying SSS grade? Su Liang dared not affirm this. It felt like an incredible fantasy. Yet, he was undeniably able to wield the power of the beast imprint. What could possibly be happening? Countless questions flooded his mind. Down you go, B-grade. The teacher's voice broke through his reverie. Su Liang returned to his senses. Clearly, the peculiar color he had just exhibited had not stirred much of a reaction. It was likely just an anomaly. After all, everyone knew the limited colors associated with divine imprint levels. There could be no other possibilities. Yang Biao exclaimed excitedly, Brother Liang, B-grade is already impressive. I hope I can succeed too. Su Liang smiled reassuringly. You will succeed. He glanced toward Bai Qianqian, exchanging a silent understanding with her before heading toward the registration desk. Their eyes met with Lung Liushuang's. Her gaze gradually turned frigid. Su Liang understood clearly that, in this moment, she had completely severed ties with him. And this was precisely what Lung Liushuang had wished. Su Liang, perhaps you are somewhat presentable, and your recent performance has been adequate. But the fact remains, you are merely B-grade, while I, Lung Liushuang, am S-grade. I am destined for brilliance, while you, Su Liang, are utterly ordinary. I remain steadfast in my belief that my choice is not mistaken. We belong to different worlds. I, Lung Liushuang, do not require your proximity or flattery. Thank you for your affection, but from now on, we shall have no further ties. You may continue to pursue Bai Qianqian. I, Lung Liushuang, no longer need it. Chapter 32. Is S-grade truly impressive? Su Liang felt little impact from Lung Liushuang's gradually indifferent gaze. He was not a newcomer to her character. He understood all too well that this was simply her nature, akin to how some wealthy individuals look down upon the impoverished. Yet, in Su Liang's eyes, her awakening of an S-grade divine imprint did not warrant such arrogance. After all, life has its twists and turns, and who knows what the future holds. Just another passerby. He thought, I certainly do not lack for such a farce. After all, I now have an Empress. Su Liang diverted his gaze and prepared to register. At that very moment, amidst Yang Biao and the others, a terrifying crimson light erupted from a distant divine awakening guidance pillar. The arena fell silent for an instant before erupting into chaos. The teachers and leaders on the podium stood up, brimming with excitement. The students could hardly restrain themselves, eager to behold the source of that crimson glow. Blood-red light SS grade. It was indeed SS grade. That blood-like crimson hue struck every student's eyes with a forceful impact. Many trembled in disbelief upon realizing that their cohort had produced an SS grade. My heavens, it is SS grade. Truly SS grade. The future 7 imprint divine monarch. The 8 imprint divine lord. Who could it be? The school leaders, including Principal Lu, were equally astonished. Just after an S grade had emerged, now another SS grade followed. What a delightful surprise. Old Huang, this talent is quite remarkable, I assent it. Principal Lu remarked, his astonishment palpable. The leaders from the Chosen One Academy beside him shared in the joy, exclaiming in delight at this unexpected surprise. It is rare for our entire Rongqing to produce an SS grade. Who would have thought it would actually happen? Haha, our Rongqing's rise is promising. The emergence of an SS grade was enough to astonish the entire city of Rongqing. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even in preceding years, it was common for 2 or 3 consecutive years to pass without an SS grade appearing. However, this time, its emergence was a significant surprise. Naturally, they hoped for similar surprises from other divine awakening academies, and if several more SS grades could emerge, it would be even better. Students were envious, their excitement palpable. How could it not be them? He is Yi Qinghan. What? The Yi Qinghan from the Yi family? Who else could it be? Goodness. Who could possibly not be envious? Their family is so wealthy and powerful, and to top it off, they produced an SS level talent. This is truly a path to ascendance. Countless classmates revealed expressions of envy, feeling that this was profoundly unjust. Su Liang's eyes flickered momentarily. Yi Qinghan, the scion of the foremost family in Rongqing. Their family has members holding high positions in the military, and they are incredibly affluent, true magnates. I recall that in my past life, after awakening his SS level power, Yi Qinghan sought out Bai Qianqian. He was handsome and wished to court her, believing that only someone of his SS standing could be worthy of her. In this cohort, if not for Bai Qianqian, his divine imprint level would have been the highest. In my previous life, at this juncture, Bai Qianqian must have been utterly heartbroken. Completely disregarding him, she was solely focused on leveling up and eradicating the otherworldly beasts to avenge her mother. This time, things are different. Would she even deign to acknowledge Yi Qinghan? Moreover, it appeared that Lung Lianshuang also harbored designs on him, only to be rebuffed. How amusing. The stir caused by Yi Qinghan left everyone present in a prolonged state of astonishment. Thus, the divine perception experienced a brief pause. At that moment, Yi Qinghan basked in the attention of the crowd, reveling in the sensation of being the center of admiration. Furthermore, he was indeed striking in appearance. In an instant, countless girls were utterly captivated. Su Liang noted that even the proud Lung Lianshuang could not tear her gaze away. Perhaps at this moment, she believed that only a man of his caliber could be deserving of her. Su Liang chuckled softly, thinking to himself, you may admire him, but he has no interest in you. Let the astonishment wash over you. What follows will truly dazzle your eyes. At this juncture, Yang Biao had already rushed to Su Liang's side, a smile adorning his face. Bro Liang, I am also B-level. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I told you that you were B-level, yet you did not believe me. Yang Biao paused. No kidding, you were spot on. Can you truly predict the future? Su Liang smiled silently. Yang Biao did not press further. You're a B, I'm a B, together we make 2B. Su Liang swiftly covered his mouth. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then say nothing. Yang Biao removed his hand. Is it really that serious? It's just a B. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Be quiet and watch the spectacle. What spectacle? Su Liang gestured for him to look towards Bai Qianqian, who was preparing her divine perception. Just watch, the real shock is about to unfold. Yang Biao wore a puzzled expression. Bai Qianqian commenced. Her delicate hands pressed upon the guiding pillar. Her small face radiated determination. I trust Su Liang. What he says must be true. Lung Lianshuang. I shall demonstrate that being S-level is nothing extraordinary. As a surge of electric-like energy coursed through her body, in that instant, Bai Qianqian's latent potential seemed to be awakened. Her blood began to boil. After the electricity surged into her, it began to gather at her brow. There, an immensely terrifying pressure began to coalesce. In that moment, some of the higher-level divine imprint users present, or those who already possessed several imprints, felt a peculiar wave of energy. This wave suppressed their very breaths, as if their divine imprints had encountered their sovereign. It was an absolute pressure. The expressions of the teachers and military personnel instantly turned solemn as they scanned the 10 divine perception guiding pillars. Who is it? They felt a growing excitement within, as if they were about to witness a miracle. An indescribable emotion erupted from deep within their hearts. They too found it hard to believe this sensation. Just then, the guiding pillar where Bai Qianqian stood suddenly began to tremble. Subsequently, the entire black guiding pillar appeared to ignite with vibrant patterns. A powerful force erupted from the patterns of the guiding pillar. Light began to shine brilliantly. In that moment, the entire divine perception arena seemed to eclipse the sunlight. Resplendent golden light erupted from the guiding pillar before Bai Qianqian. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light emanated from her brow, casting her in an ethereal glow. Divine light radiated magnificently. At this moment, those who were still immersed in the shock of Yi Qinghan's red SS-level imprint found it difficult to turn their heads towards Bai Qianqian. Every gaze was filled with golden light. The atmosphere fell into silence. Eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Su Liang finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. It was thrilling yet safe. The Empress had returned. Beside him, Yang Biao was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. Was that truly golden light? This was the thought of everyone present. Was that golden light? The golden light of SSS level? Had there ever been an SSS-level golden light in Rongqing? Were they about to witness the emergence of a future divine sovereign? At this moment, another person was on the verge of mental collapse. Why? Why was she SSS level? She wasn't even S or SS, but rather the pinnacle SSS level. In this instant, a deep-seated jealousy surged within Lung Lianshuang. Did it mean that after Su Liang rejected her, he approached Bai Qianqian not to vex her, but because he had foreseen that Bai Qianqian's awakening would surpass hers? How could that be? Was this an instance of Su Liang striking gold? Lung Lianshuang could not accept such an outcome. She would rather believe that Su Liang sought out Bai Qianqian merely to torment her. Meanwhile, some of their classmates from Class 7 shared similar sentiments. They recalled that phrase, Bai Qianqian, I've got your back. Damn it. That statement could earn Bai Qianqian a lifetime of protection, right? Bai Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, feeling the golden light enveloping her. Her heart steadied. Su Liang had not deceived her. She truly was SSS level. A slight smile graced her lips. From now on, it would be my turn to protect you. Chapter 33, The Greatest Victor. The entire arena was enveloped in a profound silence. Each person present struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. Rongqing had finally witnessed the emergence of an SSS-level talent, destined to be etched into history. Bai Qianqian gradually turned, directing her gaze towards Su Liang and Lung Lianshuang. It was as if she was looking at Su Liang, yet also delivering a warning to Lung Lianshuang. In that moment, the blazing divine imprint upon her brow erupted with fervor. A wave of scorching energy swept across the venue. Every individual felt this supreme, authoritative heat emanating from her. It was undeniably SSS level. Indeed, it was SSS level. The future divine sovereign. Even the divine emperor. Our Rongqing is on the rise. Everyone's breaths quickened. The entire arena had completely erupted. At this moment, the school leaders, the Chosen One Academy, and even the military personnel could no longer remain composed. They rushed fervently towards Bai Qianqian, eager to witness this miraculous event up close. The leaders and the powerful surrounded Bai Qianqian entirely. Su Liang's face beamed with a gratifying smile. Long Lianshuang cast a glance at Su Liang. Was he truly not the least bit astonished? Had he anticipated this outcome all along? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, the students of Class 7 found themselves equally perplexed. How could a previously voiceless ugly duckling in their midst attain an SSS rank? Those who had once bullied Bai Qianqian began to feel uneasy, fearing she might seek retribution later on. The leaders and military personnel encircled Bai Qianqian, urging her, "Student Bai, you must join our chosen one academy. We will spare no resources in cultivating your talents. You are the future of Rongqing. Please do not leave us. Student Bai, on behalf of the military, we extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Upon joining, you would be directly appointed the rank of Major General. You will receive the highest level of training from the military." Director Huang of the Chosen One Academy could no longer contain herself. "Could your military not be so brazen? She is the beacon of hope for Rongqing. She must remain here. The military provides the best training grounds for her, allowing her to directly join one of the 3 divine legions. Is that not a viable option?" Director Huang hastily interjected, "Student Bai, if you choose our academy, we may not be able to grant you a military rank, but we will ensure that you receive every resource available to you from the military." "Oh, can you truly compete with the military? Oh, can you truly represent the military?" At this point, their facade of civility crumbled as they began to argue openly. Bai Qianqian remained composed, observing the scene before her. Su Liang had indeed been correct. As long as she refrained from speaking, everything would be fine. At this moment, a few former classmates also chimed in. "Qianqian, once you grow strong, do not forget us. I am called Qianqian, my name is." Those who had once looked down upon Bai Qianqian now rushed over to ingratiate themselves. Yet, Bai Qianqian paid them no heed. At that moment, the SSS-ranked Yi Qinghan approached, extending his hand with a warm smile. "Hello, student Bai Qianqian. My name is Yi Qinghan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." This scene made the girls nearby grind their teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Bai Qianqian is hardly beautiful, just scrawny. How could she have captured Yi Qinghan's attention? It seemed that they were now the most likely to become a couple. Yi Qinghan wore a confident smile, convinced of his charm. He believed that this seemingly ordinary girl would surely accept him. It was only girls like her who would be worthy of him in the future. Although she was not appealing at present, she had potential that could be cultivated. However, Bai Qianqian completely ignored him, turning away from the crowd and walking in a specific direction, leaving Yi Qinghan frozen in place with his hands still extended. "Have I been rejected?" Yi Qinghan was bewildered. This seemingly frail Bai Qianqian looked down upon him. Impossible. Who else in attendance could compare to him? Embarrassed, Yi Qinghan withdrew his hand and turned to look, only to see Bai Qianqian gracefully approaching another individual. The 2 prominent figures from the military and the Chosen One Academy continued to argue passionately. Yet they followed in Bai Qianqian's wake. "Student Bai, you must consider the Chosen One Academy carefully. As a resident of Rongqing, you should think of your hometown. Student Bai, do not listen to him. Head straight to the military instead. You will surely ascend rapidly, and your instructors will be at least 8 sealed divine sovereigns. You will have access to limitless resources." Yet, throughout it all, Bai Qianqian remained silent, resolutely walking towards Su Liang. "Classmate, do say something. Do not be nervous. Classmate, no one can force you. You must choose for yourself. The divine army is your best option." But Bai Qianqian still did not speak. In that moment, everyone forgot the need for divine awareness, their gazes fixated solely on Bai Qianqian. Meanwhile, a wave of unease surged within Long Lianshuang. Surely this couldn't be? Did she not possess any ambition? She was now an SSS rank. Why should she still concern herself with a B-ranked Su Liang? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She too should be here to distance herself from Su Liang. Long Lianshuang hoped fervently that events would unfold as she wished. Otherwise, she felt like a person abandoned by Su Liang. What right did she have to feel that way? At the same time, Su Liang felt a similar anxiety. Awakening to an SSS rank would undoubtedly impact one's mindset. Would Qianqian change? Su Liang felt a growing restlessness. This was a pivotal moment for his future. Of course, if Qianqian wished to distance herself from him, it would not be a problem. After all, she was destined to become the Phoenix Empress. Su Liang merely hoped she would not be like Long Lianshuang. At the very least, he wished for her to acknowledge him as a friend. Every step Bai Qianqian took felt like a tread upon the hearts of Su Liang and Long Lianshuang. She had finally arrived, locking eyes with Su Liang. They gazed into each other's eyes, and soon, Bai Qianqian's south eyes curved into crescent moons, expressing her current joy. "Su Liang, I truly awakened to SSS rank." Bai Qianqian simply wished to share this delight with Su Liang. Hearing this, Su Liang exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I am happy for you." Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement, her smile radiant. Long Lianshuang felt as though she might vomit blood. Why? At that moment, she felt like a failure. Su Liang was the true victor. "Student Bai, you must join our academy. Student Bai, come to the military." It was only then that Bai Qianqian turned her gaze towards the 2 prominent figures, seemingly announcing to everyone, "Wherever Su Liang goes, I shall follow. In that instant, the students of Class 7 felt a pang of jealousy. What a scoundrel! How infuriating! He has truly won Bai Qianqian's heart. They lamented their lack of discernment. Su Liang had emerged as the ultimate victor. This is fate. The students of Class 7 groaned in despair, nearly overwhelmed by envy. Meanwhile, those unaware of the circumstances were left with questions swirling in their minds. By what right does he possess this? He appears to be just AB. How could he earn the favor of an SSS genius? What else is he aside from AB? Is he trying to make everyone else envious? Curiously, Director Huang inquired. Who is Su Liang? What rank is he? It's him. That S. Su Liang. He SAB. Yang Biao eagerly provided assistance with the introduction. Director Huang and the military figure exchanged astonished glances at Su Liang. AB, this young fellow has captured a girl's heart? Student Su, please. Do persuade Bai to attend the Academy of Chosen Ones for the benefit of Rongqing. Do not heed his words. The military offers superior conditions. In the face of their metaphorical torrential downpour, Su Liang shyly wiped his face. Please, do not rush. I shall speak with her, he said, smiling at Bai Qianqian. Qianqian, where do you wish to go? Ultimately, the decision lies with you. However, Bai Qianqian shook her head resolutely. Where you go, I shall follow. I made you a promise. Hearing this, Su Liang's heart warmed. She had not forgotten. A gentle smile graced his lips. Very well, then we shall attend the Academy of Chosen Ones. His words resonated like a definitive decree. Bai Qianqian returned the smile tenderly. Indeed, to the Academy of Chosen Ones. Director Huang was nearly ecstatic, ready to leap with joy. This scene left all the other students in utter disbelief. What the hell? An SSS level listens to a B level. What is this? Is this some form of girlfriend training? Why don't we have such girlfriends? Yi Qinghan was equally dumbfounded. He had lost to AB? Long Liangsang felt a hollow emptiness. This was precisely why Su Liang did not fawn over her. It was truly laughable. She felt like a failure. The military figure, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Su, please do not be hasty. I understand your rank is modest, but for the sake of Bai, I can make an exception and recruit you into the military. Together, you would enjoy equal privileges, be it resources or weaponry. Even S-level weapons would be at your disposal. This military official did not wish to miss out on such an SSS-level talent. Perhaps in the future, Bai Qianqian would also join the military. However, should he facilitate her entry now, he would reap unimaginable benefits. Director Huang quickly interjected, Old Tang, do not create a ruckus. They have already agreed to attend the academy. Su, do not listen to him. Come to the academy, and I shall ensure you receive the same treatment as Bai, lacking nothing, with weapons and resources at your discretion. Old Tang scoffed lightly. Do you even possess S-level weaponry? Director Huang shot him a glare. We have more than enough. Upon hearing this, the other chosen students felt a pang of jealousy. What kind of fate was this? A B level enjoying privileges equivalent to an SSS level? It was utterly outrageous. Yet, the astute Director Huang was well aware of the situation. The resources for a B level were negligible. The priority was to keep this SSS level talent. Su Liang smiled and declared, there is no need for further persuasion. We shall attend the Academy of Chosen Ones. I appreciate the military's goodwill, but Qianqian's mother resides in Rongqing. And for the time being, she will thrive here. Thank you all. Old Tang sighed, lamenting the loss of a prodigy. He added, do not rush your decision. I will report to the military, and others will come to discuss further. I hope you will reconsider then. Su Liang nodded politely, aware that more would come. Gradually, the matter cooled, as the ascension continued. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian exchanged smiles. This was indeed the best outcome. He understood that Qianqian must remain here. In her past life, she had progressed from the Academy of Chosen Ones to ultimately ascend the Zhuke throne. In this life, she was destined to do the same. Fortunately, Qianqian had not grown distant. Everything was falling into place. Chapter 34, Living Together with Su Liang. The ascension continued, yet it failed to stir profound emotions among the crowd. Perhaps Bai Qianqian's SSS level had raised everyone's expectations. From that point on, no matter what transpired, it seemed less thrilling. Moreover, no further S levels emerged. The highest level attained was merely A. 8 individuals above S level had appeared. Old Tang from the military had already rushed off, intent on personally reporting the news. An SSS level warranted his immediate attention. Meanwhile, Director Huang of the Academy of Chosen Ones remained close to Bai Qianqian, fearing she might be whisked away. Yet she consistently stayed by Su Liang's side. Her feelings for him would not waver due to her divine rank. It was Su Liang who had aided her in her most vulnerable moments, protecting and nurturing her. She had resolutely decided to dedicate her life to safeguarding him. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, she thought to herself, from now on, I shall be the one to protect you. This scene evoked intense envy among the boys and girls present. It was astounding. Bai Qianqian awakening an SSS-level divine imprint paled in comparison to Su Liang's triumph. In a secluded corner of the playground, the Jinsha squad's Qi Hengqiu stood alongside a graceful young woman. Captain, it seems we have a surprise. If we can recruit this fellow into our squad, then securing the SSS level Bai Qianqian will be a natural progression, exclaimed Xiaolan excitedly. Qi Hengqiu maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "If Bai Qianqian joins, I shall step down as captain." Xiaolon beamed. "We might truly be fortunate." Qi Hengqiu shook his head. "It will be difficult. Someone of her caliber will undoubtedly attract significant attention from the military. The major divine squads will all seek to recruit her, making entry into the divine hunt squad quite challenging." Xiaolon, undeterred, chuckled. "Captain, it's clear you've never been in love. You don't understand." Qi Hengqiu glanced at her. "And you have?" Xiaolon shook her head. "I haven't tea, but I understand girls." A faint smile appeared on Qi Hengqiu's face. "Let us wait a couple of days before approaching them." As the ascension concluded, everyone dispersed. Those who succeeded returned home to share their good news. Following a few days of rest, they could head directly to the Academy of Chosen Ones for enrollment, regardless of rank. Those who had not succeeded would take a couple of days to regroup and prepare for the upcoming high-stakes exams. Soon, the news of an SSS-level Chosen One emerging from the Second Academy of Ascension spread to every year. Additionally, updates from other Ascension schools revealed that 2 other institutions had also awakened 2 SSS-level Chosen Ones. There would be no further SSS levels, leaving the Second Academy of Ascension as the sole institution to achieve such a feat. As for the other S levels, the situation across major schools was largely similar. Overall, the number of Chosen Ones above S level remained under 10. Only the 8th Academy had precisely 10, all of which were S levels. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departed together, their every step met with envious glances. Just as Su Liang was about to leave the playground, he sensed a peculiar gaze fixated upon him. In the right front corner, their eyes met for an instant. Su Liang recognized the cold, piercing stare of a boy. The other merely regarded him with an icy silence, hostility unmistakable. Su Liang identified him as Zhang Tianze, the cousin of Zhang Tianhao. One of the S-rank individuals within the realm of divine awakening seems to have set their sights on him. Bai Qianqian inquired, "What is the matter?" Following his gaze, she too turned to look. Su Liang chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, just a minor nuisance. Come, let us return home." Bai Qianqian's eyes curved into crescent moons as she nodded. Watching as Su Liang and his companions departed, a boy beside Zhang Tianze inquired with a sullen expression, "Is this the guy who harmed Brother Tianhao?" Zhang Tianze coldly nodded in affirmation. The boy let out a contemptuous huff and pondered aloud. "That might spell trouble. As it appears Bai Qianqian is quite fond of him." Zhang Tianze sneered. "He is merely a B-rank waste. Given time, Bai Qianqian will inevitably recognize the disparity between them. She cannot shield him forever. We have plenty of time to ensure his downfall." The other boy nodded in agreement. Indeed, to dare oppose the Zhang family is to court death. Zhang Tianze then asked, "What rank has Tianhao awakened to?" The boy replied, "A rank, like me. But he still needs to be taken back for confinement. Connections are still being established." Zhang Tianze nodded. "This debt must be repaid." Upon reaching the school gate, Director Huang of the Chosen Ones Academy was already waiting at the entrance in his dedicated vehicle, displaying an overwhelming enthusiasm to escort them. Su Liang, fully aware of his intentions, perceived that there was no avoiding it and thus saw no need to decline. Establishing such a connection with the academy would prove advantageous for future endeavors. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the two boarded Director Huang's vehicle. He drove at a leisurely pace, his smile unwavering. "Student Bai, your awakening of the SSS-level divine seal marks the first occurrence in our Rongqing in 3 centuries. Destined to create quite a stir. I sincerely hope you will consider your hometown, as Rongqing greatly needs individuals like you." Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat bashful, glancing at Su Liang. Su Liang, with a smile, responded, "Director Huang, Qianqian is still a bit shy. I understand your hopes and aspirations. Let me assure you, we will prioritize the Chosen Ones Academy of Rongqing. As you mentioned, this is our hometown." Director Huang felt a slight sense of relief, yet he remained vigilant. "Thank you. Your thoughts mean the world. Although our city may not hold a high rank, our academy will exert every effort to channel resources towards Student Bai." Su Liang nodded with a smile. Director Huang continued, "In the days to come, you shall take a few days of rest, and I will personally come to escort you to the academy. Should you have any requests or needs during this time, do not hesitate to document them. Our academy will surely accommodate." "Thank you, Director Huang," came the response. "Oh, no need for such formalities." Bai Qianqian remained quiet throughout the journey, believing it best to follow Su Liang's lead. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Su Liang's residence in the Commoner District. Director Huang exited the vehicle as well. "Student Bai, you reside here?" he expressed, somewhat astonished. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. Su Liang explained, "Qianqian's home was destroyed a few days ago due to an invasion by bloodthirsty rats, so she is currently staying with me." Director Huang nodded. "How about this? Our academy will provide you with a villa in the city center. You can move there directly, making it closer to the academy." Bai Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. "No, it's fine here." She was reluctant to move, wishing only to stay with Su Liang. Su Liang couldn't help but smile ruefully. Such was the privilege bestowed by an SSS rank. Anything one desired could be readily provided. A villa in the city center, a sum that could only be dreamt of by ordinary citizens, was easily within reach for Qianqian. Director Huang smiled. Student Bai, please don't be too hasty in refusal. When you arrive at the academy, you will be assigned accommodation. Should you prefer not to stay at the academy, you may reside in the villa, which would benefit your privacy and development. You can still come home here as you please. This matter is settled. I shall return to arrange it immediately and deliver the keys to you tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Liang was at a loss for words. The warmth extended was indeed overwhelming. Leaving no room for refusal, Bai Qianqian turned to Su Liang, who smiled and said, "This is a gesture of goodwill from the academy. The value you will bring to them in the future warrants such a villa." Director Huang immediately beamed. Exactly. Student Su is correct. Do not feel burdened. These are rightfully yours. Very well, I shall not intrude further. I will return promptly to prepare everything else for you. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all, not at all. Director Huang cheerfully departed. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, puzzled. I've already agreed to attend the Chosen One's academy, so why are they still so enthusiastic? Su Liang laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. In the coming days, our doorstep will be trampled by visitors. Not just the military, but also the 3 divine armies, various elite academies from advanced cities. And some of the top families from Huaxia will come to recruit you. I don't want that. I'm not interested. No worries. I'll shield you from it. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly. Okay. Chapter 35. A place without you holds no meaning. In the small courtyard, Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. Qianqian. Su Liang, are you two not joking with me? Lu Xian felt as though she might lose her mind. SSS rank. What does that even mean? Having attended school and participated in divine awakening herself, she understood it represented the pinnacle of divine seal talents. If nurtured properly, one would undoubtedly rise to become a top figure in Huaxia. Su Liang chuckled. Auntie, we are certainly not jesting. You'll see tomorrow. Our threshold will be crossed by many. Bai Qianqian added, Mom, it's truly SSS rank. Look. Bai Qianqian, somewhat awkwardly, began to sense the fiery divine seal at her brow. Soon, a flash of golden light flickered. Lu Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, and she quickly covered her mouth, gazing at the divine seal on Bai Qianqian's forehead. Weve finally made it. Beside them, Su Liang, witnessing the golden divine seal, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He never expected this rascal would bring back an SSS rank. Bai Qianqian wrapped her arm around Lu Xian's. Mom, you won't have to suffer anymore. I will strive to evolve and provide you with a better life. Lu Xian was at a loss for words, feeling overwhelmed. Without restraint, it truly felt as though she might faint. Su Liang smiled, setting everything else aside. We must celebrate the girl today. Come. I'll take charge of the cooking. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian chuckled. Bai Qianqian assisted Lu Xian into the house to sit down, lingering in a daze for quite some time. Meanwhile, Su Liang rushed to the kitchen to help his grandfather. He hummed a little tune while the old man focused intently on preparing the meal, pulling out some of his hidden reserves. Meat and vegetables were plentiful, leaving Su Liang puzzled. Where on earth did Grandpa manage to acquire all this in such a resource-scarce era? Ham, beef, pork, and half a chicken. Yet now I find myself reluctant to inquire further. Observing Su Liang amidst it all, the old gentleman paused for a moment before asking, Are you not afraid that the girl will distance herself from you in the future? The suddenness of his words rendered Su Liang momentarily speechless, his hands freezing mid-motion. Had he not pondered the same? The experiences she would encounter and the individuals she would meet would inevitably create a chasm between them. The world she would engage with was of the highest caliber. But should one fear such a reality? With a serene smile, Su Liang replied, Grandfather, there is nothing to fear. If Qianqian truly becomes distant from me, I shall not mind. It is simply her natural progression. She is destined to evolve. And that is an unavoidable truth. If I were to fear this and strive to keep her by my side, that would indeed be my greatest folly. If she wishes to leave, I cannot hold her back, nor shall I feel disheartened, for I believe she will not distance herself from me. Su Luo-chun regarded his grandson thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. It is good that you think this way. I was concerned you might struggle with it in the future. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. There is nothing to struggle with. Su Luo-chun nodded again. Indeed, as long as you understand. After a brief silence, Su Liang contemplated the notion of letting go. Perhaps he, too, could reach the pinnacle alongside Bai Qianqian. After all, he possessed a divine beast-shaped seal. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Xian regained her composure after a considerable time. Bai Qianqian excitedly exclaimed to Lu Xian, Mom, the academy has agreed to provide me with a villa in the city center. You can come live with us then, and no longer endure hardships here. It will be a much safer environment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian fell silent for a moment. Qianqian, is Xiao Liang be great? Bai Qianqian nodded instinctively, yes. Lu Xian gazed at her daughter's innocent expression, her emotions a tangle as she spoke. Then in the future Bai Qianqian seemed to grasp her mother's unspoken thoughts, declaring, Mom, regardless of the heights I may reach in the future, I will never abandon Su Liang. I will not concern myself with anyone's opinions. Without him, you and I would have perished long ago at the hands of the bloodthirsty rats. Lu Xian felt a surge of comfort at her daughter's words. Yet her heart was also heavy with complexity. This was her daughter in her current innocence. Would she retain such sentiments as she matured and evolved? The reality of life held countless challenges that would inevitably test their bond. It was akin to a mismatch of social standings. But those matters could be addressed later. Mom, you should come live with us in the city center and bring Grandpa Su along. Lu Xian smiled and shook her head. No need. We are quite content here. That place is for you. I would find it difficult to adapt there, and I doubt Uncle Su would want to go either. Let's not think about those things for now. Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. All right then. Before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared, and the four gathered around the table. Bai Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, wow, I have never seen such a lavish spread. Su Luochen chuckled. Today, my dear, you have awakened to SSS level. I must celebrate you. Eat heartily and grow robust. Bai Qianqian felt a bit bashful. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Su Luochen smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Come, let us toast to this joyous occasion. You are all of age now. Let us enjoy some wine. Su Liang quickly poured drinks for everyone. They raised their glasses together. And Bai Qianqian took a small sip, creating a familial atmosphere filled with warmth and joy. After a couple of drinks, Su Luochen inquired, Child, now that you have awakened to SSS level, have you considered joining the military? Bai Qianqian and Su Liang were taken aback. Bai Qianqian's face flushed. Perhaps from the wine, as she replied, Grandpa Su, I want to go to the military. Su Liang is going to the academy, and I want to be with him. Upon hearing this, Su Luochen, Lu Xian, and Su Liang exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Bai Qianqian seemed to regain her composure, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she lowered her gaze. I don't dare go to the military alone. I'll stick with Su Liang. Su Luochen's smile was filled with kindness. Very well, it is your choice. With your level, it matters not where you go. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had become a hindrance to Bai Qianqian's potential. In truth, joining the military would have been the most advantageous choice for her, allowing her to bypass many intermediate steps and directly become a member of the Divine Army. Within the Divine Army, she would receive superior training. Perhaps this was a conversation worth having with her. As the meal progressed, Bai Qianqian began to feel a pleasant buzz. Su Luochen remarked, in the coming days, the power of your divine seals will gradually infuse your bodies. Take the time to comprehend it. Bai Qianqian and Su Liang nodded in understanding. They were aware that after awakening, the power of the divine seals would slowly flow from the seals into every corner of their beings, enhancing their strength and spiritual perception. The level of the divine seal determined the tier of power they would awaken. Su Liang beckoned Bai Qianqian to the courtyard, where they sat beneath the night sky, while Lu Xian and Grandpa busied themselves with tidying up. Qianqian. In truth, Grandfather is correct. Joining the military is your best option. Your growth would be the fastest and most effective there. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she smiled dreamily, slightly tipsy, and asked, then will you go? I shall not. Entering the military under your name would place me at the lowest tier, which holds little significance. Bai Qianqian smiled brightly. Then I won't go either. Wherever you are, I will be. Su Liang looked at her, a wry smile forming on his lips. I can't shake the feeling that I'm holding you back. Bai Qianqian shook her head. Without you, I wouldn't have survived this long, and besides, I promised to protect you from now on, didn't I? Su Liang gazed into Bai Qianqian's earnest eyes, feeling a warmth bloom within his heart. Could it be that she truly harbored such feelings for him? Bai Qianqian lifted her gaze to the stars, softly declaring, a place without you holds no meaning for me. From the moment you stood up for me, I made my decision. In that instant, Su Liang paid no heed to anything else as he enveloped Bai Qianqian in his embrace, holding her tightly. Bai Qianqian was taken aback, her cheeks, which had just begun to pale, flushed crimson once more. Su Liang is hugging me. She felt her body stiffen, as if all strength had fled her limbs. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian's ears caught Su Liang's gentle voice. Thank you. Chapter 36. Kidnapping the Empress to be my wife. That night, Bai Qianqian lay in bed, unable to find tranquility, hardly managing to sleep at all. She was lost in the exhilaration of being held by Su Liang, her heart aflutter. On the other side, Su Liang sat on his bed, having removed his shirt, gazing at the divine seal on his arm that represented both wind and fire attributes with a wry smile. It truly resembled a cloud pattern, as if it had been engulfed by flames. The power of the divine seal is gradually awakening. At present, he has already ascended to the rank of a first-level chosen one. From now on, he merely needs to utilize the divine seal to slowly absorb the energy of the divine crystals, thereby evolving over time. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the beast imprint of the scarlet-eyed celestial unicorn located at his chest. Faintly, he could still perceive a glimmer of golden light. Is this truly the divine seal? He vaguely sensed that the power within this beast imprint was also beginning to stir, integrating into his very being. It was utterly bewildering, leaving him in a state of confusion. But putting that aside for now, having successfully awakened his divine consciousness, he wished to ascertain whether there were any changes to his attribute panel. Entering a state of semi-trance, with a mere thought, he was swiftly drawn into that mysterious space once more. Again, he beheld those beastly eyes. For the moment, he disregarded them. The control panel materialized before him. Beast Energy Conversion. Conversion Progress. 361 million. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal. Evolution Progress. 1. Beast Divine Seal. SSS Class Scarlet-Eyed Celestial Unicorn Seal. Level 1. Beast Divine Seal. Evolution Progress. 19. Spirit. 181,100. Strength. 251,100. Agility. 181,100. Speed. 181,100. Su Liang seemed to have misread the information. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. The Beast Divine Seal. Su Liang was utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless for a long while. An SSS-class Beast Divine Seal. It truly belonged to the Scarlet-Eyed Celestial Unicorn. He stood frozen, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. A surge of euphoric emotion coursed through his entire being, causing him to tremble. He let out a joyous shout. Elation radiated from Su Liang's eyes, and his lips curled into a grin that was more difficult to suppress than any AK. Ha ha ha. I, Su Liang, am also at the SSS level. A wave of tears threatened to overwhelm him. He understood that his destiny had irrevocably changed for this lifetime. He now possessed the opportunity to ascend to the 9-Seal Divine Sect, or even become a 10-Seal Divine Emperor. Although he was unsure why he had received the Beast Divine Seal, it seemed to hold the same significance, did it not? However, such a rarity as the Beast Divine Seal was undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. He should be the only one of its kind. This secret must be kept hidden. It is imperative that no one learns of it. After a considerable time, Su Liang managed to somewhat suppress his overwhelming excitement. He took several deep breaths. Yet, a smile still adorned his face as he continued to examine the panel. Each of his 4 attributes had increased by 1 point. However, the conversion progress remained unchanged, still at 36 points. This signified that the increase in his 4 attributes was likely a result of his divine awareness. Su Liang pondered quietly. At a strength value of 11 points, he had been able to defeat Liao Yuqian, a level 10 first-tier chosen one, when his strength reached 16 points. He had utterly overwhelmed the youth summoned by Zhang Tianhao. That youth was presumably a level 10 chosen one with a C-class divine seal. Under his 16 points of strength, the youth had posed no resistance whatsoever. This indicated that even a level 10 chosen one with a C-class divine seal would not possess a strength value reaching 16 points. It was likely that their strength was even lower than 10 points, now that he had successfully awakened his divine consciousness. With each of his 4 attributes increased by 1 point, it might correspond perfectly to the strength of his B-class divine seal at level 1. In other words, a level 10 B-class chosen one would not possess great strength, likely only in the range of the teens, at most around 20 points. Therefore, his initial 4 attributes at 10 points could very well be the initial strength conferred upon him by the SSS-class Beast Divine Seal. Indeed, this should be the truth. Su Liang mused. Thus, in the future, he would have 2 methods to enhance his attribute values. The first method would involve acquiring beast crystals and utilizing beast energy conversion for enhancement. The second method would entail the evolution of his divine seal, absorbing the power of divine crystals for improvement. Contemplating this, a wave of trepidation washed over Su Liang. Just how formidable would his strength become in the future? It was possible that he might still be a second-tier divine envoy, yet his inherent strength could far surpass that of a typical divine envoy. He would possess the ability to challenge adversaries of higher tiers. After all, his current strength already exceeded that of an ordinary chosen one. It was likely that even a second-tier divine envoy with a C-class divine seal would not stand a chance against him now. A faint smile crept upon Su Liang's lips. This was indeed a fortuitous development. In this manner, he would only grow more powerful. He had genuinely attained a voice of authority in this world. Exiting the space, he found himself unable to calm down for quite some time. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Did this mean that he had finally earned the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qianqian? A mischievous smile crept across Su Liang's face. Could he perhaps coax the future Empress into becoming his wife? He chuckled to himself. Throughout that night, both individuals found it difficult to slumber, and by the following morning, both bore dark circles under their eyes. They departed almost simultaneously, both clad in sleepwear. Upon seeing one another, they couldn't help but blush. Su Liang, good morning. Qianqian, good morning. Su Liang grinned broadly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Realizing he was still in his sleepwear, Bai Qianqian shyly dashed back to her room. As she passed the threshold, her seemingly delicate footfall crushed the doorframe to smithereens in an instant. Su Liang's face twitched. Truly, she was SSS class, and thankfully, he had already learned to control his power. This was merely a manifestation of the awakening of his strength that he had yet to master. Observing the shattered doorframe, Bai Qianqian felt a twinge of panic. Had she caused a calamity? Su Liang chuckled. It's all right, it's normal. Go change your clothes. Bai Qianqian's cheeks were flushed. Oh, okay. Her grandfather also peeked out. This is the typical response of an SSS class. I suspect that currently, no level 10 chosen one below S class could match her in strength. Su Liang glanced at his grandfather, raising an eyebrow slightly. This indicated that the higher the level of the divine seal, the greater the initial physical attributes upon awakening. Naturally, this also meant that upgrading and evolving would require more time and resources. Overall, it was quite favorable. Despite having lost a night's sleep, Su Liang still felt invigorated. While brushing his teeth, a knock resounded at the courtyard gate. Knock, knock, knock. With a slight perception, he could sense the presence of several individuals outside the door. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. They have arrived. Coming. Su Liang replied. He opened the door to find 3 impeccably dressed individuals standing at his doorstep. With a luxury vehicle parked outside the small courtyard, 2 of them appeared slightly younger, perhaps in their 30s, while the middle-aged man seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. Su Liang sensed a faint pressure emanating from them, particularly from the man in the center. Su Liang politely inquired, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You must be Su Liang?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, that's me." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, "Hello, Su Liang. I am Zhao Kongshua, the commander of the Rongqing military district." Zhao Kongshua extended his hand. Su Liang's pupils widened in shock. "The city lord." Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded. "As for the title of city lord, I would prefer if others referred to me as commander-in-chief or simply as the general." Su Liang was taken aback. To think that the city lord would block his door this early in the morning. Could one even believe it? Zhao Kongshua, the city lord of Rong City and the commander-in-chief of its military, was a formidable figure, boasting over 50 levels of 6 sealed divine kings. He was practically the strongest individual in Rong City. Quickly, Su Liang extended his hand for a handshake, recognizing the need to show respect to such an esteemed personage. A man of military merit, after all, would not have attained the position of city lord without substantial accomplishments. The faint aura of authority emanating from Zhao Kongshua compelled Su Liang to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Of course, in his previous life, he had encountered divine kings before, but never had he experienced such a direct visit. Zhao Kongshua smiled and inquired, "Su Liang, Bai Qianqian is residing with you now, correct?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, indeed, commander. Please, come in and we can talk." He gestured for Zhao Kongshua to enter. The commander smiled and acknowledged the invitation, yet only he stepped inside, while the 2 others stationed themselves at the door, serving as sentinels. Su Liang's curiosity was piqued. Zhao Kongshua chuckled. "No need to mind them. I merely wish to meet our esteemed SSS class talent from Rome City." Su Liang refrained from pressing the matter further, merely casting a glance at the street as he closed the door. Goodness, there were still onlookers. These individuals were likely waiting for the city lord to depart before showing themselves. As Zhao Kongshua stepped into the courtyard, he surveyed the serene environment. With its tranquil fish pond and pleasant atmosphere, a subtle smile graced his lips. This venerable elder seemed to be enjoying a rather comfortable life. Su Liang called out, "Grandpa. Qianqian, Auntie, the city lord has arrived." At his announcement, Lu Xian and Qianqian both peeked out. The city lord, Lu Xian, was taken aback, realizing that the city lord had personally come to visit. She hurriedly wiped her hands dry. Zhao Kongshua turned his gaze toward the timid Bai Qianqian. "Bai Qianqian, greetings. I am Zhao Kongshua." Bai Qianqian appeared flustered. "Hello. There's no need to be nervous." Zhao Kongshua reassured her with a smile. "I'm here simply to meet you and have a brief chat." Bai Qianqian seemed a bit anxious. "I don't want to go to the military. I want to stay with Su Liang." Zhao Kongshua was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Indeed, to persuade Bai Qianqian to join the military, one must first appeal to Su Liang. What a fortunate young man he was, having won the affection of such a girl at his tender age. Was it necessary to resort to coercion? Chapter 37, The Arrival of Many. City Lord Zhao Kongshua, Su Liang, and the mother-daughter duo of Qianqian sat together. Zhao Kongshua was employing his silver tongue to persuade them. Su Liang maintained a gentle smile. Bai Qianqian's candid declaration had been utterly amusing. Reflecting on it, the once aloof and majestic Phoenix Empress from his past life now appeared so endearing. Yes, the goal was set, to win the Phoenix Empress as his wife. Zhao Kongshua expounded at length. For your growth and evolution, the military is undoubtedly your best option. Whether in terms of resources or mentorship, the military can provide you with the finest conditions. After all, the military is the true governing body of Huaxia. Bai Qianqian remained unmoved, lowering her head as she stated, "Wherever Su Liang is, that is where I shall be." Zhao Kongshua sighed inwardly. This girl is quite resolute. He realized he needed to shift his strategy. "Su Liang, for Bai's future, you ought to persuade her. Joining the military is in her best interest. Consider the greater picture. You could accompany her to the military, which is entirely feasible." Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Liang. He chuckled softly and replied, "Commander, I understand your perspective. I also yearn for the military, particularly the 3 great divine armies. However, my limitations here will inevitably restrict my potential." The matter of the beast god seal was something he could not disclose. Thus he had to regard himself as a mere underachiever. Even if the commander promised me a generous offer, I would eventually face skepticism as a B-grade individual receiving such exceptional resources. How many would look down upon me? The pressure I would endure is unimaginable. I might find myself fading into obscurity. This is not the life I desire. The military prioritizes strength above all. Thus, the outcome I fear is inevitable. In truth, Su Liang had another reason for not wanting to join the military. If he did, the secret of his beast god seal would likely be exposed to many. Upon hearing these words, even Zhao Kongshua was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that an 18-year-old could possess such foresight. Zhao Kongshua chuckled bitterly. You do make some valid points. But what about Bai Qianqian? Shouldn't you consider her as well? Are you unwilling to make some sacrifices for her? Su Liang grinned and shrugged. Commander, I have never obstructed Qianqian from joining the military. In fact, I encouraged her to go last night. Yet she refuses. Zhao Kongshua exclaimed. Are you being stubborn? Why can't you understand? Just then, the elderly Su Luoqing emerged with several cups of tea. Zhao Kongshua immediately rose to his feet, ready to salute, but was halted by a single glance from the elder. Su Liang observed with curiosity. Zhao Kongshua seemed somewhat agitated. Zhao Kongshua's expression turned awkward. Elder. Su Luoqing smiled and said, Commander, the military is indeed a fine place, but we, as elders, must also respect the wishes of the younger generation, mustn't we? Zhao Kongshua nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. Their subjective wishes should take precedence. No one should be forced. His demeanor resembled that of a humble youth. Su Liang found it puzzling. Why was a six-sealed divine king showing such deference to his grandfather? Was he genuinely this respectful of his elders? Just moments ago, he had spoken with an air of reprimand. Su Luoqing continued with a gentle smile. The girl possesses an SSS-class divine seal, regardless of where she is. It is all a form of training. Moreover, she will likely become part of the military in the future, so there is no rush. Once she joins, she can speak of her hometown and the Rome City military. I trust the commander will take good care of her. Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat bewildered, but nodded nonetheless. Grandpa Su, I understand. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhao Kongshua's face. You are too gracious, elder. Since it has come to this, it seems my mission today has failed, and I must return to report. Su Luoqing laughed. What is the rush? Why not join us for breakfast? Zhao Kongshua waved his hands. Elder, you are too kind. I wouldn't want to intrude. Su Luoqing nodded with a smile. I won't hold back, however. Zhao Kongshua acknowledged with a smile. You are too courteous, elder. As Zhao Kongshua rose, everyone accompanied him to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he remarked, Everyone, I represent the vast military. According to the information I have received, the three great divine armies will also be sending representatives to recruit. Su Liang's heart stirred. To think that the three great divine armies would send individuals as well. The old gentleman chuckled and remarked, It's all the same. If the girl does not wish to go, no one can compel her, isn't that so? Zhao Kongshua awkwardly nodded in agreement. Indeed. The old man bade him farewell. And Su Luoqing smiled in acknowledgement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Kongshua entered his vehicle and swiftly departed. Inside the car, Zhao Kongshua was drenched in cold sweat, cursing under his breath. For a moment, he almost lost control. Su Liang cast a suspicious glance at his grandfather, who merely met his gaze, as if understanding his unspoken thoughts but choosing to remain silent on the matter. Instead, he said, The fact that you realize joining the military isn't a favorable outcome indicates you possess a modicum of intelligence. Su Liang retorted, Grandfather, do I appear foolish to you? Su Luoqing glanced at him and remarked indifferently, mediocre at best. There will be many more visitors bringing gifts. You both should gauge the situation appropriately, as I will not be making an appearance for each one. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. Grandfather, if others come bearing gifts, should Qianqian accept them or not? The old man, stooped in posture, slowly turned to face them. As long as they bear no ill will towards you, accepting them would be just fine. It would be ungracious to refuse, and considering your current standing, it's merely a gesture to familiarize yourselves. It is of no great consequence. Su Liang nodded, understood. The old man then entered the house. Lu Xian, pulling her daughter aside, asked, Qianqian, have you truly made up your mind? Bai Qianqian nodded resolutely. Mother, I have decided. I will not go to the military, I wish to. As she trailed off, she felt too shy to articulate the conclusion. Yet, those who understood could grasp her intent. Lu Xian nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. You two should navigate this on your own. Uncle Su was correct. Matters of the youth should be left to their own discretion. Bai Qianqian affirmed with a slight nod. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, she lowered her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Liang surveyed the sky and the ground, the unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Before long, there was another knock at their door. The street where their residence was situated had grown increasingly lively. Many were astonished, questioning why so many were flocking to the home of Old Man Su. Has he struck it rich? They speculated, oblivious to the truth. Although many were aware that Rongqing had produced an SSS-grade talent, the individual was a girl. And Old Man Su had only one grandson, correct? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian continued to entertain their guests. A multitude of representatives from esteemed academies in other major cities arrived at once, including those from third-tier and second-tier cities. Each came bearing exceedingly generous offers to entice Bai Qianqian to enroll in their institutions. The value represented by an SSS-grade talent was immeasurable. The future standing of a divine sect was beyond reckoning. Everyone was eager to present their conditions, which included access to all material resources, equipment, and specialized training facilities at no cost. They also boasted about the number of S and SS grade talents they had already admitted, emphasizing that only by joining them could one truly flourish. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian politely listened to their proposals, but ultimately declined each one, suggesting that they return and await a response. Wave after wave of representatives were sent away. In total, 20 to 30 academies from second and third tier cities had made an appearance, nearly overwhelming the threshold. This was Bai Qianqian's first encounter with such a spectacle, often leaving her too intimidated to speak. Now, she found solace beneath Su Liang's protective wing, her courage still quite timid. Once they had seen off these visitors, the local prominent families and unique factions of divine selectors from Rongqing came to familiarize themselves and present gifts, adhering to what the grandfather had advised. Su Liang and Qianqian accepted some necessities for daily living. Some even presented them with divine crystals, equipment, and battle armor. However, Su Liang and Qianqian declined these offerings, not wishing to accept too much from others. They would eventually acquire such items on their own. They managed to avoid embarrassing anyone while ensuring that Qianqian did not bear an excessive burden. Inside the house, the old man was acutely aware of everything Su Liang was doing, a subtle smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. They toiled until afternoon, and the influx of visitors gradually diminished. Both felt utterly exhausted. Su Liang, I never realized that awakening to an SSS grade would be so draining. They all seem more thrilled than I am, Bai Qianqian remarked with a pout. Su Liang chuckled. It's just a matter of these couple of days. However, Bai Qianqian gazed at the mountain of daily necessities that had accumulated within the house and felt a sense of joy, thinking that it might last them a year or two, which didn't seem too bad. Su Liang smiled knowingly. The things we turned down, converted into essentials, would likely suffice for a lifetime. Bai Qianqian felt a pang of regret. Don't say that. Accepting those items will only become a nuisance in the future. Before long, another knock echoed at the door. When they appeared at the entrance, both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were momentarily taken aback, surprised. Two individuals entered, a middle-aged man and a peer whom they recognized. Yi Qinghan, an SS-grade divine selector from Divine Awareness Second School, the foremost family in Rongqing. The Yi family. Chapter 38. The Overbearing Protector. Su Liang was somewhat taken aback by Yi Qinghan's arrival. He had become quite the sought-after individual himself. Yet he had not anticipated this visit. Yi Qinghan's gaze immediately locked onto Bai Qianqian, his signature charming smile illuminating his face. Hello, classmate Bai, we met yesterday. I am Yi Qinghan. He extended his hand once more, intending to shake hands politely. However, Bai Qianqian was not swayed by such gestures, inching closer to Su Liang. Su Liang grasped Yi Qinghan's hand firmly. Greetings, greetings. I know of you. You are the only SS grade from Divine Awareness Second School. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qianqian is a bit shy. Please, have a seat. As Su Liang held on to Yi Qinghan's hand, a flicker of coldness flashed across Yi Qinghan's heart. How could he allow such a lowly individual to touch him? Had it not been for Bai Qianqian, this person wouldn't even be worthy of standing before him. Yi Qinghan's expression momentarily stiffened before he swiftly withdrew his hand, seemingly filled with disdain. Su Liang had no intention of acknowledging him. You wish to touch my future wife's hand? Dream on. So you are Su Liang? Spoke the middle-aged man beside Yi Qinghan. Su Liang smiled at the middle-aged gentleman. Yes, I am. And you are? Yi Jianqi, the man replied with a smile. I am Qinghan's father. I have come to pay a visit today, bringing a small gift as a token of respect. As he spoke, Yi Jianqi retrieved several items from his spatial converter and neatly arranged them on the floor. Good heavens, piles of divine crystals, A-grade weapons, source crystal weaponry, personal battle armor. These are all fine items, Su Liang noted, realizing that the weapons and armor were clearly intended for Qianqian, leaving nothing for himself. Oh dear uncle, you are far too kind. One should not accept gifts without merit, he protested. Yi Jianqi chuckled and shook his head. As the only SSS grade talent in Rongqing, who awakened alongside my son at Divine Awareness Second School, you are deserving. There is no need to refuse. Accompanied by my son, I have come to introduce ourselves to classmate Bai and cultivate a beneficial relationship. After all, in the future, you both represent the hope of our Rongqing and should foster a harmonious rapport. Yi Jianqi was forthright, his words subtly hinting at his desire for Yi Qinghan and Bai Qianqian to unite. As for Su Liang, he was merely a jack used for repairs. A cold smirk flickered across Su Liang's face. Did they dare to covet my wife? Could Yi Qinghan possibly be worthy? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied. Yi clan leader, it's truly unnecessary. If Qianqian desires such items, the military and the Academy of Chosen Ones can readily provide a fleet of trucks. Moreover, if Qianqian doesn't fancy them, then they serve no purpose and should be taken back by you both. Su Liang sneered inwardly. What a charade. Yi Jianqi regarded Su Liang with mild surprise. Was there a hint of confrontation in the air? The youth clearly lacked discernment. Without Bai Qianqian, was he even qualified to converse with him? Yi Jianqi chuckled. I understand that classmate Bai is interested in these items, and naturally, there are those eager to deliver them. My intentions are merely to facilitate an introduction between Qinghan and classmate Bai, as they will undoubtedly have ample opportunities to grow alongside one another in the future, possibly even fighting together as god generals and god kings. Yi Jianqi, the cunning old fox, was aware that as a B rank, he would never reach such heights in his lifetime. Just a small gift, classmate Bai, please accept it. Yi Qinghan cast a fleeting glance around, revealing a trace of disdain and disgust. What sort of impoverished surroundings were these? Bai Qianqian, you are now an SSS-rank chosen one. There is no need for you to reside in such a place. I will have my father arrange a villa for you in the city center, making your trips to the academy much more convenient. Yi Jianqi added with a smile, it's simple, I'll arrange it immediately. Bai Qianqian seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere, feeling that both Yi Qinghan and his father were rather unpleasant. She shook her head, Uncle Yi, please take the items back. Throughout today, we have not accepted anything from others. The academy has already assured me that if I desire something, I can simply collect it myself. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianqi's heart sank slightly. Was it Director Huang who made this promise? Are you not attending the military or other academies? Su Liang intended to intervene, but Bai Qianqian had already shaken her head. I will be at the Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones. Su Liang sighed internally. She was indeed still naive. The other party was clearly probing into her choices. Yi Jianqi chuckled. All right, since that is the case, I want to press further. However, you and Qinghan should engage in more dialogue. You will undoubtedly need to collaborate in the future. Our Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones is the pinnacle of divine insignia levels for both of you. Bai Qianqian, shy and reluctant to respond, decided to follow Su Liang's lead. Qinghan, you can exchange contact information with classmate Bai for easier communication. Yi Qinghan, with an air of pride, stepped forward. Bai Qianqian, what is your star communication? I'll reach out to you. Bai Qianqian shook her head. I do not have one, nor do I need it. Others contact me through Su Liang. You can reach out to him instead. Su Liang couldn't help but smirk slightly. She was quite clever at this moment. Yi Qinghan's expression twitched. He decided it was better to let it go. As a B rank, he had no desire to entangle himself with someone of lower status. He did not hide the contempt he felt towards Su Liang. Su Liang smiled it off, feigning ignorance. Yi Jianqi chuckled. All right, no rush. There will be future opportunities. I hope you both communicate more at the academy. We shall not disturb you further, Su Liang said calmly. Safe travels, no need to see you off. Yi Jianqi wore a serene smile, showing no signs of irritation at Su Liang's words or actions. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion erupted outside the small courtyard. Before they could depart, 3 men clad in distinct military uniforms entered. The moment everyone spotted the trio, their expressions shifted dramatically. Azure Dragon Emblem, White Tiger Emblem, Black Tortoise Emblem, the 3 great celestial armies. Their personnel had actually come together. Each of the 3 bore a unique silver star on their shoulder. 3 major generals. This indicated that all 3 were 6th seal god kings of level 51 or above, at least on par with the city lord, Zhao Kongshuo. However, as members of the 3 great celestial armies, their status was even more exalted. Even Yi Jianqi halted his steps, respectfully saluting the 3 generals. Greetings, generals. The Azure Dragon Army's major general looked at him with curiosity. And you are? Yi Jianqi responded with a smile. I am Yi Jianqi, the current clan leader of the Yi family in Rongqing, and I previously served in the military for 10 years. The 3 nodded slightly. The Azure Dragon Army's major general stated, You are of no concern to us. We are here to seek Bai Qianqian. His tone was cold, offering no respect to a mere clan leader from a small city. Yi Jianqi smiled awkwardly and pointed. This is classmate Bai Qianqian. The Azure Dragon Army's major general nodded, his gaze locking onto Bai Qianqian, who was timidly hiding behind the young man. It was clear that to change this girl's mind, they would need to approach the young man first. Hello, Bai Qianqian, I am Jiang Muyang, Major General of the 34th Army of the Azure Dragon Celestial Army. This is Yuan Feihua, Major General of the 56th Army of the White Tiger Celestial Army. And Zhu Wuzhao, Major General of the 42nd Army of the Black Tortoise Celestial Army. The 3 stood at attention, their demeanor serious, which only heightened Bai Qianqian's anxiety. Hello. As Jiang Muyang of the Azure Dragon Celestial Army began to speak, Su Liang furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't he the marshal who ambushed Qianqian in a past life the commander of the 34th Army? Jiang Muyang spoke earnestly, classmate Bai Qianqian. We represent the 3 great celestial armies to invite you to join us. You may select any army you wish. Bai Qianqian shook her head. I will not go. Jiang Muyang frowned. Why not? The celestial army is the core strength of our Huaxia, and becoming a member is a dream for many. By joining now, you could immediately attain the rank of Major General and receive guidance from the Marshal, ensuring your rapid ascent in the future. Bai Qianqian continued to shake her head. I will not go. Wherever Su Liang is, I shall be there. Please do not persuade me further. Upon hearing this, the 3 generals frowned. Meanwhile, Yi Jianqi and his son watched the scene with curiosity, each calculating in their minds the implications. They hoped she would not agree. Only within the Academy of Chosen Ones would Yi Qinghan have a chance. If she joined the Celestial Army, his opportunities would diminish significantly. Currently, Yi Qinghan could still join the Celestial Army, but they would inevitably be on different levels, making it difficult for them to meet, thereby reducing their chances greatly. Moreover, the competition within the Celestial Army was fierce, and it was uncertain whether Yi Qinghan would ever catch anyone's eye. Su Liang smiled and said, "Generals, Qianqian has already made her decision and intends to stay." Silence. Jiang Muyang interrupted sharply. "Did I permit you to speak?" Su Liang's expression froze. How utterly impolite. What was wrong with him simply stating his thoughts? If she wished to follow them, he would change his surname. Yi Qinghan, positioned at the entrance, let out a cold sneer, dismissing the individual as mere refuse. "Do you truly believe yourself to be of significance? Without Bai Qianqian, what are you? You are nothing but a lowly insect." Upon hearing Jiang Muyang reprimand Su Liang, Bai Qianqian transformed, her gaze suddenly chilling and resolute. "You be silent." She fiercely defended her husband, plunging the entire room into an unnerving silence. In Chapter 39, The Divine Forbidden Domain, even Su Liang stared at Qianqian, incredulous. "Wife, what are you doing? He is a general of the Celestial Army. Such reprimands are not to be taken lightly. If you provoke them, they could easily abduct you without a second thought." The three generals stood in shock, bewildered by Bai Qianqian's audacity. No one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. This timid girl had suddenly become so fiery. Did she truly not comprehend the weight of the Celestial Army's authority? Yi Qinghan and his son were equally flabbergasted. Were they out of their minds? How could one speak to a general of the Celestial Army in such a way, ordering him to be quiet? My heavens, this was madness. Even Lucian, who had intended to remain hidden, was taken aback. Despite her ignorance, she understood what the Celestial Army represented. She rushed to Bai Qianqian's side, grabbing her arm, and bowed repeatedly to the three generals. "Gentlemen, my daughter is being thoughtless. Please forgive her." Yet, Bai Qianqian remained steadfast. "Mother, you should step aside. I am not being thoughtless. No one has the right to bully Su Liang. What is wrong with him speaking up?" Her eyes locked onto the generals with an unwavering determination, exuding an aura of resistance. This was Bai Qianqian's stance. No one would bully Su Liang. She had promised to protect him for life. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Su Liang felt his heart melt. She truly was an exceptional girl, and he resolved to cherish her for eternity. Lucian was horrified. "Qianqian, do not speak recklessly." She sensed the impending ire of the three generals and wished to apologize again. However, in the next moment, the three generals unexpectedly broke into smiles, leaving everyone astonished. Yi Qinghan was perplexed. They were not angered? Should he attempt to provoke them further? Jiang Muyang chuckled, "Excellent. You have spirit. We in the Celestial Army appreciate such tenacity in the youth." Bai Qianqian's gaze remained icy. Jiang Muyang continued, "I apologize on his behalf. Su Liang, it was my thoughtlessness." He solemnly bowed to Su Liang. Initially, Su Liang intended to respond graciously, but recalling he was also an SSS-ranked individual, he questioned why he should lower himself. "Very well, I forgive you. Just be more mindful next time." The three generals and Yi Qinghan's son nearly stumbled in disbelief. Goodness, did he just assert himself? Jiang Muyang felt a flicker of annoyance, but dismissed it, resolving not to argue with an insignificant being. Turning to Bai Qianqian, he stated, "Your concern lies with him. We can assure you he will be integrated into the Celestial Army. You need not worry." Bai Qianqian shook her head firmly. She vividly recalled Su Liang's words. He could never join the military, for it would only bring him profound anguish. Thus, she would not go either. Jiang Muyang, wanting to say more, was met with her resolute declaration. "Do not persuade me further. I will not go. I wish to attend the Chosen One's Academy. Should I consider becoming a member of the Celestial Army in the future, I will think about it." Jiang Muyang furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Su Liang. It appeared the crux of the matter rested upon this young man. He nodded. "Very well, since you are so determined, we shall not press the issue. However, we do need to register you with the Celestial Army. Surely, you can cooperate with that?" Bai Qianqian turned her gaze to Su Liang, who felt a pang of unease. Registration? Was this a necessity? Yet, it seemed he could not refuse entirely. He nodded slightly. Jiang Muyang smiled. "You too, please escort her for the registration." Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao exchanged knowing glances. This had been prearranged on their way here, a contingency plan. They already knew Bai Qianqian would heed Su Liang. If they could win over Su Liang, they could effectively secure Bai Qianqian. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao smiled. "Classmate Bai Qianqian and Ms. Lucian, let us proceed inside for the registration. These matters require discretion." Su Liang instantly understood. They sought to converse with him privately. He nodded in agreement, and Bai Qianqian followed suit. Jiang Muyang turned, casting a cold glance at Yi Qinghan and his son. Yi Jianqi quickly grasped the situation and retreated hastily. The courtyard was left with only Su Liang and Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang faced him, narrowing his eyes. A B-ranked individual with quite the audacity. After caring for her for a few days, she has become utterly devoted to you. Su Liang remained remarkably calm, unfazed by Jiang Muyang's imposing presence. "It's just average. Jiang Muyang snorted disdainfully. I have no time for idle chatter. I merely wish to convey that taking her to the Chosen One's academy is a futile endeavor. If you truly care for her, you should lead her to the Celestial Army. It is beneficial for both of you. Su Liang's gaze was eerily tranquil, his eyes reflecting a depth of experience that surpassed Jiang Muyang's. I will not go. Jiang Muyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy was impervious to reason and exhibited no fear of him. I am not asking you. You have no choice. Su Liang shot him a cold glare. And I am telling you, this is our choice, and no one can coerce us. The two men stood in a standoff, locked in a fierce gaze. Su Liang felt no trepidation in the face of a general. His refusal to join the Celestial Army stemmed from a fear of revealing his secrets and a desire to walk the path of his previous life to make amends for the brothers who had perished for him. Inside, the elderly gentleman quietly observed the unfolding scene in the courtyard, his expression remarkably calm. Jiang Muyang felt a surge of irritation as an overwhelming pressure descended upon Su Liang. I have stated, this is not a negotiation. Taking her to the Celestial Army is your sole option. If you refuse, you should weigh the consequences that follow. Are you capable of bearing them? The oppressive atmosphere bore down on Su Liang like a mountain, nearly causing him to falter, his knees buckling. His eyes flared crimson. Was this how the strong preyed upon the weak? He glared fiercely at Jiang Muyang. I have said it. I will not go. Jiang Muyang sneered. You are destroying her. In an instant, the force surged again, and Su Liang could no longer withstand it, dropping to one knee. His eyes blazed with a maniacal intensity. If you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, you are merely dreaming. Jiang Muyang's face darkened, laced with malice. Do you truly believe I would hesitate? I could kill you, and no one would trouble me over your death. Su Liang roared, come on, make your move. Spare my life today, and I assure you, I shall seek retribution for this day in the future. Jiang Muyang scoffed. A B-rank dares to settle scores with me? Su Liang's eyes gleamed with madness. You can wait. Jiang Muyang coldly snorted. Very well, I shall await you. In 3 days, we shall send someone to escort you directly to the military headquarters. You have no choice in the matter. We refuse to go. Jiang Muyang chuckled coldly, withdrawing his power. When the time comes, you will have no say. As he retracted his strength, beads of sweat broke out on Su Liang's brow, and he gasped for breath. Jiang Muyang spoke indifferently. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to change this outcome? You have no choice. Even if I were to bind you, what could you possibly do? Su Liang's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. What the hell is happening? In his previous life, Qianqian had merely been at the Chosen One Academy. It was at that moment that the registration within concluded. Jiang Muyang smiled and said, it's settled then. In 3 days, someone will come to fetch you. Bai Qianqian gasped. Su Liang, are we going to the military headquarters? Yet Su Liang remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Jiang Muyang paid him no mind. Bai, we shall take our leave now. The 3 majors swaggered out of the door. Major Yuan Feihua from the White Tiger Army inquired, did he agree? Jiang Muyang shook his head. No, but it no longer matters. In 3 days, we shall send someone to take him away. That brat knows he cannot obstruct this. Zhu Wuzhao hesitated. Isn't this too extreme? Jiang Muyang dismissed the concern. It's of little consequence. Once they arrive at the Heavenly God Army, they will gradually acclimate and ultimately express gratitude towards us. Jiang Muyang felt no remorse for his actions. However, just as the 3 had taken a few steps out of the courtyard, their expressions abruptly changed. What is going on? They could sense no sound from the outside world. Yet, the alley remained unchanged. Jiang Muyang's face paled. It's the divine restriction domain. The 3 turned ashen. This indicated that someone had taken action against them. Furthermore, the assailant was at least a 7th seal divine monarch. May I inquire which esteemed elder this is? Jiang Muyang asked, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. At this moment, an elderly man, stooped in stature, emerged from the opposite side of the alley. His eyes, as cold as an abyss, were fixed upon Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang thought, it's over. Chapter 40. To be supported? On their way back, Yi Jinshi and Yi Qinghan conversed. Father, do you think they will agree to the Heavenly God Army? Yi Jinshi pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. Regardless, if they attend the Chosen One Academy, you must seize the opportunity to win that girl over. You must act swiftly. Capture her while she is still vulnerable to ensure stability. Yi Qinghan nodded. I understand. However, that Su Liang is a minor obstacle. He truly thinks too highly of himself. Yi Jinshi sneered. Just an insignificant ant, hardly worth our concern. No matter how he struggles, he remains but an ant. For now, Bai Qianqian values him, but in time, she will inevitably cast him aside. Therefore, once they arrive at the Chosen One Academy, your opportunity will be at its peak. You must seize it. The SSS rank must be secured. In the future, you shall be the revitalizer of our Yi family. With limitless potential. Yi Qinghan's gaze sharpened, a slight smile gracing his lips. Father, rest assured, I shall succeed. Yi Jinshi nodded. Should you require assistance, simply inform the family. We shall provide full support. Yi Qinghan affirmed. Very well. His eyes glinted with a deep, sinister smile. Bai Qianqian, you are mine. In the alley, The three imposing majors of the heavenly god army lay on the ground, bruised and bloodied, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Who could have anticipated that the elderly man, who had remained inside, was such a formidable presence? They had narrowly escaped with their lives. Su Liang, hunched over yet exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation, spoke with a calm detachment. Do you have any objections to my actions? The three shook their heads vigorously. None at all. If I were to kill you, do you think anyone would seek retribution on my behalf? Su Liang echoed Jiang Muyang's earlier words. Jiang Muyang dared not utter another word. Elder, I was wrong. My arrogance was misplaced. Please forgive me. Humph. Su Liang snorted coldly. When you return, how will you report this? Jiang Muyang nodded repeatedly, like an obedient dog, devoid of his earlier bravado. Understood. I shall say Bai Qianqian did not wish to come. We had no choice but to keep the elder's involvement a secret. Su Liang coldly interjected, Begone. The three scrambled to their feet and fled in a panic. Should this escalate further, facing such an entity meant certain death, and they would have no grounds for complaint. Su Liang observed their hasty retreat with a detached expression before swiftly returning to the house. In the courtyard, Su Liang took a moment to regain his composure. Su Liang, what's wrong? Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing, perhaps just a bit fatigued. I don't want to worry Qianqian. That major mentioned they'd be coming for us in 3 days? Su Liang was uncertain how to respond. The elderly man emerged from within the house. Do not overthink it. You simply need to go to the academy peacefully. They cannot abduct you. Once you are at the academy, it will safeguard your well-being. Hearing this, Su Liang's spirits lifted. Yes, going directly to the academy would ensure their protection. Su Liang maintained his amiable demeanor, particularly towards Bai Qianqian. It's time to prepare dinner. There are many delicious dishes today. You are in for a treat. Su Liang gathered some ingredients to cook. Lucian also volunteered to help. As dinner approached, there was a knock at the courtyard door. The visitor was Director Huang from the Chosen One Academy. Su Liang, you haven't agreed to go elsewhere, have you? Director Huang asked, somewhat apprehensive. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Director Huang, no, we will still attend the academy. Director Huang sighed in relief. I knew the city lord and the heavenly god army would come. They did not stop you, so it is entirely your choice. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Thank you for your understanding. Director Huang shook his head. I should be thanking you. I appreciate your choice of our academy. By the way, all the applications I submitted to the academy have been approved. As long as you and Bai Qianqian come to our academy, there will be no limits on resources. You may select any weaponry and equipment you desire, and all training facilities will be available for your use at any time, and the villa has also been arranged. He presented them with a keycard. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were pleasantly surprised by the swift arrangements. Su Liang remarked, Director Huang, we want to be polite then. It's only right, Director Huang replied. As he handed over the keycard, he mysteriously added, this villa is currently quite discreet. If you wish to avoid those individuals, you can move in directly. Director Huang uttered these words, concerned that subsequent individuals might appear and influence their choices. Su Liang smiled and nodded. We plan to move in possibly the day after tomorrow, and will report to the academy promptly. Director Huang could hardly conceal his delight. Excellent. I shall not interrupt you further. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service. Su Liang chuckled wryly, acknowledging the exceptional treatment. As Director Huang prepared to leave, Su Liang suggested, Director Huang, let us share a meal together. Oh no, I wouldn't want to impose. Director Huang insisted. Nonsense. It's already mealtime, Su Liang replied, pulling him back. Su Liang, bearing dishes, also arrived in the courtyard. The elder beamed, let us dine together. It's merely a matter of extra chopsticks. Unable to resist the warmth of the invitation, Director Huang joined them for a meal, which served to strengthen their rapport. In the dead of night, Su Liang checked his attribute panel once more. Astonishingly, his 4 fundamental attributes had risen slightly. Moreover, there were new developments. Beast Power Conversion. Conversion Progress, 361 million. Beast Power Talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, B-Grade Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 1. Divine Seal, Evolution Progress, 1. Beast God Seal, SSS Grade Scarlet-Eyed Celestial Seal, Level 1. Beast God Seal, Evolution Progress, 20. Mental, 191,100. Strength, 261,100. Agility, 191,100. Speed, 191,100. The Beast God Seal had remarkably reached Level 2. Su Liang stared at the scene before him in astonishment. He finally comprehended. These power attributes corresponded directly to the level of the Beast God Seal. By undergoing Beast Power Conversion and transforming the energy within the Beast Crystals, he could augment his own attributes, thereby enhancing his Beast God Seal's evolution progress. Furthermore, the attributes obtained from the Wind and Fire Divine Seal would directly contribute to this as well. The increase he experienced today must certainly have stemmed from the awakening of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal. The evolution level of his Wind and Fire Divine Seal had its limits, likely capping at the level of a 3-seal Divine Master, with only a finite potential for enhancement. To elevate his power, as long as he possessed sufficient beast crystals, he could continuously rise. Filled with elation, Su Liang finally grasped certain truths. He mused quietly. I simply need divine crystals and beast crystals. Given my current strength, while I lack the power of seals, taking down some low-level, one-star beasts should pose no challenge. I shall seek Director Huang for a privilege to venture into the hunting grounds. With that thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Liang took Qianqian out. They arrived at the bustling city center, which felt like an entirely different world compared to their peripheral civilian district. Towering skyscrapers loomed above. Flashing neon lights imparted a futuristic ambience. It was Qianqian's first visit, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at the villa nestled within the vibrant urban landscape. Su Liang chuckled. The academy has certainly invested heavily. This villa must be worth billions when converted to soft currency. Qianqian gasped in disbelief. Is it really that much? Absolutely. Land is precious here. And such properties cannot be purchased with mere currency. They are exchanged for divine crystals or source crystals, he explained. Qianqian was left speechless by the enormity of it all. Su Liang jested. Qianqian, you are now a wealthy heiress. I shall rely on you to support me henceforth. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, all right. I shall take care of you. Su Liang felt as though he had been struck by a critical hit. He was utterly taken aback by her boldness. Could the future Empress be so flirtatious? He stared at her rosy cheeks, his heart racing with unexpected excitement. It seemed he was destined to be pampered, and yet, he couldn't help but feel an exhilarating thrill. As they entered the villa, they were awestruck by its opulence. Every detail of the decor screamed luxury, permeating the air with the scent of wealth. Welcome home, master, a soft female voice resonated in their ears. Startled, Qianqian jumped. Fear not. It is merely the villa's intelligent butler, Su Liang reassured her. Indeed, master, I am your personal butler. You may call me Bai. The voice was gentle. Qianqian relaxed. Her curiosity piqued as they ventured further inside. Bai illuminated the space for them. Master, this villa is equipped with the latest S-grade offensive and defensive system, capable of withstanding attacks from 5-star beasts. Additionally, it features an quad A-grade intelligent medical system, complete with a dedicated treatment room. The villa is outfitted with 2 A-grade battle vehicles for your convenience, capable of real-time connection with me to assist in your travels and combat. I shall manage all your daily affairs. Simply call upon me, and I shall be at your service. Qianqian found the magnitude of these changes overwhelming. Su Liang chuckled. Living here means you won't need to worry about chores like laundry or cooking. Bai will handle everything impeccably. Anything you can think of, Bai will take care of it. You merely need to speak. It can even assist you after using the restroom. Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched Su Liang's chest. If I reside here, won't I become utterly dependent? Su Liang laughed. Qianqian, you are an SSS grade. From now on, you only need to focus on evolving, and you won't have to concern yourself with any of this. Qianqian nodded, somewhat dazed. Shall we inform Grandpa Su and Mother that we'll be moving in today? Su Liang stroked his chin, his face slightly reddening. Are we truly embarking on a cohabitation? Qianqian shot him a playful glare, no wandering thoughts. It's cohabitation. Not sharing a bed. I'm not prepared for that yet. With a clear realization, Su Liang felt as if he had taken another critical hit. Oh, so Qianqian is quite accepting of this arrangement? Clearing his throat, he replied, all right, let us head home to inform Grandpa and Auntie, then just grab some clothes. Everything else is available here. Qianqian shyly lowered her head, giving a gentle mm. Su Liang was filled with excitement at the prospect of sharing a living space with the future Empress. The two continued to explore the rooms for a while before preparing to leave. They took a glance at the garage, and Su Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, an A-grade source energy low-altitude flying armored vehicle, perfect for team operations, and an A-grade source energy single-person combat motorcycle. It can transform into full-body armor. A surge of heat coursed through Su Liang. Even in his past life, he had never possessed such equipment. Yet in this life, shamelessly speaking, he had effortlessly obtained it by clinging to the Empress's coattails. Wasn't the future wife his own? Su Liang grinned foolishly. Qianqian inquired, are we driving back? Su Liang sighed. We lack source crystals. These 2 vehicles consume a great deal of energy. And I suspect we must wait until you enroll in school before they provide you with source crystals for use. Bai Qianqian nodded slightly. Then let us return the way we came. Su Liang smiled in agreement. Although he felt a surge of excitement in his heart, there was no need to rush. The two departed from the villa, which, in due time, would become their home. Bai Qianqian trailed a little behind Su Liang, reflecting that all she had now was due to him. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, envisioning how this place would transform into their cozy nest. What if he were to act mischievously? Should she let him? Silly boy, not even holding hands properly. This area was dotted with numerous villas, and many people were out for a stroll. Just then, an exclamation pierced the air. Oh, Su Liang! Bai Qianqian! Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were taken aback and turned to see a graceful figure in a green dress approaching from a nearby path. Su Liang was somewhat astonished. You are Gong Li's sister. Lu Ying shot him a playful glare. What are you crying about? My name is Lu Ying, so call me Sister Lu Ying. Su Liang awkwardly smiled. Sister Lu Ying. Bai Qianqian echoed. Sister Lu Ying. Lu Ying beamed, having already learned from the captain about Su Liang awakening his B-class divine mark. Though it seemed a bit far-fetched for him to join them as a teammate, the fact that he was accompanied by the SSS class Bai Qianqian, who was steadfastly by his side, made it more than sufficient for him to be part of their team. Lu Ying cheerfully inquired, "What brings you two here? Are you preparing to report to the academy?" Bai Qianqian was not very talkative, but Su Liang responded with a smile. "No, the academy gifted a villa to Qianqian, and we came to take a look. We were just about to head back to discuss moving in with my family." Lu Ying expressed her surprise. "The academy gifted you a villa?" Su Liang nodded without hesitation. "Wow, this is what being SSS class gets you. Such treatment is beyond imagination." Su Liang maintained a polite smile. "By the way, how is old Gong Lai doing? Is he feeling better?" Lu Ying's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Would you like to pay him a visit? He lives in that building over there." Su Liang looked over to see a tall building. Although it was not a villa, it must still be quite valuable. He exchanged glances with Bai Qianqian and asked, "Is it convenient?" After all, Gong Lai was Qianqian's savior, so it was only right to visit. Lu Ying was exceedingly enthusiastic. "What is inconvenient about it? Let us go." Bai Qianqian did not refuse but remarked, "But we are empty-handed." Lu Ying laughed. "Oh, that's nothing. We don't fuss over such things." Su Liang sighed with a wry smile and nodded, following along. They arrived at the 30-story building. Upon entering, it was quite impressive and luxurious, complete with a smart butler, though it seemed to lack the level of sophistication of Bai. Gong Lai was lounging in a recliner by the large floor-to-ceiling window, bandages wrapped around his chest, indicating he had not yet fully healed. Su Liang, feeling at ease, greeted him. "Hey, old Gong Lai, enjoying the view?" Gong Lai suddenly turned, his eyes wide as saucers upon seeing Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. "You little rascal? Who are you calling a rascal?" Gong Lai exclaimed, stunned, as he rose to his feet. Bai Qianqian politely greeted, "Hello, brother Gong." Gong Lai chuckled awkwardly. "Hello? What brings you here? Who told you I was staying here?" Su Liang replied playfully, "What? Are you too embarrassed to see me?" Gong Lai rolled his eyes. "Would you die if you didn't tease me?" Lu Ying, astonished by their familiarity, interjected, "The academy gifted them a villa, and they came to check it out. I just happened to run into them." Gong Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Liang grinned mischievously. "Are you jealous, old Gong Lai?" Gong Lai scoffed lightly. "It's not for you. It's for Bai Qianqian. Hey, you don't need to be sour grapes just because you can't have it. Isn't it obvious that Qianqian and I are a thing?" Bai Qianqian blushed and lowered her head. "Enough boasting, sit down." Su Liang smiled, guiding Bai Qianqian to sit beside him, dropping the playful banter. "Are you feeling better?" Gong Lai nodded. "Much better. Once this wound heals completely, I'll be fine." Su Liang acknowledged with a nod. Lu Ying brought them tea while Bai Qianqian scanned the house, mentally comparing it to their villa. Gong Lai asked, "How did you defeat that rat king last time? I still feel like I'm seeing ghosts." Su Liang chuckled, shaking his head. "You used the power of the 3 marks, and it was already on its last legs. I just took your gun and poked at it until it died. You really thought I had the strength to kill the rat king?" Gong Lai eyed him suspiciously, sensing there was more to the story, as at the time he didn't feel the rat king was on the brink of death. Clearly, this fellow had his own secrets. "Now that your divine mark has awakened, what are you thinking? Do you want to join us in the Ashkill?" Hearing this, Su Liang fell silent for a moment. He could indeed join, but he feared that Bai Qianqian might need to move to a higher-level city in the future. Gong Lai reassured him with a smile. "You don't need to worry about that. If that day comes, you can leave. We won't stop you." Su Liang, skeptical, asked, "Can you make that decision?" Gong Lai retorted light-heartedly, "That's what the captain told me." Su Liang nodded. "Then there's no problem." "Great. I'll notify the captain and share this good news with everyone." Su Liang chuckled. "As a B-class, what good news am I? What you are interested in is Qianqian." "Isn't it?" Bai Qianqian was taken aback. Gong Lai grinned. "It's best not to state the obvious, but I do value you highly. After all, I told you from the beginning, didn't I?" Su Liang nodded in agreement. Just as Gong Lai was about to retrieve his star communicator to send a message, suddenly both his and Lu Ying's communicators began to flash red. Lu Ying exchanged a glance with him, and a screen popped up. It was Tianyin Xiaolon. "Gong Lai, Lu Ying, we have received a military notification. A beast horde has breached the city from the north. Assemble immediately." Gong Lai and Lu Ying's expressions turned grave in an instant. Su Liang felt a slight tremor as he realized that a beast horde had appeared again. What was happening lately? Lu Ying quickly urged, "Xiaolon, Gong Lai cannot engage in battle yet. His injuries haven't healed." Gong Lai, however, insisted seriously, "It's fine. I can go." "No. If your injuries flare up, even a mere encounter with a 2-star beast could cost you your life." Lu Ying firmly refused. Xiaolon fell silent for a moment. Soon, the captain's image appeared on the screen. "Gong Lai will not participate in this mission. Lu Ying, take the divine mark and proceed." "Yes, Captain." Lu Ying responded immediately. Gong Lai became anxious. "Captain, I can do it. How can you manage without me? She's just a healer. She can't fight at the front." "I'm really fine. The wound has healed." Lu Ying shot him a glare. "Don't talk nonsense. I know best." Gong Lai insisted. "Lu Ying, I can do this. You cannot fight at the back. If I say it's not happening, then it's not. Gong Lai. At that moment, Su Liang's voice rang out. What if I take the rear? Chapter 42. The spirit of battle ignites. Everyone present, along with those on the screen, looked at Su Liang in astonishment. You? Xiaolong was taken aback. Su Liang nodded. Indeed, I will utilize the forbidden divine boundary stake. And I possess combat capabilities akin to that of a divine envoy. The others gazed at him in astonishment. You possess the combat prowess of a divine envoy. Green Yin exclaimed, visibly shocked. Su Liang affirmed. Gong Lai should be aware, right? Gong Lai fell into a moment of silence. You do indeed possess such power. But this is a mission fraught with peril. What jest is this? You cannot go. Green Yin concurred. No, you're still a student. You should remain here. Xiaolong added, indeed. Such a thing cannot happen. Su Liang was determined to participate. He sought beast crystals and wished to engage in the mission, even if it meant the later battle, as there would still be some rewards to be had. Gong Lai insisted, Captain, let me go. I am fine, and since Green Yin is a healer, if he remains in the rear, the team's healing capabilities will be compromised. If we allocate a blood drinker, our squad's combat strength will suffer. Let me go? Green Yin rebutted, no. You mustn't act recklessly. Yet, Qi Hingchu's gaze was focused intently on Su Liang. Captain, Su Liang interjected, I have already committed to the team. It is reasonable to include me in such a mission, and I am not as fragile as you perceive. Qi Hingchu regarded Su Liang earnestly. Do you comprehend the dangers involved? Su Liang nodded solemnly. I am fully aware, but I have faith in my abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Hingchu directed. Gong Lai, equip him with a set of your battle armor and weaponry, and provide him with a star communication earpiece. Xiaolong, integrate him into the team. Gong Lai, you shall accompany him to guard the forbidden divine boundary stake. Now depart immediately. Gong Lai, Green Yin, and Xiaolong were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Captain? Qi Hingchu remained calm. Depart. He then severed the connection. Gong Lai and Green Yin were nearly beside themselves with disbelief. They were about to embark on a mission with a mere high school student who had only just awakened his divine sense. It was unprecedented. Bai Qianqian grew concerned. Su Liang, this will be perilous. I shall accompany you. Su Liang shook his head. It's all right. I have experience in such matters. Wait for our return, and I will take you home. The determination in Su Liang's eyes left Bai Qianqian at a loss for words. Gong Lai cursed under his breath. You are utterly reckless. Su Liang flashed a smile. Why? Do you not consider me a teammate? Gong Lai cursed again, but did not hesitate. He retrieved his battle armor from the spatial converter and tossed a set to Su Liang. Seeing the familiar armor, Su Liang did not falter. Under the astonished gazes of Gong Lai and Green Yin, he donned it with fluid grace, as if it were his own. How could he be so adept? Had he truly used it before? Observing this, they ceased their objections. Gong Lai donned his armor as well and retrieved a black spear from the spatial converter, tossing it to Su Liang. Follow my command. Su Liang nodded. After checking the battle system of his armor and confirming everything was in order, they were soon ready. They boarded the vehicle. Bai Qianqian watched as Su Liang prepared to leave, her heart filled with worry. Su Liang, you must be cautious. Su Liang nodded. Do not fret. We will return swiftly. Bai Qianqian's eyes shimmered with apprehension, yet she could do nothing but watch as they entered the armored vehicle and soared into the sky. The vehicle had been modified to depart directly from high-rise buildings. Inside the vehicle, Gong Lai grumbled. You're being reckless. The captain is being reckless too. Stop your whining. I still need to protect you. Su Liang retorted. You can forget that. Just behave, Gong Lai replied. All right, enough noise. Xiaolan's voice resonated in their earpieces. Quickly check the information regarding the beast horde. The locations of the boundary stakes have been calculated. Su Liang focused, and a virtual screen appeared before him. Xiaolong began her briefing. The exotic beasts emerging this time are similar to those encountered near the eastern city last time. They are also emerging from the ancient drainage pipes underground. According to the military's reconnaissance data, their numbers are exceptionally high, and several teams have already set out. Our designated position is in the Northwest Civilian Zone, Area 3. It is anticipated that a significant number of 2-star exotic beasts will appear, as well as some 3 stars. This mission is highly dangerous, so everyone must remain vigilant. The members of the Jinxia squad responded in unison. Understood. Qi Hengchu's voice followed. I have an announcement. Our new member, Su Liang, is participating in his first mission and will temporarily guard the forbidden divine boundary stake alongside Gong Lai. Everyone, cooperate with one another. A stir of excitement rippled through the earpieces. Wow, Su Liang, impressive. You dare to join us on a mission right after awakening your divine sense? That's bold. Su Liang chuckled. I appreciate your support. Such courage was remarkable, unprecedented even. Gong Lai retorted, courage my foot, it's sheer folly. Hey, old Gong, that's excessive. He hasn't even mentioned your flaws. A teammate joked. Haha, old Gong, being protected by Su Liang today will give me a lifetime of laughter. Old Gong was flustered. All right, everyone, quiet down. Swift and decisive action, came the captain's voice. Gong Lai cursed again, and Su Liang smiled. The armored vehicle moved swiftly, soon exiting the central urban area and arriving at the outskirts of the civilian zone. Upon arrival, Greening disembarked the two. She glanced at Gong Lai, her eyes gentle. Be careful. Gong Lai nodded. Understood. Take your position. Greening drove off. As a mobile unit, she needed to be ready to provide healing at a moment's notice should any teammates sustain injuries. Arriving at the designated location, both Su Liang and Gong Lai spoke simultaneously. Captain, we have reached the designated position. Voices from the earpiece responded, We've been waiting for you. Chi Hengchu's voice came through. Activate the forbidden divine boundary. Yes, 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 yes. Without waiting for Gong Lai to remove the boundary stake, Su Liang had already taken action. Hey you. Before Gong Lai could finish his sentence, Su Liang deftly placed the forbidden divine boundary stake on the ground, following the method from his past life's memories. Channeling the power of his wind and fire divine seal, he shouted, Open. In an instant, a beam of light shot skyward from the forbidden divine boundary stake. Gong Lai was momentarily stunned. When did you operate the forbidden divine boundary stake? Su Liang looked at the boundary, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is my first time. Gong Lai was bewildered. How could this boy be so proficient? Dressed in battle armor, holding a long spear, Su Liang's demeanor transformed, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior, prompting Gong Lai to take notice. Blood drinkers move. Eliminate those beasts before they breach the surface. Chi Hengchu's voice echoed in their earpieces. Yes, yes. For the moment, Su Liang and Gong Lai had no immediate tasks. They were to guard the forbidden divine boundary stake, as any exotic beast that emerged would likely attempt to breach the boundary and damage the stake. This was the primary responsibility of the rear guards. The sounds of slaughter resonated through the earpieces, accompanied by Xiaolan's real-time information updates. Gong Lai retrieved a cigarette, igniting it, and exhaling a smoke ring. Pray tell, how is it that you know everything? Su Liang replied nonchalantly. One simply acquires knowledge through extensive experience. Gong Lai remained skeptical. Do you truly possess the combat prowess of a divine envoy? Su Liang pondered for a moment before responding. While I lack the imprint of a divine envoy's power, I certainly possess ordinary combat capabilities, as you witnessed last time. With this armor and spear, I should have little trouble dispatching a first-tier beast. Gong Lai contemplated this, recalling how, unarmed, Su Liang had effortlessly sent a first-tier bloodthirsty rat flying with a single kick. The sheer strength was unfathomable. I can hardly fathom where your brute force originates, Gong Lai muttered. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece, Xiaolan's. Everyone, be cautious. Not only are there ghost-faced spiders, but a horde of bloodthirsty rats is also approaching. Hearing this, the group felt a surge of alarm. The task ahead was proving far more formidable than they had anticipated. A chill ran down Su Liang's spine. Ghost-faced spiders and bloodthirsty rats were among the most common of aberrations, predominantly first tier, with only a few evolving to second or third tiers. Captain, a third-tier bloodthirsty rat king and a third-tier ghost-faced spider king are headed your way. Exercise utmost caution. Understood, came the calm voice of Chi Hengchu. Su Liang surmised that Chi Hengchu was likely a fourth imprint warrior, nearing the rank of a divine general, more than capable of handling third-tier beasts. Before long, a warning echoed. Old Gong, Su Liang, 4 first-tier bloodthirsty rats and 4 first-tier ghost-faced spiders are advancing towards your marker from either side of the barrier. Stay alert. Su Liang and Gong Lai exchanged a look, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Got it. Understood. In that instant, Su Liang felt his blood begin to boil, a surge of battle intent coursing through his veins. He yearned for combat. Gong Lai intended to instruct Su Liang to remain outside, but to his astonishment, Su Liang plunged directly into the barrier, declaring, You take the left, I'll handle the right. Gong Lai was exasperated. Was this kid truly unafraid? Chapter 43, Gong Lai's Freedom of Movement. The Forbidden Divine Realm was solely designed to deter aberrations, and they could traverse it effortlessly in their armor. Even ordinary individuals could cross with relative ease. Coincidentally, the two barriers aligned with 2 streets. Cursing under his breath, Gong Lai dashed down the alternate street. Be careful. The armor is equipped with a source energy pistol. Su Liang smirked slightly. No need for that. I'm itching for a fight. Before long, 4 bloodthirsty rats charged rapidly towards him along the barrier. Su Liang grinned. Perfect timing. He twisted his spear, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a powerful stomp, his speed surged, bolstered by the armor's support. He initiated the assault. This set of C-grade armor enhanced his strength by 40. The D-grade armor was even weaker. Currently, Su Liang's strength stood at 27 points, with his other attributes at 20 points each. The armor could only amplify his strength, not his other abilities, meaning it could raise his power by nearly 11 points. This was already formidable. Approaching the 4 menacing bloodthirsty rats, Su Liang's insight eye slowed their movements, making them appear almost lethargic as they lunged at him with ferocity. With a swift thrust, his spear pierced the head of one rat with brutal force, eliciting a shriek as it fell lifelessly. Without hesitation, he swung his spear, sending the now dead rat crashing into another. As the remaining 2 rats charged at him, Su Liang instinctively slid to evade their assault. He shattered the skull of the deceased rat before rising again, unleashing a dazzling display of spear work, leaving bloody gashes on the two attacking rats. The two rats screeched in agony, and the previously knocked rat rejoined the fray. All three now lunging at him with claws sharp enough to rend his armor asunder. With fierce determination, Su Liang tightened his grip, a slight smile playing on his lips. Indeed, his current strength was more than sufficient to dominate these first-tier aberrations. He held nothing back, sweeping his spear and sending three of the bloodthirsty rats sprawling. Raging dragon breaks the army, he shouted, thrusting his spear with such ferocity that he impaled the three rats as if they were skewered kebabs. He then hoisted the spear, slamming it down onto the ground, causing the earth to crack, while the rats howled in despair. Without a moment's pause, he swept his spear again, slicing through the necks of the three rats with precision. The task was executed flawlessly, and the exhilarating sensation of enhanced power surged through him. Su Liang's lips curled into a smile as he smashed the heads of the four bloodthirsty rats and collected their beast crystals, turning to hasten towards Gong Lai. In that instant, he observed Gong Lai crush the last of the ghost-faced spiders. Gong Lai glanced back at Su Liang, who beamed, "Not bad." Gong Lai rolled his eyes. "And you dare critique me?" As he extracted the beast crystal from the ghost-faced spider's corpse, he inquired, "Have you dealt with yours?" Su Liang raised his hand, displaying the beast crystals. "All taken care of, quite effortlessly." Gong Lai felt exasperation rise within him. What manner of being was this kid? Just awakened and already capable of slaying so many first-tier aberrations. "Xiaolan, we've eliminated 8 first-tier aberrations," Gong Lai reported. The teammates on the earpiece seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Gong Lai's expression twitched, a hint of discomfort evident. Su Liang furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Gong Lai quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He gestured for Su Liang to mute his earpiece. Su Liang's gaze fell upon Gong Lai's chest. Blood was seeping through. "Have you lost your mind?" Su Liang admonished. Gong Lai's complexion turned pale. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Su Liang insisted. "Don't jest. This could lead to serious consequences." Gong Lai forced a smile. "I just need a moment's rest, as the rear guard. I must shoulder my responsibilities." Su Liang frowned. Even the rear guard shouldn't disregard their own safety. Gong Lai shook his head. "You don't understand. The rear guard isn't merely hiding behind to enjoy retirement in the forbidden divine realm. It's about the trust our teammates place in us. We must defend the forbidden divine realm to ensure their efforts aren't in vain. Should it fall, our comrades will be forced to expend greater resources to pursue and combat the beasts, draining their stamina and placing them in even more perilous positions. Simultaneously, the residents would find themselves in even greater peril. Fear not, for a mere throng of 3-star beasts is but a trifling challenge for me." As Su Liang listened to these words, silence enveloped him. In his previous life, during his 30s, a man in his 50s had imparted the very same sentiments to him. During a mission to exterminate the aberrant creatures, that man resolutely held his ground before the divine boundary post, enduring the onslaught of 10 3-star beasts alongside numerous 1-star and 2-star beasts. Ultimately, he nearly bled himself dry, safeguarding the boundary post, but succumbed at its very feet. Even in his dying moments, he exerted every ounce of strength to hurl Su Liang to safety, solely to preserve his life. He still recalled the man's name, Zhou Ziru. He was renowned among the legions of aberrant beasts as the one who traversed the battlefield with ease. What a farce that was, such ease, he was a fool. At that moment, Gong Lai's figure began to merge with that of the man. A ripple of emotion surged through Su Liang, prompting him to mutter, "Fool." The so-called rear guards were typically individuals who had sustained injuries or were of advanced age, either volunteering or being assigned by the captain to remain at the boundary post. Generally, guarding the post entailed minimal danger, a semblance of favoritism. Yet, under this bias, rear guards faced immense risks. In the event their comrades encountered insurmountable peril, the rear guards were compelled to step forward, sacrificing their lives to afford their teammates a chance at survival. Thus, rear guards were predominantly older or those bearing hidden injuries. They had long since accepted their lives as the final bastion for their companions. Should a rear guard perish, a new member would take their place. "You are the fool. You just awakened your divine senses, and yet you rush out here? I'm not dead yet. There's no need for you to take my place." Gong Lai grumbled. Su Liang cast him a glance. "You ramble too much. Just rest well." He refrained from further urging. Those who had already placed their lives on the line as rear guards held steadfast to their convictions, namely, their teammates. Gong Lai regarded Su Liang and suddenly remarked, "You give off the impression of being the one who has fought for decades." Su Liang smirked. "What if I truly am?" Gong Lai snorted. "You? A mere whelp without a hair on your chin, trying to act seasoned?" Just then, the voice of Xiaolan resonated through the earpiece once more. "Old Gong, Su Liang. A wave of aberrant beasts is heading your way, including bloodthirsty mice and ghost-faced spiders. Remain vigilant." The two locked eyes and simultaneously opened their mics. "Understood." A middle-aged man and a young lad, their gazes unwaveringly resolute. They stood before the boundary post, their long guns raised skyward, intent on battle. Voices from their comrades echoed in their earpieces. "Sister Xiaolan, Why won't these aberrant beasts cease? What is happening? This wave is greater than any before. Their teammates had already sensed the gravity of the situation. Xiaolan's voice came through again. Everyone, hold on a moment longer. We received word from the military that divine generals are en route to destroy the entrance outside. Reinforcements will soon be here. Report your injuries. Qi Hengqiu, unscathed. Han Xiaolong, unscathed. Zhao Jian, unscathed. Their comrades fought valiantly. It was not solely in their region. Throughout others, divine hunting squads and military personnel were also engaged in slaying aberrant beasts. This incursion surpassed all expectations, and alarmingly, it was occurring in broad daylight. Before them, a swarm of aberrant beasts surged towards them along the boundary wall, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Su Liang and Gong Lai exchanged a glance, and in unison, drew their guns and charged forth. Kill! Kill! Chapter 44. Trust in me, I shall stand firm. Perhaps it was due to both Gong Lai and Su Liang wielding firearms. Or perhaps their similar temperaments, that Su Liang felt an instant camaraderie with Gong Lai. As they plunged into the throng of beasts, they displayed an unexpected synergy. Two long guns and two figures moved in perfect harmony, each covering the other's back. This exemplified the unconditional trust among teammates in the divine hunting squad. Only through such trust could they unleash their full potential in battle. You've got some skill. I didn't realize your marksmanship was so impressive. Gong Lai managed to interject amidst the chaos. I'm better. Su Liang shot back. Oh, a challenge, is it? Let us see. They surged forward, each employing their unique gunplay techniques. Both embraced a fierce and aggressive style, their long guns cleaving through foes like a tidal wave. Gong Lai crackled with lightning. Three divine seals shimmering with electric energy. Su Liang's arm bore the wind and fire divine seal, also surging with power. However, his current level was too low for the divine seal to grant him significant strength. The flames were notably weaker. He relied heavily on his keen perception and superior physical attributes to navigate the battle. Occasionally, he would draw his energy pistol, landing precise headshots. Yet, the energy of the pistol was limited and could not be sustained indefinitely. The ghost-faced spider lunged at them with its 8 legs, while its abdomen expelled toxic silk. An unrelenting assault. The bloodthirsty mouse was even more agile. Fortunately, the two maintained their back-to-back stance, managing to hold their ground. One by one, the aberrant beasts fell, and their bodies became drenched in the scent of blood. Gong Lai dispatched even more foes, being a 3-sealed divine master. Yet his own blood began to seep from his chest, and his complexion turned increasingly pale. Gasping for breath, he laughed. You little rascal, I must admit, I'm impressed. Listen up, everyone. I've recognized Su Liang as one of us. After fending off a wave of aberrant beasts, Su Liang leaned on his long gun, drenched in sweat. Gasping heavily, quit blathering. Stay alert, more aberrant beasts are on the way. Such combat was clearly taxing their stamina. Here, take this. Gong Lai retrieved a small, bead-sized liquid capsule wrapped in a plastic-like film from his spatial converter. Su Liang snatched it and swallowed it whole. It was a stamina gem, containing various energy elements capable of temporarily replenishing their vigor. Su Liang glanced at Gong Lai's chest. Still holding up? Gong Lai chuckled. If you can endure. How could I not? Once more, the aberrant beasts charged forth, a dozen or more. Without needing further words, they rushed towards the bloodthirsty mice and ghost-faced spiders again. Gong Lai's injuries worsened, blood flowed from his previous wounds, and his pallor deepened. Su Liang fought with all his might. This was the relentless endeavor they had committed themselves to. Blood stained their battle armor, and sparks flew as their long guns clashed against their foes. Just as they believed they were on the verge of vanquishing the aberrant beasts, a new wave appeared not far ahead. Xiaolan's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. Old Gong, Su Liang, be cautious, it's a 2-star ghost-faced spider. Can anyone spare assistance? Their teammates were overwhelmed, unable to respond due to the sheer number of aberrant beasts they faced. Simultaneously, Gong Lai and Su Liang spoke. No need, we can hold our ground. Xiaolan, in a state of resignation, could only utter, be careful. At that moment, the voice of Levian echoed. Neither of you is allowed to die. Su Liang smiled slightly, responding. Old Gong Lai, do not disappoint Sister Levine's goodwill. Gong Lai retorted with a laugh. I certainly won't. Let's slay these beasts. The two exchanged a knowing glance before charging forward once more. The two long spears sliced through the air, accompanied by flashes of lightning and surges of fire. Kill. I'll handle this beast. You take care of those. All right. Su Liang, without hesitation, knew that confronting a 2-star beast head-on was still somewhat challenging for him unless he invoked the power of the beast god seal. Gong Lai took the lead, swiftly engaging with the monstrous ghost-faced spider that was larger than a car. Su Liang plunged into the fray of 1-star beasts, empowered by the enhancements of his armor, unleashing nearly 38 points of strength. His spear technique grew increasingly ferocious, capable of shattering the head of a 1-star ghost-faced spider with a single thrust. With the eye of insight, Su Liang effortlessly evaded the attacks from the ghost-faced spiders. One spear, one spider. His methods were exceptionally ruthless and cunning. This was also a point of astonishment for Gong Lai. who sensed that Su Liang possessed an acute understanding of these beasts' weaknesses. The battle was exhilarating, devoid of any hesitation. Su Liang fought with fervor. 1, 2, 3 beasts fell before him. After a while, he had eradicated all the one-star ghost-faced spiders. However, in that fleeting moment, he glanced back only to see Gong Lai being struck and flung away by a ghost-faced spider, landing at the boundary marker. Puffed. Blood erupted from Gong Lia's mouth. Gong Lai. Su Liang's expression changed in an instant as he rushed toward Gong Lai, drawing his energy pistol to fire at the 2-star ghost-faced spider, hoping to impede its advance toward his comrade. Reaching Gong Lia's side, his demeanor was fraught with urgency. How are you? Gong Lai coughed up blood, his chest bleeding profusely. His complexion ashen. His face was grim. We must go. I can't hold on much longer. I will. Gong Lai glared defiantly. What are you doing here? Get out. I said I'm coming. Su Liang insisted. I am the rear guard. You need to retreat. Does the rear guard seek death? Enough with the chatter. Move quickly. Gong Lai struggled to rise, pulling out the energy crystal cannon and firing it directly. As he gazed at the ghost-faced spider, which had already lost 3 of its legs to Gong Lia's strikes, Su Liang's expression darkened. The energy cannon fired but was evaded by the nimble beast. This ghost-faced spider was on the verge of evolving into a 3-star beast. Thus, even a level 20 plus 3 seal godmaster like Gong Lai, injured as he was, found it challenging to slay it. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Gong Lai seized Su Liang's arm and forcefully flung him out of the realm of the divine restriction. He let out a wild laugh. Come on, beast. I said I can hold on. Gong Lai fired furiously, but the ghost-faced spider was too agile. Its speed and nimbleness were distinct. It effortlessly dodged most of Gong Lia's assaults. In the next instant, it lunged at Gong Lai. With a roar, Gong Lai raised his gun. Harnessing the power of his seals, the divine imprint flickered. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. The lightning radiance shimmered upon his spear. As Su Liang halted to witness the scene, a torrent of conflicting emotions surged within him. Once again, it was like in his past life, when Zhou Zhiru had similarly flung him from the divine restriction. In that moment, Gong Lia's figure seemed to merge entirely with Zhou Zhiru's. Why? Why does everyone feel compelled to protect him this way? Why are these individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for their teammates? Yet in his past life, he had been a coward. He had always believed that the rear guard should expend everything, even their lives, for the retreat of their comrades. Yet, after each encounter, he was left with a profound sense of guilt. In this life, he was determined not to be that coward again. No one should die for anyone else. He refused to continue down that path. He too could fight fiercely for his teammates. In the blink of an eye, Gong Lai severed 2 more legs from the ghost-faced spider with a single shot. But at the same time, one of its razor-sharp legs pierced through his thigh. Gong Lia's eyes turned blood-red as he let out a pained roar. Su Liang, filled with anxiety, felt tears welling in his eyes. Gong Lai, hearing Su Liang's urgent call, the teammates' expressions shifted to one of alarm. Old Gong, retreat. Quickly, they shouted in unison, yet there was no opportunity to disengage. Gong Lai, enduring the agony, shouted fiercely, Beast, die. He swung his spear wildly, aiming to pierce the ghost-faced spider's head. However, the spider spat out a web, disrupting the trajectory of his spear, only managing to graze one of its eyes. The ghost-faced spider let out a furious shriek, casting Gong Lai aside. Blood sprayed forth as he was hurled out of the divine restriction, landing right in Su Liang's arms. Gong Lai, Su Liang cried, his eyes reddening. Gong Lia's breath was faint, his lips tinged with purple. He managed a pained smile. I couldn't hold on. You need to go? I can't withstand it. He gazed at the ghost-faced spider preparing to destroy the boundary marker, sighing. Captain, Xiaolon, everyone, I'm sorry. I can't hold on. The boundary marker is going to be destroyed. Having uttered those words, Gong Lai felt himself drained of strength, his consciousness gradually fading. Stay outside, kid. The captain's voice crackled through the earpiece. Prepare yourselves. The divine restriction is collapsing, and the beasts are fleeing. Get ready to pursue. Wait. I can hold. Sister Levine. Gong Lai is injured and needs immediate medical attention. Su Liang's voice came through the earpiece, startling all the team members. Su Liang, no. Don't be reckless. Retreat. But Su Liang had already disregarded their warnings. He laid Gong Lai down and grasped his silver spear. Trust me, I can hold. With those words, Su Liang stepped forward, resolutely charging toward the 2-star ghost-faced spider that was wreaking havoc on the boundary marker. Su Liang. A dazed Gong Lai cried out in alarm. All the teammates were stunned, utterly aghast, deeming him to be walking into his own demise. Chapter 45. Su Liang, a level 1 seal, chosen one. Perhaps it was a desire to erase the guilt that lingered in his heart. Or perhaps it was because Su Liang had begun to regard Gong Lai and the others as his true comrades. He no longer wished to be the kind of person who shied away from battle. He too could fight fiercely for his teammates. The divine restriction must not fall. He roared, a surge of golden light emanating from his chest, filling his eyes with a radiant glow. In that fleeting moment, he felt his power return to its zenith. The spear in his hand surged with unparalleled might. Die! Angry Dragon breaks the army. At that instant, As the aura of the beast god seal surged, the ghost-faced spider, now down to 3 legs, began to tremble in fear. The aura radiating from Su Liang sent tremors through its very soul. The power of the beast god seal exerted a natural suppression over the otherworldly beasts. A spear plunged into the underbelly of the phantom spider, sending it hurtling through the air. Su Liang continued his rampage, as if golden light flickered around him. The spear became enveloped in this golden energy, transforming into an incredibly sharp weapon. With a swift strike, another leg of the phantom spider was severed. As the creature unleashed a torrent of silk, Su Liang thrust his spear into the ground and propelled himself into the sky like a dart. He soared above the phantom spider. In his eyes, a fierce murderous intent surged. Die, he roared. Fallen goose. The golden radiance shimmered. Su Liang descended from the heavens. The spear aimed directly at the top of the phantom spider's head. With only 2 legs remaining, the creature struggled to support its own weight, swaying precariously, its agility diminished. Under the oppressive force exerted by Su Liang, the spear pierced through its head, driving deep into the ground. Green brain matter erupted forth. The phantom spider convulsed violently, flinging Su Liang away, crashing into the ground in a frenzy, the silver spear still embedded within it. The creature shattered several buildings before finally collapsing amidst the rubble. Succumbing to death, groggy, Gong Lai witnessed this scene and seemed to exhale in relief, before finally losing consciousness. Su Liang approached the fallen phantom spider, extracted the silver spear, and spoke with a cold demeanor. The 2-star phantom spider has been slain. The boundary marker is intact. Everyone rest assured. Each teammate on the other end of the earpiece was utterly astonished, hardly able to fathom the situation. Qi Hingqiu urged, hold on. We're almost there. Su Liang replied nonchalantly. Do not worry. As long as I am here, the boundary marker will remain safe. His teammates found it hard to believe that such words could emanate from a mere high school student who had just awakened his powers. With spear in hand, Su Liang continued to stand guard. His gaze was resolute. As long as he remained, no beast below 3 stars would breach the boundary marker. Before long, more beasts charged forth. He seized Gong Lai's source crystal cannon and fired in anger. Su Liang's eyes glinted with ferocity. Come at me. One shot obliterated several 1-star bloodthirsty rats. However, it was not long before the cannon became inoperable. Enraged, he plunged into battle once more, thrusting his spear repeatedly. Blood and flesh scattering. Regardless of the bloodshed, he was determined to kill. He seemed to forget everything, driven solely by the desire to erase the guilt that plagued him from his past life. Corpses began to pile up like a small mountain. He bore numerous wounds, and his armor sustained significant damage. Time slipped away from him. All that remained was the fight, instinctively raising his spear, stabbing again and again to slay every beast in sight. He was resolute in protecting the boundary marker and safeguarding the fruits of their labor, unwilling to let his comrades fall into such peril. Not far behind him, on a rooftop, Su Liang watched Su Liang's ferocity with a deep and complex gaze. Time passed unmeasured. Su Liang felt his vision blur with blood and the viscera of the phantom spider. Come on, he roared in anger. Fortune favored him. No 2-star beasts appeared, or he would have truly succumbed. Just then, Luing arrived in a flurry of urgency. She was astounded to see Su Liang standing atop a mound of corpses, spear in hand, as if emerging from a sea of blood, utterly unyielding. He had fought through a deluge of blood, ensuring no beast would approach the boundary marker. Eventually, the chaos of the beasts was quelled. A wave of extreme exhaustion washed over him. He felt himself faltering, his body collapsing. A graceful figure appeared at Su Liang's side, cradling him and pulling him out of the forbidden god realm, placing him next to the recovering Gong Lai. Even in his current state, Su Liang did not release his grip on the silver spear. Xiaolan's astonishment surpassed that of anyone else, for she had witnessed Su Liang's entire battle. She could not comprehend how an 18-year-old high school student could possess such tenacious combat spirit. Even in unconsciousness, he clung to his weapon, which to her seemed only possible for someone seasoned in battle. Luing extended her hands, treating both Gong Lai and Su Liang simultaneously. Soon, other teammates arrived, their expressions filled with shock as they regarded the corpses. Of course, these were few compared to those they had slain. Yet, he was merely a newly awakened high school student. They were silent as they observed Su Liang's unwavering grip on his spear. Qi Hingqiu, bloodied and composed, inquired, "Did he slay all of these?" Xiaolan nodded. After defeating the 2-star phantom spider, a total of 48 1-star beasts appeared, none of which approached the boundary marker. The teammates trembled in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Qi Hingqiu concluded, "He truly deserves to be our comrade." Everyone nodded, their eyes brimming with respect. They began to clear the battlefield, meticulously collecting the beast crystals from the slain creatures. The remaining members, including the captain, stayed by Su Liang and Gong Lai's side. Approximately an hour later, Su Liang awoke, weakened, and surveyed the faces around him, feeling a sense of relief. "Captain, I held my ground, right?" Qi Hingqiu affirmed. "You did. It was a complete success. Both of you are more severely injured, but the others fared better." Su Liang smiled, a foolish grin spreading across his face. He had persevered. He truly could withstand it. Struggling to rise, Luing lent him a hand. Su Liang glanced at the still unconscious Gong Lai. Sister Luing, he will be all right? Luing nodded. Do not worry. He will not die, but he will require more time to recover. His thigh is injured, and the previous wound has reopened. Su Liang nodded, relieved. As long as he is alive, that is good. He felt grateful for his endurance. Had he faltered, the boundary marker's destruction would have led to countless innocent lives lost. However, the cost of using the beast god seal was substantial, even after awakening it. He still felt drained. Perhaps his body had yet to fully adapt. Su Liang sent a message to Qianqian, assuring her not to worry. He had completed the task. Luing said, "In a moment, I will take you and old Gong back, then return you both home." Su Liang nodded. Shortly after, the remaining team members returned. Having finished clearing the battlefield, there were a total of 12 of them. Qihengqiu approached Su Liang. "From now on, you are a formal member of our Gene Skill Squad. I am Captain Qihengqiu, a level 44 Seal Divine Warrior." Each team member introduced themselves in turn. The burly young man who had spoken about preparing a large meal for Gong Lai cheerfully declared, "I am Blood Drinker Han Xiaolong, a level 24 3 Seal Divine Master." Next was a somewhat taciturn man clad in armor and wielding a sword. "I am Blood Drinker Zhao Jian, a level 32 4 Seal Divine Warrior." "I am Blood Drinker Lu Wuhuan, a level 26 3 Seal Divine Master." "I am Blood Drinker Gu Tianqing, a level 28 3 Seal Divine Master." Each of the 4 Blood Drinker members possessed their own unique characteristics. Lu Wuhuan sported a head of spiky hair, while Gu Tianqing appeared lean and wielded a pair of iron fists. A coldly enchanting beauty clad in leather armor spoke with an icy demeanor. Yuan Cheng and Sha Zhu. Yi Qingqing, level 25 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Following her, a man, grinning widely and carrying a formidable energy sniper rifle, introduced himself. Yuan Cheng and Sha Zhu, Fu Yuan. Level 28 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Next came 2 older gentlemen, who smiled at Su Liang and addressed him. Post Warrior, Yun Mu, level 29 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Post Warrior, Chen Wuhua, level 30 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Healer, LV Yin, level 27 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Backstage, Tian Yen Long Lan, level 30 Tri-Stamp Divine Master. Su Liang regarded the solemn assembly and rose to his feet, meeting their gazes. Su Liang, level 1 Single Stamp Divine Chosen. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the level of his Beast God stamp. They exchanged knowing smiles, and a rare smile graced Qihengqiu's face. "From now on, we shall be comrades. Ideally, we would hold a welcome ceremony for you, but today's circumstances are unique. We shall arrange it later when Gong Lai has recovered somewhat." Su Liang nodded in agreement, and the captain then procured a pile of beast crystals. "This is your share from the hunt for the exotic beasts in this mission. You will also receive a portion of the military's rewards later." Su Liang nodded, observing the pile of beast crystals while scratching his head, uncertain about how to transport them. Long Lan produced a small spatial converter. "Here, use this. It was mine from before." Su Liang quickly declined. "Sister Xiaolong, this is quite valuable." Long Lan shook her head. "Not at all. We are teammates. Take it. If you feel too guilty about it, you may return it to me once you acquire a new one." With that, Su Liang accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Xiaolong," and gathered the small pile of beast crystals. Qihengqiu nodded. "As for the battle armor and spear you possess, use them for now. Later, you can procure suitable armor and equipment." Su Liang did not refuse. "All right, let us all return and rest." LV Yin escorted Su Liang and Gong Lai home, and they bid farewell. On the way back, LV Yin remarked, "It feels almost surreal that you, a level 1 Divine Chosen, have become a member of our Jin Sha team." Su Liang smiled. "I am honored by your regard." LV Yin shook her head. "Your strength has earned everyone's acknowledgement." As Su Liang gazed out the window, a familiar sense of comfort enveloped him. Upon arriving home, Bai Qianqian, seeing Su Liang's battered form, immediately welled up with tears. "How could you sustain such grave injuries?" She rushed to embrace him, burying her head against his chest despite the dirt on him. Su Liang stiffened, realizing her deep concern. He gently patted her back. "Do not cry. I am perfectly fine, see? It is Gong Lai who is more seriously hurt." Bai Qianqian sobbed. "I promise to protect you." Su Liang smiled warmly. "There is no rush. I will wait for you to grow stronger, and then you can protect me." LV Yin observed this exchange, her eyes glimmering with envy. Youth is truly a wondrous thing, and the boy before her seemed reluctant to confront the nature of their relationship. Chapter 46. He couldn't possibly reject Su Liang for a lifetime, could he? It was already 3 in the afternoon, and recognizing that Bai Qianqian had not eaten, LV Yin arranged for them to have a meal before sending them home. LV Yin then returned to care for Gong Lai. Back home, Bai Qianqian still seemed preoccupied with Su Liang's injuries. "You must be more careful in the future." Su Liang smiled and nodded. "Yes, I certainly will. Please do not inform Grandpa or your mother, as it would only cause them worry." He changed into a fresh set of clothes, concealing his injuries. He only bore some minor abrasions, and with LV Yin's healing, the wounds had already scabbed and begun to heal. "All right," Bai Qianqian softly replied. When Lu Xian saw the two of them return, a smile graced her face. Qianqian, Su Liang, how is the house? Bai Qianqian composed herself. Mom, the house is wonderful. There are many rooms, and I wish you could come live with me. Lu Xian chuckled. I will pass. Your academy has dormitories, and you won't be staying there long. Besides, I would be out of place living among strangers. It's far better to stay here. Bai Qianqian nodded. All right. I will visit you often. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Some visitors came today with gifts, but I turned them all away for you. Good, it is best to decline. Accepting too much can be somewhat embarrassing, Lu Xian agreed. At that moment, Grandpa also emerged. Su Liang glanced at Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. When do you plan to move over? Su Liang replied, tomorrow. We will head straight to the academy to check in. Su Liang nodded, very well. Let us prepare something delicious for today. He maintained his usual old man demeanor. Lu Xian interjected, Uncle Su, let me assist you. Su Liang waved his hand. No need, you can spend time chatting with the girls. They will be leaving for the academy tomorrow. Lu Xian contemplated. All right, thank you for your efforts. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Not at all, go ahead. He then turned and entered the kitchen to begin his preparations. Su Liang followed him in. The old man casually remarked, now that you will be living together, do not think of taking advantage of Qianqian just because you are a young man. Su Liang's face flushed crimson. Grandpa, how could you think that? I will mostly be at the academy. The old man seemed to see right through Su Liang's thoughts. I know exactly what sort of character you possess. Su Liang smiled sheepishly. You needn't worry about that. The old man said nonchalantly, go rest for a bit. You are not needed here. Su Liang scratched his head, feeling that he had come to help, yet somehow felt like a hindrance. Nevertheless, he returned to his room. To be honest, he was quite fatigued, having been holding on for so long. Collapsing onto his bed, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The exertion of utilizing the beast god stamp had nearly drained his mental and physical energy. Yet, it was not an opportune moment for beast energy conversion. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. He was only awakened for dinner. The four of them shared a meal, enjoying a little wine as a send-off. Knowing that once they were at the academy, they would not be returning every day. That night, everyone washed up and returned to their rooms. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian shared a bed. Darling, Lu Xian softly called. What is it, Mom? Looking at the pitch-black ceiling, the darkness concealed the complexities in her eyes. My dear, you have chosen Su Liang, and I support your decision. However, with the two of you sharing a room, there are certain matters you must consider. You are still young. Bai Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed in the darkness upon hearing this. Mom, what are you saying? That won't happen. All right, I believe in you. I'm merely reminding you that although you are young, you are also of age. Some things require your own discernment. Bai Qianqian's voice was faint. Mom, I understand. She buried her face in her pillow, grappling with her thoughts. She had indeed contemplated such matters. Yet, this was Su Liang, whom she cherished. In the future, wouldn't those sorts of things naturally unfold? Surely, she couldn't reject Su Liang for a lifetime. She felt utterly mortified. Surely, Su Liang wouldn't be too anxious, would he? After all, she was still so slender. Su Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the pile of beast crystals extracted from the spatial converter. His eyes ablaze with fervor. 126 crystals, plus one 2-star crystal, equating to 136 in total. Indeed, undertaking tasks was essential. How much could he elevate tonight? He rubbed his palms together, a sense of impatience bubbling within him. However, converting all 136 crystals at once might take considerable time. And it would be unfortunate if he were interrupted in the morning. Perhaps he should prepare just 50 crystals for now. Su Liang nodded to himself, deciding to remain composed. He then stored the remaining beast crystals away. With a thought, his consciousness was instantly transported into that ethereal realm. Once again, he beheld the crimson-eyed celestial Qianqian. The interface materialized before him. Beast energy conversion. Conversion progress, 361 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, B-grade Wind and Fire Divine Seal, 1 Seal, Level 1. Divine Seal, Evolution Progress, 1. Beast Divine Seal, SSS-grade Crimson-eyed Celestial Qianqian Seal, 1 Seal, Level 2. Beast Divine Seal, Evolution Progress, 20. Mentality, 20,100. Strength, 27,100. Agility, 20,100. Speed, 20,100. Su Liang surveyed the interface, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. From his current situation, it appeared that the evolution progress and level were determined by the lowest value among his 4 attributes. If one of those values stood at 19 points, then his evolution progress would also reflect 19 in level 1. Furthermore, it was evident that the foundational value for awakening an SSS grade divine seal was 10 points. While for a B grade, it was 2 points. C grade should be 1 point. A, S, and SS grades would lie between 2 points and 10 points. As it stood, achieving 100 points in all 4 attributes would elevate him to an SSS grade beast divine seal at level 10. Following that, he would advance to the second seal divine envoy, which would likely alter the foundational values. As for enhancing the Eye of Insight, he currently had no clear direction. He could only take it step by step. Now, It was time to prepare for the elevation. With a thought, the cold voice echoed, "Beast energy conversion in progress." The crimson-eyed celestial Qianqian's gaze erupted with dazzling golden light, striking Su Liang. The familiar pain surged once more, yet he reveled in it. He had never felt such joy before. Wasn't it merely a bit of suffering? As long as he didn't perish, he could endure. Amidst this torment, he experienced a strange blend of pain and pleasure. Time seemed to flow silently. As the agony gradually faded, it signified the consumption of 50 beast crystals. He summoned his attribute panel once again. Beast energy conversion. Conversion progress. 861 million. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-grade Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 1. Divine Seal. Evolution progress. 1. Beast Divine Seal. SSS grade Crimson-eyed Celestial Qianqian Seal. 1 Seal Level 3. Beast Divine Seal. Evolution progress. 32. Mentality. 201-4100. Strength. 271-0100. Agility. 201-2100. Speed. 201-4100. A smile spread across Su Liang's face. He had leveled up. He still possessed 76 1-star beast crystals and 1 2-star beast crystal. Sufficient for at least 2 more levels. It was only a matter of time. Now, he had reached level 3 of the first seal. Even his lowest attribute stood at 32 points. According to Su Liang's estimations, the foundational value for a B-grade Divine Seal was 2 points. So a level 10 B-grade Divine Envoy would equate to 20 points of value. Currently, he could easily overpower a B-grade level 10 Divine Envoy. He could practically contend with an 11th level B-grade second seal Divine Envoy. Thus, it was clear how immense the disparity in power was due to the Divine Seal's grade. SSS grade had already secured a head start. Su Liang was filled with elation. As long as he was granted time and beast crystals, he could continue to grow stronger. His destiny had truly been irrevocably altered. After calming himself, he exited this state and opened his eyes. Indeed, dawn had arrived. However, he felt immensely satisfied. In just one night, he had leveled up. With beast crystals at his disposal, it wouldn't take long for him to become a second seal Divine Envoy. A smile graced his lips. For now, he would focus on reporting to the academy. Chapter 47. Get away from me. Su Liang is my boyfriend. Bai Qianqian reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Xian. Mom, please take care of yourself. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Go on, dear. I will take good care of myself. If you miss my cooking, just come back. For Lu Xian, this separation from her daughter marked a pivotal turning point in her life. From this moment on, her daughter would embark on the path of a divine envoy. No longer able to remain by her side every day, it was inevitably bittersweet. Su Luochen remarked, "You little rascal, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer any grievances." Su Liang nodded. "Grandpa, Auntie, rest assured, I will look after Qianqian well." They both nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departed, officially leaving home. Rome City, with its population exceeding 1 million, was indeed vast. Traveling from the eastern to the western edge could take 1 or 2 hours by regular transport. The majority of people still relied on ordinary energy vehicles for their journeys. The two did not want to trouble Director Huang of the academy. Instead, they first went to the villa to drop off some of their belongings. Glancing at the room they would share, Bai Qianqian felt a touch of shyness. "Su Liang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Su Liang's face reddened. "Does this mean I'm living off you now?" Bai Qianqian shot him an annoyed glance. Su Liang chuckled heartily. "Come on, let's go report to the academy." At this moment, Su Liang was entirely unfazed by whether the celestial army would come for them. Once they arrived at the academy, it was certain that the institution would step in to resolve the matter. They couldn't possibly resort to forceful abduction, could they? The Divine Envoy Academy was the only one in Rome City, situated in the northern part of the central urban area, just a 10-minute walk from the house assigned to Qianqian. Upon beholding the grandiose and solemn gates, a sense of yearning welled up within. Numerous student divine envoys bustled about. The moment they stepped through the entrance, 3 colossal human statues came into view. Bai Qianqian gazed at the statues, lost in admiration. Su Liang turned to look as well. The 3 divine emperors. Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, White Tiger Divine Emperor, Xuanwu Divine Emperor, the bulwark of Huaxia. Each academy boasted statues of the 3 divine emperors. These 3 deities safeguarded Huaxia, leading countless people from ruin to resurgence, vanquishing ferocious beasts, and establishing cities to ensure the continuity of Huaxia's legacy, earning them the reverence of the populace. Su Liang cast a glance at the mesmerized Qianqian, pondering the future where her statue might stand in this very place. A smile graced his lips as he initiated the Empress's cultivation plan. They say only those of SSS rank have the potential to become a divine emperor. Qianqian mused softly. Yet, so many at that rank have failed to achieve such a status. Perhaps I am destined to remain ordinary as well. Su Liang chuckled lightly. What if you could? Qianqian met his gaze, a sweet smile illuminating her features. I have no desire for that. I merely wish to protect you. A laugh escaped Su Liang, feeling as though he had been unexpectedly struck by her words. a critical hit that nearly drained his vitality. If you continue to tease me like this, I might just cling to your leg for dear life, never letting go. Qianqian's ears flushed a delightful shade of crimson as she replied softly, then you better hold on tight. Su Liang sighed inwardly, cursing his fate for being continuously ensnared by her charm. They exchanged a shy smile, their cheeks tinged with warmth. Surrounding them were many newly arrived students, much like themselves, reporting for duty. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Bai Qianqian. Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian turned in surprise to see an unfamiliar girl. Upon catching sight of Bai Qianqian's true form, the girl burst with excitement. It's really you. You didn't go to the military. Unbelievable. Our academy truly has an SSS rank. Her exuberance attracted the attention of many. The name Bai Qianqian rang a bell for some, but when SSS rank was mentioned, astonishment spread like wildfire among the crowd. Is this really the SSS rank? My heavens. I can't believe she actually came to our academy. The students became frenzied, flocking towards them. Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed by such attention, had taken refuge behind Su Liang, clutching his clothing tightly. Su Liang furrowed his brow. Knowing this was an inevitable ordeal, in time, the novelty would wear off. He swiftly led Qianqian away, but the throng pursued relentlessly. Bai Qianqian, could you grant me an autograph? Future Divine Sect Master, please. Who is this person clinging to Bai Qianqian? What rank is he? Oh, he seems to be a B rank. Bai Qianqian listens to him. B rank? On what grounds? Does he even deserve that? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian paid no heed to such remarks, hastening their escape. Yet the crowd only swelled. Not just new students, but many seniors had arrived. As the news of Bai Qianqian's presence erupted like a tempest across the academy and the forums of Rong City, the entire vicinity was now a sea of faces, making it nearly impossible to leave. Bai Qianqian was visibly shaken by the overwhelming scene, while Su Liang's irritation grew. Could everyone please make way? We still need to report. He attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, but the crowd was like a frenzy. Don't rush. Let Bai Qianqian sign for us. Bai Qianqian, you must eat more. You're too thin. Bai Qianqian, you'll be the representative of our academy. I'm from class 10, second rank. The cacophony around them was unbearable, a veritable nuisance. Such was the burden of being an SSS rank. One was treated as a spectacle. Noticing Qianqian's discomfort, Su Liang's heart grew heavy. He grasped her hand and suddenly stopped. Bai Qianqian noticed the change in his expression and tugged at him, urging restraint. But Su Liang had reached his limit. Get out of my way, he bellowed, his voice reverberating with divine power. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. Bai Qianqian was startled, yet a sense of inexplicable security washed over her. The new students and seniors alike stood momentarily frozen, all eyes drawn to Su Liang. With a frigid glare, he declared, "What is this commotion? Clear the path, or do not blame me for my rudeness." Many were momentarily taken aback, but some scoffed. Who do you think you are? Do you have any authority here? The noise around them quieted, though disdain lingered in the expressions of many, particularly among the second and third rank seniors, whose faces hardened. What does a mere new student think he is doing? That's right. What a joke. We're here for Bai Qianqian, not you. Bai Qianqian, he is just a B rank. He is not worthy of you. Look at us. Bai Qianqian, you're destined for greatness. Don't let trash like this hold you back. Our academy has plenty of S and SS rank talents. Listening to their taunts, Su Liang felt a chill creep into his heart, wishing he could slap each of them into silence. Bai Qianqian's expression darkened as well. She could accept praise for herself, but not insults directed at Su Liang. Just as tensions were about to boil over, a cold voice broke through the crowd. What do you all think you're doing, surrounding new students like this? Clear out. The command resonated with a force akin to a lion's roar, stirring a gust of wind that swept through the area, lifting the hair of several female students and leaving them in shock. All eyes turned to the source, revealing a striking figure silhouetted against the sun. Clad in flowing robes, he stood tall and handsome, his fair complexion radiating confidence. Upon seeing him, some seniors' expressions shifted. Is that Luo Ziwen? What is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be training in the military? The new students were bewildered, while Bai Qianqian questioned whether he had come to assist them. However, Su Liang's heart sank slightly, recognizing the figure approaching him. Lo Jia from Rong City, a family just a notch below the Yi family in prominence, and this individual possessed an SS-level divine seal. He held a position of considerable stature and power within this esteemed academy of divine selection. According to his memories from his previous life, Luo Ziwen should now be a third-level divine master, while he himself had only entered the academy 2 years prior. Such an accomplishment was extraordinary within the institution, marking him as a prodigy receiving special cultivation. Su Liang couldn't help but scoff inwardly, a playboy who had once pursued Qianqian, only to be rebuffed time and again. It seemed he even attempted to force his advances, leading to a rather public altercation with Qianqian, which had caused quite a stir. Luo Ziwen approached Su Liang and his companion slowly, a stern expression gracing his features as his gaze swept over some upperclassmen, who promptly retreated. It was as if Luo Ziwen exuded an aura so formidable that no one dared to approach. The onlookers were clearly intimidated, whispering about how he was the future hope of Rome City, urging each other to disperse quickly lest they provoke him further. Luo Ziwen's threat was palpable. Despite some upperclassmen still harboring apprehension towards him, they began to back away. Suddenly, Luo Ziwen's demeanor shifted, adopting a gentle smile as he turned his attention to Bai Qianqian, extending his fair hand towards her. Hello, my classmate, I am Luo Ziwen. I possess an SS-level divine seal, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Nearby, some upperclassmen muttered under their breath. What are you trying to prove? Bai Qianqian glanced at Luo Ziwen, timidly nodding. Hello, senior. Thank you for coming to our aid. She refrained from shaking his hand. May I request a handshake? By doing so, we would be friends. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Luo Ziwen said, exuding politeness. Bai Qianqian, however, held on to Su Liang's hand, dismissing the notion entirely. Su Liang calmly interjected, no need for a handshake, excuse us. He had no intention of granting this man any semblance of friendliness. There was no reason to indulge someone who merely sowed seeds of chaos. I was conversing with Bai Qianqian. I did not invite your input. You, a B-level, truly believe you can walk alongside Bai Qianqian? Luo Ziwen chuckled. Bai Qianqian. While you may have a good rapport with him now, allow me to remind you that he, a B-level, is unworthy of you. Luo Ziwen believed he had restrained himself admirably, considering he had refrained from outright insulting Su Liang. Yet, these words ignited Bai Qianqian's fury. She was incensed. Having thought him a reasonable senior, she was dismayed to discover he was just another arrogant individual. Before Luo Ziwen could utter another word, Bai Qianqian's fierce and commanding voice rang out. Everyone leave. Su Liang is my boyfriend. None of you have the right to meddle. At that moment, the crowd fell into stunned silence. All eyes turned to the somewhat frail girl, who had just exhibited such a timid demeanor. Now, she radiated a commanding presence. Whether she was defending her boyfriend or not, it was captivating. This was the kind of authority one would expect from an SSS-level divine selector. Several male classmates gazed at her with admiration. Su Liang was equally taken aback, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Thank you, my dear wife, he thought. As Bai Qianqian fixed her cold stare upon Luo Ziwen, her voice unwavering. I have no interest in any of you. Please do not disturb me. She grasped Su Liang's hand and strode away, ignoring everyone around them. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwen's expression darkened. A B-level had stolen an SSS level's attention? What a ridiculous notion. How could he have been bested by a B-level? He had returned from military training with aspirations of joining the Divine Army, only to be summoned back by his family, who insisted he secure the SSS-level Divine Selector from Rome City at all costs. He understood the importance of this mission and returned without delay, confident in his striking appearance. Yet, to find himself bested by a B-level was utterly intolerable. Luo Ziwen watched Bai Qianqian and Su Liang retreat, a cold smile creeping across his face. Boyfriend? Of what use is that? A B-level can never sustain a relationship with an SSS level. Such a notion is utterly impossible. He was determined not to concede easily. He must claim the SSS-level girl for himself. A mere B-level could be easily dismissed. As Su Liang and Bai Qianqian distanced themselves from the crowd, though a few stragglers trailed behind, none dared to approach them again. Su Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he felt Bai Qianqian's determined grip on his hand, filling him with warmth. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, Qianqian, you were incredible just now. Feeling the gentle breath against her ear, she flushed crimson. Stop it. I must say it again. You were truly magnificent. Also, Qianqian, regarding your declaration of me being your boyfriend, does that count? In an instant, Bai Qianqian's cheeks turned a vivid shade of red, and she instinctively lowered her head, too timid to meet his gaze. I didn't mean it like that. Bai Qianqian trailed off, her thoughts racing. I feel unworthy of you. You're already a member of the divine hunting team, and so strong, while I'm still so frail. I need to gain some weight. Become more appealing, and grow stronger before I can protect you. Besides, you haven't confessed your feelings. Must I be the one to initiate? Silly boy. If Su Liang were aware of Bai Qianqian's inner musings, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Does it count? Su Liang asked softly. Bai Qianqian, flustered, replied, silly. It doesn't count right now, so stop asking. She thought her response would convey the message that it currently didn't count, but perhaps it would in the future. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't he count now? Then when does it? Just as he intended to say more, a figure rushed towards them. Director Huang hurried over. Oh dear, Bai classmate, Su classmate, my apologies for not being here to greet you. Were those upperclassmen giving you trouble? Director Huang wore an apologetic expression. Bai Qianqian, still enveloped in her shyness, left the speaking to Su Liang. Su Liang shook his head. No big deal. I anticipated it. The enthusiasm of the students can be overwhelming at times, but I believe it will settle down. Director Huang sighed in relief, hoping the upperclassmen hadn't dampened their spirits regarding enrollment. That's good to hear. It's unavoidable, especially since my classmate is the first SSS-level student from Rome City. Su Liang nodded. We understand. After exchanging some courteous remarks, the matter seemed to have been resolved. Su Liang inquired, Director Huang, Do we still need to go through the registration process? Director Huang shook his head repeatedly, saying, you need not worry about these matters. I will handle everything proficiently. Allow me to show you around the academy. Su Liang chuckled and replied, I appreciate your efforts, Director Huang. With a nod and a smile, Director Huang responded, you're too kind. Please, follow me. Observing Director Huang's courteous demeanor towards the two young individuals, some students accompanying them expressed their surprise. This only further underscored the significance of an SSS level chosen one to the academy. Throughout the tour, Director Huang personally guided them, pointing out the martial arts training ground, special training rooms, armory, resource department, academic buildings, and student dormitories. You have privileges to access all training rooms and special facilities at your leisure. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me directly. I will find a solution for you. Su Liang expressed his gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Director Huang, there is indeed a matter on which I seek your assistance. Director Huang nodded with a smile. Please, go ahead. I wish to inquire about the academy's hunting grounds. Am I permitted to enter? Hearing this, Director Huang appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he had misheard. You wish to enter the hunting grounds? Su Liang affirmed, yes. Director Huang, slightly perplexed, asked, what would you seek to do in the hunting grounds? Students are prohibited from entering without having attained the status of a second-tier divine envoy. Even a mere one-star beast could easily claim your life. Su Liang let out a wry smile. Director Huang, I find it difficult to explain. Yet I still hope you can assist me in applying for the privilege to access the hunting grounds. Director Huang's confusion deepened. What purpose do you have for entering the hunting grounds? Surely, it is to hunt. After a moment of silence, Director Huang continued, Su Liang, I do not mean to underestimate you, but even Bai Qianqian cannot enter the hunting grounds at present, as she lacks the strength to hunt magical beasts. Su Liang sighed resignedly. Bai Qianqian then interjected, Director Huang, my elder brother Su Liang is capable of hunting magical beasts now. He has officially joined the Jinxia Divine Hunting Team and undertook a mission with them yesterday, where he hunted numerous magical beasts. What? Director Huang was astonished. Left momentarily speechless. Chapter 49. Su Liang, wait for me. The sound of Su Liang, brother made Su Liang feel as if his heart were melting. Director Huang, a slightly portly middle-aged man, exuded a warmth that made him seem approachable rather than the stereotype of a middle-aged man. His shocked expression was rather amusing at that moment. Is it the renowned Jinxia Divine Hunting Team? Director Huang exclaimed excitedly. Su Liang rubbed his head and smiled. Yes, that's the one, led by Qi Hingqiu. Director Huang was taken aback, unable to believe it. How could Qi Hingqiu possibly have recruited Su Liang at this time? It seemed improbable. Qi Hingqiu was known for his strict adherence to principles. Could it be that Su Liang, standing before him, was an unrefined gem? Yet he was merely a B-level. The reason for Director Huang's courtesy was largely due to Bai Qianqian. Was Qi Hingqiu also interested in Bai Qianqian? This was the only explanation that made sense. Though it felt somewhat off, Qi Hingqiu wouldn't engage in such tactics. Su Liang calmly stated, Director Huang, I ask that you keep this matter confidential. I do not wish for others to know just yet. Director Huang nodded, casting a complex glance at Su Liang. Very well, I understand. Though puzzled, he decided it was not the right time to delve deeper. He could inquire with Qi Hingqiu later. Su Liang continued, thus, Director Huang, my intention to enter the hunting grounds is to enhance my practical combat skills, and I kindly ask for your assistance. Director Huang pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. Su Liang, are you certain you will be safe? Su Liang nodded. I assure you, my safety is my own responsibility. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences. Director Huang sighed softly. All right, I will assist you in applying for the qualification to enter the beginner's hunting grounds. Whether it is granted remains to be seen. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang waved his hand dismissively. They soon arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building for Bai Qianqian. Director Huang remarked, I initially intended to request that you both reside together, but several female faculty members raised significant objections. After all, breaking such rules may lead to more requests of the same nature, complicating management. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Director Huang, you are truly kind. What a pity it didn't work out. Su Liang silently praised him for his thoughtfulness. Director Huang continued, moreover, your courses would also differ, so I didn't insist. You don't mind, do you? Bai Qianqian had completely retreated into her shell, too shy to speak. She couldn't say she wanted it or didn't want it. Su Liang cleared his throat and chuckled. Director Huang, your considerations are quite thorough, but let things proceed as they are meant to. Besides, Bai Qianqian should meet new classmates and friends. Director Huang nodded. I'm glad to hear you think so. He smiled. Initially, I shared the same sentiment. It would be beneficial for Bai Qianqian to meet new classmates. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. Su Liang regarded him with a discerning and thoughtful gaze. Director Huang quickly reassured him, rest assured. This is not someone who has been admitted through connections. The candidate is a girl who has awakened to S-level abilities, hailing from Xunqiao 6th High School. She comes from a humble background in a civilian district and possesses a personality somewhat akin to Bai Qianqian. I believe they may get along well. Director Huang noticed that Su Liang seemed unusually perceptive, as if he had anticipated everything that could arise. Moreover, Director Huang himself harbored no ulterior motives. Bai Qianqian was a precious gem for their academy, and nobody would dare create trouble for her. Su Liang nodded. That sounds good. I am in favor of it. Reflecting on his past life, Su Liang recalled that Bai Qianqian's roommate eventually became a significant figure in the military, attaining the rank of general. He wondered if this soon-to-be-seen roommate would be the same. Under Director Huang's guidance, they quickly arrived at the entrance of Bai Qianqian's dormitory. The accommodations appeared somewhat lavish, resembling upscale suites, likely configured as two separate rooms. Director Huang opened the door and stated, "The girl who will be your roommate has yet to check in. She is expected to arrive today. By tomorrow, most students should have reported in. Classes will commence the day after." Both nodded in agreement and followed Director Huang into the apartment. Indeed, it was a two-bedroom suite complete with a kitchen, fully equipped with necessary appliances. A luxurious little apartment. Bai Qianqian, you may choose a room. Your roommate might arrive today. Bai Qianqian nodded, taking a moment to assess the space. It was quite satisfactory. Living with Su Liang would indeed be pleasant. She swore she meant no ulterior motives, only wishing to protect him, though there were obstacles in her way. Subsequently, Director Huang retrieved a spatial converter ring and a star communication bracelet. Dear Bai Qianqian, here are the space converter and the star communication bracelet allocated to you by the Academy. The space converter contains 10,000 low-level divine crystals and an equal amount of low-level source crystals. The divine crystals are for your evolution, while the source crystals are intended to power some devices within the villa. Should you find these insufficient, feel free to directly obtain more from the resource department, as there is no limit. Su Liang, the same applies to you. You may also collect them at your convenience. However, I implore you both to utilize these resources primarily for your own advancement, as they are privileges granted to you by the Academy. Su Liang nodded with a wry smile. Understood, Director Huang. Rest assured, we are well aware of this. Indeed, such generosity, providing 10,000 low-level divine crystals, represents an SSS-level treatment. Su Liang recalled that during their initial class, students with B-level divine seals were only permitted to receive 2 crystals. Shall I escort you to the dormitory? Su Liang inquired. He shook his head, replying, No need to trouble yourself, Director Huang. I have already received ample privileges. I can find my way and accompany Qianqian to familiarize herself with the dormitory. Director Huang smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall not impose further. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian expressed their gratitude to Director Huang before departing. Director Huang felt a sense of relief. The SSS-level student seemed to be settling in well. He was unconcerned about the implications of a young man and woman sharing a room. He merely needed to issue a notice prohibiting anyone from harassing Bai Qianqian. Inside the room, only Su Liang and Qianqian remained. The atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Qianqian moved to the sofa, feeling a tad awkward. With her ears slightly flushed, she asked, If it were possible to live together, would you choose to do so with me? Suddenly, her face turned crimson. What was she even saying? Su Liang chuckled, rubbing his nose. Ah, little girl, so you wish to live together. Clearing his throat, he replied, We could certainly live in the villa together. Qianqian shot him an annoyed glance. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Su Liang teased. Qianqian turned her head away, too shy to let him see her blushing face. Su Liang smiled. All right, I would indeed love to live with you, but alas, that is not permitted. We can stay in the villa over the weekends. Of course, you should also carve out your own life and make new friends. Give it a try. If you find it difficult to adjust to your new roommates, you can move to the villa area afterward without any issue. The embarrassment in Qianqian's heart eased slightly as she nodded obediently. Su Liang, too, wished to reconnect with some of his past roommates. He owed them a debt that needed repaying in this life. By the way, Qianqian, when you referred to me as a member of the Jinxiao squad while speaking to Director Huang, what did you call me? Bai Qianqian paused, as if recalling something. Her face turning red. Su Liang Gij. Su Liang's heart soared with joy. All right, from now on, you shall call me that. Now, let me teach you how to use the space converter and how to absorb divine crystals for evolution with the divine seal. Bai Qianqian felt extremely shy, but nodded softly. Okay. She handed the space converter to Su Liang, resembling a naive young girl who understood little. This space converter, a ring infused with divine seal power and source energy technology, possessed a small black hole space for storage. You see, as long as you activate the divine seal power, the space converter will automatically open, allowing you to reach in and retrieve items safely. Su Liang produced a divine crystal, which resembled a crystal about the size of an egg. The clearer and purer it was, the higher its level. This low-level divine crystal appeared somewhat murky, yet it contains substantial energy. The evolution of the divine seal is rather simple. By awakening your own divine seal and guiding its power to envelop the crystal, you will feel the energy slowly being absorbed into your body. This energy will strengthen every cell and sinew of your being. While the divine seal also requires the nourishment of divine crystal power, and this process constitutes evolution. Su Liang patiently instructed her, and Bai Qianqian learned quickly. However, as Su Liang activated his wind-fire divine seal to absorb the divine crystal's energy, the disparity between his prowess and hers was striking. Only later did Su Liang comprehend the vast difference between an SSS-level divine seal and an ordinary one. They remained together until noon, during which Su Liang prepared a meal for her. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly throughout their mealtime. In the afternoon, Su Liang planned to check in at his own dormitory. All right, you take your time to acclimate. I will go report to my dorm. If you need anything, just contact me. Bai Qianqian nodded. Recently, she had been inseparable from Su Liang, and the sudden prospect of parting felt strange. However, as she gazed at his retreating figure, her resolve grew stronger. She had promised to protect her brother Su Liang, who would occasionally need to undertake missions. Moreover, she had to ensure that past matters were resolved. She must become stronger quickly. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. I will definitely become very strong and protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 50. Reunion with Old Friends. As Su Liang descended in the elevator, the doors opened on the first floor, revealing a striking figure at the entrance, as beautiful as a blooming white lotus. Her long legs and well-defined curves, complemented by a delicate face and fair, graceful neck, exuded an air of confidence. Upon seeing Su Liang, Lung Lianshuang momentarily froze. Whether by instinct or some other reason, she instinctively uttered, Su, but Su Liang, seeming not to notice her presence, sidestepped out of the elevator, disregarding her entirely. Lung Lianshuang stood rooted in place, her mind blank, overwhelmed by a singular thought. How dare Su Liang ignore her? A tumult of complex emotions surged within her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She had no reason to feel regret. She was an S-grade, while he was merely a B-grade. They were destined to exist in entirely different realms. Even if he were to associate with Bai Qianqian, what of it? In the future, as Bai Qianqian ascended, Su Liang would inevitably be cast aside. Su Liang, you will come to regret this. I may choose to ignore you, but you cannot disregard me. As Su Liang exited the dormitory, he felt no surprise at encountering Lung Lianshuang. He had no inclination to engage with her. They were not of the same ilk. She could maintain her pride while he forged his own path. In this life, he would not be a humble dog as he had been in his previous existence. There remained many matters to attend to. He deftly navigated his way to his dormitory, having spent several years in this very place in his past life. After registering and collecting his key card from the dormitory manager, he headed straight to the third floor. Upon arriving at the door of room 309, he hesitated momentarily before opening it. His hand froze for an instant. Waves of nostalgia washing over him as memories of the three individuals from his past flickered through his mind. Liangzi, that girl is quite something. She's well endowed and capable of bearing children. She won't let her kids go hungry. Charge ahead. Go ahead and take a leap, you hefty fellow. Where do you intend to leap to? Haha, Liangzi, what do you say? Hey there, beautiful lady. My friend here claims you are stunning. Would you consider bearing him a little, Liangzi? You rogue, seeking your own demise. Liangzi, the winds are turbulent. In the next life, I shall be your father. Don't forget to raise a couple of glasses in my honor during the festivities. Liangzi, take good care of my troublesome woman. One must not covet a friend's wife, lest I haunt you even in death. Heh, the four of us have truly drawn the short straw today. Liangzi, let us go. Together. I am the leader. Follow my command. You take the belongings back. Relay a message to her for me. Simply advise her to marry a good man. Liangzi, move it. Su Liang watched helplessly as the three wounded fools collapsed one after another into a pool of their own blood, his heart heavy with anguish and burdened by their expectations. He fought valiantly, emerging from the fray, bloodied yet alive. Memories of past lives flickered through his mind like a slideshow, leaving his eyes misty with emotion. Classmate, do you reside in room 309 as well? A familiar voice from his memories jolted Su Liang back to reality. He turned to see Wang Lai, still bearing the visage he recalled, tall and slender, with a handsome face tinged with youthful innocence. His fresh crew cut gave off an air of charming rebelliousness. Hello, Wang. I've been assigned to this dormitory, Su Liang greeted with a smile. Wang Lai paused, taken aback by being referred to as Wang classmate, shaking off the thought. He grinned and said, come on, you're the last one we were waiting for. He opened the door and ushered Su Liang inside. Brothers, our final roommate has arrived. As Su Liang entered the dormitory, it retained its former appearance. Upon hearing Wang Lai's announcement, the two roommates sitting by their beds immediately rose to greet him. The somewhat lecherous plump fellow, Kong Chun, flashed a broad smile and said, hello. Now that we're all here. Classmate, I'm Kong Chun, from Class 10 of the Divine Awareness Academy, B-Class Divine Mark. From now on, we shall be roommates. The cheeky grin on Kong Chen's face often gave off a slightly unsavory vibe. Yet, this very fellow never hesitated to shield his brothers from danger. Su Liang returned the greeting. Hello, I'm Wang Lai, occupying this bed, from Class 4 of the Divine Awareness Academy, B-Class Divine Mark. Then there was their final roommate, the leader, Yang Feihua, who wore a silly grin. He was robust, and always led the charge in battle among the brothers. Hello, I'm Yang Feihua. From Class 7 of the Divine Awareness Academy, B Class, Divine Mark. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Greetings, I'm Su Liang, from Class 2 of the Divine Awareness Academy. B Class, Divine Mark. I look forward to getting along well with all of you. He felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to a previous life, leaving him in a daze, uncertain if it was merely a dream. This lifetime reunion was something Su Liang wished to cherish deeply. The group exchanged smiles. Su Liang, you shall take this bed, Wang Lai indicated. Su Liang nodded with a smile. You may call me Liangzi. Kongchen chuckled. That is splendid. Declaring your nickname right off the bat. How refreshing. From now on, feel free to call me Fatty. I don't mind. It feels more intimate that way. Wang Lai jested. We certainly can't call me Skinny, can we? Kongchen pondered for a moment. When's your birthday? Wang Lai replied, March. Kongchen then turned to Su Liang and Yang Feihua. Brother Hua, Liangzi, what about you? Su Liang, smiling faintly, replied, I'm June. Yang Feihua added, January. Kongchen clapped his hands. Then it settled. I'm April. Brother Hua. We shall simply address you as Brother Hua or leader. Wang Lai, you were born in March, so you shall be second or Lai Gu. I'll be third, and you, Liangzi, will be fourth. Perfect. Everyone nodded in agreement, their laughter resonating. Suddenly, Kongchen exclaimed, Oh, Liangzi, did you say you're from Class 2 of the Divine Awareness Academy? Indeed. Kongchen, somewhat excited, continued, I just saw the news that the SSS class Bai Qianqian from your academy has reported in. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Yes, she has joined us. She will now be a part of our institution. Kongchen gasped in astonishment. Wow, I can hardly believe it. She actually came to our academy. I bet the 3 great divine armies all sought her out. I wonder what she is thinking. Su Liang replied with a smile. Isn't this a boon for our academy? Nurturing a future divine sect leader, it's advantageous for both the institution and Rongqing. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua nodded in agreement. Kongchen added, I know it's a good thing, I just can't wrap my head around it. If only I could meet someone of her caliber. I'm not even asking for her to fancy me. If she could just introduce me to an S-class wife in the future, that would be splendid. Wang Lai scoffed playfully. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? She's an SSS class. We're not even in the same league. Kongchen turned his hopes to Su Liang. Liangzi, since you're also from Class 2, is there a chance you could introduce us? Su Liang chuckled inwardly, amused by Kongchen's incessant thoughts about women. Perhaps there might be. Kongchen waved his hand dismissively. You don't seem the type. Never mind. I'll just stick with our fellow strugglers. Su Liang chuckled silently, hoping that when Kongchen eventually met Qianqian, he wouldn't turn into a lovesick fool. This life was destined to be entirely different. Hey, I heard that the reason SSS class Bai Qianqian came to our academy is supposedly due to a certain boy. Liangzi, is there any truth to that? Kongchen inquired curiously. Su Liang contemplated before responding. There's a slight connection, but I believe even without that boy, she would have chosen our academy. Kongchen lamented. I heard that boy is just a B class. What luck he has. How come he could catch the attention of an SSS class powerhouse? Why can't it be me? The others all laughed. Yang Feihua remarked, don't dwell on those fanciful thoughts. It's his fate, not yours. You should focus on your own endeavors. Kongchen laughed. I'm merely daydreaming. Wang Lai added, but personally, I don't think this is necessarily a good thing. Who knows how many people might seek trouble with that boy in the future? And can he and Bai Qianqian truly maintain their relationship? Most of us B-class Divine Mark holders will likely stop at 3rd Mark Divine Master. Even if someone extraordinary emerges, they might only reach 4th Mark Divine Scholar. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian, barring any accidents, is destined for the 9th Mark Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, Su Liang merely smiled. Indeed, the majority remained skeptical about him and Qianqian. But little did they know that he, Su Liang, was no ordinary B-class Divine Mark. Kongchen remarked, in the end, it's their affair, regardless of whether they endure. At least they've built some feelings. Once Bai Qianqian grows stronger, if she ever lends a hand, it would be a soaring leap for him. Wang Lai shrugged. Why overthink it? With that topic aside, Kongchen resumed his playful banter, discussing the beauties and campus goddesses. Meanwhile, Su Liang pondered whether his beastly transformation would be visible here. Perhaps he should spend the night at the villa, monitor himself during the transformation, and pay a visit to Gong Lai. After chatting with everyone for a while, Su Liang discreetly sent a message to Qianqian, inviting her to spend the night outside. Upon receiving her consent, Su Liang smiled and announced, Brothers, I shall not be staying here tonight, as I did not bring a change of clothes. The chubby one inquired, Are you going home? No, my girlfriend has a place outside where I left my clothes when I came here. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll be staying out tonight. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances of astonishment. The chubby one, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Liangzi, is your girlfriend 60 years old? Su Liang's face twitched. What are you thinking? Why would your girlfriend have a house outside? Do you have any idea how valuable a property is here? Or is your girlfriend a top-tier rich second generation? Su Liang replied irritably. No, she's just an ordinary person. I want to elaborate further. I'll be back tomorrow evening. Off I go. Watching Su Liang leave, the others were filled with envy. He decided to keep Qianqian a secret for the time being, so they wouldn't think he was boasting. It would be better for them to discover it themselves later. When he met Qianqian, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Were they really going to cohabit tonight? Would he do anything to her? Su Liang was oblivious to her thoughts. Let us first pay a visit to Gong Lai, and perhaps join him for a meal. Oh, sounds good. Bai Qianqian's mind was a whirlwind, especially since it was her first time cohabiting. Chapter 51, The Delights of Soft Rice. Gong Lai lounged by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely sipping tea. Oh, old Gong Lai. You're awake? Su Liang greeted as he entered. Gong Lai turned his head to acknowledge him. You little rascal, call me old Gong. I want tea. I'm afraid Qianqian might misunderstand. Lvine and Qianqian both wore faint smiles. Gong Lai looked at Qianqian and asked Bai Qianqian, would you mind if I gave him a good beating? Bai Qianqian timidly shook her head. I don't mind. Gong Lai chuckled and rolled his fists. Come on. Lie down and take a hit. Qianqian hurriedly interjected. Don't hit too hard. Su Liang grinned mischievously. See, you still care. Gong Lai sighed. Who are you two trying to make envious? You're so sweet together already. Bai Qianqian lowered her head shyly. Su Liang, feeling a bit proud, pulled Qianqian down to sit. Are you feeling better? Gong Lai nodded. I'm fine. Just need to recuperate for about 10 days. My chest will heal faster. But it's mainly my leg. Su Liang nodded. I told you not to overexert yourself, but you didn't believe me. Gong Lai rolled his eyes. Huh? If I hadn't pushed myself, could you have killed that 2-star ghost spider? Fine, you're impressive. Lvine chimed in as she walked out. Su Liang, this is your task reward from the captain, 1,000 low-grade divine crystals. Lvine pulled out a pile of divine crystals from the spatial converter. That is quite a reward. Lvine shook her head. Not really. If this task were executed in a tier 3 city, each person would likely receive 5,000. Su Liang nodded. That makes sense. The lower the city tier, the fewer resources available. However, that 1,000 divine crystals, when converted to ordinary currency, equates to about 40 to 50,000. That's already a considerable sum. This illustrates the disparity between the chosen ones and ordinary people. 40 to 50,000 could support an average family for an entire year. Thus, so many aspire to join the Divine Hunter Squad or enter the military. The vast majority of resources are perpetually held by the upper echelon, an immutable truth. Of course, this also stems from the high level of the Jinsha Squad, which operates in expansive task areas and slays numerous exotic beasts, warranting such task rewards. Other teams likely receive less. Lvine, could you assist me in exchanging these for beast crystals? Or do you have beast crystals on hand for a direct exchange? Lvine was taken aback. Gong Lai frowned. Why do you need so many beast crystals? For research purposes, it's a secret, Su Liang replied with a teasing tone. As for divine crystals, I have plenty at the academy, thanks to Qianqian. For evolutionary needs, I can simply collect them. Lvine remarked. But you could accumulate these divine crystals for future equipment exchanges. Su Liang shook his head. That is not a priority right now. Lvine, unable to insist further, nodded. Alright, I have some beast crystals on me. I'll exchange them directly for you. Do you want 2-star or 1-star? 1-star will suffice. Lvine confirmed. That LLB 100 1-star beast crystals. Su Liang smiled in agreement. Knowing the exchange rate for low-grade divine crystals to 1-star beast crystals is 10 to 1, while 2-star beast crystals are 100 to 1. After receiving the 100 1-star beast crystals, a smile crept onto Su Liang's face. That meant he could level up significantly. Alright, you all chat for now. I'll go prepare dinner. Lvine, let me help you. Qianqian said as she stood up too. Gong Lai glanced at Bai Qianqian before fixing his gaze on Su Liang. Kid, there are some things I'm unsure whether I should say. Su Liang calmly replied. I know what you're going to say. Everyone will understand my relationship with Qianqian in due time. Gong Lai nodded. As long as you understand, it's not that I don't have faith. It's just that you will encounter many troubles ahead. I know, when trouble comes, I'll shatter it. Gong Lai no longer pressed the matter. They casually chatted for a bit. By the way, old Gong Lai, why do I feel like the frequency of exotic beast invasions has increased recently? Gong Lai nodded. Not increased, it's happening daily. Su Liang's pupils contracted slightly. Daily invasions of exotic beasts? Gong Lai affirmed. Yes, it's just a matter of scale. We generally don't intervene in smaller scale incidents, and I need to recuperate. Su Liang inquired. Isn't that rather unusual? Gong Lai nodded. Indeed, it is. The military has dispatched personnel to investigate. We can only remain vigilant within the city. Some speculate it may be related to Bai Qianqian awakening her SSS level abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's pupils slightly widened. That's impossible, right? Gong Lai's expression turned serious. Nothing is impossible. You know, there are countless types of exotic beasts, some possessing unique powers. The military suspects that Bai Qianqian's awakening of an SSS level ability might have triggered a response from high-star exotic beasts, instilling a sense of caution that drives them to harass us repeatedly. However, the military will implement appropriate defenses. Kid, be ready. There may be an unending stream of tasks ahead. Su Liang silently nodded, pondering the gravity of the situation. He hadn't heard such claims in his past life, nor had he encountered any rumors while he and Bai Qianqian were at the academy. By the way, how did you acquire such formidable combat prowess? Aren't you a B rank? What of being a B rank? Can I be a bit extraordinary? Gong Li seemed somewhat serious. In the future, when on missions, be cautious and don't get killed. Su Liang lost his playful spirit. Understanding, you take care of yourself too, don't die. Soon, dinner time arrived. The four of them gathered, discussing light-hearted topics and sharing a few drinks. It was only when night fell that Su Liang and Qianqian returned to the villa together. Qianqian supported Su Liang. Are you alright? No worries, rest assured. The two of them were seated on the sofa, seemingly enveloped in silence, the atmosphere tinged with subtlety. Tonight, the lone male and female were in a delicate situation. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Qianqian abruptly sat up. Su Liang stood frozen in place, a puzzled expression on his face. Why are you so agitated? No need to rush, it's still early. Su Liang grasped Qianqian's hand, pulling her back down. Qianqian's entire body stiffened, her cheeks flushed, her mind a blank. What would he say? Was he going to kiss me? Or perhaps embrace me? Bai Qianqian felt as though she could distinctly hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Qianqian, do you think I'm living off your generosity? Su Liang's sudden peculiar remark left Bai Qianqian momentarily stunned. She glanced over, feeling a slight sense of relief, yet there was also a tinge of disappointment. Would he not take any initiative? No, there's nothing about living off someone. You've always protected me, and now it's my turn to protect you. I promised you. You can have whatever you desire. Everything I possess belongs to you. Bai Qianqian shyly fiddled with her fingers. Su Liang suddenly felt as though he had been struck. Realizing he had been charmed, he chuckled softly. All right, I understand. But when you called me your boyfriend today, it was genuinely impressive. Bai Qianqian, blushing, covered her face. Don't say that. Su Liang grinned mischievously. I must say it. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to take a shower and make the most of my time for evolution. Bai Qianqian stood up, ready to leave, seemingly emboldened by the effects of alcohol. Su Liang remarked, don't be in such a hurry. With a strong grip, he caught hold of Qianqian's wrist. She lost her balance, stumbling and falling onto the sofa, landing right above Su Liang. Their lips were a mere 2 centimeters apart, able to feel each other's breath. Su Liang could clearly see Qianqian's face rapidly flushing crimson. She was completely stiff, unsure of what to say, a flicker of tension in her eyes. Qianqian, do you want to? Bai Qianqian's face turned a deeper shade of red. She fell silent, her words becoming increasingly jumbled. She simply shut her eyes, resigning herself to whatever Su Liang wished. Observing her adorable demeanor, Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. He spoke softly, it's truly wonderful to have you. In a surge of primal impulse, Su Liang gently pecked her forehead. Oh no, Bai Qianqian felt as though her brain might combust. He kissed her. He truly kissed her. What would happen next? She felt herself trembling. Su Liang grinned mischievously. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Go take a shower. Bai Qianqian was helped up, bewildered. This is it. Just like that? Su Liang chuckled. Bai Qianqian shot him an exasperated glance. Humph. You fool. Turning away, she left, her heart racing with excitement. Su Liang had kissed me today, oh my. Watching Qianqian retreat to her room, Su Liang finally focused, realizing that winning over the Empress as his wife was a gradual process, and there was no need to rush. Next, he would prepare for his own matters. Upon entering his own room, he surveyed the luxurious space infused with high technology, marveling quietly. Living off someone is truly delightful. After freshening up and informing Qianqian, he was ready to commence his beast energy transformation. Tonight, he would level up again. Gazing at his beast crystal, he declared, Beast energy transformation. Activate. Chapter 52, the first solo battle. The following day, Luing had just prepared breakfast for Gong Li when they suddenly received a mission signal from Long Lan. Luing, there's an invasion of beasts in the West City. Prepare to mobilize immediately. Lu Ying and Gong Li's expressions shifted dramatically. Understood. Gong Li, you will not be participating this time. Focus on recuperating, we will handle it. Gong Li grew anxious. Xiaolan, if I don't go, who will? I've already notified Su Liang. He is nearby your residence. Lu Ying, go fetch him. Understood. Lu Ying nodded earnestly. Gong Li was frantic. I can't go. He can't handle it alone. Lu Ying reassured him. Stay put. We will take care of Su Liang. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. This is how it's arranged. It's the captain's orders. Gong Li was beside himself with worry, but it seemed there was no recourse. He could barely stand for long. Watching as Lu Ying prepared to leave, he called out, Wait, give this to Su Liang. Gong Li tossed a silver spear towards her. Tell that kid to be cautious. Lu Ying nodded. All right, I understand. After a night of torment, Su Liang experienced a bittersweet struggle. 63 one-star beast crystals were successfully transformed. He looked at his status panel. The corners of his mouth subtly lifting. Delightful. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress. 149-100-0000. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal level 1. Divine Seal evolution progress. 1. Beast God Seal. SSS class Scarlet Itionlin Seal. 1 Seal level 5. Beast God Seal evolution progress. 50. Mentality. 341-6100. Strength. 371. 3100. Agility, 321, 8100. Speed, 341, 6100. In order to round off the numbers, he transformed a total of 63 one-star beast crystals. The outcome was remarkably evident, directly elevating the beast god seal to level 5. He felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him. Based on his current estimations, his power undoubtedly surpassed that of a level 10 B-class divine chosen. The strength of a level 10 B-class chosen is 20 points, and he had completely exceeded that. It was akin to being a B-class 2-seal divine envoy. His strength was assured. He opened his eyes, glancing at the time. It was 8 in the morning, and a smile crept across his face. Today, he still had a full day ahead, and he could likely level up further. 63 beast crystals consumed nearly 12 hours. However, the results were already astounding. If converted to divine crystals, that would equate to 630 low-level divine crystals. Even for an SSS class entity, who would dare say they could absorb 630 in a single night while still being a chosen? It was utterly impossible. At their peak, they might manage only dozens to 100. I'll find out by asking Qianqian later. Relishing in his rapid ascent in strength, Su Liang felt elated. Qianqian, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Coming. At that moment, a red mission signal appeared on the star chain. Su Liang's expression shifted. A virtual screen popped up. Su Liang, there is an invasion of beasts in the West City. Depart immediately. I've arranged for Lu Ying to come and fetch you. Understood. Su Liang's demeanor transformed. He swiftly dashed out of his room. Qianqian had already set the breakfast table. Upon seeing Su Liang's urgency, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Qianqian, there's a mission. I need to head out now." Bai Qianqian's expression changed, concern etched on her face. "Aren't you going to eat something? Time is running out." Sister Green has already arrived. Bai Qianqian's heart was filled with immense worry. "I still cannot assist you, as I promised to protect you." Guilt washed over her face. Su Liang glanced at her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Do not fret, I shall be fine." He then swiftly grabbed a morsel of food from the dining table to fortify himself. "Be good, wait for my return. If I am delayed, you should head to the academy first." Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." But Su Liang had already stepped outside. Bai Qianqian felt her heart bloom with joy, shyly fiddling with her small hands. This sensation was truly enchanting. They resembled a pair of newlyweds. However, her gaze soon turned resolute. "I must strive to grow stronger. There is still a day left. I have already leveled up twice. And I haven't told you yet. Wait for me. I will become powerful quickly." Bai Qianqian murmured to herself. After finishing her breakfast, she rushed to absorb the divine crystal for evolution. Sister Green sped along with Su Liang towards the western part of the city. To her astonishment, the academy had bestowed that villa to Qianqian. Green was somewhat taken aback. Su Liang chuckled. "I get to enjoy the benefits." Green sighed wryly. "Quickly check the mission information. This time the boundary marker relies on you." Su Liang's expression turned solemn. "Understood. Leave it to me. Where I stand, the boundary stands." Gong Li handed you a gun. It is a B-class long spear, superior to your current one. "Ah, he must want to feel involved, huh?" The voice of Gong Li came through the earpiece. "Involved? You big fool. Just be careful and don't die out there." Su Liang chuckled. "Do not worry. Just watch me showcase my skills." "I'm not joking. You better check the mission information," Gong Li said gravely. While Su Liang examined the mission details, the voices of his teammates echoed in his earpiece. "Xiao Liang, call for me if danger arises. I will take care of you." It was Han Xiaolong's voice. Su Liang smiled. "Sure, I won't hold back when the time comes." The captain, Qi Hengqiu, chimed in. "Qingqing, stay close to Su Liang and provide him support." "Understood." The voice of Yi Qingqing from the long-range assassination team remained cold, resembling that of an ice queen. Su Liang glanced at the mission details, his expression momentarily shaken. A perforating beast had appeared this time. Green nodded, her expression somewhat grave. The voice of Xiao Lan came through the earpiece. "This time, with the assistance of the perforating beasts, we will face many others, such as bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, and various other lower-level exotic beasts. Their numbers will far surpass last time. But do not worry. The military has dispatched many personnel, and numerous divine hunting teams have set out. We just need to manage our own area. This could be a tough battle." A statement of understanding came over the earpiece. Su Liang also responded. Looking at the introduction on the mission, he noted the bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, perforating beasts, and gold-devouring ants. This truly was a fierce confrontation. Just as they arrived at the designated area in the western city, Su Liang noticed the activation of the divine barrier. Upon landing, he reported, "Arrived at the designated location." "Arrived. Arrived." Qi Hengqiu's voice resonated. "Activate the divine barrier." "Yes." Su Liang initiated the boundary marker. A towering beam of light rose, intertwining in the sky. Clad in battle armor and wielding a silver spear, he stood as a bastion. The voice of Qi Hengqiu echoed in his earpiece. "Su Liang, be extremely cautious." "Understood, Captain." Su Liang's demeanor was intensely serious. With sword drawn, I shall strike down all who approach. Blood drinker, prepare for battle. Yes, yes. Listening to the voices in the earpiece stirred a surge of emotions within Su Liang. It felt as if he had returned to a past life. This time, he would guard a boundary marker alone. Now, he aspired to be a blood drinker, though Qianqian likely would not agree. He would have to demonstrate sufficient strength first. For now, he would hold this ground. The sounds of slaughter commenced. Battle had begun. When the military detected such a large-scale invasion of exotic beasts, they promptly notified the local civilian population to evacuate swiftly. This was the only way to minimize casualties. As time passed, the sounds of battle were somewhat muted in the earpiece. Yet Su Liang found it hard to remain calm. Could it be that the invasion of exotic beasts was truly because Qianqian had awakened to SSS level? His rebirth had already altered certain historical trajectories. Would other events also change as a result? Su Liang pondered deeply. At that moment, a warning came through. Reinforcements. A large number of one-star exotic beasts are approaching the boundary marker, ready to engage. Received. Qingqing, ensure support for Su Liang. Understood. Closing in. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with determination, bracing himself. Indeed, within minutes, several one-star exotic beasts appeared before him. They were perforating beasts and gold-devouring ants. A cold glint flickered in Su Liang's eyes as he summoned the power of the wind and fire divine seal. Charge. He proactively engaged, thrusting his spear into the throng of beasts. His strength had surged dramatically, augmented by his battle armor, equating to a formidable 70 points of power. He was more than capable of decimating these one-star exotic beasts. With a single thrust, he shattered the head of a gold-devouring ant into fragments in an instant. In a swift motion, he pierced again, dispatching another. There was no pressure whatsoever. This was the tangible transformation brought about by power. Su Liang reveled in exhilaration. It was an absolute thrill. These one-star exotic beasts varied in strength, but most possessed only around 30 to 40 points. Their intelligence was low, and their combat capabilities were not particularly formidable. Immersed in the thrill of battle, Su Liang swiftly eliminated several beasts, eagerly awaiting the next wave. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, who was soaring through the air in her battle armor, was utterly astonished. Is this it? Are you sure this guy is merely a newly awakened high school student? What a joke. Typically calm, she couldn't help but be taken aback witnessing Su Liang in combat. His prowess resembled that of a seasoned warrior rather than a novice. However, this reassured her somewhat. At least now she didn't have to worry so much about him. Before long, Su Liang faced the second wave of exotic beasts, continuing his relentless onslaught. His spear dripped with blood as he fought amidst the horde. This spectacle astonished Long Lan back at the command center. He appeared even more ferocious than before. Truly a monster. Everyone was entrenched in a fierce battle, seemingly losing track of time. Su Liang only knew that the area around his boundary marker was already piled high with corpses. Yet the slaughter must continue. Just as Su Liang dispatched another batch of exotic beasts, the voice of Long Lan echoed in his earpiece. Captain, the Blood Wolf squad next door is requesting assistance. 3 one-star exotic beasts have escaped from their forbidden realm and are approaching our vicinity. It has been detected that there are still residents who have not evacuated, and they are unable to disengage. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Qianqian inquired, in what direction? To the east of Su Liang, at a distance of 1,500 meters. Before Qianqian could respond, someone shouted, Captain, leave it to me. All right, stay safe, evacuate the residents, and return to the team swiftly. Qingqing, assist him in holding the line for a while. Yi Qingqing replied, understood. Su Liang dashed towards the target. Sister Xiaolan, provide me with the coordinates. Chapter 53, Showing Off? Though it was broad daylight, some streets appeared somewhat shadowy. Amidst one such street, a seemingly frail girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18, was fleeing in a panic. In the distance, 3 bloodthirsty rats were madly pursuing her. Terror was etched across her face. No. She could not perish here. She had just awakened her S-grade divine imprint. How could she meet her end in such a manner? Moreover, it was due to Hiyao's profound slumber and her solitary living situation that she remained uncared for. During the evacuation, she had been utterly unaware. By the time she realized the danger, she had already stumbled upon the 3 bloodthirsty rats, and there was no time to retreat and hide. Thankfully, the awakening of her S-grade divine imprint had altered her physical attributes, allowing her to flee without panicking excessively. Yet, Hiyao knew she could not outrun the 3 bloodthirsty rats. After sprinting through several blocks, the 3 one-star bloodthirsty rats had closed in. Despair engulfed Hiyao. She should not die here. She was destined to become a divine general in the future. How could she fall prey to such lowly one-star beasts? But all of this was mere fantasy. One of the bloodthirsty rats suddenly surged forward, leaping several meters in an instant, and appeared behind Hiyao. Its massive tail struck her, sending her flying into a heap of refuse. She coughed up blood, her spirit broken. The 3 bloodthirsty rats lunged at her, eager to share in her demise. Hiyao's pupils were filled with despair. She shut her eyes, bracing herself for death. Yet, in the next moment, a dull thud accompanied by the anguished shrieks of the bloodthirsty rats rang out. leaving Hiyao momentarily stunned. The rats had not reached her. She opened her eyes to see a figure clad in battle armor, wielding a gun that exploded one of the bloodthirsty rats in a single shot. The figure then engaged the remaining 2 rats. The marksmanship was precise and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. In mere seconds, the 2 ferocious 1-star bloodthirsty rats lay slain. Hiyao's pupils remained fixed for an extended moment. When Su Liang extracted the beast crystal and approached her, she finally snapped back to reality. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. She had truly come perilously close to death. Su Liang, unfazed by her reaction, stated, "Let us go. I'll escort you to safety, hurry." He swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist and began to run. Hiyao gazed at his youthful face, somewhat taken aback. "So young. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just get to a safe place," Su Liang replied calmly, simultaneously sending a message to the captain. "Captain, Sister Xiaolan. The 3 bloodthirsty rats have been eliminated, the residents have been rescued, and I'm escorting her to a safe zone. I will return to the team shortly." "Good." Hiyao could hardly believe her ears. "You're a member of the Divine Hunter Squad?" "Yes." "Which squad?" "Jinsha." Hiyao, unaware of Jinsha's ranking, simply nodded. "All right. I'll remember that. I will work hard to become a member of the Divine Hunter Squad in the future." "Thank you." Su Liang smiled. "Good. Then strive towards that goal." Hiyao gazed deeply at Su Liang, wishing to engrave his face into her memory. It was a life-saving grace, and she felt a flutter in her heart. Su Liang spoke little, his focus entirely on the exotic beasts. He initially believed he could easily rescue this girl and then return to the team. Suddenly, Long Lan's voice echoed again. "Su Liang, several armor-piercing beasts and gold-devouring ants have breached the underground barrier of the Forbidden Realm and are heading your way." Upon hearing this, Su Liang's expression shifted. "Not a big deal, how many?" Long Lan hesitated before responding. "A total of 8, including 1 2-star gold-devouring ant." Su Liang's face twitched. What a joke. The expressions of the other teammates also changed dramatically. "Su Liang, retreat." The captain's voice commanded. "I'll go assist him." Yi Qingqing's voice rang out. Just as Su Liang was about to refuse, Xiaolan's voice resounded again. "Captain, be careful, a 4-star ghost-faced spider is about to appear." Long Lan's voice echoed in everyone's earpiece. Panic spread instantly among them. Qi Hengqiu spoke in a calm tone. "Do not panic, manage your own situations. I can handle this." Su Liang was shaken. A 4-star exotic beast. How could a 4-star beast possibly appear? Especially a low-tier creature like the ghost-faced spider. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed correspond to a 4-imprint divine warrior, yet a 4-star beast would still surpass a 4-imprint warrior in strength. Fortunately, the captain was a level 40 warrior. Standing at the pinnacle of divine warriors, he should be able to manage. "I'll assist the captain," came the voice of Zhao Jian, a 32 level 4-imprint warrior as well. "Old Gu, Xiaolong, hold this area." "Understood." "Understood." Yi Qingqing added. "I'll help you, Su Liang." Su Liang insisted. "No need. We must guard the barrier. I can handle this myself." The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Su Liang knew full well that no one could easily come to his aid now. The barrier required Yi Qingqing's protection, or else matters would swiftly deteriorate. The teammates' expressions turned grim. "Su Liang, don't be reckless, just retreat," Long Lan urged. Gong Lai's voice chimed in. "Su Liang, don't act foolishly, retreat immediately." Su Liang's gaze hardened as he declared, "Sister Qingqing, you guard the barrier. I will take care of these exotic beasts." Sister Xiaolan, the statistics on the gold-devouring ants. Silence enveloped the group, as though they truly saw no other options. Long Lan finally spoke. "It's a gold-devouring ant that just recently evolved into a 2-star. It's not something you can handle. It's fine. Trust me." Su Liang remained remarkably composed. As long as it wasn't one that was on the verge of evolving into a 3-star, he wasn't overly concerned. For reasons unknown. At that moment, all the teammates seemed to hold back their objections. They appeared to be anticipating that perhaps Su Liang would surprise them. Yet simultaneously, they found this matter somewhat absurd. He was merely a newly awakened high school student. How could he possibly confront a fully formed 2-star exotic beast? Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Qi Hengqiu's voice reached them. "If we can't win, then retreat. There's no shame in that." "Understood." Su Liang steeled himself. In the blink of an eye, a 2-star gold-devouring ant, accompanied by a swarm of 7 1-star gold-devouring ants, charged towards him. Hiyao's face turned pale with fright. Su Liang's eyes glinted with a chilling light. "Seek a more secure location to conceal yourself and await my return." Hiyao dared not entertain any other thoughts and could only acquiesce to Su Liang's directives, hastily finding a secluded spot from which she could observe him. In the next moment, a faint golden glimmer flickered in Su Liang's eyes, and the radiant light emanating from his chest concealed itself. Given the daylight, it was not overly conspicuous. It was at that very instant that the 2-star gold-eating ant appeared to sense an immense danger, hesitating to advance. Yet, Su Liang was unfazed. With a sharp exclamation, he surged forward. The spear was summoned forth. His speed reached its zenith. A powerful force erupted from the spear, and with a resounding thrust, it struck the hardened exoskeleton of the gold-eating ant. Bang. A dull thud echoed. The gold-eating ant was sent reeling backward by Su Liang's forceful strike. Lan, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astounded. How could his strength be so formidable? Without a moment's respite, Su Liang, having repelled the two-star gold-eating ant, revealed a glimmer of fierce determination in his eyes. The spear swept horizontally, shattering the head of a one-star gold-eating ant. With a sudden stomp, he narrowly evaded the sharp claws of the two-star gold-eating ant. Once more, he thrust his spear, dispatching another one-star gold-eating ant. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Through the insight granted by his eye of perception, Su Liang seemed to perceive the movements of each gold-eating ant with clarity, foreseeing their actions. With a remarkable agility and swiftness of 50 points, he effortlessly evaded their assaults. He wreaked havoc among the swarm, ensuring each spear thrust resulted in the demise of a gold-eating ant. These creatures were massive, comparable to the size of an adult human. The ant swarm was renowned for their physical strength. The gold-eating ant, a creature that fed on metallic materials, was one of the reasons this beastly horde could coordinate with armored beasts to invade cities. Su Liang adeptly avoided direct collisions with their brute force, fully focusing on enhancing his speed and agility. One spear thrust for each gold-eating ant. The two-star gold-eating ant was seething with rage, but found itself powerless against Su Liang. It could only watch helplessly as he systematically eliminated the one-star gold-eating ants in its vicinity. Observing this scene, Hiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She felt an overwhelming admiration for Su Liang's prowess. However, one thing puzzled her. Why was there only a single divine mark's radiance emanating from Su Liang? It appeared to be a B-grade azure light, situated at his arm, and there was only one? How peculiar. Then, taking a deep breath, Su Liang fixed his gaze upon the two-star gold-eating ant. A chilling light flashed in his eyes as he charged forward once more. The golden aura surrounding him instilled panic in the gold-eating ants. This was an instinctual fear. With the ebb and flow of their confrontation, Su Liang continuously repelled the gold-eating ants. The entirety of the gold-eating ant's body, save for its head, was as resilient as gold or iron, creating showers of sparks upon contact. Upon realizing that Su Liang seemed unable to inflict serious harm, the gold-eating ant's confidence appeared to swell, and it initiated an offensive. Clashing with Su Liang's silver spear, sparks flew as their forces collided. Boom! Su Liang was instantly forced back. The gold-eating ant became increasingly frenzied, launching a relentless assault against him, compelling Su Liang to retreat step by step. Bang! Boom! Clang! Sparks erupted. Observing this scene through the heavenly eye, Lan felt her heart leap into her throat. Seemingly having discerned Su Liang's true strength, the gold-eating ant grew even more frenzied. Its two formidable forelimbs, combined with its iron-devouring mandibles, surged towards Su Liang with reckless abandon. The silver spear in Su Liang's grasp began to show signs of damage, and the terrifying force sent shockwaves through his hands, causing him to stagger backward. Suddenly, a collision occurred, and Su Liang was hurled backward, rolling several times upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the gold-eating ant charged at him with abandon. Su Liang! Lan exclaimed in alarm. The other teammates gasped in astonishment. Hiao also screamed, "Be careful!" Chapter 54. A grueling blood battle, immense gains. As the gold-eating ant bore down upon him, in a flash, Su Liang thrust the silver spear against the wall, bending the spear into a bow shape. Leveraging this powerful thrust, he narrowly evaded the lethal charge. After rolling several times, he swiftly distanced himself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he regarded the situation with grave seriousness. The strength of this gold-eating ant was at least 100. Had it not been for his rich combat experience from his previous life, combined with the 70 points of strength gained from enhancements and the beast god mark suppression over the exotic beasts, he would have undoubtedly been defeated long ago. The beast god mark exerted an immense suppressive force over the exotic beasts, likely mitigating nearly half of their power, a fact Su Liang was acutely aware of. He needed to devise a means to swiftly subdue it. The longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation became. The gold-eating ant charged at him yet again. This species of ant possessed the ability to exert force many times beyond its own body weight, thanks to its unique physiological structure. A fierce glint shone in Su Liang's eyes. It was time to sever those forelimbs. With a cold grunt, he unleashed the full force of his level 5 beast god mark. Taking a deep breath, he surged forward with a violent charge. A spear thrust. The furious dragon breaks the army. It was immensely powerful. The gold-eating ant instinctively defended itself, bringing its 4 forelimbs together in an attempt to block Su Liang's strike. However, in the next instant, Su Liang suddenly stomped down, propelling himself into the air and executing a half-twist. A spear sliced through the air, targeting the joint of one of the gold-eating ant's forelimbs, its second weakness. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal resonated. The sharp tip of the spear struck the joint of the gold-eating ant's limb, instantly shattering one forelimb. The gold-eating ant emitted a pained screech. Su Liang had already repositioned himself behind it. He let out a sharp cry. The gold-eating ant swiftly turned, once again charging at Su Liang. Su Liang wielded his spear, creating a flurry of blossoms, rendering the gold-eating ant's attempts to attack futile. While evading the gold-eating ant's onslaught, he left wounds upon its body, seeking an opportunity to sever its limb. Noticing no progress, the gold-eating ant secreted a mass of black saliva, suddenly spraying it towards Su Liang. Su Liang's expression tightened. He had anticipated this. He swiftly shifted his position, narrowly avoiding the corrosive liquid. It splattered against the distant wall, leaving a significant hole in its wake. The gold-eating ant's saliva could corrode even metal. Su Liang let out a cold grunt and charged once more. Considering He Yao's presence nearby, he refrained from directly channeling the golden power of the beast god Mark into his spear. Moreover, with Longland's heavenly eye observing from behind, it was wise to exercise restraint. In a series of assaults, Su Liang sustained injuries. The chest plate of his armor was gashed by the gold-eating ant, blood oozing profusely, narrowly avoiding being cleaved open. Yet, he finally seized another opportunity, thrusting his spear to dislodge a forelimb. The gold-eating ant screeched in agony, even contemplating retreat as it began to slowly withdraw. A chilling glimmer ignited in Su Liang's eyes. There was no way he would let you escape. The gold-eating ant, having lost 2 forelimbs, was significantly weakened. Su Liang suddenly stamped his foot, propelling himself high into the air. Now was the moment. The moon hung bright in the sky as his spear descended with ferocity. Golden energy enveloped the weapon, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. The golden-eating ant instinctively raised its forelimb to defend, but was instantly crushed by Su Liang's assault. The spear struck fiercely upon the ant's head with a resounding thud. The creature collapsed to the ground, letting out a mournful cry as the earth cracked beneath it. A noticeable dent marred the ant's head, nearly causing it to explode. Su Liang bellowed in rage, "Die!" and soared into the air once more. With a move named Wild Goose Descending, he aimed the spear directly at the creature's skull. With a piercing thrust, the spear penetrated effortlessly, causing the golden-eating ant to thrash wildly before becoming rigid and immobile. Su Liang exhaled in relief, panting as he communicated, "The 2-star golden-eating ant has been slain. Everyone, do not worry." At the sound of his voice, his teammates were momentarily stunned. Could it be true that he had actually killed it? Was he genuinely a newly awakened god? Gong Lai's excited voice rang out, "You're impressive, kid." The team collectively sighed in relief, ready to continue the battle. "Greenery, Su Liang is injured. Provide support swiftly." "Su Liang, there's a breach where those beasts have dug through the dark wall. Can you hold that position temporarily?" Su Liang replied while extracting beast crystals. "No problem. Just give me the location, and I'll escort this girl to safety first. I'll send it to you shortly." Without delay, Su Liang located He Yao. "Let's go." He scooped her up, disregarding the injury on his chest. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he hastened to ensure her safety. He Yao gazed at Su Liang's face, momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until she was delivered to a secure location that she came to her senses, forgetting to express her gratitude. Her mind was filled with admiration for the members of this elite hunting team. Had it not been for him, she and S-Class would have met her demise at the jaws of the beasts that day. Later, He Yao arrived in the safe zone and inquired about the Jinsha team, her heart racing with astonishment at the revelation that they were the foremost hunting team in Rome City. However, something felt amiss. If they were indeed members of the Jinsha team, Su Liang's demeanor seemed somewhat uncharacteristic. Su Liang reached the designated position and found a gaping hole nearly 3 meters wide in the ground. Greenery arrived as well, her divine mark glowing with a verdant light, tending to his chest wound. Her expression was complex. She could hardly fathom that Su Liang had single-handedly slain a 2-star beast. It seemed utterly fantastical. "Will you be able to endure after consuming the energy orb?" Greenery asked with concern. Su Liang flashed a smile. "Not a problem, don't worry." Dragonland's voice cut through. "They're coming. Greenery, retreat." Su Liang's gaze turned steely as he prepared his spear. "Kill." From the shadows, Dragonland observed Su Liang's fierce combat. Rendered speechless, he hardly resembled a mere high school student who had just awakened to his powers. The girl he had rescued moments ago embodied the typical reactions of someone of her age. Was Su Liang truly so extraordinary? Dragonland pondered in confusion. In the ensuing battle, Su Liang's combat skills and understanding of the beasts belied his youth. It could be said that even young talents like Han Xiaolong and Yi Qingqing lacked his composure. Su Liang stood guard at the hole, relentlessly dispatching any creature that dared to show its head, losing track of time in the process. They had commenced their fight around 9 in the morning and only ceased around 2 in the afternoon. The scale of this battle had exceeded their wildest expectations, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Su Liang collapsed beside the hole, feeling as though every joint in his body was unwilling to move. His hands trembled. Dragonland's voice echoed. "Everyone has worked hard. The military has reported that the beast invasion has been temporarily repelled. We can now clear the battlefield." After a brief rest, Qi Hengchu's voice rang out, "Clear the battlefield and collect the beast crystals." The group hastily began their task. Su Liang, too, struggled to rise, extracting crystals from the carcasses of the slain beasts. This endeavor took over an hour, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. The military would soon dispatch personnel to clean up the aftermath. Upon returning to the waypoint, Su Liang's teammates gathered around him, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Thankfully, there had been no casualties. All eyes turned to the exhausted Su Liang, their gazes imbued with complexity. It was hard to fathom that he had endured such an intense battle. Han Xiaolong approached Su Liang and playfully slapped him on the back. Impressive, bro. Su Liang offered a wry smile. It was a matter of life and death. His teammates regarded him with profound respect, each deeply acknowledging his strength. Such a companion was worth entrusting their lives to. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Xiaolong, tally the beast crystals and distribute them. Afterwards, everyone should return to rest. This beast invasion has far surpassed our expectations, and we cannot predict when the next might occur. We must swiftly recuperate. Understood, came the unified response. Qi Hengqiu turned to Su Liang. Honestly, I believe you are somewhat superfluous at the chosen academy. Su Liang shook his head with a bitter smile. I can't. Qianqian is still at the academy, and I need to accompany her as she grows. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Hand your armor over to Xiaolong. She'll help you find someone to repair it. By then, you should get a better set of armor. Su Liang replied. No rush. This one will suffice for now. I'll conserve it. The group exchanged faint smiles. Xiaolong swiftly completed the tally of beast crystals, which amounted to a total of 636, 515 one-star beasts, 115 two-star beasts, 5 3-star beasts, and 1 4-star beast. According to their distribution principles, the 4-star beast crystal would be shared between the captain and Zhao Jian, while the remaining crystals would be allocated among the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. They were acutely aware of the value of a 4-star beast crystal, which far surpassed their combined worth, yet they understood the peril involved. Only the captain and his like could claim it. The stronger the captain, the better it was for them all. Therefore, no one voiced dissent on this matter. Su Liang silently concurred. It was reasonable that those capable should reap greater rewards. A single 4-star beast crystal equated to 10,000 1-star crystals. A 3-star beast crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 1-star crystals, while a 2-star could be exchanged for 10. By this calculation, excluding the 4-star crystal, they still had a total of 665 1-star crystals remaining. Xiaolong remarked. Gong Lai did not participate, so he will not be counted. From the earpiece came his voice. Of course I won't be counted. Otherwise, I'd feel embarrassed holding on to it. Laughter erupted among the group. Xiaolong continued. Then it simplifies matters. Each person will receive 665 crystals, with 665 set aside as the team's communal fund. Does anyone have any objections? Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. They had indeed achieved a perfect score. Such a rare occurrence. The group expressed no dissent and seemed generally satisfied. After all, they all benefited from the captain's prowess, particularly due to the captain and Zhao Jian's repeated victories over high-tier beasts. Soon enough, Long Lan distributed the beast crystals. All right, everyone, return home to rest, recuperate, and prepare for the next battle. Understood. The group departed, spirits lifted. Su Liang felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. 700 crystals. This was madness, sheer madness. The beast god seal could be upgraded to the 2nd tier. Chapter 55. Reveling in the Empress's tender care. Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan observed as Su Liang and Lu Yin left. Long Lan remarked. He truly does not resemble a mere high school student who has just awakened his divine sense. Within him, I perceive a decisiveness in combat that surpasses even that of Xiaolong and the others. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Isn't that a positive sign? Long Lan's gaze turned complicated. Perhaps he harbors secrets. Qi Hengqiu, with an expression of indifference, replied. Who among us does not have secrets? Remember, all footage of his battles must be destroyed. We cannot allow others to witness it. Understood, Long Lan affirmed. Qi Hengqiu added. Perhaps we shall reap an unexpected reward. He might lead us to a high ranking in the divine hunt. Long Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. But he is merely a B rank. Qi Hengqiu rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Let us wait and see. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Qianqian immediately sensed something amiss. She rushed out of her room. Upon seeing Su Liang, bloodied and battered, her eyes welled with tears as she embraced him tightly. How did you sustain such severe injuries? Su Liang, enveloped in the softness of her embrace, felt that all of it was worth it. He gently cupped her face. Do not worry. I promised you I would return unscathed. Bai Qianqian's eyes glistened. If only I could become stronger more quickly, I could help you. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. There's no need to rush. Take your time. You will grow stronger soon, and I will wait for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, her emotions slightly calming. It was only then she realized they were still in an embrace, and her face turned crimson. Shyly, she released him. Su Liang teasingly said, It's all right. Let us hold on a little longer. It feels quite nice. Bai Qianqian was nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment. You rogue, she retorted. Su Liang laughed. Who is the real rogue here? It's you, Qianqian. Bai Qianqian, her toes digging into the ground, wished she could dig a hole and hide. How could she be so transparent? Alas, seeing Su Liang injured always broke her heart. You're insufferable. I won't talk to you anymore. Su Liang burst into laughter as he made his way to the sofa to lie down, utterly exhausted. It was nearly 4 o'clock. Qianqian, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten lunch. Bai Qianqian quickly responded. Wait here. I'll prepare something for you. Let Xiao Bai do it. You shouldn't tire yourself, Su Liang suggested. No, I want to do it. Bai Qianqian insisted stubbornly. What I make carries my sentiment. Su Liang nodded. All right. Bai Qianqian soon busied herself in the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang took a shower. Though fatigue weighed heavily on him, he couldn't ignore his grimy state. After freshening up, he found that Bai Qianqian had already prepared a meal. Su Liang could hardly lift his hands. The pain in his chest reminded him of the substantial wound he bore. One he dared not reveal to Bai Qianqian. Let me feed you, she offered, and Su Liang's spirits soared. Sure. He opened his mouth, eagerly awaiting her offering. Bai Qianqian felt a rush of shyness, yet she relished the moment. This sweet exchange made her wish to freeze time. How wonderful it would be if they could stay like this forever. After finishing their meal, Su Liang finally lay down, yearning for a proper rest. You look so tired. Why not stay here for the night? Su Liang shook his head. We should return to the academy. There will surely be arrangements made, and classes commence tomorrow. By the way, did you meet your roommate yesterday? Yes, she is a girl quite similar to me, and easy to get along with. Su Liang pursed his lips. Then let us head back. We have classes tomorrow. Bai Qianqian, feeling a pang of concern, asked, Are you really all right? Su Liang smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. Just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will do wonders. You should eat something too. Consider it dinner. I'll rest for a bit, and then we'll return to the academy. Okay, Bai Qianqian nodded obediently. As Su Liang reclined on the sofa, his heart swelled with excitement. With the newly acquired 700 one-star beast crystals, he now possessed 823 crystals. Ensuring a smooth evolution of the beast god seal to the second tier, his power was set to surge. Indeed, joining the Divine Hunt Squad and undertaking missions was the fastest route to enhancement. For now, the hunting grounds were optional. He reviewed the footage of his beast energy evolution from the previous night. A faint glow indicated no significant issues. As long as he concealed the beast crystals beneath the blanket or drew a curtain around his bed, the problem could easily be resolved. He could simply lie down and sleep while evolving. How ingenious. Next, he needed just 200 more one-star beast crystals to elevate the beast god seal to level 10. It was merely a matter of a few nights. Unbeknownst to him, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, who lay sleeping on the sofa, a sweet smile adorning her face. I wish I could steal a kiss. He wouldn't even know, would he? He slept soundly like a little piglet. Bai Qianqian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned closer, stealing a soft kiss. I will seize every moment to grow stronger. Su Liang, wait for me. The smile on her lips was impossible to suppress. It was only after 7 that Su Liang finally stirred awake. It's already 7? Bai Qianqian was beside him, absorbing divine crystals. She gently inquired, Do you want to sleep a little longer? Su Liang shook his head. Let us head to the academy. All right, let us go. The two stepped outside together. On the way, Bai Qianqian asked, Su Liang, do you know what level I'm at now? Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were seeking praise. Su Liang played along. What level is it? I'm at level 4. Am I impressive? Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. What? Level 4? Bai Qianqian beamed at his astonishment, nodding with a smile. Yes, I leveled up while you were asleep. Su Liang was genuinely taken aback. Qianqian, how many divine crystals did you absorb? Over 300. Su Liang was dumbfounded. You absorbed over 300 in just a day and night? Yes, is that a lot? Bai Qianqian asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Not just a lot, it's utterly extraordinary. Su Liang could hardly believe it. He had to fight tooth and nail to hunt and transform enough beast crystals to reach level 5. And she had ascended to level 4 in merely a day and night. Was this the terrifying prowess of an SSS rank? However, a thought struck him, and he paused. 300 low-level divine crystals equated to more than 31-star beast crystals. If translated to his situation, it meant he wouldn't even be able to raise a single level. In other words, it is equivalent to over 30 beast crystals, resulting in a progress of more than 3% in evolution. By this calculation, she only requires a quarter of his energy to level up. One could also perceive it this way. Within Qianqian's delicate frame, only a single attribute needs to be enhanced for her to ascend. Su Liang was immediately struck by a sense of unfairness. Why should it be so? Despite both being of SSS rank, he had to expend 3 times the effort to achieve the same upgrade. Bai Qianqian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Is it really that fast? Su Liang chuckled wryly. It is indeed remarkably swift. Take someone like me, an A-level divine chosen one. Absorbing a single divine crystal might consume an entire day of our time. Would you not consider that fast? Bai Qianqian gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Is there really such a disparity? Su Liang nodded. I only just realized the extent of the difference. No wonder Director Huang mentioned that your resources are easily obtainable. A mere 10,000 divine crystals won't suffice for your evolution for long. A smile graced Bai Qianqian's face. If that is the case, I will soon catch up to you. Then I can protect you. Su Liang felt a warmth in his heart. Realizing that her relentless pursuit of evolution was for his sake, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly girl, remember to balance work and rest. Don't wear yourself out. Bai Qianqian beamed sweetly. I won tea. I must catch up to you so that I can protect you. That's my promise to you. Su Liang was genuinely touched. With a wife like her, what more could he desire? However, it seemed that the progress of winning over the Empress to become his wife was advancing rather swiftly. That is better. Chapter 56, awaiting Qianqian to dazzle everyone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Liang collapsed onto his bed, leaving the three others in a state of shock. What the heck? Liangzi, have you been battling for an entire day and night? You must exercise some moderation. You're still young. You can't just deplete yourself like this, exclaimed the hefty Kong Xian, with a look of envy and pity. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua couldn't suppress their laughter. Su Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm young. I'm resilient. What do I have to fear? Kong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really fight for a whole day and night? Are you insane? You'll ruin your health. Despite his words, the envy was evident in his expression. Su Liang sighed with a hint of a smile. Fatty, why is your mind always preoccupied with such things? The portly fellow retorted fiercely, you can't play coy. You're so happy, and you want to let me say a word? Wang Lai laughed heartily. It seems we need to find Fatty a girlfriend soon. Or he pry into everyone's secrets. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Let us find him a hefty girl then. No, I want one with ample bosom, a slim waist and long legs. Fatty quickly interjected. Dream on, unless you lose weight. Wang Lai laughed uproariously. Fatty dismissed such comments nonchalantly. It's not that easy to lose weight. I simply have a large frame. Alas, what a pity for my handsome face. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Liangzi, quickly tell us, how many times in total? Where did it happen? Su Liang rolled his eyes again in annoyance. Ask Wang Lai. He and his girlfriend are the real experts. Fatty was taken aback, his pupils widening as he incredulously asked, Wang Lai, you have a girlfriend? Wang Lai was equally stunned. Liangzi, how did you know I have a girlfriend? Su Liang's heart sank. This was getting perilously close to exposure. He glanced at Wang Lai, whose incredulous gaze made Su Liang fear that he had investigated him. He quickly regained his composure. With your roguishly handsome looks, how could you possibly be single? Who are you trying to fool? At this, Wang Lai burst into laughter. Liangzi, you have good taste. I appreciate your compliment. It's not every day you see a face like mine. Su Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful to have dodged a bullet. Fatty was indignant. Old second, how dare you keep a girlfriend from us? Why didn't you say anything? So that's why you sneaked out this afternoon. You were on a date? Fatty appeared utterly unable to accept this revelation. Wang Lai chuckled. It wasn't anything serious. We just shared a kiss. Fatty's eyes nearly popped out. I want one too. Get lost. Everyone burst into laughter, while the eldest, Yang Feihua, shook his head in exasperation. Truly a character. Old second, how long have you been dating? Let me be envious for a moment. Is your sister-in-law attractive? Wang Lai rolled his eyes. Of course she is attractive. We've been together since high school, though we've known each other since elementary school. You could say we're childhood sweethearts. Fatty clutched his hair tightly, his eyes wide. Do you think I would be envious? Not a chance. The group was in fits of laughter. Fatty suddenly turned to Yang Feihua. Boss, don't tell me you have a girlfriend too. Otherwise, I truly want to be able to go on. Yang Feihua shook his head. Don't worry, I'm single. And I'll keep you company as a fellow bachelor. Fatty sighed in relief and hugged Yang Feihua, sobbing. Boss, we're just a pair of unfortunate souls. Let us not play with them. Let us go charm some girls. Get off me. You're about to get snot on me. Yang Feihua pushed him away. Meanwhile, Su Liang observed Yang Feihua thoughtfully. Not really. Indeed, boss has been missing opportunities with her. They clearly love each other. Yet he has never dared to take a step forward. Boss is afraid of being a burden to her. She is A-level, while he is merely B-level. In this lifetime, I must help him. After a brief silence, Su Liang asked, by the way, what classes do we have tomorrow? What is the schedule? Wang Lai replied, we gather in the classroom at 8 in the morning for introductions. Then, we'll have virtual battle assessments, followed by classes in divine imprint theory and a comprehensive course on exotic beasts. It's pretty much the same. Su Liang nodded. That seems about right. Speaking of which, do you know who the school beauty is? Fatty could not remain still for a moment. His eyes glimmered mischievously. Everyone turned to him. I have some private photos of the school beauty. Would you like to see? Fatty's eyebrows danced up and down playfully. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were instantly intrigued. Su Liang nearly burst into laughter. Those so-called private photos were all concocted by this guy. Hurry, show me. Wang Lai urged excitedly. Fatty grinned. Old second. If you're not honest, I'll tell your sister-in-law. Wang Lai shot him a glare. Cut the nonsense. Fatty feigned suspense. If we're talking about the school beauty of our academy, it must be the 3rd imprint level, Senior Feng Beiwei, an SS level ice-type divine imprint, the quintessential ice queen, the most radiant beauty genius in Rongqing today, with those long legs, that slim waist, and those towering peaks. Oh, if I could just get a taste. I would gladly die. The others regarded Fatty's lascivious, enraptured demeanor with incredulity. Upon hearing this, Su Liang found himself lost in memories. Feng Beiwei was indeed a dazzling girl. Had Qianqian not appeared, she would undoubtedly be the most radiant among them. Alas, Qianqian had entered the scene. Wang Lai, equally excited, chimed in. I've heard about her too. Feng Beiwei is definitely the school beauty. Quick, show me. Fatty swiftly swiped a few times on his wristwatch, and a virtual screen materialized, showcasing a sultry woman in revealing attire. Her figure was enough to ignite primal desires. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua gazed at the image, entranced. Wang Lai swallowed hard and inquired, "Is this truly a private photo of Senior Fang Beiwei? Could it possibly be false? Have you not gazed upon this face? It is the very emblem of beauty." In the image, Fang Beiwei was indeed breathtaking, her eyes alive with an enchanting allure that seemed capable of captivating all souls. Su Liang discreetly captured this moment. "Fatty, do you think Fang Beiwei would react violently if she discovered you had manipulated such a photo of her?" Upon hearing this, Fatty's face twitched involuntarily. "Liangzi, this is no joking matter. It could lead to dire consequences. Then you best delete it promptly. If others were to find out, you would be doomed. When the time comes, even freezing you wouldn't save you." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were momentarily taken aback. "You synthesized this?" Fatty offered an awkward grin. Su Liang chuckled. "Do you genuinely believe that a frosty beauty like Fang Beiwei would ever take such photos? Is that even conceivable?" Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were instantly filled with disappointment. "Fatty, you truly know how to have fun. Delete it immediately." Fatty wore an innocent expression. "Liangzi, have your eyes been bewitched?" Su Liang retorted with irritation. "Even a fool could deduce it." Fatty, resigned, deleted the image, acknowledging it was merely for amusement and not something to retain. Who knew what calamity might ensue if it were to leak? With a sigh, Fatty remarked, "Yet, it must be said, Fang Beiwei is indeed stunning, possessing a high-level divine imprint. Perhaps there were other girls in the past who could rival her beauty. But those who did not awaken their divine imprints faded into obscurity." Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Lai mused, "I wonder if anyone from our cohort will rise to the occasion and challenge her beauty, potentially usurping her title as the campus flower." Yang Feihua queried, "What about Bai Qianqian?" Wang Lai shook his head. "I've heard Bai Qianqian isn't particularly beautiful, rather scrawny. It's unlikely." Su Liang merely smiled. "Be patient. In time, you shall witness my Qianqian astonish everyone." Fatty quickly interjected, "I know. There is someone." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua turned to him in unison. "Who?" Fatty replied, "I believe she hails from Liangzi's second middle school and is named Lung Lianshuang. Someone captured her photo today. Let me find it." Fatty soon produced a picture to showcase. Su Liang remained composed. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua, upon observing Lung Lianshuang's figure and features, couldn't help but nod in approval. She is exquisite, with a beauty reminiscent of a stunning flower, her complexion radiant as a blooming peach, brows shaped like crescent moons, teeth as white as jade, skin as smooth as ice, and a waist as slender as a willow. Her beauty is unparalleled, akin to the serene elegance of an orchid in a secluded valley. Wang Lai exclaimed. Su Liang was left momentarily speechless, pondering the eloquence of the description. Fatty waved his hand dismissively. "I don't understand all that. Just look. She has ample bosom, a tiny waist, a curvaceous rear, and long, snowy legs. She definitely bears strong offspring and keep them well fed." Su Liang laughed. That was quintessentially Fatty. Wang Lai retorted with annoyance. "Lacking in culture, I meant precisely that." Yang Feihua added, "She could genuinely stand a chance against Fang Beiwei." Fatty enthusiastically nodded. "Indeed, she possesses an S-level divine imprint. Her future achievements will be noteworthy." "Liangzi, she is from your school, right?" Su Liang affirmed. "Yes, she was the campus flower during high school. Is there an opportunity for an introduction?" "No chance. We're not well acquainted." Su Liang shook his head, not wishing to entangle himself with Lung Lianshuang at present. Fatty sighed. "It seems I must take the initiative to pursue her. I shall ensure her affection. You should focus on your own dignity first. Pursue that before thinking of anything else. Now, go to sleep. I am weary." Su Liang lay on his bed, pondering the current state of his beast energy conversion, which seemed ineffective. These fellows still weren't asleep. He decided to take out a divine crystal given by Qianqian and began to absorb its energy for a while. As he activated his divine imprint and commenced absorption, Su Liang suddenly froze. Feeling the overwhelming power of the divine crystal surging into his imprint, he was momentarily bewildered. Why is the absorption rate so swift?